They're all in different handwritings. Like, where this is.
He goes on a study subject. There's our debt. If the car has people look at this football test, like, can't tell if he's doing one day. He says, today's double debt. The car has been working with the other. This is so connected that he is shallow. So it doesn't say that the car has been there. Like the power of speech that is within a person is the soul connected. It's the essence of the soul. And the essence of the speech. Remember again, the word itself is about back to the local creative now. So what does the word say? By you talk the apple to us, the first is the powerful blue light into the nose, natural. Remember again, focus. In the stars of the arms, Ruach said, Ruach Minalama. Speech, that speech is the greatest manifestation of the rootedness of man. In fact, again, meaning this idea that speech, right, the cohesiveness, right, is ultimately what differentiates man from the rest of the Bria, that's the reflection of man's that's a reflection of man's soul. Man's soul sparks. That's by the margin of the feeling. Not even realize that what it is that they're saying. These words of Torah, but it's almost as if it's Ivor has the ability to express the most amazing manner. But we'll stop over here. We'll pick up with this maybe tomorrow. Of course, conversely, what's fascinating is that man, one of man's greatest abilities to debate himself is as well, which makes sense. And remember again, wherever there is the creative capacity for holiness, there is also the creative capacity for Torah and for debate. So this keyboard is going to be the way that I can articulate and I can express my most innate because it's also the way that unfortunately again I can express my most innate Torah as well. Alright, well we'll follow pick up in there for sure.
It's different, you're the thumb up. I would say that you did this, but just make sure you're not. I'm not big into the guys who do that. It can work. You can do whatever you want, but for me, it's good with the mics here. They can see my mouth. So I mean, you're doing that. I think you just be aware of that. But I mean, you got a good style. You just keep doing it all years. Yeah. How often do you do it? You started a year ago. I've started a year ago. I usually go up, but I have set. I said I'll go up. So we're saying 1 day next week or a month. Oh, we'll say at least I tried to go.
We are picking up the next section with Boost and Zoe Gimel.
I mean,
We're going to continue
so you do a hip hop guy. You like hip hop?
to continue really on this.
I can tell you, see, if you have that room, that's what's in New York.
Let's pick up with the people we have. Speedless on the left hand. The Lael is lighter. We call Echad and his brother frequencies as our Prati, and Shabon is Yachon Nashon. Kind is lighter, so remember in ultimate test, what subject test is that every person is created in order to go ahead and truly the passage take the remedy to address one specific thing that he realizes is yourself. Only the real study is right. Every person although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one thing to struggle with. That's one struggle which is the very to go ahead and address that struggle, that actually can become my so if something goes on, if you train fire, then you others that you others you others signal and you get the so if something is going to conflict, then individual singularity, person singularity, uniqueness, comes out ultimately against you as well. This time I look at if you could also continue from the previous place, bring on daily, Sadiq highlighted the idea that a person has a certain innate condition which is not subject to change. In order to make condition trust cannot be damaged as a result of inappropriate behavior. The idea is that the kedusha is a personalistic holiness which presents, which by definition is there no matter what wrong decision we make. We're going to see now in Gimel that the tzedek is going to build on that theme as well. So look what he does. After the Dibur Shofar, it's really a beautiful observation. After the Dibur Shofar, I'm going to see even just what he calls Dibur Shofar, general speech, which a person which people talk every day. Okay, goes on to Tainut, his family, the people feeling Ba'alma. Rainbow Giving Torah, he talks about general speech, say what a person talks each and every day. That's words of Torah, that's general, what he calls Sichas regular mundane talk. And so he's talking about regular stuff, that he's specifically talking about something, or sometimes things that are common attitudes. A common phrases, a common statement that we often share. He says, Moshe Chazal, Machim Discovery Margola between Gemara, they often have these terms. Margola between literally means Margola is a jewel or a gem, between in the mouth of. So that's what Chazal say, Margola between is a common expression. And it's when Chazal uses it, they often use it not just the common expression, so Margola between, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression is contains much wisdom. Discover that Raja the fifth, the verse of giants. The study also not what is the meaning of Margola between? It means something that a person is accustomed to say. I'll ask you divine healing. The Logos, the Nechshap Lezeve Torah Mamash. That was to hear the tzedek says something absolutely amazing. He says sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margola between, right? A jewel, common expression. So Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah, right? They're not just quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting this common expression. Yet the quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara, they're quoting a common expression, and they're using that quotation in a halakhic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So if you see something amazing, you see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara, and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out a basic point, static point, different muster, to such an amazing. Alaf Shukulim. Even though, again, the statement that the Gemara is quoting is quoted, it's not the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, the Nechshab L'Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted as it looks like, remember again, we actually just covered. We already just a week ago or so in that family, where the Gemara quoted what is the context? What was the context? Because before I was talking with the Gemara said that is silence. If a word is worth one selah, then Shukla is worth two cup. It was the case of the last Mishnah. Before I was talking. Right, the last Mishnah, we spoke about the individual. If you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case. They lost the coverage data. Right, one of the Chevra went out to go ahead and find the data.
Exactly what's going on.
Good. So we're speaking about the idea that we have a Kabula, and the Kabula goes ahead and reads the data. They send out one of the members of the Kabula to go ahead and look. Right? So remember here we had this kind of stuff. There was a discussion, but then you end up finding the replacement animal, checking the replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about, well, which animal is used for the time. It's not who uses what. So the next thing is the case, well, let's again, the Kabula has has the carbon Pesach. They lost the carbon Pesach. Reuben goes out to find the carbon. In the interim, the Kabula appoints a new carbon. Identifies such a new carbon. And then Milchman said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuben didn't say anything to the Kabula. Very pretty much he acted unilaterally. The Kabula didn't say anything to Reuben. So what's the halacha? Reuben uses the carbon Pesach that he found. The Kabula uses the replacement carbon Pesach and Shalom al Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's some advice for sound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk. And there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this was on Saturday, Chapter 1, said, Mishana l'chachamim, Yafesh pika l'chachamim, kabakoma l'siskim. Right? So here the wise men said, so Simon, the wise men, kabakoma l'achas, come all the more so for fools. Here's a perfect example inside of where you see, now again, is that a statement of truth? Is that a religious statement? It's a life statement. It's quite fascinating about this, and you find it all the time, where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it will quote it with the margul of the Gemara, a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. You see, the Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah. That's a statement of life wisdom. Yes, interestingly enough, remember it's brought down in the midst of a halakhic discussion, and the court as they will call it the proof for halakhic discussion. The Tzaddik says, what do you see there? He says, verify, אפילו דיבור כזה, הרוב יוצא איש ההמונים, והחושך יוצא מישראל, see again, first is a simple statement, not to have to be in this very stage. And many times in the mind, like, it's not quoting the stage, it's not quoting any of particular piety. Often, my goal of this amazing is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on and says, that Shimon behind the Chomus coming, he's finding very often graphic Gemara. So maybe the Gemara is not the only issue. The Gemara will quote that which regular people say. The Hanokim revealing Roma. Those give a Torah, and ultimately again, when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the Christian, actually it's given to the Torah. We want to call me Chachma. I mean, רק כחוכמה אמיתית ושפעת היא לא מוזרה וכמו כמובן כמה בסנהדרין, הרבה שלמים, שהלכו לחוות חכמה באוויר. For example, כל דבר הוציא an example of this. That the Gemara Restream quotes the idea of quote many sayings. Just quote sayings in the name of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. هيا الراديو ركزتم تحت رأى مشمول على قسم أبوه كروكسي حريق شعب الجيب ملايين هو ساعات شبالة تسلم لو يقدر شديد بدوارة فبشورة عطا بيكين جيلس مواسم جيبتونا بيش محل اسمه ومخالد بار من التورا. It's fascinating. So the quotes over here, we'll see this inside a bit more tomorrow, but it doesn't quote from the Gemara Mesachus Sanhedrin. And the Gemara Mesachus Sanhedrin quotes just a number of tifkamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people. Right? Regular people used to say this, used to say that. And what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he would take the regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk. There's a pasuk that supports this idea. So I thought it says, so both something fascinating about it. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, regular people, what we call Margul of the Tune, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Mesachus Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statement of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different, again, sources of halacha and hashkafa of Torah that support these various verses. what the source and what does it mean? Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? Is ultimately, again, the United quoting from regular people, and then Mustafa Ophir will pick up with this idea tomorrow. So we'll understand the subject is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous posts, as well as building what I think is it's an incredible paradigm for us going forward. So we'll stop over here.
Chicken nuggets and all that. It seemed like really long. Like I would just take that whole thing out and just say make it one sentence. Like, where they gave like range for chicken nuggets, fries. It's like all one thing instead of acting out each thing. Because you kind of lost me there. Okay. But then you got back into it right after that.
Yeah, I don't like the brand start on that and go into how those people listen to what you're talking about.
That seems like a great approach. I don't know what Rooney did that part of it didn't work, but that seems like it would be a huge part of it.
Hey, can you even do ranch or buffalo wings? Because Joey Diaz didn't like that. People like that. Like the cheese.
Yeah, for sure. I could do that.
Can I talk? You don't have to ask permission to fucking talk. Why? You're the best on the show. Will you stop that?
Don't you dare take that call away.
Can I talk?
Yeah, picking up the rest of the post,
See what I said.
end up something. So this is
That's
now,
what you do. Is that what you're gonna do? If you don't have money, you're a Letterman stuff. Dan, can I get a word in? What are you trying to do? On a show? No, it'll be funny.
take a look at this well, let's pick up with the people we have.
No, the reason why I wanted to do something
On the left hand, on the left hand.
All right, good
See,
stuff.
L
Good
is
energy,
fire.
right into it.
Well, after the brothers
Thinking
people
of
who
brand
have a
stressing and so on. So
the bonus
obviously,
jack
you're
then
something
not
like that, your
so
confidence, your
Chinese fire.
branding it.
So remember, enforcement has much of such a
I liked it. I liked it. The fact that you get up here and you're doing the 1 minute video, to flesh it out, just keep doing it. Get some kind of specific comedy guy.
Right. One
General,
of the
these
specific
guys, but
things that is highlighted in this stuff, some of the biggest subjects
you
that
know, I
is
say keep
every
doing it.
person, although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one
I
thing
think you're on the
we
right
struggle
track
with.
when you go with,
That's
somebody
one
says,
struggle is the very conscious, is the very purpose
mayonnaise
of
isn't good
my
enough.
existence. And
I think
people
I
begin
think
to
that still
to go
sounds
ahead
like the beginning
and
of it,
address
but
that
I didn't
struggle,
feel like the end was right.
that can become my creative.
It almost seems like
So it's like because when
Spices,
I'm
right?
inspired, should we
Maybe
others
like I want mayonnaise, but
that
I want it a
you
little bit
others
more
to
sour.
do,
Get some
we
spices
have
or
us
something like
become
that. I mean,
a
like,
signal and a deeper
I think a
support.
salad ranch.
it's like
So
somebody
it's like
says,
the context
That's what my
that
mind's
individual singularity. Personal singularity, uniqueness, comes out ultimately against
I feel like the person would say something
as
like,
well. First time I looked at
this ranch
this
is
is also
good, or I mean,
continuing
this
from the
mayonnaise is
previous
good,
post.
but like, you
In those
put
days,
salt,
the
vinegar,
Celtic
chips,
highlighted the
something
idea
like, you
that
have a
a person
reference, it's not bad, but
has
it's some kind of
innate
reference that's
tradition,
funny
which
with
is not
flavor.
subject to change.
Like some
Unlike
has some
innate
Billy
tradition,
Goat fucking
which cannot be
Didn't one
damaged
morning took an
as
album
a
called
result
Dude
of
Ranch?
an appropriate
Yeah,
behavior.
see,
The
I
idea
it
that
gets me
they
going,
get to
man.
do
That's how I write. I just take
with
words
just a
and push and
personalistic
push.
holiness,
It's
which
quick to
the rest is by definition, again, no matter what long
Today,
the
what's your last name?
Wine.
we're going to see now
I
in
like the
the
name.
Gimel
It's
that
memorable.
the
It's easy
study
to
is
say.
going to build on
Got
that.
a good,
Look
like,
at it.
good look. It's,
After the Hebrew shall
you're
come,
gonna like
a
it.
beautiful
Just keep doing
afternoon.
what you're doing. Very
After the
German.
Hebrew shall come, I'm going to
Yeah,
see it.
German.
Even just because Hebrew shall come, general speech, which a person with people talk every day. There goes on his tiny, his stomach, the people feeling violent. Same goes with Torah. It's like that general speech, like what a person talks each and every day, not words of Torah, just general, what he calls Shikhat, regular mundane talk. And so he's talking about Ragalashia. Now, he's really talking about something. Those are sometimes that are our common attitudes, right? Our common phrases, our common statements that the author says. He says, Moshe Chazal, Mashim Kisarti Goya, Margala Bikumo. So in the Gemara often has these questions. Margala Bikumo. Margala Bikumo, literally, Margala is a jewel or a gem. Bikumo, in the mouth of. So that's the Chazal. So Margala Bikumo is common expression. And it's when Chazal uses it. They often use the message of the common expression, but the common expression is so Gemara the law gets right. You know, it's rooted in the mouth of people. A common expression is people is what wisdom. Davar that ragil the kid. And the church is subsiding. The Tzaddik quotes from asking the others, what does the meaning of Ma'aser of the mean? This means something that a person is testing himself. Al-Af is divine feeling. Before those, you must stop the Divrei Torah mouth.
What up, Zoo? Dog. No one can hear you. What'd you say? You want the bad news? Yeah. Can you hear me? Just one moment. Just one moment.
A word is worth one dollar, then Shikra is worth two. Oh, it was the case, it was the last Mishnah before Adek Sach. Right, the last Mishnah where we spoke about individual. Sorry, let me just find it because it's a good illustration. If you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case where the Chabura, they lost the Karban Pesach. Right, one of the Chabra went out to go ahead and
Yo.
the Pesach. All right. Please come and get text messages at 5:15. Anyway, so we're speaking about the idea that if you have a chabura and the chabura goes ahead and loses their Pesach, they send out one of the members of the chabura to go ahead and look. Right? So let's remember this whole Mishnah. There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, shechting a replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about which animal was used for the Karban Pesach, who uses what. So the Mishnah gave a case where let's say again the chabura has the Karban Pesach. They lost the Karban Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the Karban. And we can bring the Chabura appoints a new Karban. Identify a new Karban. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Chabura. Right? What he acted unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the Karban Pesach that he found. The Chabura uses the replacement Karban Pesach and Shalom Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's some advice profound that people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people aren't silent. So the Gemara, this was on Shabbos, said, hold on, said, Chanan with Chachamim, Yafet, Shikha Chachamim, Chavachom and right? Right. So here the woman said, so silence is good. The wise men come from Halakha, come all the more so for food. So this is what we stand for this type of way. Now, again, is that a statement of food? Is that a religious statement? Is that so it's a life statement. This is a quite fascinating about this. We find it all the time. Where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it'll quote it with the Margaret. Full of the Gemara. A jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. You see, Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's statements of Torah. That's a statement of life wisdom. Of life wisdom. Yes, this is you may not remember it brought down in the midst of the halakhic discussions, and the short as they will call it a proof for halakhic discussions. The Tzaddik says, what do you see here? He says, אפילו ציבור כזה, הרב יוצא מתוך איש חכמוני, והחושך יוצא מתוך איש again. It's a simple statement. It's not happy to you from the most quoting things. The next thing in Gemara does it, it's not quoting a thing. It's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often, Marshall of the Kuwaiti Institute is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes on, he says, you find this very often throughout the Gemara. Shenedi the Gemara is Madza Amri, where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim Regilim Zoma. Those Divrei Torah, and ultimately again, when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the quotation, actually makes it into Divrei Torah. Even Shachonei Chachma, the Hamid Rashi Chachma, Amidis, Bas Kamesh, Hiram Zabatorah. Ukimot Muban Parakam and Sahedin, how they discover, show how who Sahaba Amar Ba'azir. So, for example, both of you will see some examples that the Gemara reflected on Hedron quotes the idea of quotes many sayings. It quotes sayings in the name of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Adam Echad Hayar Yoyo, Hayar Yoyo, Lomar Kishtam Tak Tak, Ra'amar Shmuel Al Kishtam Hu, Krotsi, Sha'ari Sha'av Kishmalan, Sha'av Sha'av Shabala Kishtam, Lo Yotos, this is Gemara Batorah. Afa people Gilus work in Divrei Torah, they Lahan Yismach u'Mekaduk Barim Nachol. It's fascinating. Most of the year we'll see this inside of the tomorrow, but because it goes in the Gemara chapter, and the Gemara chapter quotes just a number of Kishkamim, right? A number of things. How regular people, like regular people used to say this, used to say that, and what Shmuel was then doing something fascinating. If you were taking regular things of ordinary people, and then you say, oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea. Yeah. So Tzaddik says, so what is something fascinating about it. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary everyday people, what we call margul of the Tume, a jewel, like a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again, Gemara second quoting in the Gemara statements of regular everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements, the truth that was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different again sources of halacha and hashkafa Torah that supports these various things. What's the story? What does this mean? Like, what's the meaning of this? What does this mean? Ultimately, again, you learn quoting from regular people, and there's some stuff of picked up with this idea. So we'll understand Tzaddik is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous post, as well as closing what I think is just an incredible paradise for us. From the top of the earth.
It was like coming out, it was tough because like these are the years never knew people that lived with me didn't even know that because I was a secret. I kept it in, so it was like, let me try to make some money off of this stuff. So. You get rid of diabetes, you can get rid of type 2, and there's theories you can get rid of type 1, but essentially type 1 is when the pancreas doesn't work anymore, type 2 is when the pancreas does work, but the body is not accepting the glucose or the insulin the body should. So you get the glucose to use energy and stuff. So biological. Wow. I have type writer diabetes. Type writer diabetes. Just made it up. Last there. Again, your blood sugar goes up when you type. Is that what you're saying? No, my sister has the same package. She has one on a separate one. Where's that? Took her backstage to the Oddball Comedy Festival. Ever accidentally, have some
something sweet going. Do you ever just like blank out? Like, how long have you known that you've been better?
I found that when I was 12, but I was diagnosed at 13 officially.
Right, but people love candy the most.
Well, I've never been a candy person. What happened is, like, I guess I was more like the breads and pasta side type. I guess I had those years, like I had the walk home. I had the walk home from work. It was like about 5 months right in the morning. And like I kept this thing on. And I almost passed out. I walked home. I'm like, oh shit. I go to 7-Eleven. And I hope that 7-Eleven is not a problem. It's like scary shit. It's like the scary thing about having a low blood sugar is that it's really close to death. And as many as you never get used to getting close to death. As many people close to that.
And be focusing on getting safer.
Oh shit. It's like,
And yeah, you're being a forever highlighting the content of the that really comes in one of two ways. You can talk in its just simple approach or Ahishana, expedited salvation, expedited salvation. The idea of teaching God means that it's from the principles of the called here, even if public from looking at the responsible for something if they were perfectly dependent was certainly was way better work in other words, even if public knowledge conditions right now, there'll be some type of transformative change to make God grow and grow. Interestingly enough, there's everything focusing on how do we see that level of thing? The ability to take a generation of undeserving and suddenly go ahead and make it deserving, which is a pretty dramatic idea. So Frankenstein we see examples of what the Bible still have to make that. And he gives other examples of where you find instantly transformative change. So let's take that principle of faith. That's my color of the area. The other side, you mentioned this last week, that unless we think that this type of transformative change is possible, then there will be when we step with the non-scientific and the tidings of the shop. Menas can target them. If the man says a woman becomes defensive for a condition, that is tactical and absolutely like this. The Gemara says, this is innocent, even if he's not interrupted. Even if he's not interrupted. Why? Then Nigeria should go to the ultimately need to shova, ready to shova, and the subject is you see that what you need to shova. The idea being, even though someone is the person who has anything about his beliefs, and even though it's not a person who maybe can actually anything about his lifestyle, but he will refuse to do that. Thought of the Rebbe says that also constitutes shiva. You see them there that transformative things being take place. But actually it's really difficult that it's not even something that occurs in the future.
Here in Southern California now.
Or
being the son of man, I'm also a family man. I love my daddy, I love my mama,
I believe one piece about yourself,
and I love my sister. I love my sister until the bitch broke up with me.
Everything is done.
I have also son and son as well. Fucked every girl on my family tree.
השבעים השם אילך אדוני. סיבות, השבעים השם אילך אדוני. בכל סיפור אחד סיגר.
I live in red states, and I live in blue states.
השבעים השם אילך אדוני. השם, bring us back to you and you go with us. Bring us back to you. Also, bring us with the meaning of this passage where we say. Who Yahweh, not only in the lesson between sin and bread. Which comes from such trust with his wife was before us all over. Which so much difficulty doing so much difficulty
Well,
coming
I'm
back.
actually in Dana Point, but I've been in California for 2 months.
If you could bring us back,
I'm here.
you could awaken us to Shiva in a moment. It's a very good concept. As you do I said, you bring us back and we'll return. what does that mean? What does that mean? Well, we shouldn't be doing these responsibilities of our people to the people of the you can inspire us, maybe to awaken us, maybe to bring us back to you, and if you bring us back to you, we will do everything we're supposed to be doing. So why don't you just go ahead and do that? It's an incredible chutzpah, so you can do the sound. So who you are following up into so like I thought, Shani Barak Sabah is the chutzpah, open in Israel. He gets to be only from one man, he steals back. So the baby caught that and he says, what are the consequences of higher? Shouldn't work in the line with him and tells him about those, what I should hire. After this part, we sent back to us, should worry about, you come back to me, you come back to me, so it is this, how the connect of the word to the connect of the powerful and cloudy spread. Cloudy spread says to you, from keeping you, something left of the life. God, your response to the way to make it particular. Bring us back to you, and you'll see that if you are waiting within us, responsible of us, we'll do the things. And after the powerful says to us, true that is right, but it's not just back to you. You come back to me, you have good enough, you have free choice, you just take the system to the point to you. That's what I just like. When you start, almost like, this of course, you can take a look at those football, the like to stretch and look at the short after the spot for the below. So the coffee, actually waiting. So you can just come back to the probably for the start of the start. We belong to you. We belong to you. We belong to you. We belong to you. Bring us back. Bring us back. Amarahem. Shalom Khalidi. Yeah, I feel very like no one can talk about God. And I got the problem who says, no, you belong to you. So we say that with the power who we belong to. It's for the power of our people belong to you. And after the power of the no, the power of your people belongs to you. I'm not the part of the bonus and stuff. Oh, and I today I think you sing it the past but you know I saw that part of it. This is the tension. We can't do it. Well, stuff. You should always start with stomach. Stomach. The idea man has the Lord does run home. Actually, you know how you do it. Let's remember again. Going back to this messianic type of war. The Ita Africana. Africana expedited salvation. Third, it's the generation deserves. Because sounds like even if it's a generation to pure value, it is so fundamentally personal. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? I love you. So all of these songs are in outlets and places to which to do it out there. So here's the problem. The public mentioning the book analysis of like listen. So I understand I understand extra without salvation if we are worthy. I understand that. Speaking tough sounds like that even if Tommy Sauce doesn't deserve it, there's a certain by which the Shia has to come no matter what. Things like deadline. There's a deadline, right? The ship must come by a certain time. You should make the challenge, even if Tommy Sauce is not deserving. The Shia will come. The problem with that, and what I started driving at is, we have other statements in Chazal of being shown with those every emotion. Probably so confusing about Shua. So, how does this all work? How can I have this deadline? Or, let's say, a deadline makes it sound like you have to come in no matter what. And I want to get a common story. But yeah, as I'll tell us, the price of what we do is this is the Shua. So, how do you let her up? So, David says, it has to be a part of it. As myself shall be done nothing. The only way to look at this concept is if you say, we win. We win. What does it mean? Shalom Yonah, Shalom שכנסת תיסול תנצח כביכול עשה המשטרות ובהחלטות השירים לדעתו הגיעו גם הישראליתו בקרב מהצליחה לא בגזרת ישראל the English wasn't called the father. The Halacha might have been happening we knew what. That when that deadline occurs, when that deadline comes about, not now, it is time to go ahead and bring Mashiach. The problem is, Lav Yisrael has not shown Shavot, Shavot say what's going to happen. Lav Yisrael is in, and that the Baruch will ultimately again report to Hashivenu Hashem U'Nacha. Now what's going to end up happening? We will come to have to do Mashiach. Lav Yisrael will not have those Shavot, and the only way to ultimately do Mashiach is to Mashiach to fire us. He's going to have to take ownership over our Shiva. Hashivenu Hashem Ilecha. We've also light the fire, kindle the spark, bring us back to you, and you will see that we will do something absolutely different. So Prophet says, Lord, we never see happen. By the way, I want to point out, all our Kaddish Baruch Hu does is light the spark. We do the rest. But for myself, I need to be vulnerable over past times to take the responsibility for doing that. So let's highlight the number of different. Number one, once it's supposed to give us a fascinating legal again. Halabai was result of expedited salvation through positive dynamics. If not, it's going to be just salvation. We're going to look at speaking passage. But probably told you to what more if you don't, but if we've done nothing, remember that phrase from the letter, we've done nothing, we win. There's always this ongoing tug of war. We see Hashem Shuva. Hashem bring us back. Hashem says, Shuva Elai, come back to yourself. Come back to yourself. So normally these 3 months on the way, except when the deadline and mechanic then approaches, and Mashiach has to come, and we're still not doing Shuva. We win. Hashem will have to go ahead and light the fire and kindle the spark. But the major lesson that the public is teaching us in the midst of all this is the ability and the power of transformative change. Sometimes that ability to even engage and continue transformative change. Sometimes again it is the ability for a person to so fundamentally turn himself around. And yes, although sometimes it's gradual, and most times it's gradual, at the end of the day, it's transformative, cathartic change is possible as well. That should be my solution. That's ultimately again Hari Asim Kadesh Femination inside the summer and going to continuous transformative cathartic change possible that goes back to Shoshana Bena because at the end of the day, even when I put it out there, that's not my community. My community is covered. My community is my inner essence is covered and remains unchanged forever. No matter what happens in the rest of my life, I am the Shoshana Bena Hogan. I am the rose among the weeds. Sure, the weeds are there, but for myself, the rose never loses its rose. Because I never lose my communion, because I never lose that, therefore again, when I sin, I don't fundamentally alter who I am on the inside, and because of that, instantaneous transformative cathartic always within. Alright, so let's go back over here, pick up the next and send this to tomorrow.
I know it's a new thing, but just like overseeing it all, I felt like, yeah, there's an end there. There's a beginning, there's a middle, there's an end. So I compliment and commend you for that. And keep listening to Tony on that. And, yeah, I I see other things. I see the likability. I see the smiling. That's what I would say. All the comedians I see her tonight that really have good, got a good voice, good point of view. So,
have you ever had a bit about how women are a certain way, men are a certain way? Like I know that you don't talk very much about.
Well, I'm a human, so no, I don't view the men in the women are a certain way, this and that. I'm just kind of like in the moment. I'm like Johnny Manziel, like baseball, I was a male pitcher. So I kind of do it that way, but yeah, I mean, there's so many different forms of comedy. There's different, guys versus girls, this and that. I just feel I studied so much on how we so big comedians. Stage time, can't go wrong with that. And that's what we're doing here tonight. I give you the overall look, the guys working on it first, right? I see the overall, the big picture.
You've been doing a lot of spots, a lot of stage time, right?
You're likable. That's a good thing. And that's that all your bits have you playing the character. Yeah, is that like every time you're always just like you're acting stuff out? Have you ever tried to that's that
power.
No,
No matter what no matter how bad you are, something like personalistic rejection, it's always possible. Never notice you pick up a puzzle, you are here, you shall try not being hopeful, like a rose among the floor, going to touch the city, the idea, the rose,
develop a comedy voice that you don't want to be doing.
So you talk about going down, how does that start?
Version of you're actually
because Shahari is around. So China, she was here in October. Because she videos from the China television shows coming out. Because they're so beautiful that there are different types of roses. Some roses grow on like roses. Some roses grow among the most beautiful rose is the one that does not grow among roses. The most beautiful rose is the one that grows among but you also because fucking book of roses. So China Ma'alaya when the parents is called Sharha Bhagavad the most beautiful rose, the most fragrant rose among all of the roses in the world, ain't no like happy, how old are you is the one that grows among the fair. He's the one who's grows among the fair.
What's up, guys? So, I'm bisexual.
The truth
Or a complete slut. I don't know.
is now
One of the
when
two.
you're surrounded all by thorns.
My sexual preference is most easily defined by the early 2000s cartoon cat doll.
The truth is
I would have both if I could.
when the road is
I
surrounded by
actually
thorns,
went out with this girl last week. We used to go out last year. We broke up because this guy gave me a picture and gave her a bunch of things
Give
that
me a
I
lot of
house
starting,
or
but in
a
the
day.
Shadali Chuba
And we went out, and what sucks is that I've been on both sides of the street, and so I've done the tricks, I've been the trick. And we were walking around, and everything's great, we're little kids, and kissing, and it's so going so good, and then I get the, I'm so glad you're here for me.
This notion of a static drummer is almost never seen. It's probably too much trouble. There's no such thing as
But I realized she follows
the
her.
third thing
Hey, let's go to the strip club.
struggle.
And I said, I'm looking
Trainer
for
on a different view. Someone who is constantly struggling with the
First started with the bear and went to the cow.
immediately get that bear gone.
is so much greater than someone who is just
Other than the
always
fact that you just made the bear come in a minute and 7 seconds.
So I know you understand this about something new. If you're a perfect thing, it's so deep. Our perfect thing is you. That's what
That's so fucking turned on by me that it doesn't matter what I wear, what I do, it's too fucking much. Not like, oh, your nipples are
when
poking out.
I am
Dude.
and after so much that I love I'm always surrounded by the thorns, right? And I'm always surrounded by the thorns, but often I'm going ahead and often getting hit by the thorns. I think that's just getting cut by the thorns. I'm really because of the thorns. And even today I avoid the thorns. Tomorrow I get stuck on the thorns, and yesterday I got stuck on the thorns. Because it says, just understand two things. Number one, your road is always there. Your road is always there. Your road never written, the road never died. This goes back to what the subject said 2 days ago. But we don't keep to the road. We'll really understand the reason why that's always the road is always there. And what I can celebrate is not when I was Shoshana, they Shoshana. how about that? Okay, don't think that's dynamic change. I have to go ahead and take a look. There are responsibility for that I said don't think that it has to take a long time. As a title comes to the level of again, on the national level, why? You're looking at
It's because it is a distraction to
oh,
the
that
overall
wow.
whether it is
That
jokes and persuasion, chuckle ripples for buttermilk.
That's the same. Sugar doesn't have to be a foreign product.
I said the bits are good.
Real sugar,
I don't have to write tags every
nothing
week.
to do.
I don't think you understand the show is it's us holding you in better in the overall thing. It's not about just jokes. And if you don't care for me, it's an entire thing. The fact that she smiles and is likable and doesn't have nipples showing is
Then we're going to have to back up a little bit and understand it. Let's take an example. The US Olympic tomorrow, 700 on the not Chinese side. It's American country and one country social. The original solution. I actually suggest that you on the not Chinese side, American women becoming possession to me on the condition that I absolutely like it. I love the fact that you are a few Russian government. Learn Mission Russia. Even if the guy is not the Russia government. The Russia government, nevertheless, why should the tomorrow? First you change from a hero to the guy. Maybe you should tomorrow. But again, that goes in. Somebody just on the position of the side of government. And now, we say, we're hoping making you do the guy. That means that externally, what is the guy told with rights? What is the rights? I don't mean showing how he does. I mean, it's not as far as you know, he's still a Russia. There's nothing specific to us that he is expanding his wisdom. The only thing that could possibly happen is that externally something shifts. Like, something here, Cuba, the guy, maybe you could Cuba in his nose. But externally, nothing is different. Again, what's the that ability to do that. Now, again, even look, so here Cuba the guy goes. Here means what? I thought. He didn't do anything. He didn't change anything. The only possibility is that maybe he had a of children. And yet, if he's wrong, that's enough. Certainly tomorrow, that is enough, I think on a halachic level, to allow the solution to get that basically continue with the threat. Right? And now you're on the condition to give me $1 million. Okay, so we'll give you $1 million. And we'll make that. Now you're on the position of a static cover, good. Even though the guy doesn't even like a static cover, we brought him up with the point of the right job. And the here to the guy, number one tells you the power of thought. Number one will get into it. And first, the credit also tells us that you look at the what you have to start to do. How would that work? How would you get when we let's say consider the process, show us on the palette, with the dynamic of that, and you have to
thank you so much, everyone. Sorry you got dramatic at the end, everyone. That's what comedy's all about. Somebody's been ring guy. Not me. Describe it out. Roll positive. I just know what I know. And I'm pretty fucking smart, by the way. I went to Arizona State, 2.5. Congratulations. It's a scientific fact that I'm right 99.8% of the time. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Fuck yeah, everybody. How you guys doing tonight?
Alright,
Another fun night.
let us begin.
Here we are, another beautiful Monday. Emmys were last night. Jesus Christ is here right now, everybody. Put your hands together for the Lord and Savior, the one and the only. How's it going, Jesus? You feeling good about things? Why is it taking 17 episodes for you to make your first appearance?
Remember again, the topic was developing a team, which now we've learned this
How do you guys
concept.
feel? New audience members, how do you guys feel to be next to Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior?
I think it's actually quite novel. So the topic spoke about the idea
There you
about
go.
messianic
It's all happening.
Shia to come,
Welcome,
either to a
Jesus.
generation that is
As
preserving
always,
or
we're here
to a
with the
generation
one and
that's
only, the
full of
loveliest, the lovely
It's
co-host,
incredible
head of
to see
security, the one and only
deserving,
irony tree,
often to be torn
and he's in the
deserving
flesh.
one through the process of shifting, as we'll discuss. And the critically highlighting
right.
the idea,
You got a new friend.
well, actually, let's
Yeah, I
see.
couldn't help but to
So
notice that
actually,
you
we
blow
left
up
off,
in your hand,
I think,
Patriot.
with
What's
Cook
going on?
Called Dalit. So let's pick up this Cook called Dalit. Rabbi Lahari Amru Chazal. Eizu Dar Chazal Mikaladoros. It's actually a very beautiful idea. In the eyes of the Rebbeinu, what is considered to be like the most,
Wait, are you talking about the
significant
Glendale
generation.
Mall, or are you talking about
Which
the Americana
generation
across the
considers
street?
to be the
Because
most
I'm
beloved
actually,
of all
the
the
Glendale Mall is
generations?
one of the most saddest
That
things
is
I've ever
according
been
to
into my whole entire life, and I go there a lot still.
Maybe you
Especially if you look at the
Eizu
Apple
Dar
Store,
Chazal
there's an Apple
Mikaladoros.
Store, the Glendale
Zet
Mall, there's
Dar
one right across the street that's a
Okay.
million times better. So
Finish
no
one
one
of
goes
this
to the
decade.
Apple Store. That's
Which
really
is
sad.
really quite interesting. That some of my Allah and I was think about this and kind of quite amazing. Precious disease this week.
It's the gallery, right?
This week. One
Yeah,
of
it's
the
really big.
That's where I rescued your dog from. Before we were on the second floor.
Oh, the little twin
You
board.
know,
Yeah, they were going out of
you figure out
business,
this
so
top
they
two,
were all like to have
top
all
two
the
out
one
there
dogs.
submitted by the
They
two
were selling
people.
the cases of all the
Hey,
dogs.
there you go.
There was like 7 dogs. There was
Right,
one that
it's
was
Mirage.
like a golden retriever.
You made
But
it
it
by the
was
same
just,
generation.
I wish I took a photo of it. It looked like an aquarium of all the sad dogs.
In general, in life,
They're the cutest dog in Chicago.
of someone else. I'll put it as Kader Fa'achet Hagia Luchom. Judging other people is never really a benefit, especially given
Sure,
the fact that you truly never understand
Because you said that
we
they weren't going to let me get close to Clint Eastwood. But I did get close. I got a few feet from Clint Eastwood. And not only him, but the family was standing like this. And I overheard a conversation. It was funny because they were talking about that famous cowbell skit that Christopher did on Saturday Night Live in 2000. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it was just funny that they would be talking about that. And I was just like I was at a
the
backyard
love of
barbecue, just
generation is
standing
hard
right
to
there.
Yeah. How long did it take for security to get you away from them?
Well, I didn't try to say anything. I just kind of said what they were talking
so
about
many
in
dramatic
near the cemetery scene. But you know, I've always
All right. Why are you holding a blow-up doll
You're
again?
not
I just
But
figured it out.
how
He's a ventriloquist. No, listen. This is I've
So
named
John,
my
you don't
girlfriend Maria, and
If
I'm
you're
about to
Justin with
have a
Kabbalah,
song called Maria.
so
And I said,
on the other hand,
Oh my
as
god.
much as God
That's my girlfriend. She was dancing.
you've got committed
Sure
to
did.
I love how you guys always surprise me with
we
this.
also
Very
look
good.
at generation was
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
All right.
green
Here's Iron Patriot with Maria.
Kabbalah Satara saying it can police the subject to go the Jamla Akama the Hudson Unique Kabbalah Satara which Alu Video Hadar Hakab with the ultimate project. So that the subject that comes after the music. What does it mean? It means Chinese says that makes the love of Chinese. And you type it up in the software, you don't have it. It's a subject to Chinese. But if you look at the generation, the guy looks at it, perhaps there's been no other kind of person who has undergone such a dramatic transformative change as the Brahmin. The constant darkness has all that's what study is trying to do now. Think about this thing first. The truth is significant. It's significant diversity. And where else is the other kind of generation to go from slaves to national initiative in 40 years? What did you ever see in every generation which is undergo such started transformative change, which is business. Number one is power, or the ability to change. Number two, how can you find a good financial owner? When you exercise that ability to change, that is the most beloved thing to me anche la felicidad. Dici, ok, allora già lo stiamo andando allora, stavo, okay, to skip over the day, skip to the bottom, I'll do skip that value, and just going to do other activities. Get to the bottom of the right hand column. So if you examine this way, the aspect of it is not so discussed. The subject matter
Wow. For some reason, I feel like
generation.
you've actually used that
Who
before.
could
That doll.
exhibit
I checked it already.
first kinds of behavior? The worst kinds of behavior. Right? So they can go
Why
ahead
didn't
and
we
they
do
can
that on the show?
They can go ahead and commit the people. Those are, by the way, those are just the two
Let me
basic.
ask you
Right?
something.
Remember again, there's a lot of other small
Like, did
stuff.
you write that song?
Yeah, I wanted to say that I like the female dog guys too.
How can
Like
it
Eva Mendes, Selma Hayek, and Eva Longoria. I love her feet. She has the cutest
all
feet.
of this negative activity,
Her
and
hair's
yet
straight, nice,
also
tan, and they're
say
like
no
cute.
solution?
So you're saying that your blow-up doll is a Latina?
To be an inherent
Yeah, so Maria, that's what I call her Maria.
Well, Maria is also an Italian.
contradiction. Which
I like the song a lot. I thought it was amazing when you held up and started eating out the blow-up dog and exposing the butthole to the audience. Especially since it was a big gaping butthole.
So again, because springs in
You
the
said
garage,
you never used it.
I'm these out for
And I smelled it and
but
like
the
you were
subject
right.
in general, how can it be that you have a generation that essentially what he calls kulokai, community the worst
Well, I
kinds of
trust you.
activity,
That's what I'm trying to
and
say.
yet
I
again,
know underneath that
again
armor
in
is
the
the
next
hardest
moment,
you.
they put themselves up to the pinnacle of holiness and spiritual consciousness. Whatever this is to be. Are you
Dirty Crabbers, his old band when he lived in Texas.
are you dating Masha shouldn't talk to the English language actually?
And they played music in the grunge era.
Now,
And he said it was, yeah, my band played in the grunge era. And I go, that doesn't sound like grunge at all. And he goes, yeah, we weren't successful whatsoever.
Or you're seeing collectors. That is said.
That laugh is so creepy.
It's my new favorite thing.
And really, I love that the first couple episodes we had the Patriot as head of security, or as I call him, the head of insecurity on. We didn't have a microphone for him. We didn't realize how much brilliance was going on under that 60 pounds.
Not just high, but more high. The highest of the high is 2.9. The MS calls high Israel. Enum, that's what they say. One of the most important lines
That looks fucking badass.
color Kula. Because this is the one. It says the MS, you know the origin? Kol Chad tell you something about
We knew you were an extra, dude. There's no, would be the lead role. We know that.
No, but all extras are almost more fun because they're like Easter eggs and you know them. So you'll be sitting there and be like, oh shit, there's the me in the background of
when
fucking
I
Sister Act
say,
2.
You should make like
I'm
yeah,
using my
compilation.
butt of
Thank
the
you,
and
the guy
how
with
it
autism
is.
helping me out with my words. Wow.
And when I
And
see
when you rare it out,
ultimately
that's like seeing a shooting star inside of a
but that
comedy
sin
show.
does not
Is the
reflect
autistic guy correcting
who
the
I am in
obsessed
my
fucking
essence. Rock, listen to this.
wordsmith? Anyway,
Rock not shows the soil of Hashem, you should understand it. It's looking at beautiful Gemara in Sanhedrin.
all right,
That
all
when
right.
a Jew sins, what is it comparable to?
When you're
La'asa
working at Hollywood and
is
Highland
high
lately, now that you
So
have this
he
newfound,
says
first
it
of
is
all, I
comparable
gotta
to a
acknowledge, I
haba, a
love the
little
fact
branch
your penis flap
that
was
is
broken
growing
today.
amongst southern blood. Bad grass. Bad grass. I don't know, you know, weeds. It's
So
like a
those
little
two
branch
things
that
are
is growing
obviously,
amongst
now that I
blood
see
lines.
it, they must
The
be connected
cleanest
together. And that attaches your butt. Yeah, that Velcro strap is basically your gooch.
The Imam Hajim as communities. So I say, the subject of the Jews is discussing the very essence of the Jew.
Did you have a pretty
That one
exciting
generation
weekend? Are you
is
swollen right
such
now?
to a period such type of Hassan, Egom, Ragim, and a lot of other stuff. They don't say not Sunday, so how does that happen? Both say the thing about remember how it's always gone back. How is it that a generation could be so bad and yet after as far as we can bring about something like this? I mean, the tshuva, I could transform myself into a generation that's very to be powerful in the How does that happen? So it's
I can't keep my eyes off your costume. For those of you that don't know, a couple weeks ago, we also caught on to the fact that his left arm twitches every time he gets really excited about it.
Remember that phrase. Shoresh
Has it ever happened when you're writing? Like, they'll be like, does a letter coming down really a lot? And like, I stop writing.
I come from a college borrow. I am a neutral everything in my life. I am from very born. Yeah. And that is my essence. I that I sin, I that I do things wrong. That's true. But those sins, those are various.
That's a great
The
long
subject
explanation.
they are not in the essence.
I'm glad that you're here every episode, Paige. I'm putting it together for the page treat, everybody.
There's dark things I do.
I'm very excited about tonight's show. You guys know the format. Comedians each do. Well, you know, we'll talk about that after I bring up the guests. Your guest tonight, Joe, my very funniest best friend. It's like a flashback to when I called the class of 2007. I started in 07, and these two guys did as well. We've done road dogs together since the beginning. We've done gigs all over this shithole of a town and everywhere else. So I'm just going to bring him up. My first guest is the opener for Rock and Roll Bands like Guster and Fun. He's the official tour opener for Curb Enthusiasts, Jim Garland. But most importantly, he's one of my best friends. We're going to from Matt and Fury, everybody. A guy who in the LA comedy world is blatantly recognized as one of the funniest guys. We all say that he's going to be bigger than anyone we know and all of our friends. I absolutely think he's the future. Put your hands together for one of my funniest pals, Jamar Neighbors, everybody. So excited for this episode because I've been trying to do this thing lately where I match friends' chemistries up and pick functional or crazy edit show like this. Excited to have you guys. Anything crazy? How's the day going?
Why is that? Why that after you make certain you've locked it. That's what you are. You've gone down a pretty institution that has changed.
There he goes, Josh Martin, producer of Kill Tony.
Why do you assume that?
Silent assassin, which is good because he has a speech impediment.
Because, and I'm not going to repeat everything again, but because of everything you said, Shorsh is not something Malcolm Gavola. When I sin, it's not.
I remember when Mr. got a copy of a joke, and that's the type of fun we're having.
I would change my behaviors, and I made changes as a result of my bad decisions, certain realities in my life, but I never changed who I am. I never changed my
comedians that were signing up for the open mic downstairs. Once again, they've signed up for the show tonight, and it's always fun to see what happens. You guys ready to get this thing started? And we get 60 seconds. You know that your time is up at the end of that 60 seconds because you will hear the meow of the kitty, and you better get off set because you will hear time that angry West Hollywood bear comes out. It used to be a few seconds if you ran the light for a bit, the bear would come out, but I don't know, Redman's getting pretty excited with it lately. He loves just...
But again,
that bear gets angry quick. So, what do you guys do to get this thing started? Huh? You ready for it?
This is the key to optimism in life.
Are you drinking red wine over there?
Don't believe this, if you don't subscribe to this, then the truth is, life is very depressing.
All right, everyone, put your hands together for your first comedian tonight. And we sit down the mics and with their
ideology of Yiddishkeit.
Anyway.
And at the end of the day, I make mistakes, essentially I lock myself into an ongoing downward spiral. I believe in this in the road. I believe in this in the
Whoa, if you don't show up, that means you never get to do the show again, and you get blacklisted. That's what the Patriot does every time somebody gets blacklisted.
Oh, every time you say the word black.
Well, we have figured out that that since he's from Texas and he's very goofy, he has a bit of natural accidental racism. That is an ongoing thing with him. Sometimes you'll just notice him say things that are like, what's that song about the girl named LaQuisha? You see what I'm talking about? Accidental racism. He doesn't even know when it's happening.
Hey, Tony, I wasn't able to prepare for these guys because you didn't put a tweet on. Did you do that on purpose so I couldn't prepare?
Yes. What do you know about these two guys?
I don't know anything because usually it puts a tweet where I see the guests are going to be on, but it was strange today. I kept checking and kept checking.
Well, off of the intros that I gave them, do you have any questions for them?
No, I mean,
You
what do you guys
gotta
think?
pick it up. You gotta get some experience.
Why is the Iron Picture doing crowd?
How do you know Tony? How do you know him?
We've all been doing comedy together for years.
Although there was still a little bit more unfortunate
Thanks for having me.
you became the essence of your subject. You are specialized in the your streets and go out to other persons and help you them. I use
I love the bit of feedback that happens from all the tubes and shit that are
lessons, very incredible
inside of
lessons.
his suit.
One wants
He has to take the bus here because he can't sit down on that. So when he puts that thing on, he's standing for basically 4 or 5 hours at a time. Do you ever get recognized at Hollywood and Highland when you were hanging out there with the
so individual markets to help us.
It's really,
But overall, we can even say some level of control success.
5 years or something, I bet you.
However, again, long-term
See him all the
success
time, and he inspired me
requires
to get out of that
long-term
mood because I saw him in a video with Snoop Dogg right in front of this club, and I thought,
It's
that's
part of
cool.
the
He
fight
went
against
outside
Sahara.
the Hollywood Island, tourist there, and came down here. I said,
All right, there you go. Whole story, a whole background of
On one end,
Patriot and Hollywood Jesus. Let's get back to these comedians, shall we? Let's see if anybody showed up for this gig. Put your hands together for Trenton Willie, everyone.
your skin color would only be so low versus how people
Wait.
the lions who was able to resist
All
for
right,
more
so
than
I was
2
coming
decades
from
and
Chicago
push.
to
I was
Colorado
able to
one
do
time with a group of friends,
So
and
we
I
just
stopped
posted
at this
it to the
restaurant
elbow
in
that we
Iowa,
got,
a
and
pretty
less than, of course,
restaurant called the Garden Mountain.
it's gotta be obvious
The
to
motto was "You
self-evident.
can have it your way."
After we go out to
He knows what I'm talking about. Right.
right.
I
We
sat.
need to fight this in part to be our partner in those
All the exercise at
And
Exodus.
I don't know that we guaranteed success. There's no guarantee.
And I was eating a little bit of crust
At
pizza.
least it's a
Then
hidden
my
probability.
friend just started bleeding out of the mouth. There was blood and blood and blood and blood. We're all wasting our blood because he was choking on the nails inside of this cross so much.
Whoever
And
I
then I
should
said to the waitress, I want to speak to your angel. I had to be caked. I wanted those able, but I don't know what's my joke. And it turned out the restaurant didn't even exist.
In Ocean North, two sections ago, we spoke about the concept of
Different than last time.
Hey, I'm a
that
fan of
it
that.
comes in one
A
of
lot
two
of people try to hate on it.
or
I'm a big
design
backer
result
of it.
or a concern of
It's very religious. I
I
get the feeling
right? Remember again,
it may have been covered in the past 2013 years that those characters have been out there. You know, I bet somebody else,
no matter what
you know,
we do or what we do,
joke or whatever, but it is interesting. It's fun that you stay in the pocket on something like that. How'd your hair get that?
So the Bible says, when ultimately things is not what you don't, he says,
I was
the dear son
hanging out
very
with
close
the
in the
bobsled,
shield,
and I saw
where everyone ultimately again thirsts for the Yeshua, for the salvation of the Ribbon of Shalom. Otis Bar Lael, the protest of the Hosek Hayis, the Haraba Adam, Mofia,
what do they call that?
the Hosek, the Adam,
Bacteria
Dahil konoso la aplikasyon sa material.
Do you shower a lot?
Okay, so you started to kind of doing a little bit of some things. So in post one, we saw the concept of the equality shower and regarding the two different stages of
I'm very angry.
in the previous episode, Mandala and Natasha spoke about, which was an incredible idea, this concept
Shoot a
that
lot of miss.
that's which I struggle with most. In fact, it turns out to be a big source of strength. Meaning what? If I struggle in a particular area, and it's an ongoing struggle, my ability to overcome that particular struggle, in fact, shows what my great
How long have you had those?
biggest source of co-op really is. So rather than our close out, now we bring all of these concepts together.
I get the feeling that
Our
you've done
close
mushrooms so
inspire
much
times.
that like it's just become part of your
I
on the eternal
It's all possible. Now we can begin to see.
Say no, I love coffee.
Now we can begin to see ultimately again how everything
I
is
love what
embedded,
he's doing right now.
how everything is
That's what
embedded
you
in
always
the
do.
letter.
That's what you gotta repeat to yourself.
Optically, Anila, mais something like yeah.
When's the last time you went swimming in a pool?
There is so some I
This is not me being a duck. I
Hold on.
swim like
Apa puti
yeah,
amino
almost every day.
mustahos so that the door hanamo bios iskalo
So how's your
sendo
shower? I can tell by the swim shoes.
rum hanamo
I used to have
so
those.
that is that
Speaking of
sometimes
this guy, those
go ahead.
shoes. Oh my god, they're
Sometimes we go
superior
ahead
to
and
other
we
shoes. Superior. He went there.
sometimes we go ahead
Those defined
and
toes, I just can't
we look
get into that.
at
I can't.
the
It's, you
generation.
know what it is? It's like a Birkenstock. It's like that's what it
And
reminds
sometimes
me
they
of.
feel that the
I think
generation
toes
in
need
which we live in is so compromised.
you know,
Right? And ultimately, again,
like the mitten of the glove, that was a huge adjustment. We needed
some of the
fingers.
dramatic and difficult
But
challenges.
going shoe
And
to
sometimes we look around
covering
and we
the
wonder to
independent
ourselves,
toes.
Why would you want to separate
oh,
all your
are
little
we
piggies
actually
into
ever going to
cells?
be
Yeah,
worthy of
Yeah, right.
salvation?
Put your piggies in cells.
So if something says we're going to
We're
see
feeling
now
our piggies
how
free
even
range.
sometimes when things don't look great. Things
All
don't look
right,
great.
well,
So
wait,
the
how
ability to
Jesus filled out all these
positivity.
yeah, exactly. I mean, it
Even
seems
from
like
a
the material is
compromised
made for you.
Okay, so here we go. I'll get you how I don't know if the introduction was helpful or not. But what makes the game essentially is something is going to say, and this is part of the
I like
video
that there's a
is
story in like
that as much as it's always often
Yeah.
individualized message
Wow,
that
the
the
power of
fellows
Jesus
often
Christ.
does to see
He's got a kazoo on
you
him at
go
all
ahead
times.
and
I love the effort that it takes him to get that out of his pocket.
into one greater larger message as well. So
It's
that's
almost like he hears something he doesn't like, and then there's a couple, it's like about 10 seconds of him under the
a
road
person
grabbing the
shouldn't
horn.
wonder to himself, in Nila the Doro Sharishoim, Afilu Mibne Aminu, Nisradim Ba'olam. So sometimes a person looks around
Is it
and
really?
he says to himself,
Your kazoo doubles as a pipe?
there are a lot of Rishonim, there's a lot of evil in the world, a lot of negativity. Uki'ilu im ma'at ba'adam
Do they what?
that
Oh, yeah,
the evil in
totally.
the world is
Absolutely.
so dramatic, and there's no compromise. There's no
Yeah, you
compromise.
can't just.
The guy who
You can't do what they would call conventional.
and sometimes it's good, like the lot in this world,
You can have that. I'm just gonna sit like this when I'm sitting
seems to intensify. Like it seems to grow with
Yeah.
each
Then
given
that's
day.
the, just goes to show.
Nira ha'olam
Anyway,
kehesh kefach
Trenton.
and sometimes
How'd
the
the
world
heck get that color? Did we ever get there? No, we went to
that
Is
is
that
happening.
Kool-Aid? Is that
It's
the old Kool-Aid
really
thing?
an incredible statement that I think
How long has it been bluer?
is very applicable for us now, right? Sometimes we look around
Did it start off yellow, then just molded?
and there's so much good in it, it really is, but there's so much more of the cake on so
Were
many
you the guy that used to always be in the center square
so
in
somebody
Hollywood
says you look
Squares?
around, and ultimately you can layer
What was his name?
all the gap differences.
Yes.
Sometimes it will look like it's Tesla. Avala FSC, Shavada Enoki. That's the MS is it's not like that. Sometimes even though the world looks
There
absurd,
you
you
go.
know the world is not actually I mean, oh, ain't unknown as that cloudy stuff that I remember here, but that is also talking about even just the maximum cost there's something really cloudy stuff. And again, as you can see here, as you can see, but then it says how historically, the season of looked around the socioeconomic cloudy stuff and felt that thing or sit in and just totally you are done. Justin results that can be far up the inside ballot which is so beautiful. It's important for you to remember that the bonus will always the one who is yeah, I mean, well, in terms of beautiful. The Ribbon column is a vineyard. We are the vineyard, I'm sorry, Holly is a vineyard. And we are the vineyard changing people's lives. And inspiration. The vineyard. There you go, string Willie, everybody. There you go. None other than the Ribbon. That's fun. Sometimes you don't talk about the material at all. It's very unorthodox. The other discovered that yeah, social current happens that Patriot, how do you feel about what's going on so far? How long have you had that blow up doll for? A couple days ago. Where'd you drive to? The message is so you really went to the mall to get that? Yeah, how expensive was it? Spencer's still open. Yeah, it's like $3,000. Interesting about was it embarrassing for you to buy that? Right, so you know, for example, if you have a vineyard, that produces Cabernet Sauvignon, that's different than a vineyard that has grapes that produces Merlot, which is different than a vineyard which produces grapes or a late harvest. Each of those vineyards must be tended to in different ways. And each of those clusters of grapes or families of grapes need different order to thrive. Their temperature is so beautiful, so many people around, and things may appear to be self-deceived, but if you always have to remember that the I am very vulnerable only here's coming up October 4th. We're part of the LA Podcast Festival. This is episode 17, and we're lucky enough to be part of something that cool in the 17 episodes. But in me,
if you want to get tickets, it's LAPodcast.com. We're staying at the hotel probably because last year was like a party there.
And we also know that here's the difference. But for regular ballot Karen, so the whole vineyard might be dedicated to this type of vineyard. The whole vineyard dedicated package. If the Ribono show all vineyard in any one particular vineyard, there's a vine of this and a vine of that. If this type of grape is that type of grape, and the Ribono show all of the ultimate ballot Karen is how to nurture and sustain each grape in accordance with what's in it. It's such a beautiful image because let's just finish the paragraph as Gonzalez says. Ja, לאדם לסקרב לדעת בדרך, שהידיעה כמשפט והסקיבה ומהוסו של כרם חובין זה, יוז כנראה. וזאת מהסבלית, ותריבונו של even knows that the grapes of the vineyard need even more than the grape itself. The grapes might think it knows what it needs, but about Karen, nobody knows what the grapes need in order to thrive. The conduct of which Baruch was happening to bear to talk of the camel, is very aggravating. And the Bala Karen, the emotional one, is taking care of the needs of the vineyard every single moment. ובוודאי, שהגיע האיש הלא למכך, לא כשהקדוש ברוך הוא יחזרו לו, ולא ממזכר ישראל, גם משפר המזגות עד רום המזגת, וגאולו תשמור ותשמורו, ועושה בתפקיד של צד הנקיים, וגילים חרבים. That in those moments, when the world looks and when we feel, נעזר to look for, using a word for the right of our Those moments when I feel that as like a either on a personal level or I look around on a national level. And I just
Were you being serious about the clean stuff thing?
and as
Were
like
you being
those
serious with the
moments,
clean minute?
just always remember I am
Because it
in
wasn't.
heaven.
No, it was filthy.
Right.
I'm getting
It was sports filthy kind of though. Like I didn't believe any of it. So it kind of made me not how much of it was true.
work getting line.
I mean, I didn't
But
taste
also
the
it's making
content.
who knows
There was straight people flying around.
at least
Get the fuck out of here.
need to
I love how
go
casually you
ahead
said that. Like it's like a daily thing.
the Bala Karen
He's right. I
knows
found the
exactly
tampon
how
in it.
to
It was in there a couple
take care of
days.
it.
Stop it. Oh, that's it.
So
What
those
size
moments
is
when
the
I look at
vagina
it
so you
feels
guys
now it's
dealing
like
with?
the first
Or should
time
we
for you
forget
to
that there's a
become
tampon in there?
Because on top of your we're going to continue
Oh
this
my
theme.
god.
Again,
That's
this
just
is not a
crazy.
figure. We're going to see that the power of this message lies in the metaphor. Open up your fingers, smear to some
Yeah, like balloon eggs.
God. We should take all this material and use it for main material.
If you really did find a condom, you should make it.
All right,
Just say it how you got it.
What did you really do? So wait a second.
So
Let me
we
get
are
this right. You're with the chick. You're fingering her.
Yes.
All of them on your finger. That really happened. What the fuck do you do then? Do you keep fingering her and pretend like what's going on?
Well, it was dark in the room, and I was like, what is that? I was like, oh my god. And I told her. And she thanked me. She's like, I was looking for that. She was like, oh my god, I was looking for that. She really was looking for it? Yeah. She spent time looking for it.
And it wasn't yours.
It was not mine. No, but I heard comedians say, I was having sex, and there
Yeah,
was a
that's
condom.
How many
And
condoms have you thrown? Girls on your ass.
I don't think it was anyone else.
A person
So
can
then
go
you say
and
you throw the condom and she says,
and a person
I was looking for that. That's
She
just
was like, she started crying. She was obviously embarrassed.
to be
I
able
knew,
to go ahead
I now knew
and
that she had slept
come
with
back
someone
and thank you
probably that day or maybe 2 hours
would you
ago.
like this girl? Like, where did you meet her?
It was like a booty call. Like,
Where'd you meet her?
it was in Ohio State. I met her in class.
your
Wow.
efforts will not be fully successful.
She
Or
told me
a
that,
person
like,
can
I
go
was
ahead
like,
and
I was
understand
like,
that I cannot be successful in any given life
Oh, I was
without
looking for
the
both of those.
assistance of the reformation. Without a historical
Hey, let me ask you
there is no
this.
success.
Yeah, that's tough.
Without a
Yeah.
historical
Did you reach in the second
historical
job to get
there
it?
is no ensuring success.
Not
And therefore, also for us, I think any
Wait,
child,
so it was just
specifically, one
Yeah, it was just hanging out.
required to go to battle against
So it's
the
dark
earth
in the room.
and was
You feel like you throw it when
absolutely
she's
the
crying and the lights
help
come
of
up. Where was that condom?
Where was it? It was like, it probably hit
So
the
it's not
wall
a
and then
good example to
went
this
down.
or that.
You don't remember though? You didn't see?
Talk about the states. They were going to pick up his bow on. So
Yeah, like she's
they were
probably was way out at that point. And I just was LS.
and if you only have to look in the right hand column about halfway down,
What's the point of
it is
wearing
best
a
to also
condom
to have a
anyway if you're
hole.
just gonna leave
Remember
it in
again,
there?
the subject what is the
It's like fucking
check it out.
marinating
Even
in this
if the
oven.
lesson is
It-
have a
I love how women are doing that. We're just like, oh, I have an oven between my legs.
I understand it because I really had to pull something
Mas
out of
se
the
gosta de
vagina once
chamar
before.
gender
And she was
amazed.
helpless.
Is it a baby? Was it an abortion?
Todo
No.
ramo de saltoas,
Something
no
It
que
was a tampon.
no que
like a
escape
wire hanger.
das salsas aí, so Ethiopia refers to
Right, ladies?
I just put those yellow
go
gloves
on
on.
to download the page right now. Where do you see where do you
I looked at all the ladies in the room after you said right ladies, and they all looked us peeved. Like, no, definitely not, never.
remember again?
Keep going.
This is
All right, let's do it. Our next comedian, everybody.
Give it up for Brad.
Brad Sachs. He's at Brad Sachs on Twitter.
I mean,
Your next comedian's name is Ori Amir, everyone.
he's
Oh,
like
yeah, Ori.
so it looks to go out and down by
Howdy, hey, I'm German.
And ultimately, the agreement is that Boaz is supposed to marry Ruth.
When I was 4 years old, I used to carry a
Boaz
guitar
and Ruth
on
are
my
alone
actions.
in agreement. And
It wasn't a fetish, it was a nurturing instinct. I was trying to keep it warm.
he says as follows. He says, Boaz
Once you carry a
could
rock in your back,
have
it's a slippery
easily
story, okay?
since
Rocks are
Ruth
becoming
that
bigger and
no
bigger,
one
and
would
it
have
was
known.
harder and harder.
והקהל שגם דיברו שחסיר
Now, you guys left it to me now.
יושבים
In
לצד
a couple of
ישראל.
years, when
ומפני
Obama is
שאין
going
לה
to take away
רשות
our
לקימה
guns,
בשלווה, שם
we will
גם
all have to
כשנכנס
carry rocks in our
שאז
backs.
בזרום, ועל קורקול נסוסו. When
Look
that
out, a
meant
bad
when
man with
Ruth
a gun.
became
Don't
Boaz
worry, I
and
got
Ruth,
this.
Boaz was tempted to sin. Boaz was
I'm about to save your ass.
All I was trying to do is to pick up a woman who was
Now, I'm
laying
just
down
kidding,
by
you
his feet.
liberals in the
And
audience.
ultimately again,
Liberals, please don't attack me with your gun rocks.
he was tempted to sin with her. فهي لو بالشرط الحكم
Vagina
الحديث على
condoms.
اشتوك بلاستو
That's a minute. Holy shit.
من الديزاير
I remember you were here last week, right? Or was it the week before that? 2 weeks ago. You're like an astrophysicist or something. And he's a neurosurgeon who dabbles in stand-up once in a while and just slaughters, by the way. Because I remember you killing 2 weeks ago, right?
Oh, it was on a house
Jag sen kilometer och då så
It is very fun.
never boy was able to
I
emerge
know,
victorious.
they don't actually.
It's only got that slow.
I just noticed
The car higher than Jono lack shot Akos
make
skill.
them curious.
The Akos shaking of book
So do you think we're going to be able to save? Do you believe that we'll be able to scan our brains
The
and
reason
save
why
a
the
version of
people
our
are
brains
stuck
in the
is
future
so
and put it into a robot?
down
Sure,
and
yeah.
surprising. It's
30
because
years,
when
so
the
40
predators
years.
describe it
I agree.
as a
I think that
less than perfect
if there was going to be, if I could gamble on a bit that could be your rock and roll status, like the shit that ends up on t-shirts, I would call it butt rocks. I think that you're onto something unbelievable. The way that you say butt rocks is fucking priceless. I think you can get more into it and make it even bigger, where a lot of people might say, I think you should trim that down. I'm going to go with, you could have a fucking 3-minute butt rocks thing as your closer. Saying more butt rocks. I'm saying more butt rocks. I'm saying acknowledge the fact that people might not want to put rocks in their butt and talk about that. You know what I mean?
Remember
that
growing
the
up?
silent applause only lasted for a couple of
There
hours.
used to be this
That
rock in the
night
late
was not
70s,
the
I believe,
only
that they used to
silent.
sell. It was called
It
My
was
Pet
Santa
Rock.
Rosa.
It
Only
was
lasted
like
for a
Cabbage Patch Kids.
particular
I mean, it was like
duration.
Grand Theft Auto. It was like
End of
something
the
crazy.
day,
They just
you
sold
are going
rocks. And you could have you sell your own rock. Maybe you could like art spray and spray on each one.
Technology is real doozy, huh? When you realize people were playing with rocks a couple decades ago.
Yeah, they were selling rocks, becoming millionaires.
Each time you ask that down,
You know, they haven't
by the way,
tried to
as beauty and
challenge
women, the amount of friends of
How
the
many
earth,
you got so far?
the records to men. Check it out in the show, say,
I like that
Ever
this
I
guy
look
works on
Boaz,
brains.
you
and
show your ass
puts
that says
models.
we
Right,
can
that's what I'm saying. Like the fact that you are in neuroscience and your bit in this second, like Walter White life that you're living, where you're not being a genius, is about butt rocks. You're supposed to be finding out how to help people's brains, and you're talking about butt rocks. When you walk rocks, yes.
it's challenging. You have to really, you know.
Shalonaga Benichal Bashol,
I mean, my chicks are not very good at holding rocks.
remember again,
You know, if you're an American guy, you're being a character, you're a genius.
I think you're serious. I'm actually,
It's
it's not story.
Wow, that's very contradictory. You must have scared a lot of people hanging out in Israel with that fucking looking accent.
Son-in-law, Governor Hamelech married, I remember again, as Governor Hamelech being rises,
It's gonna be one of those moments that I look at
to the point where Shaul
in the history books, that tag right
tells
there.
her husband David,
Just because it has you're just trying to high five the
Governor
Patriot can't
Hamelech
see
said
anything.
things
Oh,
like,
there you go. There you go.
pillows under in his covers and what it looked like
stubbed his
he
finger
was
on
speaking
that one.
with Dave.
Patriot.
She'd lower him down through the window,
Yeah.
and dump him out
And
of
the
the
Spider-Man gloves
next
that you're wearing
morning,
underneath the
show
iron.
ocean first was dump him out of home, and again, but by that time,
I love that you order your gloves on Amazon, but you buy a blow-up doll on the third floor of the Gendo.
My cousin devastates no,
my words, I want to get that out.
ultimately listening to using weapons. This is a Joey Joey Cow show. You see that they went back in the reading room heading up to oh my, to make matters worse, show and the ultimate front. Sudamara goes ahead and gives away David's wife, Nicole, to another man. A man by the name of Poppy Ben Laden, who was incredibly pious and religious. Now, he was hearing that Poppy Ben Laden didn't exactly have that much of a say in this, because it was a remarkable miracle. Poppy Ben Laden was quote unquote married to Nicole for 20 years, and in that time, never laid
Much longer do you have before you start making money?
remarkable display of personal strength.
It's a year?
He's literally with
There
this
you go.
woman.
That's probably
He
about
was given to because of life. He had given her to him as his wife, but not in life, like his life. All too well, she was married to someone else. So because she was married to someone else, she did not like.
So you really speak German? You can totally speak German.
שלא בימה במיכה בשעות, קורסים השנה, ושלא סעד
What's
שצריך
something
לדבר.
scary that you can say in German?
You did not lay a
Like
hand
if you
on
were
her.
like if you were
For
gonna
20
kill
years,
us,
son had been
okay,
married
and
to
you were
her
going to,
David.
really try to scare us for like 10
הופיע
seconds
על
here,
גילה
you killed us.
השם המחשבת גם בעיני הקדוש ברוך הוא להגיד this.
I'm not actually going to get you.
Sort of suffix says this husband name is called Chazal. He shot
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought for a second I thought you were speaking German, and I'm like, wait a second, this sucks. Alright, do the thing.
Why does the Gemara? Why?
That was very good. You looked at me right in my eyes, and I'm like, well, that's what it feels like to get killed by a German. If he yells it like that, like, let him say it like, yeah, I just saw two Jewish girls pass out.
Right.
Oh my
It's
god.
fascinating.
Dude, keep coming around. I love you. That's Ori Amir. He's at Ori Amir on Twitter. That's ORIAMIR. Funny motherfucker. I'd stick with butt rocks. I'd say something maybe like, you know, a lot of people might not want to stick rocks up their butt, but hey, don't rock it until you try it. You know what I'm saying? Throw one of those fucking masterful puns we were talking about.
We're talking about how last year's model was a butt stick. Was only able to last a short amount of time. Because when you
Right, how it's better to have rocks than a stick. A stick only reach so far, whereas rocks you can throw. And I love the act out on the field where they're in the slow motion and shit.
in his war against Israel. And because he
Well, since you once let your dog eat chocolate off your dick, you probably won't.
over
We should go back into this because I've been
so
thinking about it. It's been marinating in my head. Recently, he said that when he was a kid, that he put chocolate, which is poisonous, on his dick and let his dog lick the chocolate off his dick. And then the first time he went outside and he came because the wind blew on him.
Oh, yeah. The first time he ever came, he was hanging on a tree and the wind blew hard and he came.
predicated on one willingness,
Just want to do one thing. You know, and then I did think about how I put chocolate on
successful on a short-term
coffee and let
level.
my Cocker Spaniel lick it off. I basically served my dog Buffy a banana split because I had the chocolate,
One
the
more day
banana,
in
the
this
nuts,
one.
the cream. My banana was even split when I was circumcised at birth.
I love that you have your own sexual maneuver called the banana split, and you've only done it on a dog.
I should be commended. I gave my dog a nice treat.
No, you gave him poison. Chocolate is poisonous. You let him suck your dick.
I just lick on it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an animal. I mean, what else? Something. Right. Yeah, it's not like he can't wrap his lips now. Move up and down. I didn't come on the tits or nothing. Come on, let's not go overboard. You know, Tony, we all have dark secrets. I get the feeling this dog made you come since the night before that was a wind. I just kind of did it myself and got out of there. It was only one time. You know, everybody has dark secrets with a job. I did that when I was 15. I let it do it.
Remember again,
You know, it is an upgrade from window. I give him that.
If you just waited one more year, you could have had the dog give you roadhead while you were 15. What the fuck? You're supposed to like be a young man at that point, Patriot, not feed your dog poison. Get hair on his dick.
You know, I heard that.
Hair on his dick.
I had snipped his grandma's panties. That's it. You did?
What?
I heard that
I did not.
It's something cool.
I've never seen you do whatever this is that you're doing right now. By the way, I've never seen this side of him before. Whatever this is, been friends with him for at least a couple years, and I've never just seen. That was great. So you sniffed your fucking grandma's panties, huh? Patriot with a little research.
I was 7 years old, right? I thought they were my mom's.
Like I said, we all have dark secrets. I bet everybody has something they
Well, not all of us have a fucking shitload of sex like you do.
The dog made you comment or you jerk off because you said you didn't come on her tits. Like, where did you go?
No, I just kind of did it in my hand.
I've got both of your kids. What the fuck's going on there? Where's your
Now,
dog?
the public is
Right.
I went in the closet, but nobody was home. I didn't have to, but I guess it was the shame.
Yeah, I can tell the shake's in you now. Your left arm looks like it's about to fly off downstairs right now.
What kind of dog was
That's
it?
what I think the hell out of
Man, it was really cute dog.
Oh,
You
Jesus.
said the last time
Everything.
again,
My
you
dad,
want to know
listen, my dad really loved that dog, and when he came home from work that night, he was kissing on that dog, and I said, "Can I have the kid?" My dad's name's Bubba. And I was thinking, it's Bubba on the new.
Sometimes you say so much stuff that it makes me dizzy. Trying to remember all of it. Your dad's name is Bubba.
And my mom's name's June. They live in Mississippi, Bubba June.
Oh
So
my
again,
God.
we'll see how the kids go in now.
What do they say about the dog
Check it
now?
out,
I
please.
told my mom to stop listening.
Right, please check it out, please. It says, Uno, Shell, Yosef, Hatzadeh.
You know, it's
The
good
car,
for a while. It was good enough, but it's just,
easily,
you know, she don't understand it that when you come to the comedy
Check it
store,
out, please.
everybody,
That
you
was
know, you
first
talk about a lot of
no,
crazy
it's
stuff
literally
here, you
good.
know, but that's what's great about this place is you can let it all hang out. You don't have to
I
be
think
ashamed.
you're
You're
going
right.
to that favor.
All right, your next comedian.
Right?
Everybody put your hands
Check
together
it
for
out,
Dustin
please. Your
Emery.
favor is full. That's the Yosef. Yosef in his fight against the seduction of the wife of Potiphar, of things. וניצחו מדינת רעתים לפני שהיינו יופי גמור.
If I were so
שלא
inclined,
יצא נקי לגמרי מחית זה
it's totally cool to
This is the
shove
very
these
good
creatures up and fry
Yeah,
them in
that's
a
essential
skillet.
to
But once someone
That
gets their dick in them,
remember
everyone's like, whoa,
again,
that guy's a
Yosef's
monster.
battle
And
is an inner battle
in my mind,
against the seduction of the wife of Potiphar. It is a very big discussion in Chazal. Remember again, based on the
and I'm not
process,
saying
based on
that
the
every
process,
time you go out
that
for a burger,
very
you
good
gotta
that
go
Yosef
which
returned
is
home.
on
Lasos melachto.
But I
Remember
am
again,
saying
in Rashi said,
to
on
make
the
for an
doing,
interesting
everybody
first
was
date.
outside their Avodah Zarah. Right? So Yosef comes back to the house to do his work.
You just write that?
Focus in his work. What does he need to do his work?
No,
So
it
what does he
was.
need to do his work? His household responsibility.
So you're saying the first date thing, the first date would be with the cow, or you would take
So
some.
the fact that
I
he
realized like a half hour before I slept that bit was a bit of a hassle.
Take it up and say, when we
Stuff
eat
there that that got cut out.
So,
I had to
what
edit
is a
those
couple things? Something to communicate about with people
see the deleted scenes to understand the whole movie.
one of the beautiful things.
Yeah, you're definitely, there's definitely something in that, that
Like,
fucking
this is
how
why
being
it's not just because I don't have to tell us about
like,
the
you
space.
lost me towards the end. I can't even remember exactly what was going on, but the premise is better than the joke is right now, which is a great position to be in.
But do you even care about
On
fucking
one
count?
hand, I can't count the number of
Do you really want to fucking
count
count?
on one hand. That is most of it in an entire lifetime. Why didn't you tell me this story? Why didn't you tell me this story? And every single person knows that Joe Stabin is the rock. No matter what. This is what is the bullshit. It's incredible. Something happens. You couldn't organize yourself. Right? What is this? Everything's transparent. Everything's LMI. So there was some understood that the notion of describing infallibility to a religious leader is very touching. It's very touching. Right? It's nice. Right? To say someone's infallible. It's very nice. Check.
In San Francisco. Or like an Ivy League school or something like that. Like you
No
look
one
like
is
you should be very
infallible. It's impossible.
Has anybody ever told you that?
The only circumstance of infallibility in this universe is the evolution of and that's what makes
Yeah,
it
there's something there. Like there's something where like for example, what I see when I look at you is there's definitely some dark secrets like Patriot was just talking about.
So it's
Like I can tell. You're sort of
the
like
notion of
you're sort of like the irony patriot. Really digging those
by
puns.
the greatest
Thank
of
you.
people.
I know.
The other piece is even the greatest
And the
seven
writer's guild.
is a
Anyway.
human being. America,
Yeah.
it's not like the social often
Carrying
tells
books.
us
I'd write a bit about how you look like you should be carrying
the
books.
struggles of those who have had
As well as that thing. I've been through that book here.
I see that this specifically will be
That's
someone
fine. Why would you want to take my place? Why would you want to spend any money?
99.9% of people with them.
I like
For one
the
simple
bed. I
reason.
think it's really
There's a beautiful, attractive woman actively trying to seduce you every single day. Every single day. Like the mother says, she would change her clothing multiple times throughout the day in order to look more beautiful. Remember, that by itself is an awesome, overwhelming challenge. Couple that with the fact that Yosef has no idea. Yosef has no idea. This ability to enter into this relationship, losing a relationship with someone his own family rejected him. So the
Give me the bad news and then the good news. Give me the bad news and then the good news.
The bad news is that my gang forwarded it for activity between.
Oh, that's great. Good job, Lou. All right, Lou. Zoo, come back in an hour and we'll play. Okay.
Personal struggles. So specifically, I think the Gemara says that Yosef is called Sheker Achem. Yosef Sheker Achem. Yosef Sheker Achem.
How do you end up just trying to please the one fat chick that you hook up with and not just...
What does Sheker Achem mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Nice. Very nice. But not...
I like that your voice cracked right then when you
What's
said
the
kept going.
So it's not like these things over here.
Flashbacks to
Because
what's a good
Yosef,
fat girl name? Like Stacy or something?
Yosef
Claire?
is in fact overcome the desire
Is that her name? I feel like that was actually her name.
to be with Jesus.
Yeah, it was. Definitely. Claire's definitely always like 240 plus, right? Brittany's not a horse, man.
Sin in totality.
Shirley, that's a great one.
What is that?
How about
The
Burley?
most one of those things
Anyway, fuck yeah.
right hand column, 4 lines
That's a
down.
funny thing. Those
Close over
tags.
in one episode.
Take the tags. Dustin Emery is
Yosef
not on
באופן
Twitter.
נייס של איש הספורטיבן
Not on Twitter.
שיגעו טיפין של שכבת זרע מבין ציפור ידה.
Next comedian said,
You
"Whoa,
want to
look at this! It's Josh
you might be
Martin."
it's really unique droplets of droplets of feeling amid from fingers. So, to give us the context of the Gemara, says that he was ready for syndication for the five members. So again, if you go to the that that he came back to the house to go ahead and do his work to get that part of the house was ready to give into his desires. So the Gemara records 22 ideas that not part of the karka. He plunged his fingers into the earth, which almost sounds like what he's getting is something like physically painful in order to go ahead and remove the desire. And the Gemara says, "Not such shit by saying and semen came out of the sea." So it was possible. What it means is that Yosef experienced some type of zara. He experienced some type of
I gotta ask, just so that I know before I even say anything, what are the last two things that you said?
Somehow there was something happened that he was some type of release of desire for Yosef. The point that has our second situation is that Yosef but lo yotza nothing to damnation doesn't emerge from sin without something. Like he wasn't only cleansed of sin. And again, the subject goes on and says, "But in Yukra the next time Nitzachon that I Yitzhahara, Nitzachon Shashaka, Ve'achar Shafiru Az Lo Hayir Nitzachon Kamar." With what Nevi Yitzhahara? Then we should be extra the car for those verses, which are at the top of the earth. Okay, United Peace. The prophet says, why is that so easy? When a man like Yosef would assert the most dramatic self-control. You know, it's like, I feel like this is, I really think that 99.999% of people would fail this recital. To self recital, a beautiful woman tries to seduce you each and every day. Each and every day. You
When you're talking about good dick,
alone in a foreign land, with just by your family, which is always with parents with themselves. There's no way
according to Josh, if you make a 5-year-old squirt, it's all bad.
Yes, he does say. And yet the subject calls it, and the mother calls it, shakirafin. It's nice, but shakirafin, the subject says, and this is what we're looking at, the subject says, because Yosef didn't need the help of the Rebbeinu Shalom to combat these things. In other words, he did a great job. But he assumed that the only way to combat this Yitzhahara
I mean, if you're going to do it the way that it's written now, I would say keep taking it that direction. You're just saying that groundhog
and I
like
wrote
the
this
shit we
back
were
to subject
talking
central
about.
here.
Squirting in diapers, the barely walk thing, that's all
Then when
funny.
you
If
go
you're
out
going to
to
stay there,
battle
you know what I mean?
against the Yitzhahara, never think for a moment if you do it on your own. You're going to see this. It's Yitzhak the other Mischadish Rav Mizabra Rav Chayil. I think you do that same part of yourself. I need God's assistance for anything and everything. Which is why even when I go out to battle against the Yitzhahara, the first step in that battle is to invite the Rebbeinu Shalom to join me on that. And if I don't release the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu,
Any guy with a daughter is going to never work
if I'm
with you in this town.
even if I'm successful, my success ultimately is going to be I feel the top of the earth.
Yeah, well, let me ask you a question. How come none of these girls that you're talking about that we mentioned since you brought this up are any of them over 18?
I don't want to fuck them, but like people have urges and they have to fuck them.
So you're saying, what if the pedophile?
The pedophile could get away with that, Bill. Like if they gave good dick to 16 me, I feel them kind of. I mean, because some states it's legal to fuck a 16-year-old, like Las Vegas. Like if you live in Las Vegas, you fuck in Las Vegas. Yeah. Excuse me. This state, in Nevada, you can fuck her there. But
God, your search history book of you.
I actually know all the states. Just in case I've been robbed. Right. I got a tattoo right here.
I love that. So you're just getting roadhead and you're like, baby, we're a mile from the state line. We either gotta wait a year or with it. That's Josh Martin, everybody. At Josh Martin comic. He's got a speech impediment. If you didn't notice, it's pretty blatant.
It's almost like you put a chainsaw underneath the hot girls because they can get pussy, they can get anything they want. You know, but you're talking about to catch a predator or whatever.
It is, and you could do that. You technically could leave the kids out of it and just say you could rape a woman. Yeah, I give her good dick. Yeah, I think that's better.
Rape jokes are like the worst thing. Like,
oh, it is. Yeah. Well, unless you're talking about raping babies, and then that's one level worse. Yeah. I think raping adults isn't as bad as raping kids, right? Josh, leaving us the tough questions to answer.
I just think you should just get shit with that joke outside and walk away.
Talk about how she let the 5-year-old shit on the chest or something. Because she had to take a boo-boo, guys. Take a boo-boo. But actually, I just changed her diaper while I was laying underneath her. Your next comedian's name, everybody, is...
All right, everyone say good. This is more.
We know Lil Bro. Always funny. And now he's...
Let us begin. So we are starting this morning in the
Sometimes it's sad when
we are picking up in Os Island, and we left off on the Cook Summit.
And Lil Bro,
So we can just orient ourselves a little bit. We started to speaking about this incredible idea, namely that the area in life in which we experience profound deficiency is often the area of life in which we can find the greatest amount of strength. So, Tzaddik essentially teaching us the idea that our weaknesses really highlight or show us what our potential strengths truly are. So, Tzaddik gave a couple of examples of this. Today, we're going to focus on one incredible example. The one who Son has the right hand column in the video. You have to see this. First paragraph on top, about 4 lines. Al derech zeh, gan ki matzi, mashani chachamim. You also find what Chazal said. They wrote Yom shenechrav bo habayis, the day on which the base Hamikdash was destroyed. On the day in which the base Hamikdash was destroyed, the Malach Mashiach was born. The Gemara says, so just hurry. The schoolers and doctor of Malach will the only bought the Gemara. It's obviously illegal. Really get this idea. We've all heard of this idea. Say that the base Hamikdash was destroyed, the Mashiach was born. So it's really charming. He quotes it over here in paragraphs 8 and 9a. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. Let's take a look at it together. The Yishami. Over the Hava B'Chad Yehudai, the Hava Koim Radei. There was a Jew, there was a particular Jew who was plowing with his ox. What happened? God's first say Kumai. The ox, he let out a groan, whatever the groan of an ox is. As the ox let out a groan. Alba Hazai, the Shamakara, was an Arab who was passing by. He heard the ox making this sound. Amari Bar Yudai, Bar Yudai. Shari Kurecha, Shari Kurecha, Hahari Dinsuda. Jew, go ahead and unhitch the ox and unhitch the plow because the Mikdash, the temple, has been destroyed. The Arab was saying to the Jew, there's no point in doing anything. Your base Mikdash has been destroyed. God is my.
Maybe you're in the closet and all you have is a laptop
so
and everything that you do is from that
second
laptop.
time. I'm going to buy you die. Hartzer Sugacha Vachata Tartaneva, the Jew, whenever the hour also will say, resaddle or reattach your ox to the plow, the Hayarid Malcolm Mashiach, for your Mashiach is just born. This is the source for this idea. So right, on one moment, the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, and in the very next moment, Mashiach is born. Amar Mashne, the Jew asks the Arab, what is the name of Mashiach? To which the Arab responded, Amalei, Amalei Mashne, Menachem. Ultimately, what's the name of Mashiach? What's the name of Mashiach? His name is Menachem. Amalei Mamadavli, what's the name of Menachem and Mashiach? Father? Amalei Mashiach. In fact, the Gemara itself is a very story. The Gemara goes on to discuss how this particular Jew tried to do anything and everything in order to be able to find the Mashiach. The point of the story is that in the very moment that the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, the Mashiach is born. Why? This is Reb Tzadik's thesis, that from Kilkum, whether it's personal destruction or whether it's national destruction, if that destruction are the very seed, are the very catalyst for dynamic, cathartic growth. So on a personal level, it's often because when we, as we mentioned already last week, when we sin and when we make mistakes and when we destroy ourselves, we begin to see what our weaknesses are. And when we see what our weaknesses are, now I know what I can work on. Very important. Think about this a little bit. People rarely improve when life is going well. Like usually, again, when everything is firing on all cylinders and everything is doing what it's supposed to do, people generally don't change. People change when things go horribly wrong. People change when they hit a brick wall. People change when they make mistakes. That's how change in life truly works. And that's what Tzaddik is saying over here also. When is Mashiach born? Mashiach is born when the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed. When do Adam and Chava begin their redemption? When they're covered with the figures, the very things with which they sin. When do we begin to make dramatic changes in life? When we make mistakes, and I realize, you know what? I'm pretty broken, or I'm broken in this area, or I'm deficient over here, and now I know exactly what it is that I have to fix. So Tzaddik goes on and says, this is so beautiful. So the Gemara second Sanhedrin discusses the idea. When do you know that there's a concept of Tchias HaMeisim, the election of the dead? Where do I know that that concept exists? And the Tzaddik goes on and it says, the Gemara brings a number of different groups. So it says, Tzaddik then goes on to say something so beautiful. He says, what is the concept of Tchias HaMeisim? Think about this for just a moment. And this is such an interesting insight. What's Tchias HaMeisim? Again, on a more basic level, something that is dead comes back to life. Why is Tchias HaMeisim the paradigmatic example of what it is that occurs over the course of the Messianic era? Right? What is that? What is that? And the Tzaddik said something so beautiful. Tchias HaMeisim is the paradigmatic example of the ability to take something that is broken and to go ahead and once again make it whole. Isn't it? And that's why, what's the emotional Mashiach? What is Mashiach all about? Mashiach is all about repairing the world. Mashiach is all about going ahead and repairing ourselves. We have to repair ourselves before Mashiach comes. And once Mashiach comes, often that opportunity is lost. But the Meister Tzaddik says, the fact that the concept of Tchias HaMeisim tells you that no matter how badly something is broken, it can be repaired. Isn't that incredible? Each and every day, in Shor Esther, right? You speak of, if I believe in Mashiach, if I believe in Tchias HaMeisim, if I believe that the dead should come back to life, then no matter what is broken inside of you can be fixed as well. He goes on, he says, take a look on the left
So I sat around today
hand
daydreaming
paragraph
about Girl Scouts.
on page Kuf Sanches. Again, Tzaddik just goes on and he's just giving a number of examples like this, but the reason why it's the guy to go through the examples, even though they're all highlighting the same point, is because it is interesting to see how reinforced this concept is within our tradition. That you see example after example, situation after situation, where over and over again you see the notion that from that which is broken emerges that which is whole. From the mistakes we made, we learn how to build. From that which is dead, has the ability to come back to life. We give one last example, we stop for today. He says, "Zeo inyan paraduma." This is being a paraduma. What does paraduma have the ability to do? Paraduma has the ability to purify someone from ritual purity with the tumas mace. Now, what's unique about that? Paraduma corresponds to which Avera? To the Egel Azov, the Chet Egel. The son of the golden calf.
Yes, you can totally tell with you 100%.
The son of the golden calf. Right? The ego caused so much death and destruction. It caused so much terrible fallout. Not just the thousands of people who died because of the Pita ego, but the stain that the Pita ego left on the spiritual consciousness of Klal Yisrael, a stain that has followed us throughout the generations. And yet again, it's the Egla Alufa, it's the Para Aduma, like the red heifer, that has the ability to cleanse us from the most profound, intense source of tumult, from Tumas Mace. So once again, the Tzaddik says, from the destruction, from the weaknesses, from that which is broken, ultimately again, we begin to see the ability of the very building blocks to go to rest. So it goes on. But again, we'll say, we'll stop over here for today, but the Yesod is a very profound one. Because very often, when we make, on a personal level, when we make mistakes in life, so we look at them just as that, as mistakes. And clearly, again, this mistake is something that's broken in me. But we forget the second part of the sentence. Yes, the mistake represents or is a manifestation of that which is broken, of that which is deficient, of that which is in a state of disrepair. But now, what's the bracha? The bracha is I know what to work on. I know exactly what to work on. I know exactly what my next area of growth has to be. And therefore, says the Tzaddik, that's the bracha of sin. You can say something like that. The bracha of faith is that now I know exactly what it is that I need to work on. I know what my avoda is, and therefore it turns out as a tzaddik that faith itself becomes a very building block of personalistic. So we'll stop over here. We'll pick up the merit session with Ayin Aleph tomorrow.
What kind did you get? I get the fucking ones with the chocolate and peanut butter in there, you know. With the lights. Don't they have like the generic fudge grapes or some shit like that, you know? Shortbread, whatever.
They come to your door.
No, they're sitting outside of the grocery store. How does the grocery store even let that go down? Josh would just raise them. They would wait for the cookies.
They don't go door to door anymore, do they? That seems like really scary. But imagine how they used to do it. These little girls.
Door to door is just creepy.
That's crazy.
I wonder how many of them went up missing, you know what I mean? Okay, that got weird. Wait a second, Josh Meyerowitz has a question.
File away from the microphone so no one can hear him.
Josh Meyerowitz.
They will go door to door if it's Calabasas because it's private community. They'll get their own seat. He raised his hand to say,
wow. Just let us know the Girl Scouts do go door to door in Calabasas. PET on everybody at PDC. Yeah. PETEC on Twitter.
Josh brought up one good point. I would love to see Josh talking to Girl Scouts coming to his store. Wouldn't it be amazingly
I don't know how much I love to buy your clothes. You do not have money at this time. I'm so sorry, sir. No, that's what you sound like. All right, just relax. Yeah. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Well, we've come to that part of the show where we've come to our two final regulars, as always here. It's always fun to watch the constant growth of
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We are continuing in Eretz Hashem
along with
in
last week's tradition of flipping it,
taking
it
this
flip
particular
for
piece
the show as
by
well,
the
where we
Rebbe
bring
in
up the
yesterday's
verse.
year.
She's
And the Rebbe
pretty
really
bored
highlighted
of,
this incredibly
I
profound
believe
so
at the end of
this
this week,
idea
she
is
won't be
to
with
quote
us
Russell
for
again,
the next two
but
episodes.
also
So
Davar Shebenitzah Yitzhar and Yuchar
maybe she's trying to overcompensate.
in a very
She's trying to
clear light
negotiate
in
sitting
which
in
you
a
find
recording
your
or talking
deficiency,
with
in a very clear light in which you find your lacking. That is the thing that the Rebbe says, Muhan Lahadia al Ma'alaso. That is the way that you will come to recognize and to actualize your singular and your unique milah, your unique character trait or attribute of strength. So remember, on a basic level, what the Rebbe is really highlighting to us, excuse me, is this idea that, and we've seen this before in Sifkat HaTzadik, that it's our weaknesses that can teach us, show us what our actual strengths are. As we mentioned yesterday, we often think that life has two buckets, where weaknesses and our strengths. But the truth is, there's only really one bucket, there's strengths. There's strengths that I know about, and then there are strengths that I don't yet know about. How do you find out about your unactualized strengths? How do you find out about the kochos you possess that you don't yet know about? So Tzaddik Chazal, something amazing, says you find that out through the expression of your weaknesses. When you fail, or when you fall, or when you find a weakness in a particular area of life, that shows that this is actually a koach that is ready to be harnessed and rechanneled. To give the example of Abaye, Abaye felt that perhaps he was lacking morally because he had such a taiva, he felt he could not resist the taiva to be able to sin in a particular situation. The Saba, Iviana, who shows up and tells him, no, that's the fact that you're about taiva, the fact that you have desires, shows that you possess passion, and that in and of itself, that passion, if channeled in the right way, becomes your greatest strength. So that gives you another example. Bottom left hand, how we're reading in the Gloria Hasidus about the 5 lines up.
There's funny word
This
jokes.
is incredible. Allah Pasik, Vayisperu Alei Te'ila, Vayasu Lahem Hadir. The Pasik says, after Adam and Chava sinned, so what they do, they made for themselves clothing out of fig leaves. Clothing out of fig leaves. V'osa hadavar shetilkulu bo Adam v'Chava. So in other words, why fig leaves? Why make themselves clothing out of fig leaves? The Rebbe says, quoting Rashi, because the very thing that Adam and Chava sinned with, the Hainu Ba'achila Sa'achila is that's what it's there. There was Machlokus in Chazal. What was the eighth Das Tovara? What was the fruit? The one thing that everyone agrees with, it wasn't an apple. It wasn't an apple. But it's actually interesting. So why is it that the apple is so closely associated with kind of evil and the fruit? So remember again, if you fast forward a little bit,
right, and if you go forward with that, I mean, you gotta dig deeper than working and working.
Precious Kogos. And remember again the story of Yaakov and Esau. And Yaakov dresses up as Esau to go ahead and get the fruit. So Yaakov
to get the brachas. So Yaakov comes in to his father Yaakov. Yaakov comes into Yitzchak, and Yitzchak says, Re'eh, Re'eh b'ni Re'eh HaSaga. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. And that was a compliment. Rashi says a compliment. Because that's you go hunting. Everyone knows that's you hunting. The smell of the slaughter is disgusting, terrible. So Rashi says over there, Re'eh b'ni Re'eh HaSaga Kisada Shal Tapukim. Like an apple orchard. Like an apple orchard. And Rashi says the scent of the apple orchard is the scent of Gan Eden. So somehow the scent is the same. So kind of that association over time leads us to think that's it. Fruit that Adam and Chava ate was an apple. But in fact, again, quote this in Chazal. Was it meat? Was it great? Was it te'inim? Was it big? Interesting enough to my focus all revolve around items like shikatanim. Then it's very tough. And anyway, we'll go with the concept shot that they eat from a fig tree. They ate a fig. That the fig was the forbidden fruit. So listen to this. So the Hainu, Bachila Sakri right. You both atzmo risking. Well, see here Tzaddik says good expression of my idea. Remember, the very thing with which they sinned was the very thing through which they were remedied. They ate from the fig tree, they ate from the ke'ina, and ultimately again, what covered their nakedness, what covered their quote-unquote shame in the aftermath of the sin? The fig tree. The fig tree. Oh, Yisrael Atzmo B'kach, Sha'asim Me'ale Eita Ke'ina, Kaduros. Today, the class says S.H. goes on the class S.Maromeim. The Dafka Mikas Lamdi Chazal, She'etz Hadas Haya Eitz Dina. So Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. And this, I think that this is an incredible thing. The Tzaddik says, how did Chazal know that it was a fig tree? How did they know? From where did they get this idea that the forbidden fruit was a fig? Forbidden fruit was a sexual mistake, by the way. Sexual mistake. Throw it all away. If it was a steak, if it was bottle of wine, throw it all away. So we do that every single day. Throw it all away for a steak. The things that we think are worth it to seek for in life. Like the shortcuts we think are worth it. We look back and we say, oh my God, I threw away opportunity. I threw away working. I threw away producer. For what? Let's say, but in the morning, this big looks like the most in the world. So Tzaddik says, how did Chazal know that the forbidden fruit was a fig? Where did they glean that from? Where did they get that from? The Tzaddik posits, and this is really incredible to this, the Tzaddik posits that Chazal worked backwards. The fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu closed Adam and Chava in the Alei Te'ina in the fig leaves taught Chazal that it must be that the fruit they ate was the fig. Why? Because the Tzaddik says here is always the model. The thing with which you ruin yourself with, the thing with which you sin, becomes the very thing through which you are uplifted and remedied. That's the way life works at the Tzaddik. So if they were remedied with the fig leaves, it must mean that the Tzaddik Chazal understood that they sinned with the fig as well. However, sheyish ba'osa itz te'ina, Maila Miyuchedes, Usuli Yisera, V'Tati Es HaShofim Shenigra Min HaKila Mimenu. So looks like, so this model that Tzaddik is espousing is an incredibly profound one. Because essentially what the Tzaddik says again is that the very things with which we sin, the very things through which we go ahead and sometimes spiritually demolish ourselves, become the very things through which we are able to attain unprecedented levels of growth. So let's finish this section. Listen to this. So let's say, before we get to this piece, so again, I just want to crystallize this idea that a Tzaddik is creating a model, and the model was the thing with which you destroy is the very thing through which you build. The thing through which you sin is the very thing which is responsible for the completion of a beautiful spiritual edifice. When we sin, we see weakness. When we sin, we see fractures in the spiritual edifice. When I sin, I now know what's wrong with me. If I know, people say, I'm doing this like, person's not feeling well. Person's not feeling well. The only way to remedy illness is how?
You stood in line for Grand Theft Auto.
But before the medicine, right? Okay, assuming you're not self-medicating, right? Before the medicine, what do you need to do? You have to get a diagnosis. Right? In other words, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, and I just keep taking medication, right? And then I realize, why am I not getting better? I'm taking all this medication. Well, because I'm taking all the medication. You don't know what's so if I don't know what the diagnosis is, and I think if I fall and I break my arm, and I take Advil, and I just, I don't know, why am I not getting better? It's because the body hasn't been set. In other words, just because you're taking something that has a curative effect doesn't mean it's going to work for your particular malady. So the incredible Yisod says of the subject is, I have to know what's broken in life in order to fix it. Well, how do you find out in life what's broken? How do I find out what I have to fix? That, says the subject, is the beauty of the thing, the beauty of sin. The beauty of hate is hate tells me exactly what's broken. And if I know what's broken, I now know what it is that I have to fix. So I said that's what the subject says. It's the very thing that undermines us that becomes the very catalyst for us. We'll have to stop over here. We're going to pick up tomorrow morning with an incredible example by Mashiach. Tomorrow morning, Mashiach and Kriyas Mason. Mashiach Kriyas Mason tomorrow morning at 5:45. Probably got to be on time.
That's where everybody thinks you're going, for sure.
And the whole cop thing, it's personal that it's like you actually went to school to design video games, and this video game broke how much money it made on the first day,
and you're playing it, and the hours and hours that you're playing it is a constant reminder of how you worked with that. Like it almost seems worse to have lived in the video game world. And
also, don't you see where, like, when you said you never played it, so the places where you were making up stuff was like you had never even done that.
No, I played it at Red Band's house like earlier this week. Like he went to get a 5S, and I went over to his house and played GTA for like an hour before we went. And so I played it there. I mean, I played it.
Special producers meeting. I see.
No. Trust me, it was a weird ass experience for me. I'm like, I tweeted, does anyone want to go with me and wait in line and get an iPhone 5S? And you're like, I'm down. And I'm like, okay. And then she waits, she comes over, and then we go over to the iPhone store, and then like we're sitting in there for a while, and then she goes, well, can I go sleep in your car? I'm like, wait, why? And I'm like, oh, I'm not getting an iPhone. Yeah. So it's like you were just along for the ride.
No, I'd never gone to like the opening, like the first day sale of an Apple product, and I was just curious. So I wanted to hang out with you. I wanted to smell your pillow.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin. So we're going to start this morning. American Hashem is doing our Seder in Sitkas HaSadik. So then American Hashem will start the Daf at 5:55. Just public service announcement. If you're not on the WhatsApp chat, you have to share or add to the WhatsApp chat. And I sent out the PDF of what we're going to be doing today. But it's Kedai to invest in a set of Sitkas HaSadik. I'll send out the edition that we need. You can order it online. It's a beautiful paper and an important addition to one's the one's library, and also it's good to safer rather than from sheets or other things like that. So I'll send that information out today, but basically we'll get started. So we are kicking off the reflection this morning in Post Ayin in Sitkas HaTzadik. And here the Rebbe says something really beautiful. He says, I'm on page Kuf Samach Zayin. If you're following along on the PDF, the Rebbe says as follows: Va'osim davar shebo nimtzach mitzon hamiyuchad shel kol adam. So we'll translate the words, and then we'll try to understand with a little bit more depth what the Rebbe is saying. He's saying in that particular area of life where you find your greatest chisaron. Chisaron represents that which you are lacking. So in that area of life where you find that which you are lacking, that in that area in which you are most deficient, that's the that very thing through which you are deficient, it is in that area that you have the ability to achieve your most unique and singular accomplishment. Now, what the Rebbe is cutting here, we've actually spoken about in previous pieces, in previous sections, that often we look at our struggles and our faults and the areas of deficiencies as weaknesses. Now, in fact, they are, until they're dealt with their weaknesses. But they also represent, says the Rebbe, the greatest opportunity for growth. My deficiencies, my weaknesses, my areas in which I am deficient represents what the Rebbe says, my ma'ara hamiyuchada, my most unique ability for accomplishment. What does this mean? So first of all, if you take a quick look, he says in footnote Reish Nun Gimel, he said, Ra'a ma shekasav Rabbeinu La'el, mi sheyesh lo teshuka gidola, mi sheyesh lo teshuka gidola, l'tava sagov. I'll use Asifot. He gives an example that if someone has incredible types, incredible desires, so a person might take a look at their desires and they say, oh, what a lowly individual I am. Look at these things I want. Look at these things that I desire. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, Kiad Rabba, hu klimuchan litokef avos uteshuka derishas ha'emes. So we'll say, for example, he actually quotes over here a little bit of good chazara, the Gemara in Mesechus Sukkah, where the Gemara quotes us. Remember again that Abaye one time overheard a man and a woman having a conversation in an inn. Right? You remember again the story that they said, "Oh, let's travel with each other tomorrow." So Abaye said, "Oh, you know what? I'm going to follow them because there's no doubt that they're going to sin." And Abaye thought, "I'll be the chaperone. They're not going to know I'm the chaperone. I'll be the chaperone. I'll follow them. And this way, when they're ready to commit an avera, I'll be there to stop them from sin." Remember the Maisa? He followed them. They get to the crossroads, and they say, "Oh, how nice it's been to travel together, but alas, you have to go this way. I have to go that way. Have a good journey." And Abaye was so upset. Abaye said, "Wow." He said, "If I was in that situation and I had the opportunity to sin and no one was around, I don't think I could have resisted temptation." He said, here the irony of the story was that Abaye was following the couple because he thought that he was going to be the showman. Right? He thought he was going to be the chaperone. He was going to be the one to prevent something from occurring. And meanwhile, you see that these people were to a certain degree even greater than he was. They resisted a temptation that he thought he could not have resisted. So the Gemara says, Abu Saba was an old man who appeared to Abaye. Now, of course, whenever mysterious old men appear in the Gemara, usually, it's very high, Navi. And Navi told Abaye, Abaye was very dejected. He was very dejected because he thought that what is highlighted was such a fundamental proficiency in who and what he was. At the Saba, the old man appears to Tabayu, and he says, Tabayu, don't be upset. He says, הישעצי בזה לחשוב כמו קודם, שתשובה יד רבות, וכלימוכן לתוקף אבות ותשובה שישה סיימס. He goes on, he says, I'll tell you the rest of it outside. He says to Abaye, the greater the tzaddik, the greater the Yitzhara. Right? The more, interestingly enough, in the world of spirituality, the greatest phenomenon is that in general, the more proficient you become in something, the easier it becomes. Right? The person wants to hone a skill. Right? I want to be a good basketball player. The more I play, the more I practice, the better I become. I want to become better at my profession. Right? The more I learn and the more time I spend in it, the better I become. The one area of life where this formula doesn't work is when it comes to one's loneliness. That the more I do it and the more time I put into it, sometimes the greater the challenge becomes. Because as I grow, my Yitzhar grows along with me. But the subject is pointing out over here something very interesting. That the Saba, Eliyahu Hanavi, was not simply comforting Abaye by telling him, don't worry, because you're a greater tzaddik, ultimately, well, you have a greater Yitzhara. He was comforting Abaye in a different way. So he was telling Abaye that at the end of the day, the fact that you have this Yitzhara, the fact that you have these taivas, that's not a weakness. That's a strength. That's a strength. It's just a shayla of how you choose to channel it. Sometimes says that this is what he's saying. That which is our greatest deficiency, that which is our Achilles heel, actually, if channeled the right way, can become your greatest strength. Sabaye, you're upset, you're dejected. Because you say to yourself, oh, if I was alone with this woman, I would have committed an avera with her, right? I could never.
Believe it or not, my friends never believe this.
Resist the temptation. What does that say, Abaye? That you have great desire.
I don't day drink ever.
That you have great desire. So you're dejected because you think that you would have channeled that desire in the wrong direction to sin. But Abaye, that same desire, if harnessed and channeled in the right way, to accomplish incredible things. And that is what the Tzaddik is saying. Look once again at the Lashon in iron. And the book that Semek that linked by this part. It's so important. It's like have your own tzidkas outside. It's so such a source. So just look at these words again. But also davar shebonim sabah yisaron. In that particular area where you find the Hisara, in that particular area where you are deficient, dafka, ba'osa davar, uba'osa inyan mamish. It's dafka in that thing, in that deficiency, in that struggle. Umuchan lahagia ama'alas lahabichades. You see, let's say, Tzaddik is saying we have to stop this. Tzaddik is saying in life, you think that there are like two buckets. There are my strengths and there are my weaknesses. Right? The strengths are the things I want to build on. The weaknesses are the things I have to leverage against. And Tzaddik says it's not true. There's only one bucket. What's the one bucket? Strength. There are two kinds of strengths. There are strengths that you know about and strengths that you don't know about. And then there are actually three parts. Strengths you know about, strengths you don't know about, and then weaknesses. And what are weaknesses? Weaknesses are just strengths that have to be converted and channeled in the right way. The sense of Tzaddik not only that, but sometimes the greatest strength that we cultivate in life is when we're able to harness and turn around those very weaknesses. Look up this time over here. Again, Eretz Hashem, over the next 2 days, we'll spend 2 more days on this post, but over the next 2 days in Eretz Hashem, we'll see some examples of this which will make this concept. At least today, hopefully, we establish the conceptual or intellectual framework, and in Eretz Hashem tomorrow, we'll begin to plug in the Mitzvah examples.
We've done shows with them before. This, I mean, like I said, shows before have been amazing, but it seems like it's just getting so much bigger and more exciting. I mean, not only are the turnouts, the numbers great, but it's like just the quality of the actual fans. Like, I almost feel like at times they're joking with me when they're like, "Oh my God, I've listened to every episode. I know every single thing. I can't believe the Patriot with his banana." They just name off so many everything facts, and they just go on, and it's so exciting because I could talk about this show forever, but to find out that so many other people. But yeah, and Christina and Tom's thing, these Your Mom's House fans, that huge podcast in which I talked about how both my parents did illegal mob work to raise me as a kid at one point in my life. And they love that episode. That was a fun little interview that I had.
Did you go see your mom in Youngstown?
Nope, stayed in Columbus. Normally she comes down for those shows, but she did not come down this time.
What about Red Band's mom? Did you go and see her?
You saw my mom?
Yeah, I saw Red Band's mom. You're right. There you go.
I saw my dad.
Can you cough in the other direction?
I saw my dad and my stepmom, and I brought my friend there, who's a very attractive female, and I was like, "Hey, when you want to go?" I just happened to hang out with my dad for like a half hour to an hour to say hi. And the whole time, I'm watching my dad just creepily check out my friend, like just eyeing her up and down, and then getting caught like over and over by her. And I never realized how creepy my dad is. He's been married for like 25 years.
Every dad
I
is.
can't bring girls around my dad. I don't think it's
Well, I mean, the kind of women. I mean, you're a mogul and a producer and a podcast. I mean, not only are you, it's not like you're just taking any kind of chick, dude. You hang out with beautiful women, Ryan. What kind of dad isn't going to sit there used to the same wife that he's been with for how many years?
25 years.
25 years. Think of you. Imagine being with the same woman for 25 years, Brian. You have that blood pumping through your veins.
One last thing, like one of the weirdest things that I noticed going back to Ohio is everyone has an accent, an Ohio accent that I don't think I have anymore, but when I was in Ohio, I caught myself saying it.
What is
Everybody in Ohio has things where it's like, they're just kind of, man, we went to Myers last night, and we swear to God, we saw this girl, like, it kind of like, that's not everybody in Ohio. There's a lot of people, like,
there was a lot of people that traveled to that show from Cincinnati, from Kansas. I know what you're saying, but there's also like that rural area around Columbus. I think there's just a lot of different people mixed in. And somebody drove here tonight from Canada for the show. Where's that guy at? Are you here?
Now, once we've done
Yeah, Barker.
away,
Bob Barker.
again,
Oh, nice. There you go. From where?
the Chuba is exposed, shut it
Ottawa.
down. Second
Fuck yeah.
go to the house of the
Jesus
attack on
Christ.
It's funny because you can't, like, Ohio has some really stupid rules on it, like, you can't do U-turns. And it's like, when you're so used to doing U-turns, it seems like the dumbest idea that you're not allowed to
Oh,
do
that was hilarious. Oh my God, I laughed so hard at this. Yeah, you can't do U-turns in Ohio, which is the stupidest thing ever.
Right, one
But,
third,
you know,
I understand, I think
I
most
would
of
do a
us
U-turn
understand
and
that
then
right?
be
To
like
us the first.
acting like the other, like,
Make
drivers.
mistakes.
right.
Like, they
You
freak
shoot
out
up,
that, like, you
let
get
it go.
Right. They're just like,
Let it go.
what is
Son,
that maniac do? What is that? Some kind of witch?
Psychologically healthy.
And then you got a hotel, a $50 hotel that you bought online, and it's called the Knights Inn. It's downtown Columbus on the worst part of, like, Columbus. And it was
But on the map, and I forgot what part of Columbus that was on the map that looked legit. But the 2 miles or mile and a half or whatever to the actual city that it was the worst mile and a half in all of Columbus.
next to a used mattress store.
So yeah, and it was next to a used tire store.
I remember. I think it was
It's like, I need to buy a new tire. Can you just take this off and put it back on? Thank you.
Used tires. Only in rural Columbus. So we got to the Knights Inn, and I'm like, fuck this shit. So like every back seat is Breaking Bad.
And one story where it was just like hookers hanging outside the door, like, there was like their in-call, I guess that's what they're called, where they just go, come on back to mine. I got a hotel room, and it was like, all the rooms were rented by the hour, and then you actually said,
I'm like in awe.
Because the truth is, when
Oh,
I
and I
think about
did.
myself,
Right. No.
there's nothing
Well, there's a part of me that's just like,
I wouldn't.
fuck it. I'm even taking a cab
There's
wherever
nothing I can say
anyway.
that I don't
I'm
have
just not gonna. You know, I don't really spend any time
Right?
at the
Dude,
hotel.
I would never, ever do
Anytime
that.
the hotel door
There are
opens
things
up,
that I say I can never
you go
imagine myself
outside,
doing
that's
it
just
now,
too
but
much.
then again, I look back in my life,
I need
there
a
are
hallway
days
out
that I
there.
did that I never thought I would do that I
Going to
did
a
do.
strange city,
So,
I need a
how
hallway
can a person
outside.
ever say,
No way.
how can a person ever say, I never
You know what? That's another thing. Even after I stayed at the nice hotel, you know what
who
drives
never
me
thought they
fucking
would do
crazy?
certain things, and
I
unfortunately,
don't want
big
to
shows
have.
is
They should have the thing on the outside of the door when you get there. I don't need to put it on. It should
on a
be
basic level.
take this off if you want somebody waking you up at fucking 8 a.m. to clean your room.
I have built,
Who's waking
I
up
have
at
built
6 a.m. and calling us like, oh, I'm gonna go get a head start on the day. I'm gonna come clean my room in a bit.
that I can stand up when it's someone facing.
That's what I'm saying. I don't need it at all. When you go to a hotel, you want to fucking look dirty and gross. You want to take off everything right at the other side of the door. It's not like home. It's a whole different experience. And if that's not how you do hotels, then you're not doing hotels right.
Which
Your
tells
hotel, you
me
need to
that
get
I am
sloppy and
slowly
stupid, just spill shit once in a
tells
while.
me
It
that
doesn't
I'm
matter.
gradually mature. That's okay. I'm a human being. So by constantly remembering my haters, it's not that I'm beating myself up over what I've done. It's that I'm being real. Because the
comedic timing of the accidents of this show are
I
unbelievable.
would never, ever do that. Usually, they do
That
that.
was
But if I remember all of the things I thought,
Loaded the
again, not
bloodstains
beating myself
joke
up
and
and
just
making myself feel bad. But this is a reminding
Comedy
myself
Store's
how
so crazy. This place is haunted as fuck. Well, you guys know the format of the show. A lot of comedians here. You guys excited to get this thing started?
I think that was the thing.
Before we do, we always have two of my best friends, two of my funniest friends, two of my best friends, people that I work with all the time, that I'm lucky to work with. And this one, as always, is a fucking spectacular show. I'm so excited about it. So as always, I'm just bringing up at about the same time. First, one of my funniest friends who basically been putting everything together for years. We riff like crazy in the parking lot here.
Well, once I
Things
you
about
could be
doing together
to a
with
certain
friends,
degree
just sitting in a
amplifies the
circle
value of
for
the
hours
past.
at a
If
time
I'm
and riffing
capable
and
of
having
being
fun.
this,
Anyway,
whatever that this is, where I'm
who's in the
holding a
movie
life,
that he
how
you
could I
can see
say
him
that?
touring all around the
Like, so
country.
before I became
Ladies and
this,
gentlemen, the
before
one
I
and
reached
only
this
Adam
level of
Ray,
spirituality,
everybody.
in that, people don't need to remind me justified by the fact that I stuff like that happens on that guy's level, on that level. But once I just
Comedian,
like,
Comedy Central, everything. He's a freak of nature. Writer for the TV show Whitney. Put your hands together for one of my funniest friends. Owen Smith is here.
Almost change dialectic on the more I grow, the more I have to reconcile.
Nickel for a longer talk. Hey.
Just requires
Hell yeah.
the subject kind of and perpetual lock in this cycle. So once again, subject to this up. This is the Gemara. The Gemara has an opinion that says the ideas of the past.
Patriot, how tall are you?
I'm about 6 foot.
Really?
It's incredible. The more I grow, the more I grow, the more I have to right. My capacity for greatness, the more I have to reconcile.
That's you showing love, but like, you know, because this is a normal thing to see somebody in public and
Which
you
is
do
really
that.
incredible idea. If you look down at people, bottom left hand side, you
Check me
can
out.
down the season that we out.
I was checking out your podcast about last
Quite
night.
amazing.
It's a very unique show
Fact that
because
having
your
somebody
sidekick is not only a comedian, but he's a
get that thing out.
Yeah,
I want
you
to
can
get
sit
this back.
you can sit with
Next
you.
time, the youth number listeners and so the user
podcast
with
that
Sarah
set
Javier.
up a great story I
This
thought
is all
out there
through this
was
concept.
how
these are the literally the descent, I take steps back in order to take steps. That's the way it works. But often when I fail, failure in life itself becomes for a variety of different reasons. When I fail, often we become much more accepted in moments of failure than we do in moments of success. When I fail, I recognize what my weaknesses are, and therefore I know what it is that I have to work on. And when I fail, in those moments, I realize life has not more than I and therefore I really need to be right. I need to really be both hands on the wheel. But self-resourcing, that comes
I mean, that's one of those ones
by the way,
that is just anytime anybody sends me one, it's just like thousands of points. I've gotten sent, I mean, that was a great one because that's totally, I mean, the picture just says, the picture totally says they all had sex. There's no doubt about it. They're not just in the normal brunch. They had a threesome, two little people, and one right exactly. Oh, I mean, just, I can't tell you, it's hard to describe. Well, just the fact that you know that some shit went down. And there's two midgets, they definitely fucked. So then you're wondering, if they're having lunch with this guy, either this is the fucking pounder, you know what I mean? I wonder how that works. I bet that they could, like, double 69, like build the bridge. Like, the guy could lay on the bottom, right? And then they could build, like, the Golden Gate Bridge, one something like that. I don't know what it's called. Even if they don't happen then, they're peeing on them afterwards. That's how they say goodbye. Right? I feel like you secretly have this giant, like, shrine of bitches in your basement. Are midgets dicks the same, like regular length, or are they proportional to the body? Yeah, what normal Ed says is 6 inches, which he says is
the necessary part of every alien.
yeah, but what does that mean? Like a big head and like short balls, or is everything like? I gotta be honest, I never really like thought about it, but now you bring it up, I kind of want to fucking call you. Gotta go over and send us a picture. You gotta see a photo of it. Have you seen my horse?
For my previous life. And so every time there's an aliyah, I'm pulled back a little bit. There's a legal, this is back with trust. There's a descent back into faith. There's a descent back into the faith and then the descent from the man. There's a descent with the legal back to go ahead and reconcile my behavior. Because that's what I know. So every single thing is the Eureka that is a Torah. Every single time I grow, I have to now take a step back, reconcile.
Disclosing his
Now, once again, I see my capacity for greatness to a certain degree amplifies the outcome of the time. How could I have done those things if I'm capable of doing this? And it never goes on. ועד מטבע שעשה שיש לו ממש נזכה בחטאו, הוא אף לא רואה, I'm gonna point out that
so I guess I'm doing all right. I don't, but I mean, I literally
right in this intense style, pretty much my entire life is open. Right, so remember,
you know what's crazy about what I've learned so far in this show is that if any guy, by the way, out there has a 6-inch dick, technically you have a midget dick. That's actually right now. There's guys like almost here.
Life
When this
is
podcast
actually
comes out next week, you're just getting your shot.
Pero
all
para ti,
around the. And here's my question: does that mean
para
they get
no
a
tiene
handicap
a
signs?
number of you learn in the
Because
study
Brad
the
gets a
idea
handicap sign. He gets a
that
park
some
for free. He just went to a Jay-Z concert where they had to sit in the handicap seat.
you feel like
Because the guys, when you show them your pass, they're not going to be like,
self.
oh yeah, like nobody wants to call and go,
That is
no,
in
Mitch,
itself
it's not a
for sure.
handicap.
Those
So we go
guys
like,
are
obviously you can sit there.
Love
If you have a
basketball,
6-inch dick
that
and it's
is
a big
the
dick,
legal
then
term
you
of
get also from now on, if you have
is
6
in a
inches or less,
in-depth
you get the
concept
park
to
in the
it.
handicap.
It's
Like it's a fair rule.
I'm not going to snap it. You know, as I grow in life, and I realize my mistakes, I have another epiphany, which is that how much bigger I could have been had I not got sidelined by the other thing. I think you know, you see people like this, sometimes you see, sometimes you see, often I find it difficult to see the children of the beautiful, learning, or stuff like this, but you think to yourself, if I was doing that at that age, what I could have been, right, what I could have been, had I not made this mistake, had I not made that mistake, going down this road, all these different things, it's like too much, like, if you're saying that's just not that mistake, and that, again, that mistake in and of itself, just one mistake, so let's say, so if you just bring this together and I have to stop, what if something introduces us to this idea that every time we grow, spiritual growth requires some level of introspection into the mind. Because as I grow and I realize what I can become, I am once again held responsible for what I have or have not done. And the public this is the meaning of the concept of the ego, so left idea. But at the end of the day, every idea, every attempt always comes with a necessary what's the reason? As I go up, I am forced to also now go down and re-examine the source of the past.
You trying to like just get that going trending.
Again, like now that I know that I'm so much, I must reconcile with the mistakes of the past. That will be our doing right now.
Wow. You know what? I'm not going to argue that because I don't have any like basis for comparison. Wide boobs.
Just try it out in the future. Yes, if they have big boobs and they're natural, they usually have, it's not as tight of pussy as well.
Okay. What did he say? Bill by a perverts back there. He goes, that's actually true. Yeah. Oh, wow. Wikipedia, actually. All you need is one other guy to agree. This is whitepussy.com. Yeah. Somebody buy that domain. Big Pussy Digest. Fuck yeah. Hey, now why is the white? I mean, your voice box is coming from not where the mic is. It's in the chest. It is in the chest. Now is that looks like it's pointing in your pouch, not your chest.
I got a cord going from my mouth down my chest, and the sound's kind of coming out from that direction. So we figured out this is the best position.
Patreon, have you ever measured your penis?
It's pretty good size. I've never had any complaints.
Nobody's ever asked. You've never had any complaints, but you've only gotten laid a handful of times.
I haven't had a lot of good girls. It's been a while, but I'm working on myself now, Tony.
So you want to work on yourself so that when the next time happens, you want to make sure you're bringing the best patrons.
Yeah, the podcast best, so I might get some action this Friday.
Now let me ask you this: do you like how like midgets like to fuck other? Do you like to fuck other robots?
I wouldn't mind getting with the Black Widow in Iron Man 3 or Iron Man 2, Scarlett Johansson.
So Scarlett Johansson. Who's not a robot?
Ladies have the opera. We call that pouch the chili quesadilla.
Oh my God!
I started doing myself a weekend last week. It was really good.
Very, very beautiful, very beautiful piece.
Check out my YouTube video when you get it.
Who are you talking to? I'm not sure what this conversation is. Do you have special moves though with that suit on? Like, is there like the fucking like? Do you have like what you did to me with the? You just put like. And you're doing that in her pussy, right?
Even drop holes
And she likes that.
drop holes to or request you drop holes to committee by the part of
By the way, PJ does a knack for calling the penis a banana, by the way.
It's like it seems like your dad said, "Hey, little son, suck this big banana," and it just stuck.
Misha over our Isa. Someone goes ahead and fires this and what happens? Then it has to kill a stream around, but you will see why this is so special because this will impact something just learn towards the end of the year. So person commits an idea, whatever the idea is. Kamen Shav Tshuva Shlema Allah. If you're a person by Hashem,
You got very excited when he said how
person
dog.
managed to complete and told his Tshuva for the particular case. Nico Makom, with Homadrega Shu Ola, to be slowly not for your so the Kusha,
Wait a second.
where
Just
Hagon
because you can last long with porn doesn't mean you can last long with an actual woman.
So this is the progression of it. A person is a person does shukka. Usually after repentance or does the particular idea.
You're definitely
And now what
squeaky,
happens?
alright? That suit
A
needs some
person
WD-40.
kills themselves out. Literally,
Jesus.
the question is, if you come out here to all that
I
the
think
song
he
is
just came. I think that's what that sound was.
I'm gonna work on myself. I work on myself to become a better person. I'm able to reach an elevated level of
What kind
holiness.
of music do you
In
like the
every
soundtrack from
level
Short
of
Circuit?
elevation, in every new degree of holiness which I
You
reach,
see the soundtrack from Rocky?
this over I love Pishut ala Hakan Hatabala. Once again, there is a kishret, there is a judgment that is
Do you like to have
awaiting
movies on in the
against
background
me
while you're doing it?
for the ideas that committed in it.
Rocky was very
But they
touching.
just received first glance to see those things and to fly in the face of that which is
So when
over.
you're
So
watching
again,
porn, you sit there with the
committed
stopwatch, you hit
Avera.
start, and just
I
like you're
did
practicing
triple
the
for the
movie.
idea. I became holy. I became holy. Again, I realized my downfall. I realized my weakness. I did triple for it. I worked on myself, and now
Okay, well, let me
I
ask
find
you
myself
this.
on a new
2004
level
was the last
of
time you
elevated
were late.
holiness. As a result of that elevated level of new holiness, from the new
Oh
level
my
of elevated
God, it was during
holiness,
the last
there
episode,
is a
friends.
judgment that is once again awakened
Honestly, I
against
don't
me
remember.
for the idea of judgment. Okay? In the Madriga Hadasha,
Ugh.
Ein Zu Nachshavet Shuvasa She'asir Iyam. Why is it a because now in this
What did you
new,
say when you took the
in
first
this
song
new
off?
level, in this new daraja,
Some sort of
and
catchphrase.
this new Madriga, and which I find myself, in which I find myself currently, this new elevated level of holiness, the tshuva that I did in the past,
Right, but when you
is no
first see
longer
the foot, you have to
based on
say
where I'm
some sort of
holding
countdown to
now,
it, right? To
the
let it
tshuva
out.
of my past is no longer sufficient to remedy the other.
Stealthy.
Rachel, never do the trouble. Yesh lo lach
See,
lo
stirring
demosh
the
with
feet,
the
you
chagash
moved in
tshuva
the
al
bedroom. What
kapa'al.
point do you kill her?
Therefore, again, such a trouble. When I reach this new elevated level
What's
of
the part where you
holiness,
just start
really,
strangling
I need
her
to
and
do
starting
tshuva
to
again.
chop up the body?
Need to do tshuva again for all of my
Alright, well,
past ideals.
here we
The
are.
charata,
Everything's
no
set. The wheels,
ceramika.
as always,
With a
are in
sense of
motion.
remorse,
I feel
it's
like the
even deeper.
energy is
I'm not
here.
sure
You guys ready to get this thing banging or what?
You know this?
This
Again,
place
when
is
I say this,
comedians, as always, all here to test out a new 60 seconds of material and get a chance to be interviewed by us and talk with us. And you have 60 seconds.
now
At the end of
again,
that
I
60
grow.
seconds, you're
I
giving me
become
out of the kitty.
better.
That means
I
your time is
always
up.
thought
Don't go
that
any
what's
much
the
longer, or else
what's
you're going to hear the
the process?
angels
It's such a
talking
joy.
like a bear.
You shut the door. You did tshuva. No, you
Very
did
angry
tshuva.
tonight.
You become a better person.
So, what do you guys say we get started? Let's start picking names out of
And
the
you
bucket.
drink Avila,
Our first
this
comedian
tshuva,
tonight,
now become even a better
Carlos
person. Taking
A.
the level of holiness where I'm holding now.
Comedy Store
Tshuva
employee.
of my past and future things. I need to do tshuva again for my averos of the past. And what's the literally writes? V'zeu inyan masha amar David HaMelech al atzmo. This is what David HaMelech said about the most of these Gemara in Second Simba. V'chatasi negdi samid. My hate, my sin, is always the opposite. Once remember again, we had this machlokes in Gemara about averos that you could tshuva for in the past. You have to, and let's say you did not repeat the same sin over the course of the last year, do you have to do tshuva for it or not? So again, remember we had the conflicting psukim. Ashrei Nisui Kasha,
like praiseworthy is the word, is the person whose sin is covered up. And then we had again,
Just a lot of comedians
pasuk,
complain that it's only 60 seconds.
the
Some of them just come in with a
Tzaddik
hardcore 39 seconds.
says,
And,
all
right.
that
So that
as you
actually
grow
happened.
in life, you have to go ahead and do new tshuva
You said N-word?
on the averos of the past,
Oh,
because based
I
on
got
what
I think it was N-word, the N-word. Yeah. I
I'm
said
thinking
N-word.
now,
Oh,
the
so,
tshuva of the
so
past
he
is
said, what's your problem, nigga?
what
And then what happened?
אף
Was
על
it a fight?
פי שהחל מדבר המלך, שכבר נזכר לו תשובתו לפני השם יתברך, even though David HaMelech knew that when he did tshuva, see, let's say David HaMelech knew that his tshuva was accepted.
Okay, then what happened?
Now,
Everybody split up, and that's pretty much what happened. Well, what
and
happened?
how did
They
David
split up,
HaMelech
everybody
know
split up, and like nothing really happened.
that his tshuva was accepted after the David HaMelech had his gift? The gift was that Nassan had not been told him Hashem
They all
forgives you.
sat down.
He was simply told that Homer Shalom forgives you. כמו שנאמר לו בדברים Nassan הנביא, גם אשר
I think the part that he missed is when he pulled out a gun with a silencer on it, shot him in his forehead.
No, David HaMelech is told
So this white guy,
וכמוכו מוקישו דבר המלך לא היו עומד ונקטע באוסה המגדת שחץ לו בכך תשובתו ובכל יום תמיד היו עולה ומסער ליוסף בפגישתו הנצטבה עם הדגל המדרגה. But since David HaMelech is becoming greater day after day and he's going madrega to madrega and madrega of today, he's greater than madrega of yesterday, which is greater than madrega that he was on once he sinned. Therefore, David HaMelech has to perpetually do tshuva for his sins. Okay, let's focus on what we can analyze. This is incredibly dramatic. So I think Rabbi Tzaddik can be understood on two levels. On a basic level, on a basic, but on a basic level, also make an idea. I do tshuva for the idea. I grow. I become a better person. And once I become the holier you become, the more profound your function exchange will be. On a basic level, it's a trouble. The tshuva I perform after the faith, representing the spiritual level I was on. That was the quote-unquote the best tshuva I could deliver at the time. But now that I've grown and now that I've become someone better, I have the capacity to go ahead and do a better tshuva. And as a result of that, right, it's demanded of me to now put forward a better form of tshuva corresponding to the newly elevated spiritual status in which I find myself. The tshuva of the past worked fine because that was the level I was on. But now that I find myself on a new level, and I have the ability to deliver a heightened level of tshuva, that's what I'm obligated to do. And that's what the study says. That's what I'm meant when he said, as I grow in life, my spiritual growth demands a new tshuva. Because now I am capable of delivering a heightened level of tshuva. Incredible.
There you go, Carlos.
Or perhaps we just talk about
Not on Twitter,
or perhaps we started to sing something else as well. See, I will say, we're not connecting on data. So why is tshuva possible? Tshuva is possible because, again, we go to Mila, I'm not perfect. And how does he know I'm not perfect? Because he knows me. So that's the rationale of tshuva, that I recognize that at the end of the day,
I had no idea.
I'm about to go to do tshuva. Let's say I want this. Act like unification I do in a daily life. Now, Baruch Hashem, I grow. What is that growth highlight? What does that growth highlight? My capacity for greatness. Well, once you demonstrate your capacity for greatness, the culpability of sin becomes even more apparent. In other words, you want to think about this just a moment. If your 3-year-old child goes ahead and your 2-year-old takes a cup of milk and pours it on the table, You get annoyed, but there's a limit to 2 years old. If your 12-year-old goes ahead and dumps out the cup of milk on the table, but there's a high level of responsibility. Why? Because you know better. So when I sin, when I commit an adult, there's forgiveness. Because again, okay, you all make mistakes. But then once I grow and I become a holier person, and learn something well, you have the capacity to sin. And I feel the capacity for greatness that highlights, that even brings once again to front the center stage the culpability for sin. You're not uncapable. You're not unable. Look at what you've accomplished. Look at what you've done. And now, once I see what I can do, the culpability for sin becomes even more massive. So the big anomaly says that subject is, the more I grow in life, the more I grow in life, the more still I have to do for my past. Because the more I grow in life, the more apparent it becomes how much I'm truly capable of. And the more I'm truly capable of, to highlight the culpability for sin even more. If we said the study remember again, going back to the second schema, the Gemara made all about the Timothy Avera together. Right? I did an Avera 5780. I did the course of 5781. So now the Shah is up to the Tshuva for it again in Rosh Hashanah 5782. So the Gemara made it kind of dependent on, well, did you commit the Avera again or not? Since the subject says it actually has nothing to do with whether or not you committed the Avera. And the great anomaly is, did you grow? So look at the opposite. That the more you grow, the less you have to worry about the past. And the subject says the more I grow to a certain degree, the more responsibility there is for the past. Because my growth shows how much greatness I am truly capable of. And then once I demonstrate and actualize that great yes, the Rosh says, God, what were you doing? That greatness was there when I committed the last. That same Avera was there when that same greatness was there when I committed the infraction, I committed the transgression, and I misused that code, that Torah. So the greater I become, says Rav Tzadok, the greater my responsibility to do tshuva again for the past. Which I want to point out, this is not a dream container. This has nothing to do with prayer. Like once I go out and I do tshuva only to do prayer, that's the greater I become, the more I realize that I really do have the ability to control myself. And I really do have the ability to actualize my personality. And I really do have the ability to accomplish great things in this world, which then heightens my culpability to make transgressions. You ever said this study something amazing? Whether or not I recommit to the Averos of the past, which the more I on a trajectory of growth, the more I grow, the more I have to reflect and repent. So that's it. So there's a couple of things for today. We're going to spend one more day on the 6th because it's a pretty transformative switch, which again brings up the Gemara, but this is the 90 different years of life.
They call him trouble. They call you cute. Like, hey, you put your hands up against the wall and spread your legs. That's not a good beginning to any porn when they tell you your point is to put your hands up against the wall and spread your legs. Like, no, that would trip it. That's how you look like you watch for right. Yep. Double callback. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Fuck yeah. The only thing I really did, I love all that, by the way. I didn't get the Boston Tea Party. Maybe I missed something. It's like transsexuals, they use the letter T before anything. Like, you know, because I do a lot of online dating and shit. You see, like, Tia-saurus, you know, you think the bitch named Tina. So you click on that. Tia-saurus. It's like, yeah, it's a transsexual. So they use the letter T. So I'm thinking, you know, like they had a party in Boston because they called it the Boston Tea Party.
You gotta say that. You gotta say I do a lot of dating. You gotta say that. Yeah, they gave me. At first I was thinking because of their outfit, you took 32 seconds. Because I wanted to hit that and hit a couple more. Right, but that Boston Tea Party definitely needs the setup if you do a lot of online dating. The tea is this. I love the Teasaurus. That's funny. So you can get a laugh while setting it up. And then, I still don't know if there's much there because it's just tea. I don't know. I think the premise is better than the Boston Tea Party, if that makes sense. Like, I think you can go with that tea thing and take it even different directions. Like, plus T-Boz from TLC. I don't know. You can get weird with it. That's just the first T I thought of, by the way. For those of you that are hating on my T-Boz joke right now. It's just an example, and it's still got some laughs. Wait, what I'm curious about is that you're on a dating site that's using so many of these trades. That's why you say it's like, I don't know. Because he's trying to pull this up. If Teasaurus looks like a 9, he's getting it. It's like these dudes think they're women, so they'll go in the women category. Like, they don't say, like, they'll put that on my profile. Like, the requirements, you have to be born a woman and have a steady woman. So they don't have like, is that how your bio starts? Oh, yeah. You gotta be a woman, bitch. I need to see baby pictures and everything. So I'm like, because they'll try to hide and do certain shit, like, no. That's what they have that they're training in their profile. They put the T and they think that's enough. Like, that explains it. Like, oh, you didn't know, bitch. I thought your name was Tina. It's funny. That's what I was saying when I think the premise is funnier than the Boston Tea Party. That what you just said about Tina and the I need to see baby pics. When you're painting a funny picture of a different, it's hilarious. The fact that you're online dating because you get trannies because some men really believe that they're women. So, and then at that point, you're in. And then by the time you are into it, baby picks the Tina thing. I mean, that's hilarious.
Like, all the takes we've had on this whole issue. That's why I asked that question. I'm curious, like, how many have you had this conversation with any other common friends? I don't tell nobody that.
To get to alcohol, you got
You had the big thought of the whole like training bit, like I feel like when encouraged to ask yourself questions of why you thought of that bit, and then going back, like all these things you just brought up based on that one question about why you seeing training on your dating site, and all these things you just brought up, all these opinions you just had about that. Now, I feel like you're building the bit based on asking all those questions. So, yeah, that initial thought with the online dating, bringing into trends. But in trying to figure out why you're talking about it, ask yourself those questions.
Oh, I know why I'm talking about it. How the fuck you gonna call yourself a woman when you're not? What the fuck?
You block off of it. You block off of it. But there are people that don't like
Tina turned out to be Trevor. Like clicking on the picture. I'm looking at it on my cell phone. You know what I'm saying? They just had a picture of it. What's that picture? It's just like a little small picture. Like, I don't have anything. But is it like a face? How is it faces? It's like faces. So I like body pictures. But some of it might be blurred. You know what I'm saying? So you I'm just saying, it's on my cell phone.
So
you see what I'm saying?
one school of thought
Like I'm using my cell phone. I'm not using a laptop. So it's limited as far as what you can see. But it's for a female.
You know what I'm saying? Based on that headshot, you can't tell which site is a free dating site.
Yeah, it's free dating. It's free as fuck. Teasaurus. I'm saying like I've been to a lot of sites where like especially like out here, like you don't meet Teasaurus on Christian Angle, you know what I'm saying? They'll tell you they're everywhere. They're like, you might want to check your settings one more time. I never had this problem. I'm just saying, like, since I've been out here, I haven't seen that shit.
If that's true, that's true. That I'm done trying and then I'm still in then what don't I have to do? Daven work. If everything is, I happen to have it, maybe Elul, Shana,
it's a transsexual. No, that's a joke.
the Kipper,
Yeah, we can't wait.
leading up to that.
Like
But
how
at the
he
end
got
of the
food.
day,
You know what I'm saying? Like, so I got food and moved in here because I met some chick online, and like when I saw her, you know, I went to go meet her, and the bitch just had the door like a little bit open, and
already
you know, like,
decided. So look at what I
no,
said.
the door was
So
like
one
open.
thing
I'm
I
like,
also
I'm like,
think necessary to
so
go
she
there.
stick her feet out. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? The bitch
kissing
got
as
big feet.
Satan has healed. Arriba, Kisha was up for you. But even Kadija and the Mary, the person that I'm I, but what about the fact that I already again judgment has been sealed in them, Kipper? If judgment has been sealed in them, Kipper, then why do I have to die? I'll tell you why, sir. Alex Shaladaitam, you finally down on my ship, you got it. It's just when it's different, I look at the whole case, I the call is told.
Just clicking on, just see a picture or whatever.
Like,
Like, you could feel free, like
that even if we accept the theological concept that always decided on the Torah and the people. And comes Yom Kippur, the guys in it. The way that you do it, you still have to dive into everything. Why? Drink it, it's good, it's for you, for food. But if you know something as experiencing Rafa in this world without Gila is there to activate the Rafa. So it could very well be that if I start to decree it, signed and sealed. But at the end of the day, without Gila, cannot bring it into the realm of reality.
Patriot, would you ever have sex with a post trend?
In the call of Gila is necessary in order to bring it into reality.
Like you never seen a guy feet look so good ever.
If you think about it, it's so profound because the topic is saying that this, a person can have a whole life of bracha waiting for them to have their
How do you not
fingertips.
know this?
But without tefillah, to make it into reality, that bracha remains strong. So I believe that the Torah always touches us favorably. So I can have a beautiful and favorable bracha on Yom Kippur, but at the end of the day, how much bracha do we leave on the table? How much bracha do we leave on the table? Because I'm not davening in the way that I should be davening. You let the way that I claim the bracha that is already been allocated. Can't get it unless he goes on the subject of God. I'll also point out there's another fascinating idea with the first is that as much as there is a in general, one of the hardest things in the rap are some of these young in their life is the judgment on a persona. It's sealed on your paper, but if there's the ability to alter that judgment, right? The ability to alter that judgment. And if there is the ability to alter the judgment, then what's the point of the judgment? If there is no ability to go ahead and alter the judgment, I understand why I asked for David to go ahead and claim the reference, but the two that both change negative. He just doesn't decide the answer to all of that is yes. He will always alter everything, even if there was a
He's at Lil Bro on Twitter,
G.
Fuck yeah, that's fun.
Ultimately, again, is meaningful because that's where I am at the time that the truth can be done. And when I say the person chooses to change themselves, then it's possible sometimes, I'll give you the much. It's kind of like tax law. That means if you go ahead and you earn X amount of money. Now, let's say a person earns $50,000. A person earns $50,000 in tax. at a certain rate.
That would
If
be a
Baruch
good.
Hashem, you do well,
Yeah, that
you
would be
earn
good.
more money, and now you earn $100,000. So you don't get the tax bracket. Have the tax laws changed? Have the tax laws changed? No. What's changed? Your personal circumstances. It's a good model for how it works with the Ribbon Shalom as well. You have to other properties as well. There's a shower that I can tell from giving me a desire gift. He gives me a decree. Bein L'Torah, Bein L'Rachas. That's the decree. That decree applies to me based on where I'm headed. And if I change myself, I put myself to the yokel, and it becomes racky. It's not the fact that I can change his mind. It's not the fact that I can change his decree. Just the decree that was handed down was for me in a certain place. If I remove myself somewhere else, then by definition, just the original decree doesn't apply to me. The original, right? The taxes on $100,000 are different than the taxes on $50,000. And at the end of the tax law hasn't changed. My personal circumstances have changed. So what you see over here is, so obviously, Tefillah has the ability to change us. But for the Tzaddik is highlighting over here is even if we accept the premise that everything is sealed and decreed on Yom Noraim, at the end of the day, don't leave bracha on the table. And if I don't daven in order to forge a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, just don't get the bracha. And what's the sense of that? It could be that we go through life with so much bracha that is really inconvenient by us. Just perhaps because I'm not dialoguing with David almost from Ola. I'm not getting it. Because remember again, we do that in the stuff. The whole point of the bracha is to forge relationship. And the only way the bracha forges relationship with Hashem if it's accessed through the portal of Tefillah.
What did we miss on this last one?
Tefillah that says, I know this comes from you. I know it's only from you. And I thank you. If I'm not, if the bracha doesn't create biological and relationship connection, then ultimately again the bracha remains uncompleted. Says the tzaddik, the person can have a whole lifetime of bracha and bounty waiting for them.
What do
It
you
only becomes yours.
what do you consider like?
Let's stop over here. Pick up the mirror session tomorrow.
I like talking about social issues. You know? Yeah. Or like, like things like I feel like matter.
Is there a lot more behind that? What's your Syrian child fucking opener?
That came off natural. I like that one changes over time, depending on who we're
Children are getting stars.
Yeah, just getting better. And you know everybody's gonna say your name pretty much not completely correct.
Yeah, I had two sets of them. I think maybe that was one based on if you can get my name right, and one if you got it right. And then I think too many options remain.
Yeah.
This evening,
Oh, in just a minute we're gonna pack that in.
Yeah, try to put me in there.
Oh wow, Jesus. All right, so where'd you start stand-up at?
It's San Francisco.
How long have you been in LA?
About a year and a half.
Nice. Yeah.
Your AT&T joke is good because it's true.
Uh-huh.
But it also made me not enjoy the joke so much because I was like kind of bummed out. You know what I mean? Because I was like, oh man, he's right. They both. I don't know. You should find something more zany to put in there just so you don't bump me. Because I mean, it's funny. The idea is very funny, but
I feel like I lost my phone. They were actually gonna speak a little bit too
surprising. People laugh at how horrible the world is.
Right.
But that didn't happen tonight.
How much material would you say since you started in 2009 you had to do? How long would you say that would be last?
I think I had like.
And we're going to spend the next 2 mornings focusing on talking about not the Samachay is not important. If you got Samachay yesterday, we got the essence of Samachay. So that explains some of the concept about a willingness to lay down one's life. If one is not going to live a life in conformity with Ratzon. Masha, we discussed that already. So move on to Sonic Club. Because here we're going to really highlight something that I think is fascinatingly, so the Rebbe says as follows. On our page Samech Aleph, this is Samech Aleph, in the Be'ulah Hasidus, the bottom left hand column. The Rebbe says as follows. Lamud b'tfilah, Samech Vav, Lamud b'tfilah, El Hashem Yisparach, Tzarech ha'adam l'chol a person requires tefillah. A person requires tefillah. That literally translated means to stand in prayer before Hashem is necessary for everything for which a person requires. And what does it mean? That Alpha Shedavar Zeh Yiyat. For example, even if I could require only ordained or decreed that a certain thing is in fact going to materialize or unfold, let's say there's a gzera. There's a decree, a good decree. The Prophet has decided that I'm going to benefit or I'm going to be blessed in a particular way. The Chozos, Sarah Ha'adam Yisrael, Shahid Kafiyada. A person still needs to daven that the bracha will come to fruition, that the bracha will be actualized in the way in which I'm going to start off with. Which is a very fascinating idea. We don't yet know why this is, but the other thing is that bracha cannot come about in this world without prayer. And even if something is ordained from the Ribbon Shalom to happen in a particular way, which is beneficial to you, that benefit will not materialize, that benefit will not actualize if not preceded by prayer. Notice, this is just to show you where the Rebbe gets this. If you take a look at footnote Reish Lamed Dalet, so here the footnote actually quotes the biblical source for this idea. Rabbi Moshe Amar, the Chosiyah Hasoda Teren Yevaret, the Choisif Hasoda Teren Yitzmach, Kilo Hintir Hashem Elokim Ala Aretz, Va'adam Ein La'avodes Ha'adam. So the concept literally uses follows, that before any of the vegetation or herbage or grass began to grow, why didn't it grow? Because Hashem had not yet brought rain. That's why, so remember again, the Torah is painting the image that all of the necessary vegetation was literally sitting right beneath the top of the ground, ready to come out. Why didn't it come out? Because the Baruch Hu did not yet bring rain. Why did the Baruch Hu not yet bring rain? Because again, Ba'adam Ayin La'avodas Hadam. When there was no man to yet go ahead and work the earth. Human beings were not yet created. Man was not yet created. So there was no one to work the earth. And Rashi says, so beautiful, Rashi says, Rashi, Hadayin Lo Chaya Ba'aret Kishe Yigmara B'Riyas Ha'olam B'Shishik B'Lushni B'Adam V'Cha Yisra B'Sadeh Lo Tzamach V'Lama Kilohim. Sure. Again, Rashi says, so why was there no vegetation? Because Baruch Hu didn't cause it to rain. Why didn't that send folks? It's not coming here. If it's the Adam Ayin La'avot, this Adama, Ve'im Makri B'Kabasa Chodishon. She was going to be in the program. If she said, Adam B'Yad Shem Zarf Li'olam, it's sort of about 2 + 2 = 4. Ultimately, again, so that's explains there was a there was only one other Chava on the earth, and they were able to daven for the rain. That the rain comes. That the rain comes. So the rest, so what's the difference in the distinction is there. The distinction is there, sitting there right beneath the top of the soil. It's all there. Because Baruch Hu has his plan, the plan is to be for the vegetation.
What's the social commentary on
Yet it cannot. Baruch Hu does not bring it forth until someone is there to daven. So the Rebbe, therefore, going to have essentially build a philosophical or theological construct around this idea. What do you see? That even if the Ribbon Shalom is ready and poised to give me bracha does not materialize in this world unless it is preceded by tefillah. Tefillah is the necessity to bring about the Bible. Now, let's pause for a moment. bunch of and analyze it, at least from the perspective of duration. Because from duration, you can begin to ask, why is that? Why did not the purple free reign until ultimately man was there to go ahead and daven for it? What's the whole point of a miracle? What's the whole point of a miracle? The whole point of bracha is one of your moves in which you work in connection with the Ritbono Shalom. That's one of the ways. Like the whole everything has to well, it gives me my health, it gives me my knowledge, it gives me your family, it gives me this thing. And my goal is to see what this ecosystem has by itself. If I put in effort, these things materialize only with incredible divine intervention, only if I follow these involved. Tefillah is the way that I recognize the Ritbono of Olam's involvement in both what we'll call the miraculous and the mundane aspects of life. Without prayer, I could just as easily assume that these things occur on their own. With Tefillah, I recognize that the things that I have in life are only because of the Ritbono Shalom. What does that sound like? I think it's not just going to bring the God bracha, even if he's ready to, without Tefillah. Because then the bracha doesn't accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. Listen, to me, this makes so nice to recognize that everything I have is only because of the Ritbono Shalom. So if there's no Tefillah, it represents the theological awareness of this soul. There's no bracha. What's the point? What's the point? Everything that this Baruch does is to produce an awareness of consciously involvement in his life. It's such a profound yesod. He goes on, he's a L'raya al-Kaf, he gives an example. Hello, Sira Be'elio. Those who are Be'elio have not listened to this. It puts on the case. Check my Amaro Hashem Yisbarach. Late Zero the extra mother of the Adam. Remember, this refers to the extra malachim Adam. Achar was the Rio, he just enough decided on his own to withhold the whole discussion in general. But we decided to withhold it, even though the Gemara says that Nafesh shall become the peace, the ring is something that is held on to balance the powerful dignity, and he does not go ahead and hand it out to anyone. Okay? There you are, now we got it. Doesn't have to be yes, amazing. That's a different story. In any event, so what happens? Because well, it tells Israel nothing. Go to Achaz. Achaz is the reason to go with the ring is because of the preparation ongoing people. It's by Achaz and his wife Giselle. The Torah says to the Rio, go to Achaz. It's going to rain. It's going to rain. That's not my son. Speaking now at Achaz. No. ויקרא ארץ וישם פניו בברכיו, שנשתטח לארץ ושם פניו בברכיו מספר למטה, שיהיה בה בתפילה עד שבא גשם. What does the Navi say? The Navi goes up to Har Carmel, and what does he do? He daven. Daven? Why daven? Told you that the rain is going to come. Why he left? Adonai, after Shuhuk that's in Biaka Bishbar, which is in Matar, or is the Damla after Damla Samaria, a dying trouble. Follow the other Hajjah. Even if it doesn't exactly what we were saying before, even if something is divinely ordained to happen for you in a positive way, it is only through the power of prayer. That's the bracha, and that the blessing ultimately is material. That's such an incredible social. It really is. You know what this means? I remember being a professional wrestling fan at the time, and there was a part where the Undertaker's brother came out of nowhere, made an appearance for the first time. His name was Kane, and it was like a huge deal when I was a kid in wrestling. The Undertaker had a younger brother that was the same height as him. He had gotten caught in this house fire. There's a whole storyline on it. Well, he had to proceed. Anyway, Kane, after months of just crushing people, there was a big Monday Night Raw time. Kane speaks his first words, and he came out there's a Venezuela. There's a
Venezuela.
Venezuela. I could have all the requisite merits. I could have all the personal qualities. But without Tefillah, the brachos don't come. Without Tefillah, the brachos don't come. Again, the reason for that is because the brachos are only meaningful if I recognize the come from Hashem. The brachos are only meaningful if they're used to build a bond, used to build a relationship between myself and my Creator. How is that relationship? How is that bond built?
So yeah, when I see those things, that's a long way to that story. But those that thought,
Everything that happens
that is considered like a very scary tool. Is there anything else you can do with it, or is that what you got on this?
Ultimately, the blessing that I totally materialized
Do you use it as a vibrator?
preceded
I don't kiss and tell.
ultimately by prayer. Okay, so stop over here for today. We'll have to pick up. We'll spend one more day with this tomorrow.
It was originally Larry the Cable Guy.
It's a good guy. So that's the general Sadiq Milano Russia discussion. That's always the theological outline.
Imagine dumbing it down from Larry the Cable Guy.
Wow.
Anyway,
Where are you from?
I'm from Slidell, Louisiana, outside of New Orleans.
Yeah, when you said that originally, you said it that so smooth and quickly. I didn't get it. It was like a blur. You really know. You've said that a few times.
I said about 1,700.
Where are you from?
Slidell, Louisiana.
Yeah, that's like almost all one word. Slidell, Louisiana.
Do you know people with those machines there?
No.
Have you had somebody come up to you after the show and go,
My so-and-so guy.
Yeah, yeah. I've had people while I'm doing it say, "That's not funny, my uncle just died of cancer." To which I respond, "Well, of course, because when I wrote this joke 4 years ago, I thought one day I'll be doing a shitty fucking pizza parlor in East LA and I'll get you."
Oh, wow, that was a very specific show that happened at.
Yeah, sorry.
Have you ever gotten heckled by a person with one of those and just had a file off? Why are you heckling me?
Jerry Seinfeld wouldn't say that.
That is interesting. So was it really 4 years ago that you wrote that you got the prop?
Yeah, I have to say, just because it cost $100, it just stayed in my act.
Right.
It'll stay in my act forever.
so is that what's keeping you from actually doing, like, not using it just because you bought it?
No, I mean, well, yeah,
I mean, that's probably why I still wear this vest when it comes to
That's what happened with Gallagher. He just bought a sledgehammer one day. He's like, I gotta put this thing to use. What's something cheap and explosive that I could buy? Oh, watermelon.
Have you always used that in your act?
Yeah, actually, this is like one of the first jokes I wrote when I started. I bought the thing off of eBay to do this joke.
What was that day like?
What's that? $100, man. Bro, look how shabbily dressed I am. I don't have $100.
What happened leading up to that day where you were like, fuck, I gotta change it up. I gotta stand out.
Yeah, when you decide that your comedy voice was going to be through a voice,
Was eBay already up in your browser search in your face? You were like, I need a fucking dildo. Wait a minute, that thing, I can shove it on my dick. That's how comedy.
two birds with one stone.
Like, what was the thought process? To pick that up?
I really wish I did, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do it, I say fucking extend it. I want to see an hour at a time.
I don't want to know what you're
Just come up with you're the guy, right?
Right.
That's brilliant. If you start with it and never mention it, and then all of a sudden, and all of a sudden, and then you go throw cancer joke, every impression's throw cancer, but then you can just do an impression of anybody, where you just say, this is my impression of Bobby Bob, and they're going to be waiting for throat cancer, and you can say, it's just doing an amazing impression of it. You're going to standing up. Yeah, that's how that shit happened. Hell yeah.
Hey, Andy Kaufman figured that out.
He did something like that.
Why is that? He says about government
Well, I mean, this is like
21st century Andy Kaufman.
Right, it's definitely not. Other than the lung cancer part. I just don't get it.
Aşağı adım sayı.
when a person is embarrassed, when I'm embarrassed because of an avera I committed, Mora, Shumsalik Atzmo, Umatik Atzmo Rahim.
That's tragic.
That shows that embarrassment shows that I'm losing myself. And distancing from myself, that sin in totality. Shekol Busha Shumayish Midavar.
Is this your real Twitter handle, Joseph?
At white male.
That's actually you. You're the white male.
I got it. I got it, guys.
From that.
Wow. That's unbelievable. When did you shut Twitter?
Essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had
Had
never
to
done
be
this.
early on. Yeah.
I don't want to be associated. I'm embarrassed with this. I don't want to be
You
associated
had
with
to be
this.
a
I
white
distance
male.
myself.
What made you
Looking
pick
at
that?
all up on it,
Well, I don't know. I thought it would be an easy commentary on
like someone like a bit of arrogance.
I am
But
a white
ultimately,
male.
again,
That's
to
it.
strengthen himself, is asking the
There's something like where your people.
My mother's family is Polish, and my father's family is Irish, so we're just family. We don't forever drink all the time.
Don't ever do that again. That might have been a good time. This is it's interesting to me that you keep labeling yourself as like you wanted to do something innovative. You just called yourself bland when you were dating white male. Like,
all I want is to please.
maybe there's just a lot of material in that too that you think that you're putting forward. What is it about you that makes you so clean and bland?
I'm embarrassed. I don't want to be identified with her. I'm embarrassed. I want to see myself on that action. These are our punishment. More it's not part of me. The other aspect of magic aspect emotional show by the rest of the country of the emotional role the affect therefore again the knowledge by definition is I don't want to be associated with this does not represent
So you were honest and you went definitely women is the words that you just said. And you said and also minorities less than a second later. But that's not true at all.
I don't
You
want
are
to be this. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to be
I wonder if that thing will work if
that's true. This percent of our
Clark, and there you go. Sugar daddy.
you're embarrassed about the thing.
I had a feeling when I saw halfway male, I'm like, it's gotta be a little racist.
Who I really am, which by definition don't want to keep doing this. I want to change this something like that's true.
Do you have an older brother, Joseph? Do you have an older brother?
ועוד יש בחלדס, מדרגת המספרים, שהיא תוכנית הפשיטות למשל, בו שספרים
My little defensive baby over there. A lot can penetrate that thick layer of armor he has on. Why did you call me? I think he said artistic, and you are very artistic.
Another piece of out, which is embarrassing. Embarrassing.
Oh, yeah. Wow. We noticed a few weeks ago that he has a lot dark Twitch when he gets excited about something. Oh, wow. I can see that. You're not allowed to do that, though. I don't want you doing that. I don't want you doing that.
We might have been called when we were little. Also,
is that your catchphrase? Yeah.
Good parental term of review.
Oh, I like that one.
You know those things that you pull the string and it's like a cow or a horse. We should get one of those and tape it to the side of him and then tie the string to his arm. So every time he makes an animal sound.
Right. I don't like you doing it. I like the natural Twitch more, and so does everybody else. A lot of
we all know
understand how
No,
arrogance
man, I'm telling you, when I was in Phoenix and
So how
Columbus, I
does
had a lot of
humility
people come up to me and
manifest itself?
specifically even mention your art twitching. Of course they like it.
manifest itself in embarrassment. In embarrassment. When
You're not getting any ladies
I am
either way,
embarrassed
Patrick. Come
and
on.
I feel embarrassed about the
2004,
Averis
bro.
that I
Never
committed,
forget.
that in and of itself is a manifestation of one's inner humility. Because again,
Let's get another
I can't
comedian
believe
up
I
here.
do this. I
This is
don't
so
want
much
to do this.
fun.
I don't want to be
I'm so glad you
associated
guys
with
were able
this.
to do this.
This is not who I am. This is
Coming down
not
the
who I
street
want to be.
away. Put your hands together for Keith's soul.
Somehow, that's humility. That's the opposite of understanding.
Oh,
That
he's not
the
here.
wisdom
You know
is Allah. I don't talk to Allah.
He'll never be able to do the show again.
It was
And
arrogance
that is how it
is
works.
incredibly
Yep.
complex. Right? Why
And
arrogance?
sorry, Keith. You're done.
Arrogance
I
requires
was pretty surprised because we were just about to make it through with no blacklists.
I was bidding for one of those voice log things on eBay, and he had to like take care of that tonight. Humility
They have a legit reason.
is easy. I mean, humility is not easy. It's not easy to achieve.
There is no legitimate
Struggle. It's
sign
not
of
easy
you
to
being
achieve.
professional.
But once you achieve it, it's
Put your hands together for Kitty Lion.
Humility doesn't mean that I'm down on myself. Humility means I recognize what I am, and I also recognize what I'm not. It's a pshittos. So therefore, again, azus ponen, the opposite of that is pshittos, is this humility, this simplicity, which is manifest in Yusha. When they cast mochel role, kashe yesh lo midas hapshitos, so mishkash is menachim. Therefore, again, when does kapara occur? Kapara occurs when I possess the needs of pshittos. When I possess this simplicity. When I possess this Yusha. When they cast mochel role, kashe yesh lo midas hapshitos, shevas kashe menachim. Was say such a, it's such a again, there's no contradiction over here, but it is such an incredibly profound idea about the power of Yusha, and
When I learned something
power
real
of
interesting
being
in
embarrassed,
this Syria
power of allowing
situation,
yourself to feel that embarrassing. No one ever likes to feel embarrassed. Of course not.
for
And
example,
often we match those feelings in a variety
I wish my last name was Boyd. Be like,
of
can you put it in there?
in a variety of ways. But not
That's your
what I was saying is, feeling embarrassed about my Averis is an incredibly
You know, little
profound
technical difficulties there. You got some extra time in just enough to
it's
get
going
the
to
penny
sound strange.
put down.
There's a certain happiness that accompanies that embarrassment. Because if I feel the embarrassed,
Yeah, definitely.
that
It's a
means
fun, adventure to get to the because they're dead.
isn't that incredible? See, the problem
Yeah, that's
is,
just funny.
I don't feel embarrassed.
You can
That's
almost
what
sense
it's
a lot
called.
of kids, like 5-10 minutes. I would love to see that.
Because if I don't feel embarrassed, that means that I'm totally okay with
They always see you around, right? You've been on the show a lot,
self-identifying
right?
with particular behavior, or whether it's a bush or
So
whether
how's that going for you?
as long as I'm embarrassment, that's an incredible bracha. That's
Across the street, everybody.
almost like the reflex that says, this is not me.
Yeah.
This is not me. This is not who I am. This is not what I want to be. This is not how I'm going to build myself into the person I truly desire. And that's why the Gemara says, those feelings of pusha, by definition, are the process of tshuva.
He had a hernia or you had a hernia? He had a
So those feelings of pusha, by
Right.
definition,
Super
are
lost.
the
So
Somebody had
actual
already at his home with us.
repeating of the idea. And I quote
now he's
one
at
more
a place,
piece
and
of
now
which
you
is
got a
I think
home.
is also incredibly profound. Is when you see like
How's
started,
Jordy doing?
Hatshuva, nothing lechotin of the chesed gamah.
Surgically removed.
So the Ansari is as follows. He says that tshuva in and of itself is an incredible test. And not only we learned it together in the 2 times, the 2 cycles is in the Silat Yishar,
Is it a house
the
or an
Hara,
apartment? Yeah, it's like a house.
Silat Yishar, the
He's
third
got a
time.
house.
I think it's
That's what I'm saying. Like, he went from an
incredible opportunity, but
I'm sure you guys aren't squatting in some
then
empty house,
the Ansari is as follows. He said that
breaking the
tshuva
lawn,
is
breaking
a
the
test.
house
So
from
what does
homeless
he
to
do? Well, I'm
house.
trying to that the way the world should work is that you live in Avila, you get an owner. That's the way it should work. There's a concept that I think Father does. Actually, it's a twofold concept. Concept number 1 is that God does not punish us instantly. That's concept number 1. Even though That's the world should work. You get an Aveiro, you get an Ola. Chesed alone is that there's delayed punishment. Chesed number two is there's a concept called Shiva. And with Shiva, you can the punishment. And with Shiva, you can turn your life around. With Shiva, you can do anything. It goes on to Tetzah, Akiras, Halaton, to Akiras, Hamais. The Hainu, listen to this phrase. Literally, it means when you uproot your will, it's as if you are able to uproot the action. What does this mean?
All right, Kenny, we're done with you. Kenneth Lyon on Twitter. Kenneth Lyon is like the we'll talk about Russia. Yeah, we're getting towards that end of the show. We're ready for our final segment. Thanks to all the comedians who signed up, and I apologize if we did not get up. Keep signing up. We'll see you next week. We'll always have more fun guests. Now for the regular part of the show, we always have two women who have been being built in this room every 60 seconds for 18
Let me take
weeks
this
in a
back.
row. One right now is in Florida. She let us know that she was going to be away. She still wrote a new minute. She sent it in to us, but we're in between some technical difficulties and another previous plan that couldn't get through the material tonight. So instead, we're going to just go with the woman that has been with us since episode 1.
Where a person can take his
She
Averos
was the
and turn
only
them
female on
into
the show then.
and
She's
turn them
still
into
with us, episode
What I'm always
18. Put your
focusing
hands
on
together
over
for
here
Sarah
is
Mustard
the
Job.
ability of Shiva to go ahead and uproot the faith altogether. Now, look, if I think about this at the moment, it's totally, it doesn't make any sense. In other words, I understand the concept of
So
Shiva
I'm
and its ability
bisexual.
to negate right? I connect to Avera. That Avera, every Avera, look at every sin, every Avera, big or small,
Or as
comes
the
with an
guys I
oath,
like
comes
to
with a
date
punishment.
call it.
So when I tell you again, Shiva comes along, and I can do
I
the
don't really
process, and I
understand
can
that. I
negate
actually
the
think there's going to be a lot of
punishment.
threesomes in there.
I can do that.
But I
There's,
think we all
what's
know
the
when you like a girl, the last thing you want to see is something fucking her. So I don't think so.
Whatever,
I
forgive
guess
me.
being disappointed by like one gender wasn't enough for me. I would like double my money. So
Clemency.
it's great.
I thank you. It's clemency,
I
right?
actually,
So I did
to be
decline.
honest with you guys,
I
I
should
had
get a
a
punishment.
show last night, so I haven't really focused
I
on
did
last
Shiva
night.
this clemency. But the notion that Shiva
So
is
I
powerful
think
enough
so.
Could have just said that's all you have, but you also mentioned that you had a
to make
show
it
last night that
like
was
the
more important
act
to you than our
never
show.
even
But I'll tell you,
forget about turning it into a mitzvah. I see them like a
really stretching it.
another level.
Hell yeah.
But the notion that Shiva is
But luckily,
powerful
thanks to
enough
this, I have like,
to retroactively uproot and act
not
like
really, I
it
think I
never
have a good
occurred.
13
How
minutes.
is that
Holy shit.
We'll have to stop
That's
over here.
exciting. Hey, I
We'll
like
spend
that
one
40
more day
seconds.
on
And I've
Shiva.
been saying that that's probably my favorite of everything.
On the
It's
season,
so much
we'll
fun
pick
to
up
see
with the
growth.
season discussion
Like, you
tomorrow,
made that
and
you
then
stated
we'll
one
link it back
topic,
and then
and it's an
tomorrow's here.
thing
Back
that's
to us.
pretty true, right?
So yeah.
It's unfortunately true.
Right. And I like how you played off of Bonds and you did that in weeks of rat. I mean, that's pretty cool that you're just naturally playing around and just feeding off of that. And since you've been, sort of just doing this as a regular thing where it at least appears that it's mostly about material, even though it's not. And the fact that you can bounce off of some people, obviously somebody back there, and that happens in real shows. I mean, no matter where you go, there's almost always some comedian in the back of the room that's ready to try to be funny off of something like, yeah, she's pansexual, yeah. You know what I mean? So you can almost count on that.
I kind of, it's really funny, and I think I learned this from something you had said to someone else, is just to kind of have those things prepared depending on people's reactions. Like if you get like a positive, you're expecting like a possibility of a positive or negative reaction, having something to come back on that naturally already in your head, so you're kind of prepared for that. So, and I know, even though I have been like super preparing for the other show, I have been, you guys, hello.
Well, what's wrong?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? No, why would you were in a thought? Because why would you not not prepare as much for this 1 minute as you would for the other show last
Well, that's why that was a bit short. I had prepared that for this week, like I've been doing that this whole last week. But I really needed to I do between 6 to 10 open mics a week. And this past week I've just kind of been running through the stuff that I've done, because I'm constantly in a cycle preparing for this. So I don't really get to perfect and chisel the stuff that I already have. So that's kind of
concept working for us.
Yeah.
It's not going to be perfect.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I actually like the first really good set that I did here was about E3 because I'm like a gamer. And that whole set now has just become great because I mean it started here. Like Tony and Sarah Gianna like running off the tag, and a lot of people tweeted me or other comic game ideas, and that's just evolved into something that's really it's almost like 4.5 to 5 minutes for just that one thing, and it came from doing this, you know. So
maybe there's something funny in that since you're trying to attract both
Alright, so
boys
it's a good
and
night. So
girls,
we are
like maybe
continuing
there's almost a joke
in
about
your
keeping your
section
hair
in
cut.
yeah, I was thinking that too. Yeah.
So
But I couldn't.
last week a little bit, and there's section let's just pick up
This side is kind of like less.
review from the beginning.
This
So
side
we
is kind
started
of like.
to introduce us
Front sort of
to
like
this
a boy.
concept,
See,
this
like,
incredible
two
concept
I got the
regarding
Justin Bieber spoon
the
for the
power
guys
of
that are right in the middle.
the power of embarrassment.
Wow, there you go.
Embarrassment that we
That is a classic Brian
from
Redman.
one another.
Just when you think Redman's just playing it
Just for a
cool,
moment.
he's got a gun
This
filled
way
up
again,
with
to be able
bullets in the chamber. Those bullets go
to
by
get
the
a bit more
balls,
context when we
asshole,
start one
vagina,
day on this so
penis.
far. The Reddit
Yeah, that's Sarah Mostajabi. Another great week of work. We're so happy. She's working hard. Shout out to her at Sarah Dresses on Twitter. And as always, at Kimberly Congdon, who will be with us back for Friday's appearance at the LA Podfest following WTF with Mark Maron and Dana Gold's podcast. That's Friday night. So we're going to be talking with some comedians tonight. If any young comics are still here, we're going to be finishing up our booking of that this evening right now after this. So if you're interested, you can check in with us for all sorts of just about we might try to figure something out. Guys, what's going on? What do you want to promote? Adam Ray Comedy on Twitter.
Adam Ray Comedy on Twitter. My podcast.
for my definition, every idea has an owner.
So,
It says the subject.
we do a podcast going about last night. Fight about last night.
When we speak about extreme suffering, we often think in terms of like physical suffering. He says, however, Alexander Fournier has said about Agmasef, if you didn't speak to read this already, that she is the Libo Allah Vero Sha'asa, it's go manifest, that southern aim managed to discover a secure Gehenna, and the shocking low, כדי להזדקק ולהתנקות על עושה אווירה שמסחרית על שעות שבשם בתקופה שלי. So 11 now points us on the things that when a person goes ahead and suffers agmas nefesh. Alright, I was using some agmas nefesh. Agmas nefesh literally means inner turmoil. A person suffers inner turmoil. So when a person suffers that feeling of turmoil as a result of their misdeeds, that is also a form of suffering. That is also a form of suffering. But not only is it a form of suffering, that agmas nefesh that a person experiences as a result of his avera is also a form of tshuva. Is also a form of repentance. I'm going to explain what that means. We'll explain how that works in just a moment. ולכן אמרו חז"ל בסוף פרק כמה במסכת ברכות על כל העושה דבר עבירה דהמספייש בו מוקלים לו על כל עוונותיו. We'll say this is incredibly profound. The Gemara Masechet Brachos explains that when a person is embarrassed as a result of an avera that he has performed, that embarrassment seems to be the cause for his mechila, for his forgiveness. That's when, I'm going to say, just I mentioned before, what the Rebbe just did was just kind of interchange terms, right? In the beginning, he was speaking about the concept of agmas nefesh, inner turmoil, and now the Rebbe replaced that with the word busha, embarrassment. When a person suffers embarrassment,
Here we are. Holy moly, how exciting.
so again, I was putting the Gemara Masechet Brachos. Mokil and lo or kol avonos. A person is forgiven all of his sins. The power of busha, the power of embarrassment, to allow for atonement for one's sins. Now, what's the logic?
I would say make some noise, but we wouldn't
He
hear
says,
you guys.
Saval onesh yehenom ve'etzem habusha sheyesh lo machmas asiyas ha'avera. Because through the embarrassment, it's true that a person has already suffered in Gehenna.
This is incredible. That the power of embarrassment is such, the intensity of embarrassment is such, that if evil I was already in Gehenna. That's the nature of this. It doesn't mean that anybody who's ever suffered embarrassment, real embarrassment. No, it's that, yes, absolutely. The pain of embarrassment. I mean, none of us know the pain of Gehenna, but we know that certainly the pain of embarrassment is quite intense and overwhelming. So let's talk because this idea of another thing over here is that Musha has this twofold aspect to it. Number one, Musha itself is a spirit of Shuvah, right? In the Gemara says that Musha, the Gemara says that a person who doesn't have a lust and then is embarrassed by that Avera, is forgiven. So somehow the Musha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for Shuvah. The vehicle for Shuvah. And then the Rebbe says that Musha itself is so intense that Musha almost counts as Gehenna. Now the truth is those concepts are interrelated. According to the subject, why is it that Musha has the ability to atone? Because Musha itself is the
because we always knew that the $5,000 suit shipped
Gehenna.
from Norway for $700
The difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna, unless the Christian
when he pulled up today, he got his car valeted, and he needed all of our help
concept
because the suit
are very
actually was in
dramatically
three
different.
separate
Right?
crates and
Gehenna
two chip
is
bags.
a
Am I
vehicle
exaggerating?
to go through this process. The reason that the Shalom goes to Gehenna is that ultimately, again, this way, one day, at some point, we're going to be able to go
That's how he
to
found
that.
us in the first place. He showed up after
That's
episode
the goal.
1 in
Some
that
summits
sweet,
can go right to that. And then
fantastic uniform that we all love.
others
He
may
came right
show
up
us
to me and
to
he
go
goes,
through
Tony,
the
I'm a big
purification
fan
process,
of the
the
Death Squad. I'm a
rehabilitative
big fan
process
of you.
of
I'd
Gehenna.
love to be part of any show,
But
anytime.
Gehenna is not security.
Because you
Gehenna
already
is
create security.
rehabilitative. Christian
For no
concept of hell
apparent
could be a
reason,
sickle
because he can't even move in the suit.
unity. That's the question. So the idea over here is that somehow the Musha is Gehenna, Gehenna is rehabilitative, and therefore by definition that affects the So we're going to kind of branch this out into two pieces. So let's speak about for a moment, or at least for a few moments today, and then America can into tomorrow, the power of Musha. Take a look in footnote 6 and then above. It's very, very profound piece over here that we're going to see. That we're going to see interested from the Shikha Mitzvahs, first from the Torah, but Shikha Mitzvahs, and then we're going to see a piece from the Sirach. Incredibly profound. So footnote Kuf and Vav on the bottom. Page Kuf Lam is practically following along, and footnote Kuf Lam is bottom. Once another, I would say also, we're going to leave it up for a little while. Today, it's a good investment for your library. We're using the old book. Hugger, the old Hugger version of Sukha, that's under Kastengi.
Alright, I'm really not sure how to apply
beautiful set of stars to own. So it's so very
another fun thing about the Iron Patriot that
But
we've noticed over the
the
last
says
few
the Rabbi
weeks
should
of
do the best.
developing the story with
Although
him is
Usa
that he has
Davar
an
is Bayish,
uncontrollable left
Mokra
arm
Kalvanot.
twitch.
So it's Bayish for him. Shavusha
I told you not to do that.
No, the Tshuva,
Take
the
your
one saying,
hand
so
out
here,
of that.
the Shikha Mitzvah says, it's down from the Gemara.
Awesome though, man. Like your character has to have an
It
arm
says
swing.
that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins.
I don't think you're turning on the ladies
Shabbos
regardless.
Bayish for him,
I don't think
he
that
says
should be your
exclusively,
worry.
because the Busha, all the
Take your hand off of that little pocket. See how that
Busha
arm twitch? I swear to
counts
God, we're
as
gonna hire
Shuvah.
the
When you're
Illuminati
embarrassed about the
Patriot
case,
to your place.
that embarrassment
Slightly push
in and of itself is the Shuvah. So what's this? What's the
Well, this is so exciting, Patriot. Yeah.
Musha Sha'adam Bayish Hamashachata, Uyisod HaCharata, HaCharata Uyisod HaTshuva. This is incredible. Because it looks like
sad, depressing, fucking shitty music.
now it goes to me, you're reading
It's basically the B-52s of Texas.
recording the chicken with the
And, you know what? I think
you
we're turning up our gas tonight.
So right, so chicken with the best that says, but what's the power of the power of Busha, as we said before, is the tshuva. Says the Meiri, why is Busha tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the hate? Why is that the Shiva. So the Meiri says because the Dusha is the equivalent of Charata, the more. And Charata, the Charata positive to Meiri, is the soul, is the basis, is the foundation for the Shiva. Therefore, this interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Meiri, and then we have to back it out a little bit. But what's interesting enough, the Meiri concept, this idea that Charata, remorse, is the soul of Shiva, which is a fascinating idea as well. Makes sense. Let's say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then what? Then the truth is, see, how do you know if you're really, if you really recognize that you can know it? So let's be honest. Sometimes, and the truth is, there's two reactions I have. That was what it was. It was such a great idea. I'm not going to do it again because it's possible. Do I regret it? No, I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, this is what we call more like intellectual skill. Intellectual, and you see this a lot of times. A lot of times when people make profound changes in their life, and the way they react to their classes, I constantly say that I regret it. That was who I was. That was who I was. So there's not a charata that's there. There's almost like an intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a charata. The Meiri says that the true resistance of Shiva is charata. Because if I'm remorseful about something, if I regret something, regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't even, because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be, that I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's charata, to have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri, that's the same Shiva. How do you know if you have charata? At least in Meiri positive, if I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows that if I could take it back, I would. And if I could take it back, I would. That's true. Well, we'll have to stop over for today. We're going to pick up. There's one more piece that we're going to see. Actually, two more pieces. We're going to see what's Olam, the Maharal, and then I'm going to see that the Sharon in there says. We'll go ahead and look at these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject idea, the power of these guys.
One of my favorite comedians in the world. You know him from his hit podcast WTF and from the hit show Maron on IFC. Put your hands together for Holy Mark Maron. Wowzers! Holy moly! This is like a dream come true, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, my female brothers. I want to take this. Mark, I gotta ask, what's your initial reaction to the Iron Patriot? What do you think of it? I was in the elevator with him. And then he said, "Oh, I'm on the same show as you." I'm like, "Oh, fuck." What is this circus? What is this red band fiasco? What sort of strange, desperate activity am I involved in? Oh, is this something you do at parties or specifically for this? Yeah, I live down Hollywood Boulevard. I'll take pictures of people for tips, and I come to the Comedy Store every Monday. Something I want to say to you, Mark. On the third episode of Kill Tony,
all right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin.
There's something you don't know about that interview, though. Because 2 days before that, he hurt his balls riding a bike. And he was on medication, and he said he didn't even remember your interview. Well, he said to me that he wasn't sure he wanted me to post it because he was on the pain meds. And then I sent him the interview, and I said, "Dude, you were great." And it's okay, Mark, we're really having a conversation.
So we got a lot of beautiful new hosts. Today, hosting very skipping and involved now. make our way back to everything.
Can I talk to you for a second?
One day, let's take a look. Let's start from the Victoria Casinos.
I gotta call Patriot.
All through inside. Whatever I just called.
It was great
This is how
meeting
you
you, Doug,
see
in
it on the
August
structure of the other.
2013. We bonded quickly over our mutual
You know,
love
from
of
last
Richard
the
Fox's
last
feet
year in
and Jackie
November.
Brown.
Because it's each other content you.
both love her
Because
feet.
of the so little means suffering. There was the role of suffering in the respect. So you see kind of the pivotal role. Sometimes again, sometimes the students are understood as honest. And sometimes the students are just the way in which we
He's also an extra, though. He's also in a lot of TV shows.
level of aspiration or
Of course he is. Right.
again, every individual needs some type of cleansing. Needs some type of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing is again because of a hero speak committed. Sometimes the cleansing is the result ultimately again of not giving up actualizing opportunity. But that's the role of these students. That's the role of these students. Again, we'll get into this a little bit more. Remember, because when we think about the student, we think about suffering, we often think about physical suffering. So that's how you know when you understand. Look at this. There's another form of the student as well. Elegant de familia acaba asnafnafes Rita Adam Derivo al Haderos Shas. We have read something so profound that sometimes the most profound form of truth, the most profound form of suffering is not physical suffering, but rather again it's the suffering that comes in the form of the agmas nefesh. How do you translate agmas nefesh? You know, internal turmoil, right? Internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person committed. In other words, like what saying all of us heard from a parent and authority figure growing up. But sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you committed the act. And I will say we all know this from our adult lives. Actually, we cannot do that. And why else we cannot do that? Because again, I always feel like it's cultivate a logo. A person does a sin unless a person but there's something in this person. I mean, often, okay, a person does a sin below, that's Lamed Aleph, low, Lamed Vav. I don't sin unless there's something in it for me. Because our general understanding of man, which is people are very useful charity. People do things if they're going to benefit from it in some way. There's no benefit to me. Generally, I'm not going to do it. And then what happens? I sin. Because again, I think I'm going to get something out of it. And then I go ahead and I sin, and maybe I even get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it. But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. And so as it says, that inner turmoil, that feeling of profound sadness, that is one of the greatest forms of despair. That in and of itself is a form of suffering in this world. Maybe there's a couple of facts. That suffering is managed. כאילו ישראל בגלל כאילו צבא הסיפור הגחלת הנפלטים לא כדי להזדקן ולהתנחל על פריס האדירה שנבחר על שעשה ושם בישור את זה. This is an overwhelming case. Whatever says, the feeling of agnostics, the feeling ultimately again of embarrassment. We're going to see he's going to pull his boots on just a little bit. But the feeling of embarrassment and the agnostics, the inner turmoil that I feel in the aftermath of having made a bad life decision, having committed an adultery, that feeling, that's the Gehenna. That's the Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. They will say, we don't have the leverage. We don't need the leverage to tell us this. Because I think many of us absolutely believe the feeling of having made a bad decision, and knowing that you could have prevented this bad decision. So how many times in the whole year? I do something, And then
That's his
afterwards,
actual laugh. That's not some
I
robot
I
about
just
penny
I
hits, by
can't
the way.
believe I did it.
Why
Because
would you
sometimes
take
in life
someone
you make
living in
bad
your girlfriend's
decisions
feet as
and
an
you're
assault?
upset and you're
No
angry.
matter who it
But
comes
then
from,
you
he's
realize,
just
you know
prefaced
what?
by,
You made
a
the
guy
best
in a fucking suit saying he's going to come to my house on a night. At the night. I'm supposed to say,
at the
oh, thank
time
you.
you have to
Well, he's
decide.
not invited. He asked for your
Then
address.
there are other bad decisions
And I
where
told the
I knew it was a bad decision, but for whatever reason I chose it. It was a distinct fact. Ultimately, the ultimate way.
Because I am an extra on the
How did I
show
choose
for
that?
celebration.
Because
And
again,
I saw
maybe
her on the set, and I told her how much I enjoyed that podcast, and she told the
but
story
didn't
about how
internalize
she
that
on the set, she had a heart attack. Remember that story?
So I ignored that decision.
I'm a podcast lover. The repetition of
I
my
made
name
a
is weird.
decision,
Right.
and now I'm managed
Also,
to feel
that
like
Aubrey
I'm
Plaza told you a story is hard to swallow.
and managed to like
Like, how
but
long
whatever
did you
says
talk to her?
something
I
amazing,
just told her
whatever
how much
says,
I love you.
shows a couple
Yeah,
of
that she called security.
So, first of all, think about how powerful this is, because I invented this sorry, I don't think it's awful, but I invented this so that we should all actively relate with everything. If we all make decisions in life, they're academic decisions, I'm not deciding in life. I'm not deciding
With this.
for these decisions. So look, it's just two, let's do this. Number one, that I've said, is self-security. No, That's part of my sugar. That's the most thing about it is, well, why do I feel this way? Because there's a part of the recognition that I feel funny. I feel this thing on the thing. That recognition that I feel funny. That recognition that I did the wrong thing is in and of itself the feeling of my shit. The feeling of my shit, which is very profound. He goes on, he goes, "Akin amukaya." What this does is, the goal of this whatsoever,
Comedians,
is
trying
to
out
sensitize them to how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain things you cannot say is wrong to them. There are certain things that occur that are and how we make decisions. There are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of decision. But I have the ability to say, you know what, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and be subject to the feeling of Adonai. So if I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me an Adonai, why do it?
You are so.
Why do it? So if I think about this concept, before the commission of the path, it could seem from engaging in stuff that's self-destructive. But in the event that I did, the quote-unquote good news is, those feelings like what happened, ultimately again, I'll clean up stuff and count as part of the sugar. Whoever goes on to do one more line and we stop. ולכן אמריקה נע בתוך כמה דברים Akala also did not have to this. So this is just another formulation of Rebbe's previous concept. The Gemara says, first of the Avera, the Hamizbayish Ba, Mokum and Law Kolabana. Let's explain this now. If you commit an Avera, and then I'm embarrassed as a result of the Avera I committed, ultimately again, I am forgiven for it. Mokum and Law, I'll call up on this one. I will say, now why is it that Isha, why is it that embarrassed serves ultimately again to atone for this sin? Right? Why does that work? By committing an idea that I'm embarrassed that I did it, multiple law kolabono. Such an individual is totally and wholly forgiven. What's the pshat? We have it in the Hamaka, Tikva Saba Omes Gehenom, the Esem Hadisha to use from Machmas and then we'll say it's very simple. Because
that's what it sounds like.
because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. When the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed in the aftermath of an Avera is forgiven, it's not the fact that I'm bypassing the punishment. It's that what? But it's that what? The Busha is the punishment. the bullshit that I feel, I'm also now again, I don't know, like sad irony is, I commit the act and I impose punishment upon myself. It's amazing. It's not a lightning bolt coming out of the night. Right? It is not like a reversal of my life fortune because it is
60 seconds each. We randomly pull them
still
out of buckets,
wrong.
so it's
This is just the emotional result of
Let's get this
realizing
thing started. So your first
that I
comedian
made a poor
tonight
decision.
goes by the
I
name
just
of
made a poor
Ari
decision.
Nanas.
That
Here he is.
Bushra, that Bushra is just on one hand incredibly powerful. Because of course the problem is
Thank you guys. My name's
if I don't feel Bushra, in the aftermath of sin, that means that
I think my bank knows I recently bought my first suit.
unfortunately that there
As
is
soon
a
as I walked
terrible
out of the
state of
apartment, so I get a
disrepair.
call from Chase.
But Lamaisa says
Hey,
that
I think your
the
credit
feeling
card
of
got
that
stolen.
Bushra is in and of
Doesn't match
itself
up with your
the
nightly
venom
purchase at Taco
that I
Bell.
experience from the
And
aftermath
fill
of
gas
sin.
tank
And
$6 at
because
a
that
time.
Bushra is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore I'm
Girls
going
don't
to
want
make
a
a
nice
cleansing
guy.
cathartic
Guy's not gonna take
of
advantage of them.
children.
Girls don't
But
want a
also,
nice
so we'll
guy.
stop here for today.
Girls say they want
But
a
I'm
nice guy.
saying
They
that
want a
the
nice
equally
dick.
important say is so profound.
Girls say
I
one
could
guy's
avoid
gotta write a
this.
poetry and take
I
her
could
for long
avoid
walks
this.
on the beach. Yeah, that's
No
true.
way.
Girls want those
Ask
things.
anyone who
Nothing
wants
can
to
pound
sign
it
up for
by a
Gehenna,
dick.
right hand, the work, whatever. So,
Thank you guys.
right, these people out there, and there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So we'll see. Now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really created myself Gehenna in this world. Then hopefully the goal of what I accomplish is
It was really cute. She
a
turned on
greater
the single, so when
sensitivity
here
to
to you,
the
it's so sweet. She was
and a
like,
recognition that I don't want the Agmas
but then I heard it.
I don't want the Busha. I don't want to get as much as the Agmas Nefesh,
Disgusting. I did
Busha,
not
and
know girls
Gehenna
did that. I was not
Pater.
told.
In the aftermath of sin, I would so much rather save myself
Maybe you
from
should
that
have stopped at 20. I should have
selfish
stopped. I was at
Everyone's going to double this for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem.
I'm
Check
gonna do that joke where the girl takes a dump. Didn't work out the way I wanted. I'm gonna go to the saver on this one. Oh boy. What are we supposed to do now? Anything you want. Whatever I actively criticize the Swedish. What's your name? Ari. Ari? Julie. Yeah. Oh, surprisingly, yeah. Right. First of all, we want to do my story? Yeah, sure. Are you a teacher? No. 24 years old. College graduate. So what was the first bit? I'm sort of a teacher. Oh, a teacher. Oh, teacher. Okay. All right. Yeah. He's gonna know you lost smart at your third word. I just think you teacher in church. You get interesting things that you know you have good setups and then the punchlines actually like more
the opposite. Remember, again, what's a Zokin? What's a Zokin? We
the setups were good. I mean, there's a structure there.
well. So we assume that the older a person gets, the wiser. So again, now you see these problems, and you're telling me again on one hand, and older age is called Yimei Hara. You're telling me no to the one that leaves and never returns. Lament, and almost thinking of this is a negative picture of old age. On the flip side, becoming old age, we have to how does a person acquire wisdom? By reaching the edge of some old age. So what's going on over here? So the group of it says, Schema Tina Sharet, Shmos Lava, Nakashibas, and the Tina Begin, Kalimos, Ella, Wukrof Noma, she is only over his family of time.
My girlfriend went to the
The
bathroom.
Hasa Kime has Zikna,
Don't get discouraged.
Hello,
Seriously, though, you really you've got your polish. So just keep doing what you're doing.
And what was Chazal lamenting about the loss of youth? They were lamenting the loss of the youth. The loss of the evil influence. The loss of the desires of the Hosea when you're young, and the fires of desire burn within you. There's an incredible amount of energy that you possess. But I think
There he is. What up, Zoo? Congratulations on getting your phone fixed, big man.
possible that the day-to-day struggles of life, perhaps.
Zook, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Congratulations on getting your phone fixed, big man. I'm proud of you. We can play whatever you want, man.
There are no good co-hosts.
What up, big dog?
No good meetups, no bad meetups. There's energy. And life is how you choose to channel
A little
your
bit.
internal personalistic energy. When you're young, there's more energy.
How are you doing?
When you're older,
How are you doing?
there's less energy.
Not the best.
So remember your creator
Just
when
what
you're
we
young.
discussed generally.
Before the days of negativity come, Shama is just saying, channel when you're young. Remember Hashem, use your energy so you hold us, Hashem, when you're young, because you won't have that same energy when you get older. And that's why he calls it Yimei Ra. Yimei Ra, the days that you just won't have the same amount of Torah. Chazal say, woe to the thing that leaves us and never returns. Because the youthful vigor that we possess when we are young is something that when it ebbs and leaves us, it doesn't come back. So that's a Shema
David
unrelenting. When you're young, you have so much of this Korah, and you can use that Korah. I've always been young. You have so many more tightness, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants.
Wow, 5 in a row, dude.
It's very true. But Lamaisa, at the end of the day, if you channel,
Yes, I did.
have the ability to go ahead and accomplish great things. When you get older, the ability to in a dynamic way diminishes as well. So we'll say, so again, but I want to be clear. Not to say
Whatever you want to play.
what a subject is saying is energy. It's all about energy. And success is all about how you choose to channel that energy. And we would all agree that when a person so Chazal say, take advantage of channeling that
Dude, I'm proud of you.
in the right direction. Because one day,
Good job getting your phone fixed.
you won't have as
I didn't have a choice.
Why didn't you have a choice?
Ultimately, again,
My whole phone was not on.
Oh, it got worse?
Last leg of
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, how much was the repair?
200 Australian.
Ooh, okay. Well, you did what you had to do.
a pretty wild Gemara. So the Gemara says,
Word, dog.
the Gemara says, Imra Isa, left hand column in the Beurei Chasidus page.
I just lost.
I don't know about that.
Jude. Imra Isa Tam Chacham, Shenokim If you bump into a running, you'll see a Tam Chacham. Notice another. Shenokim Venokim. We'll say these words are very interesting. Nokim, right? Nikama, avenges, takes revenge. Noter, harbors animosity. Like a snake. So I say, so what does that mean? He says, Kisha'anoshim you see a Talmud Chacham who goes ahead and is vicious towards people. Now, again, 4, 5, 6, ultimately, again, he was trying to go ahead and advance.
This is a big risk.
And people degrade it. People degrade
We'll
it.
try
Or people degrade HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Or they degrade Torah.
Yeah,
And
there's
you're back with a venom,
good choice. I'm in agreement.
viciousness, Chadreyu al Masnecha.
Oh,
What
this
is
is
it?
not good.
If you find a Talmud Chacham like that,
I'm also going to take Juristia.
stick with him. Embrace someone like
You love
that.
Dice Party, don't you?
I'm good at it.
You can't really be good at it.
Plus, actually a quite
Oh, four.
I can't think of
Well,
it.
you can. I shouldn't say that. But it's just like,
I'm saying some
like you said,
what?
like you said, you're like basically.
the Torah, especially in the face of those who disparage them.
710 is terrible.
There could be worse.
At the end of the day, that's the time of that's what you want as a red. Come, originations on both sides. Again, now obviously we
Yeah, I'm gonna play the pod. Yeah.
context for this. What is it going to do? As a Torah is doing like this.
2, 3,
Let's
4.
go. I would have played the 5 sometimes a little bit at the end.
One of the most important things in life.
Are we gonna just try to get a 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, small straight.
Doesn't
I haven't even got a smoke straight yet.
role reversal that adults in our greater society, and like now, which you see what's happening contemporarily, have been reduced to children. Like what do children do? Right? And one child says something,
I haven't played.
things
Okay.
the other child reacts. And what do we teach our children? Just because there's a stimulus,
Right?
it doesn't have to be a reaction. Just because someone says something to you, you don't have to say
What do you think that
something.
much on?
So obviously, again, that
You mean a
becomes
5?
go
Like 1 and 6.
in much of interpersonal relationships. So you just don't have to respond. If someone says something, it's abrasive, it's hurtful, it's this, that. Sometimes you just move on. But sometimes you do have to react. Sometimes when someone says something that perhaps is damaging to Goda, perhaps is damaging to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, someone says something that is a corruption of the Masorah, someone says something ultimately that
Do I have anything here?
Halacha. Whatever it is, sometimes there's a time to respond. Sometimes that response does have to be vicious. Sometimes that response does have to be sharp. I would venture to say the times that a response has to be vicious and sharp are very few and far between, but sometimes it does have to happen. So let's say, what do we call that? We call that kas. That is a form of anger. It's anger in the form of kanos, of zealotry, but it's kas in some shape or form. And yet, what do you see? You see Chazal extolling it. Like, you see the rabbi say, oh,
Yeah, what do you laugh at, son?
something like that? Chagreu. Ultimately,
As a Canadian, so controversial that we're trying to make it like it's so controversial in Adelaide, but if you go to his shows just the opposite when he was trying to book a show, he was trying to book in a spot Rhino room. And the Rhino went, no, not having it. He's banned from the Rhino room. Just go to his show for a glass at him.
They throw glass at him?
Yeah, they put glass on him. 70 people for glass.
Why did they throw glass at him?
forge a relationship with such a
Someone was talking during the conversation, and they said, look, and I told them to shut up, and then all these allegations came out about, like, Mendes and all this shit, and like, I don't know, I think he's the crackhead now, but he was, like, really famous, he was the biggest YouTuber in Adelaide, like, he was a comedian, gigs, then he got banned, he went from having a million followers to 70,000 on his new account.
Don't say it's a
He was the biggest guy on YouTube now.
Remember,
He was one of the biggest Canadian YouTubers in 2010 to 2015.
A lot of times life you can't accomplish things.
And why did they throw glass at him?
But if it's left unchecked,
Because he told someone to shut up during the show
dramatic, destructive.
I mean, that doesn't seem
I
that
just
way.
want to
That
be clear.
doesn't seem that
The
way.
Tzaddik is using this as an
No, he
example.
got angry. He got angry and really tough to shut up. Then that's just stuff for a glass at him.
That seems dangerous. That seems dangerous.
as a way to bring about
There's a video from 2020.
I would venture to say
Before COVID,
99%
before
of
COVID.
times that this
I did
happens,
a year or two ago. There's a video,
it's not just
you
like
type in Rhino or Rostro and it'll come up.
but again, you have to point to the
News from looking around and talk or fuck off.
and the same way empathy.
Dude, you got the bonus. You got the
Those
bonus.
can be terrible things when they are used against the rest of
Bad,
perhaps can be something constructive and positive when used ultimately to bring about the rest of Then we'll say something expounds on this a little bit. You know, that we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We're not finished class just yet. Like there's still more to discuss. We'll pick up. Let's say because something is blown away by the kind of Chazal regarding class. Class itself, we'll just spend a few lines speaking about why class is considered to be incredibly destructive. So stop over here for today. We'll pick up. We'll spend another
Clutch is right.
Can I get the lodge strike? I hit everything on the board. And you get to full health.
It's over.
And it's over
for me.
I need a four. Fuck yeah. 321.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about high scores though. You fucked me for that.
You would have got 400. Right?
Easily.
What next? Play Monopoly.
That's what?
Play Monopoly.
Oh, that takes forever.
Let us begin.
Yeah, but I want a game that goes like that.
A little bit of
You want a game at Go like that?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I want to goes for a while.
All right.
Bottom right hand in the Victoria Hasidus. The left right is called the Alpinian.
Did they have to replace your whole screen?
The Derech HaTorah, Av She'in Zeratan Shabbat.
Yeah.
Okay, well, seems to be working well, so that's good.
May allow a person to be successful.
There's no damage on it.
Even though you threw it?
Even though you threw it, does not feel that particular
There's no damage on the backside.
individual truly feels.
It's still a little slow.
The fact that they are performing Ratzon Hashem, that they are performing the will of God. A dramatic idea that Baderech Sha'adam Rotin Lebeich Molichin also. A person truly believes that
What's the name of the game?
Hashem, even if
Bankrupt. What's the strongest point green?
Here.
A Gorilla Glass one?
For that.
It's
like a phone that's really sharp glass.
Gorilla Glass?
Yeah.
So if you drop it, will it survive?
It's supposed to.
That sounds dangerous.
If a person were to go ahead and this were to come out and say the halacha follows so and so, that would not be a definitive.
You can kill someone. Fine.
For sure.
It was a focus of Kuma and Tara that really dealt with an oven that was divided into different pieces. So there was machlokas. And what happens?
I'm getting out now.
Most of the Chomachim. Sabas came out and said that the halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. Halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. So the Gemara says,
but I appreciate that.
But I appreciate that. Yeshua gets up and he says, even though the Bible says that the halacha follows Rabbi Eliezer,
But what if it's for telling someone I go fuck themselves?
Halacha is not decided.
Cool.
Pass. And he decided the halacha. V'hainu, shekvar nosna Torah mehashinai, v'ne'amar v'shalach kirabim, v'al came in anumashkif mabasko. Now, what does that mean? In mashkif mabasko, what does that mean? It seems to it would appear to be.
As long as you didn't have it in as a person,
The halacha follows that particular opinion. Remember again, this is another.
Why didn't I get to buy that?
Follow the majority.
I don't have enough.
So in this case, the majority felt one way.
Oh,
Rabbi
that
Eliezer
sucks.
felt a different way, and therefore the halacha follows the majority. The Bas Kol came along and said that Rabbi Eliezer is correct. Very nice. That's very nice. It's certainly incredibly impressive. But Lamaisa does not alter the.
I want to.
So Tzaddik deals with a very interesting guy. I don't understand. So why did the Bas Kol come out? In other words, we'll say you get the Shiloh. Okay, right, you go and you follow the Rabbi, you follow the majority. Fine, I understand that concept. At the end of the day, so why did the heavenly voice come out in support of Rabbi Eliezer? In other words, the Rebbeinu Shalom also knows what's written in his Torah, right? After all, again, he also knows. So the said he knows. He also knows that there's a din of majority. And there's been a majority, so why even have the Bas Kol come out at all? It's a good construct. To which Rav Tzaddik says so beautifully. He says, nevertheless, who wrote that, Lele the Derech. So Rav Tzaddik says so profound.
Bullshit.
I want to find that he was correct. And Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that his position was truly reflective of the Derech Hashem. And this that's a concept. Rabbi Eliezer felt he was correct despite the fact that he was convinced. Rabbi Eliezer felt that he was correct despite the fact that there is this biblical principle of Achari the Onoshal Olam sees that someone is convinced of their derech, of the correctness of their derech, and truly feels that their derech is the Ratzon Hashem. The Ribono Shel Olam lends his support to that individual, even if objectively
what do you want?
What the individual.
What do you want to pay for? What do you want to pay for? Jakarta.
It's almost like, I was thinking about this a little bit, that I think in parenting, you sometimes do this also. Like sometimes your child has an idea and wants to do something, and in your advanced parental mind, you're thinking to yourself, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. It's such a levels. But you see that your child is convinced about the correctness of it and the goodness of it, and that your child genuinely feels that this is part. Not in a good situation. Your child wants to do something terrible or something. I mean, that you just think it's just not a good life decision. But my child is convinced of it, and every parent knows that there are times when you feel that Chas V'Shalom is really objectively harmful, that you step in, but then there are other times when you know what? Okay.
What up, Zoo?
You know what? Hold your child is old enough to mature enough, but old enough and mature enough to potentially make informed decisions. I disagree with you, but this is the way you grow, and this is the way you spread your wings, and this is the way you mature. So I have to give you that support, even if at the end of the day, I fundamentally disagree. That's really what the subject is.
Okay, well, just calm down, though.
Is this idea that at times in life, the Ribono Shel Olam goes in and says, listen, I don't agree with what you're doing. And of course, when God doesn't agree,
Bullshit.
that's a pretty good indicator that what I'm doing is wrong. But Lamaisa, as he sees my conviction.
This game's already over.
And he sees that I'm really committed to this. As well, okay, I'll give you the help to be able to do it. Objectively, it's not right. But I said, if you believe in it, and if you believe that it's the derech and the Ratzon Hashem, I'm not going to stand you. Another one, I'm not standing in your way. I'll even help you. That's why a Bas Kol comes down. So we'll say, oh, who's bought because we all know that story. And everybody's bothered by the same fundamental question, which is Rabbi Eliezer was really wrong. And why does the Bas Kol come out? Why does the Bas Kol come out? Especially when the Bas Kol stands in contradistinction to the halachic principle that the Rosh himself went ahead and espoused. Because Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was right, and he was convinced that it was the Ratzon Hashem. So we'll say one last piece and we'll stop. You're probably not really right. So Tzaddik says as follows.
Did you? Oh, about to win.
We'll say, listen to this. Going back a couple of weeks.
That's a good row.
Are you proud of it?
Something amazing happens. The earth opens up, swallows up Korach and his followers, right?
If you roll two, I'm in trouble.
A pretty clear indication that what? That Korach was wrong. Moshe was right.
You're in trouble.
What's Klal Yisrael's response to the earth opening up and swallowing up Korach? Atem amisem es am Hashem. You, they accuse Moshe.
You're gone. Take care, man. Gone. Take care, man.
Kill Jews. What? First of all, Korach started. Second of all, it was an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. And by the way,
get yourself some help, man.
Moshe can't make the earth open. Hey, Moshe can't make the earth open.
Good job fixing your phone, though. That's big.
And yet they're accusing Moshe of killing Jews, of killing Am Hashem. What's the pshat? He says, turn the page. Listen to this. So Tzaddik essentially says, Klal Yisrael said as follows. Father says in Moshe, you're Moshe. And the derech she'adam lo telele molichin oso. You're a powerful man, Moshe. And there's no question in our minds that if you are convinced of a particular derech, and you are convinced that that derech is correct, and it is the Ratzon Hashem, the Ribono Shel Olam is going to help you down that derech. Did God want to open up the earth and swallow up Korach and his followers? No. You know why he did it? He did it because you were convinced of the correctness of that approach. But it is not indicative of the fact that that was the fate they truly deserved. So again, literally what they're saying is, Moshe, you know what you're like? You're like Rabbi Eliezer and Tanner Shalach. You're like the Bas Kol. Rabbi Eliezer was wrong. He was the minority, and Allah was decided by the majority. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees that you have conviction and sees that you're dedicated to your cause, then at the end of the day, he'll support you, even if you're not correct. So Moshe, you have conviction, you're dedicated to your cause, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is supporting you, even though what? You're not really correct. That was their kind of motion. So this concludes the O's, and what comes out of this are a couple of, I think, are a number of different lessons, a couple of sub-lessons. Number one, you see the power of having convictions and the power of believing in something. So many times in life, we're like parov on things. Like if you ask people, I think you find it a lot. I think a lot of times like we're involved in a lot of things, and a lot of things are important to me. So what am I passionate about? What am I doing? What am I convicted? What do I believe in so much that I would even be able to sway the opinion of the people in a certain way? The power of conviction, the power of dedication to an idea, to a principle, to a cause, is so strong, so intense, that even Rabbi did he honor from over to myself. That's how faith is the primary lesson of the Torah, which is how important Heshbon Nefesh, introspection is about. And to really examine and to look at the data, the path we have chosen for ourselves. Because very often we assume that if I'm successful, that's indicative that my path is blessed by God. And what the Prophet is telling us is exactly not necessarily that a person can be enjoying life success, but nevertheless the path that I've chosen for myself is not the right path. How can you have success without divine code without divine approbation, it's very simple. If Adam wrote a little, no, we can also. Yes, I want to like what happens. You could have success even if God does not have penalty to like that. As long as I believe it's like that, the maximum question is because you could get success. Important to this to look at the way we're living, look at what we're doing, look at how we're doing, look at what we're engaged in. Because even if we're successful, that doesn't always mean that it's the right step. It's always to be able to step back, despite the almost like very easy to get perspective when things don't go well. There's no way that much mistake. But it's very easy to get perspective when you kind of see a brick wall and the things you're engaged in are not building the future success. That's easy. And it's not because it's no less important since everything is going to the right. When everything is going beautifully, a lot of people are according to so still take a step back. Take a step, examine, and truly figure out to make sure that the way I'm living and what I'm doing is the true left hand. I can also stop over here. Go ahead.
Yeah, always. That's at Ari Manis on Twitter. You guys ready for your next comedian? Let's keep the fun train moving along. It just never ends. All right, next comedian is Lil Bro. Just moved down to LA. Really didn't move down here. Don't have enough money to get back home. Met a chick online, and the bitch multi-tail. You know, because I pulled up, like I met her online, and I swear I felt like Little Red Riding Hood, because the door opened, but I couldn't see her, and she stuck her foot out the door, and I was like, damn, what big feet you have. She stuck her leg out a little more, and her legs was like Earl Campbell. You can see the muscle. You remember Apollo Creed when he was running on the beach? You can see the muscle, you know. I'm like, damn, what big legs you have. And she finally came around the door. I'm like, bitch, is that an Adam's apple? Like, you can see that. I swear to God, I met EJ. Swear to God. Because I go online for dating, and I'm like, you don't want to click on the ladies whose names start with a T, like Tiosaurus Rex. Like, I'm thinking she a headhunter because she a carnivore. Like, she like meat. There he is. He got both the cat and the bear on that one. Every once in a while, Brian gets a little excited, and that bear comes up quick. What was the EJ thing? I love that Little Red Riding Hood thing. Oh, he lost this Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson. Okay. I was like, I was sort of like, he's like 6'7", wearing high heel pumps. Why did you just go with Tom? I mean, I kind of saw it coming, but like, is that Adam's apple? You set up the leg, you set up the muscles.
Let's pick up our feet.
I agree. He didn't go with the tickers. He's not 14 years old. Plus, it was tough. He couldn't have seen since his one cat was tucked in the right leg was out. So he was real strong. Kind of would have been so much better. What's the name of the dinosaur? Tiosaurus Rex. I love that you say that. I'm not going with dinosaurs either. I think you mean Tyrannosaurus. No. I'm like online. Names and Tiosaurus. Like trannies in the afternoon, and I'm trannies. I don't like that word. Trannies don't have to go trannies. What do they like to bring it to you? Transsexuals. There's something about the transgender. Trans. But I grew up loving trains. I grew up with trains. Muffins in the morning.
And the way I acknowledge that the blessings I have the right to come to the moment is retreat. Like that.
Anyway, I thought this dude was fun. I thought he really had fun. Like, you know, a lot of it didn't make any sense to me, but
great
above.
delivery, though. I wasn't really worried about who EJ was. I was just
Rough
sort of
out
like, damn it, that's like a reference I don't know, because he's one of those man bros. That shit says things I don't necessarily get, but
everything in life is about
Just out of
relationship.
curiosity, by round of applause, how many people out there
The goal,
did know
purpose
when
of
he said EJ that meant
everything in life is to create a relationship with
There's
the
one
other
half
person.
in
In
the
the
back of
moment
the rail.
that
Sister
Rafa
brother.
doesn't
Yeah,
create
so there's a disconnect there, but it's, you know, a disconnect is when he wasn't vibing. It wasn't like, I'll make him into Dennis Rodman.
so Israel brought the riot things from India.
There's nothing talking about Korea. I don't know about that.
Good
delivery, man.
Second bad,
Yeah, nice very comfortable. Yeah, definitely. Well, bro, always a pleasure. Very relaxed.
The Eagle Hapamel,
on Twitter. I don't know who his marketing advisor is, but he spells the bro in Lil Bro. B-R-O-U-G-H. So I thought it was Lil Bro. I thought it was supposed to be a small person with a Scottish.
the next time the young
It's not very little.
there's an inspection.
No, yeah, let's get the little dick. There's no
When a person is
George passing out some
so
pills.
one school sport is the dominant school sport, man is dark
Still
and a color and a judgment skill and it happens to be a second opinion well which will touch on the way the other new zone the polio the person is judged
That is amazing.
every
I
day
wish I could do
is
that.
own independent
I'm trying so hard to
so look
convince
at what
myself
says. So
that
it says,
I
Colonel Bryce,
think about it about
the guidance for autumn, who next time the
Is it the start of quitting? Do you remember that part that you were at?
I quit a lot of times. I just like
again,
in this
and
one.
then you the whole, and a person who is judged, guys who is written on the and is sealed on the difference, never connected by the system. The back to that's true. That I'm judged on a channel, and then I'm still in the difference. Then what don't I have to do?
Yes, but I think they do give some people
It
guidance.
does something to you because it stinks over here.
That is what. So everything is, I have to have it, maybe Elmo, a Shana, a Super, a Kipper. Everything I have to
Did I
have
say Lil Bro Head? So this
You
Lil
look
Bro
like that.
Fans, is that the name of
But
this
the
band?
end of the day, it doesn't
Jesus Christ.
sign
Look at
and
this shit.
seal a million line, then we're in like an hour of fever for the rest of the year. Everything is already decided. You look at that and say,
Really good
you
quality.
know, what
We're
put our emphasis and exercise Yola said, hey, pick me as saving has kilos. I mean, that this has those double colors. Even Gadizuga and Rinier will agree that a person has forgotten to aye, but what about the fact that I already again judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur? If judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur, then why do I have to daven each and every day? Tell you why. Ella Shaladaitan is following Dam Amat Shainig Gadra. The reference of Eva to be the Hoshia Tagit Yazin, the Paul of Most of the incredible. Speaking of using a marriage with you, as using it, we accept the theological concept that always decided on the Shana energy. And comes Yom Kippur, the garden is sealed. The later you do is person you still have to dive in each and every day. Why? Bring the good that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has decreed for you to fruition. But there is no such thing as experiencing Rafa in this world without Shiva. Shiva is there to activate the blessing. So it could very well be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu defeated, signed and sealed. But at the end of the day, without Shiva, cannot bring it into the realm of reality.
In no time, they'll be throwing down their gang signs and they'll be throwing up cosigns.
In Nepal HaTov. Shiva is necessary in order to bring things into reality.
Usually it's only an even prime number that gets that one.
If you think about this, it's so profound.
A friend of mine told me that wasn't funny, and now it's been proven.
Can have a whole life of love, reading for them as the thing. But without Shiva,
getting off at exactly 59.31
seconds. So I believe the control for any persons of Shiva. So I can have a beautiful and paper of
Yeah, what if it's your lucky night? That's a good one.
on Yom Kippur, but at the end of the day, how much bracha do we leave on the table? Like, how much bracha do we leave on the table to this subject? Because I'm not davening in the way that I should be davening. Tefillah is the way that I claim the bracha that has already been allocated. But you can't get it unless you take some kind of a so he goes on, the subject goes on. As I'll also point out, there's another fascinating idea, which of course is that once there is a piece that I think in general one of the hardest things to kind of wrap our head around in the lawyer is the judgment on the Shana, sealed on the but is the ability to fulfill that judgment. Right? The ability to alter that judgment. And if there is the ability to alter the judgment, then what's the point of the judgment? There is no ability to go ahead and alter the judgment. I understand why I have to daven to go ahead and point in the brothers, but the two left change consequences or negative. It just doesn't decide the answer to everybody's yes. You will always help alter everything, even if there was a decide. Because remember, again, when you look at it, deciding ultimately again is meaningful because it reflects where I am at the time of the sequence there. But when I think pieces to change themselves, then it's possible sometimes, I'll give you a good one. It's kind of like tax law. That means if you go ahead and you earn X amount of money, well, let's say a person earns $50,000. The person earns $50,000 is taxed at a certain rate. If Baruch Hashem, you do well and you earn more money, and now you earn $100,000, you're in a different tax bracket. Have the tax laws changed? Have the tax laws changed? No. What's changed? Your personal circumstances. It's a good muscle for how it works with the Ribbon Shalom as well. The happy hour after we look at it. Put it in the muscle over there. Which is that after the person gives me a desire gift, he gives me a decree. Same with Torah, same with Rav. That's the decree. That decree applies to me based on where I'm holding. But if I change myself, I put myself to the Yachol in a different bracket. It's not the shot that I control of his mind. It's not the shot that I control of his mind. Just the decree that was handed down was for me in a certain place. If I move myself somewhere else, then by definition, just the original decree doesn't apply to me. The original, right? Taxes on $100,000 is different than taxes on $50,000. And at the end, see, the tax law hasn't changed. My personal circumstances. So what you see here, obviously, you don't have the ability to change that. But so the public is highlighting over here is even if you accept the premise that everything is sealed and decreed in your life, at the end of the day, don't leave bracha on the table. And if I don't daven in order to forge a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, don't get the bracha. The verse of bracha it could be that we go through life with so much bracha that is really explaining to us. Just perhaps because I'm not dialoguing with the Ribbon Shalom, I'm not getting it. Because remember again, looking back to make this stop, the whole point of the bracha is to forge relationship. And the only way the bracha forges relationship with our son if it's access to the portal of Tefillah. Because it's Tefillah that says, Ribbon Shalom, I know this comes from you. I know it's only from you, and I thank you. If I'm not, if the bracha doesn't see dialogical and relationship connection, then ultimately again the bracha can mean but the person has to have a whole lifetime of bracha and boundaries waiting for them. So it only becomes yours. I'm going to drop the stop over here, pick up the next session tomorrow.
Are you happy that we just liked it and that's the end of it, or would you like us to tell you something that we think you should improve? I'm glad you guys liked it, but yeah. Okay, let's start with your face. Your dog is joking around. Yeah, I thought it was great. So, Mormos Rashidi is on Twitter, and Mormos Rashidi. Persian spice. What did you make with it? Do you cook a lot, Brent?
Yeah, I used to. I mean,
Alright, so it's good if you want it, let us.
Yeah.
Do you remember what you made with the Persian spice?
I think I put on some salmon. Does that make sense? Yeah, that's good. Yeah. It's just that's good.
We're actually
The next
gonna
one,
skip a
let's not
little
talk
bit.
about the mic thing. Do something down.
You ever listen to the Persian Spice Girls?
Yeah, all the time. I don't understand them.
Well, they try to, tell you what they want, what they really want. But speaking of Persian Spice Girls, that's how they just like
Last night on the WhatsApp chat.
Tony, missed your show. Oh my God, Persian Spice Girl. It's jokes like that that just fucking kill me. All right. Not only is this guy, you son of a bitch. There you go. Full circle. Not only is this guy a funny producer of the show, but he's also a comedy store door guy and fundraising for me with a speech impediment. Put your hands together for Josh Martin. Here he is. Recently found out that cannibalism still exists. Crazy. I didn't know that exists. That bill is crazy because people already know what's going to taste like. I know my cookies taste so they're delicious. Like, most
Focusing on
people,
talking
like,
about not that conversation not important. If you guys want to hear it,
more the fun would be eating.
so we got the
The
exercise on
worst
the
part
page,
would
so that
be
explains some of the concepts about the willingness
while I
to
eat
lay
all
down
the people.
one's life.
Justify
If
more
one
than
is not
takes
going to
justify
live a
more
life
than
in
like I would
conformity
eat
to
all
lifestyle,
the
that's
people.
we discussed that
I would
already.
have them suck my dick.
So move on to kind of stuff. Because here that really highlights something that I think is just fascinatingly
I'm just trying to
amazing.
get my
So that
dick sucked, guys. That's all I'm trying to do.
is
I'm trying to get a blowjob. That's all I'm trying. Wow. So the minute that you put together was basically asking everyone for a blowjob.
A person acquires a person requires tefillah for everything. That literally translated means to stand and pray before Hashem is necessary for everything for which a person requires. What is it? The Zeh, Abba Tishikar Nigzam Hashem Yisbarach. Says Davar Zeh Yiyeh. For example, even if I could require already ordained or decreed that a certain thing is in fact going to materialize or unfold, let's say there's a zero, there's a decree, a good decree. The Torah was decided that I'm going to benefit or I'm going to be blessed in a particular way. The Chol Sarich Ha'adam Le'Chalo, Shafei Tafi Adam. A person still needs to daven that the bracha will come true, that the bracha will be actualized in the way in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu was. It looks like a very fascinating idea. We don't yet know why this is, but the other thing is Kara Hasiva. That bracha cannot come about in this world without prayer. And even if something is ordained, something is wanted to always happen in a particular way, which is beneficial to me, that benefit will not materialize, that benefit will not actualize, is not preceded by prayer. So it's just to show you where the Rebbe gets this from.
What's the name of the character that means Santa's
The
sleigh?
footnote actually quotes the Judaism, the biblical Makar, the biblical source for this idea. Rabbi Moshe Amar, the Osiyah HaSoda Karen Yevaret, the Cho'itzit HaSoda Karen Yitzmach, כי לא זימסו השם רוצים על הארץ, ואדם אין לעבוד את האדם. So the concept literally means as follows, that before any of the vegetation or herbage or grass began to grow. Why didn't it grow? Because Hashem had not yet brought rain. That's why, so remember again, the Torah is speaking that all of the necessary for the fruit was literally sitting right beneath the top of the ground, ready to come out. Why didn't it come out? Because of the Torah did not get rain. Why did it not yet? Why did the Torah not yet bring rain? Because again, the Adam Ayin La'avodas Hashem. For there was no man to yet go ahead and work the
it. We're not getting treated. Man, he's not doing it. It's great. So there was no one to work here. And Rashi says, so beautiful. Rashi says, in Rashi, עדיין לא חיה בארץ כשנגמרה בריאת העולם בששת לפני האדם, וכאיסה בסדה לא צמח. למה? כי לא המטר. Again, Rashi says, so why was there no vegetation? Because Baruch Hu didn't cause it to rain. Why didn't Hashem cause it to rain? Not Hamon Gil, because the Adam Ayin La'avodah Ha'adama, Ve'im Makir B'Shavasa Shalisham. וכשבא אדם ביד שנצר בעולם שצל עליו. Ultimately, again, the Rashi is saying because there wasn't no human being to daven for it. There was only one other Chava on the earth, and they're able to daven for the rain. That the rain comes. That's the rain comes. So the Rebbe, isn't this incredible? The vegetation is there, the vegetation is there, it's sitting right beneath the top of the soil. It's all there. The Baruch Hu has a plan, the plan is to be for vegetation, but yet it cannot not exist. The Baruch Hu does not bring it forth until someone is there to stop it. So the Rebbe, therefore, has essentially build his philosophical or theological construct around this idea. What do you see? That even if the components are all of the rain, this is Racha does not materialize in this world unless it is preceded by Tefillah. Tefillah is the necessity to bring about divine blessing. Now, let's pause for a moment. And first of all, we're going to analyze it, at least from the perspective of Bereshis. Because from Bereshis, we can begin to ask, well, why is that? Why do we have to perfectly bring rain? So ultimately, man was there to go ahead and daven for it. What's the whole point of a miracle? What's the whole point of bracha? The whole point of bracha is one of the ways in which you work this connection with the Rishon Shalom. That's one of the ways. Right? So the whole everything has to say, it gives me my health, it gives me time off, it gives me a family, it gives me space. And my goal is to see no piece of culture compromise. So if I put in effort, you see materialize all the incredible divine intervention that we're part of this involved. Tefillah is the way that I recognize the Rishon Shalom's involvement in both what we'll call the miraculous and the mundane aspects of life. Without prayer, I could just these reasons are on their own. With Tefillah, I recognize that the things that I have in life are only because of the Rishon Shalom. Therefore, so good. I can probably not going to bring about bracha, even if he's ready to, without tefillah, because then the bracha doesn't accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. Listen, isn't this the certain way to recognize that everything I have is only because of the Rishon Shalom. So if there's no tefillah, which represents the theological awareness of this Yisod, at the end of the day, there's no bracha. What's the point? Everything that can Baruch Hu does is to create an awareness of my involvement in his life. It's such a profound Yisod. He goes on, he says, L'raya al-Kaf, he gives an example. Hello, Tefillah be'Elio. First word be'Elio, it goes on the face. שכבר אמר לו השם יתברך, להתירו אל האחוב, ואתנו מטר על פני האדם. זאת אומרת, this is the first we have to do in the Lachim Aleph, where Achov, whereas the Leo, who just grew up beside his home, doing hold the lid. There's a whole discussion in general, but he actually decided to hold the lid. Even the Gemara says that Machef of the keys for getting something which is called on-to-down to the purpose, and he does not go ahead and hand it out to anyone. Okay, there you already got it. Yes, it's a different story. In any event, so what happens? The self-help nothing. So the Achov was the reason for Leo withheld the rain was because of the precarity, the ongoing evil perpetrated by Achov and his wife Susan. Which Carlos says, Leo, go to Achov, it's going to rain. That's no matter. Yeah, שעולה ללא תקנו, ויקרא ארצה וישם פניו בין ברכיו, שנשתטח לארץ ושם חלב במברקם מספר למטה, שיראה בה בתפילה עד שבה גשם. And yet what does the Navi say? Navi goes up to Har Carmel, and what does he do? He's davening. Why is davening? Why is davening? At the end of the day, he told you that the rain is going to come. Why is there a need for tefillah at all? אף על פי שהוכח לפי הקדוש ברוך הוא שישים מטר, הרי גם לאחר שנגע מן השמיים עדיין צריך מספר לו תפילה בהדרבה. You see from the text that exactly what you were saying before, even if something is divinely ordained to happen for you in a transitive way, it is only through the power of prayer. That's the bracha, that the blessing ultimately is materialized. Such an incredible scripture. Let's just symbolize it for just a moment. You know what this means? Quickly subject to me. You give the whole storehouse of blessing that is waiting to us that we have not yet received because we haven't properly utilized the power of prayer, the Koach, which is such an incredible use. In our theological context, we often assume if I can going to give me something, he's going to give it to me. He's going to give it to me. I guess I have to be worthy of it, or if I'm quote unquote worthy, then ultimately I'll receive it. That's what it says, not necessarily true. There's a divine tefillah. There's a divine tefillah. I could have all the requisite merits. I could have all the personal piety, but without tefillah, the brachos don't come. Without tefillah, the brachos don't come. And again, the reason for that is because the brachos are only meaningful if I recognize they come from Hashem. The brachos are only meaningful if they're used to build a bond, used to build a relationship between myself and my Creator. How is that relationship? How is that bond built? Because tefillah is when I articulate and express everything I have in this world.
Does it end in an E or an
Yeah,
O?
I say to themselves, even if I could just find
Frank
promises,
Castillo or
ultimately the blessing right only materialize if first preceded ultimately by prayer. So we'll stop up here for today. We're going to
suck a stick, Frank? Come on.
let's check see if I can spend one more day
Never
with this
spell Castillo
tomorrow.
right. I find that half of the major leagues is in Castillo. Louis Castillo, Frank Castillo, there's even a Frank
That's
Castillo.
the little Sadik Veralo Russia.
You know what's exciting is I just rolled this name,
That's always the
and this
theological
happens
outline.
every week at the Comedy Store, and it's happening right now. This name I know for a fact because he contacted me on Twitter and therefore got booked on the show. This is his very first time ever doing any stand-up comedy whatsoever. 60 seconds right now. Put your hands together for Hartford.
Hey, what's up, guys? So I don't know if you've heard, but you can make your own dick mold now. And dick mold sounds weird. It sounds like an STD or something. But a dick mold is actually, you can get this kit, so at home you can make a replica mold of your dick. And I'm thinking I might just make one and keep it in the drawer next to my bed, so if I get too drunk to fuck, I'll just pull that out and use that, kind of like a backup dick. Or I'm going to make copies for my gay friends and just let them borrow it and tell me how I am. Today's weed is so strong, and the edibles are even crazier. I had one weed M&M at high school graduation, and I was high for 6 years. I don't remember anything from college. I feel like it would be the worst thing ever to die while masturbating in an inappropriate place, like while driving or at work. So I was thinking, what's the worst job to die while masturbating? Gardener? Elementary school janitor? Oh, that's it. Thanks.
You hit it. Nailed it.
It's funny that you mentioned masturbation and gardening because I'm a constant gardener.
We left off yesterday in the footnote.
He's got great fires.
You reminded me of just that energy that
So the Imam is not
you
in the office.
have no idea whether any of the jokes are going to work
Called
in your head
first
over
part
and over again. How's
is
that feel?
It felt awesome, man. Like you said, I thought it was either going to go dead silent Which, what do you got a club?
like the
I don't care, man. It's my first time doing it. And I care. What do you gonna do though? This isn't my job.
Just like the video I was watching, but the nature of that why is it that each has the power to affect this level of shit? We're picking up again with no and blog, and we're picking up now the second paragraph of that authorizing site, which is Steven Solar. Steven Solar, denial, conservatismo, Robert Jack Lama Habucha Muhammad
Yeah, I want to work on that one more, but I didn't hear that cat right there, so I'm like, let's just try that.
go ahead and one
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't found out what's about one. What's something like, we're not here for you. Half the time these guys do. Let me a sounding board. Give me some jazz.
within the reality of what it is to be a David Doverzak, Kasha, other Messiah, when a person is challenged, when I'm embarrassed because I realize Mola, solid maximum, in massive maximum of that shows the silent control that I'm using myself. And this is myself from that thing into power. The who starts to try to govern massive action. If I ever embarrassed like something, by definition, I remove myself, I distance myself from that thing. Okay, something you're trying to do. If I'm embarrassed about something, essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had never done it. I don't want to be filthy. I'm embarrassed. I don't want to be filthy. I distance myself from it. Looking at our company, there's acting of me. This is different than something where I become like someone like a bit of charity. But ultimately, again, strengthens from ultimately, he's part of the thing, because ultimately, in astrology, I guess, astrology, Avala Messiah, no risk of being when you're proud of something, that thing becomes a part of you. You want to self-identify with that thing. When you're embarrassed about something, I got to don't want to self-identify with that particular action. That's all I want is the myself and myself. When I'm embarrassed, I got to don't want to connect. When I'm embarrassed, I got to don't want to be identified with it. I'm embarrassed, I got to want to be myself. Because I'm frightened, or it's not part of me. God, you're not magic astronomy. Most of you show by the rest of the country, motion low, happy, the apple to really fast. Therefore, again, I always say, I'm going to love
I don't know if they're talking about when somebody asks you to DM.
I guess you said to it, the one thing it's not simple. It doesn't become part of the essence
I like that DM.
of who I am.
It's almost midnight. Let's wrap this up. Are you talking about Daily Motion?
I don't want publicly associated
Yeah,
with
Daily Motion, you gotta extend the dick mold. You got good attitude.
I don't want to be associated
One of my favorite things. Check out that dick mold live streaming from the house of the Delfina Delmina. I thought the first look at him, look at him, Mark. I thought the first thing he was gonna say was, come on, feel it, feel it.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of
It's
this.
vibration. When the comedians only do 60 seconds, you don't fucking leave.
So, from that sugar. That's
The comedians are only doing 60 seconds, so whatsoever.
if
So I
you're
love that part
embarrassed
where he
about
goes
the
straight
thing,
out. It's like, give it to my gay friend and he does my dick mold too. Hot's crazy nowadays. That's the good right to the next thing. Hot's like next level. You're smoking all you think about is dick mold. First time that was amazing, man. Thanks so much, guys. Unbelievable! Best man for life. Very interesting Twitter handle on it. If you just like this is first time reporting, it's at MMURRRR2SEU and 4R. Good luck with your career, Bob. I'm sure. How about cat fart jokes too? Expect -3 new fans after I beg you to change your Twitter name to Dickbolt tomorrow. Yeah. Do it tonight. The internet's open all night. That shit's already taken. It's gonna be Dickbolt 7. Sign up for affordable healthcare while you're at it. Dick_mold1193. It's gonna be great. It's better than MM, my old angel fire cat. It could also be like mold on cheese, like Dickbolt. Pure security, not talkativity. Oh,
Humility.
your next comedian, everybody, goes by the name of Scott King.
We all know that arrogance manifests. The help of humility about the ideas that I committed,
Found out the other day I got a girlfriend. I found out because one box of condoms turned into a box of
this is not
tampons.
who I am. That's what I want to be.
Oh,
Six and a half. That's humility. That's the
I woke
opposite of
up next door
arrogance.
the other day.
Yeah,
I
we
was
say
going to have my
this
very
kind of
first
adult
drink.
puppet
Turns out there was diarrhea. That's all I got. That's all I got. Okay, yeah. So you're going with you made the weird guy decision. Yes. I'm going for the electric Pee Wee Herman. Actually, we should just have before. We all thought it did a weird guy. Marlon Williams and Neil Hamburger had a baby. Yes. They named him Scott Kid. How'd you feel about what happened? I had fun. Yeah, too. It's all right. It felt like you're going effort going into it.
But I also recognize what I'm not. Therefore, again, I'm just pointing the opposite of that humility.
Why don't you just do an impression of him and do that?
Therefore, again, when the Kapara occurs, Kapara occurs
I just think you gotta be careful with the weird guy decision because I think you've already hit the wall with your weird guy.
We'll say,
I mean, the weird guy decision is not a decision to make lightly. Exactly.
about the power of allowing yourself to feel that about
Just ask
no
the
one
practical question.
ever likes to feel embarrassed.
You really can. You can do an hour of that. Prove it. Do it right now. You say, sometimes, like, he can do the weird guy thing for a while until he finds his own true voice part. You know, like, sometimes it's hard to get out, just be yourself right out of the game. Maybe you should do the weird guy struggle for you.
That means
I hate myself. Doug, was it like hard to find your voice? Because it does take like a year, a couple years to find actually your voice. Usually, last week was when it happened for me. Yeah, it takes forever. And it's also not necessary.
That's an incredible
Character
that's
comics
almost
don't
like
really
the
exist that
reflex
much
that says
anymore.
this
Like,
is not me.
we don't see that many of them, but
This
it's
is
not
like
like
this is not what I want to see. This is not how I'm going to build myself into a person.
It seems like it's just
Desire
hard to
to
like
become.
just kind
And
of
that's
get
that
by
Gemara says those feelings of musha by definition are the process of tshuva. And those feelings of musha by definition are the actual creating of the idea. And I hope one more future video will take this page. It is also incredibly profound. You see lots of shouting. התשובה אינה סמל לחוזים בחסד דבר. Which is the empowering follows. Tshuva in and of itself is an incredible thing. We learn this together. Incredible opportunity. Follows. He said that Tshuva is a chasm. It was the word around college that the way the world should work is to get an order. That's the way it should work. There's tests that I heard from that is twofold tests. Testing number one is that God does not punish us. That's testing number one. Even though that's the world should work. That's number one is that is the late number two is the דהיינו, listen to this phrase. Literally means to be uproot to will, as if you are able to uproot. דהיינו, שתביעות צד ומודדות ומספורים על רעשו. ושבו מתחריק עליו חרות הגבולות, ומתחרות בחרדת הנגד. כמו שבכלל חבספים. This is taking the concept of Tshuva even a little bit further. Even a little bit further. So let's say, which is this idea when a person experiences harata. So let's say, let me take you back to the Gemara says that when a person experiences Tshuva, have the ability to go ahead and negate the punishment associated with particular thing. Right? For example, you could take the Tshuva and you could transform your averos into shkalim, potential actions into other things. And then there's even a higher form of Tshuva, where a person can take his averos and turn it into zechuyot. And turning it into a What Chacham is focusing on here is the ability of Tshuva to go ahead and uproot the faith altogether. And let's say, if I think about this for a moment, it totally doesn't make any sense. In other words, I understand the concept of Tshuva in its ability to negate right? It's like coming to an Avera, that Avera, every Avera, but every Avera, big or small, comes with an oath. So I'm going to tell you again, Tshuva comes along, and I can do the process, and I can receive the faith. Where's what's the word? Forgiveness. Clemency. I can't do it. I give the crime, I forgive the person, I do Tshuva is clemency. The notion that Tshuva is powerful enough to actually uproot the act, make it right, the act never even happen. Forget about turning it into a mitzvah. That's like another level. But the notion that Tshuva is powerful enough to let the activity uproot the act like it never occurred. How big that dynamic up? So after top of the year, we'll spend one more day on Tshuva on the teaching, and we'll pick up with the teaching session tomorrow, and then we'll link it back in tomorrow's that kind of stuff. But
they're also mad they're not even gonna raise their hands. Tommy Morris at the Comedy Store says it's a sin to praise mediocre comedy, so we cannot send it out. I don't think. First of all, I heard your left arm twitch after you said that. You called me again, Tommy. I heard it. It's a very defined noise. You ever think about using any WD-40 on that suit or anything? It's supposed to be dirty. You know he said it battle worn. That's an easy way to sell a cheap suit. No. My eyes won't stand out. The light's too bright, and you won't see my eyes because it's a good contrast. Here's the thing, Patriot. Whatever you just said is interesting, but I'm going to talk about this. Like calling these people who are just trying for the first time mediocre is really not fair, because it's like they're putting themselves out there and trying something new. And that's
is very difficult. I respect. I know it's not easy to do.
Yeah, so we're not here to like tell them they're mediocre.
No,
We're here to tell them they fucking suck. No, we're here to try to help everybody.
Those first few jokes are so hard. You don't remember your first jokes?
I just remember I had a lot of props. My first set was at the Comedy Store, and I had a bag full of props.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
I love this. At the Comedy Store.
And I got laughs, and it encouraged me. So like that's what I'm hoping everyone's getting tonight is that the ones that are trying it for the first time, like that one guy.
Did you have an arcade?
Marky Mark. He like got a really big laugh. I hope that super support because if that first time, did you get laughs the first time, Mark?
I think I got like.
You have to get something, right?
Right, yeah, I think
want to come back
4 minutes set, and I think I got 1 or 2 laughs.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's enough to make it come back. I remember the panic of that. Like you went around all fucking night to do these 5-minute sets, and then you get bumped. Maybe 5, 3 or 4, 3 to 5.
It wasn't at the Comedy Store in Boston. Never do again.
Now, the people that go
All
on
right,
Mondays,
so good morning.
you know, they keep coming back no matter what, right?
Well, yeah, sometimes they're crazy.
I just remember like, oh,
All right, so good morning. So we are continuing in represent in Ocean guidance. So we started this Ocean last week a little bit, and in Ocean let's just pick up a quick review from the beginning. So Travis introduced us to this concept, this incredible concept regarding the power of Nisha, the power of embarrassment. This is the embarrassment that one suffers from one's others. Let's actually pick up just from the beginning of the oath, just for a moment, because this way, again, you'll be able to get a bit more context when you spend one day on this. Said, however, Alexander Fernini and Sarah at myself including Sister Uranus yet Twitter unbelievable Allah didn't shut us up with Proclamatus, that sudden him managed to discover a security element and the circle below within his Nake over his Nakos al Usa Avila, Shemis Haris al Sha'asa Bishab Chuba. So 11 points from the explains that when a person goes ahead and suffers Agmas Nefesh. I like I'm using the term Agmas Nefesh. Agmas Nefesh literally means inner turmoil. A person suffers inner turmoil. So when a person suffers that inner turmoil as a result of their misdeeds, that is also a form of misdoing. It is also a form of suffering. But not only is a form of suffering, that Agmas Nefesh that a person experiences as a result of his Agmas is also a form of
What's up, everyone?
it's also a form of repentance. Elohim, Amru Filat, and we will explain how that works in just a moment. Elohim, Amru Chazal, B'Sov Tarek Hamidin, Zahid Jahas, Akolo Usa Dvar Adela, Zahamistani Ba Mosulin Lo, Akolo Bonesa. Verse it is seen that we can find. One second drop is that when a person is embarrassed as a result of an Adela that he has performed, that embarrassment seems to be the cause
And I feel like most Jimmy Buffett fans have became fans
that when
because
no,
fans
no,
of
no,
another
just
person.
I mentioned before, with the
If you
episode
come up,
was
please,
just
say
kind
it's
of
okay,
change
I'll say it.
right
It's
from the
gonna be
beginning, we were speaking about the concept of Agmas Nefesh, inner turmoil. And now the Rebbe replaced that with the word Nisha, embarrassment. When a person suffers embarrassment as a result of his Agmas, so the
I couldn't be wrong. A person is forgiven for all of it. The power of embarrassment to allow for atonement for one's sin. Now, listen, what's the logic for this? He says, בעצם הבושה because giving embarrassment is evil that a person has already suffered in Gehenna. Isn't this incredible? That the power of embarrassment is such, the strength of embarrassment is such, that it's the evil I was already in Gehenna. That's the nature of it. So it doesn't mean that anything who's ever suffered embarrassment, real embarrassment. No, it's that, yes, absolutely. The pain of embarrassment. I mean, none of us know the pain of Gehenna, but we know that certainly the pain of embarrassment can be quite intense and overwhelming. So listen, let's talk about this for just a moment. Because this idea of, if the Rebbe is explaining over here, is that Busha has this twofold aspect. Number one, Busha itself is a feeling of Tshuva, right? When the Gemara is about Busha, the Gemara says that a person who doesn't have Avera and then is embarrassed by that Avera, is forgiven. So somehow the Busha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for Tshuva. It's the vehicle for Tshuva. And then the Rebbe says that Busha itself is so intense that Busha almost counts as Gehenna. Now the truth is those concepts are interrelated. According to the Tzaddik, why is it that Busha has the ability to atone? Because Busha itself is the Gehenna. Gehenna, the difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna and that's the Christian concept of hell are dramatically different. Right? Gehenna is a rehabilitative process. The reason that someone goes to Gehenna is that ultimately, again, this way, one day at some point in life, you get to go to Gan Eden. That's the goal. Some Neshamas can go right to Gan Eden. Others Neshamas can go through the purification process, the rehabilitative process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not punitive. Gehenna is rehabilitative. The Christian concept of hell can be both punitive. That's fine. So the idea over here is that somehow the Busha is Gehenna is rehabilitated, and therefore by definition affects Shuvah. So we're going to kind of branch this out into two pieces. So let's speak about for a moment, or at least for a few moments today, and then in Eretz Hashem into tomorrow, the power of Busha. If you take a look in footnote 6 and 12, the very, very profound piece over here that we're going to see. We're going to see interesting from the Shukra Nikubashas. First, we're going to put it in the Shukra Nikubashas brothers, and then we're going to see a piece from the Shira Fishman. Incredibly profound. So footnote Kufman Bob on the bottom. Page Kufman is practically following along, and footnote Kufman Bob. Also, I would say also, we're going to be in the service for a little while. It's a good investment for your library. We're using the Ozba Hadra version of Tzitkas, and I'll send you the version. It's a beautiful set of starting to own. So but of course I'll keep telling you the PDF. But the footnote says Rabbi should go back. That's Usa Gavar Bayish Mokla Kalvarosa. Bayish Bahen Shabusha Odolo Chuba. So we'll say here, Shita Mikubak, that's found from the Gemara. And says that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shamis Bayish Bahen, he says explicitly, because the Busha, all the law is Shuvah. Busha counts as Shuvah. When you're embarrassed about the faith, that embarrassment in and of itself is the Shuvah. So what's the pshat? The Meiri, Shabusha Sha'adam Ismail Shamashachata, who Yisod HaCharata, LaCharata who Yisod HaTshuva. This is incredible. It looks like now it comes to Meiri. Again, we're in a paper recording where people want to get this Meiri. It's just going to kind of look like the starter. So right, for the Shida Mikubet says that once the power of the power of Buddha we said before is the tshuva. Said the Meiri, why is Busha tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the tshuva? So the Meiri says, because the Busha is the equivalent of charata, is the equivalent of remorse. And charata, the charata positive Meiri, is the soul, is the basis, is the foundation for tshuva. We're looking at this interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Meiri, then we have to back it out a little bit. But what's interesting enough, the Meiri is confident in this idea that charata, remorse, is the yesod of tshuva, which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. Let's say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then the truth is, how do you know if you really recognize that you're doing that? So let's be honest. Sometimes you cannot do that. And the truth is that two reactions I had. That was incredible. It was such a great idea. I'm not going to do it again because of the concert. Do I regret it? No. I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, someone said what we call more like intellectual tshuva. Intellectual, and you see this a lot of times. A lot of times when people make profound changes in their life. So the way they react is, it's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. So there's not a charata that's there. There's like almost like an intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a charata. The Meiri says that the true witness says that tshuva is charata. Because if I'm remorseful about something, I regret something. Regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this. Because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be, and I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's charata. I have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri, that's the sort of tshuva. How do you know if you have charata? So at least the Meiri posits, embarrassed. If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows ultimately that if I could take it back, I would. And if I can take it back, I would. That's true. So we'll have to stop over for today. We're going to pick up, there's one more piece that we're going to see, actually two more pieces. We're going to see this Olam of the Maharal, and then I'm going to see that the Sharon in there, Hashem. We'll go ahead and we'll go through these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject idea of the power of the
What can you say other than that's it? Let's really quick though. I'd really like to know what the Patriot thinks of. Good question. That was what you think of as a heart attack. No, I like that. I think Gerard's got a bright future ahead. Were you trying to be mean at first? No, I was just sometimes I'm just kidding, brother. That was good. I like that. I see a bright future for him. Every time he's been at the comic store, I like that guy. He's very professional. I understand why you made the heart attack reference because, of course, you have that artificial heart in your chest, and if it gets unplugged, you can die. Yeah. So it's important to you. Yeah. You're the Messiah of marijuana. There you go. Wow. I've always liked the Patriot, but I did not know what a truth teller he was. To close out every show ever since its inception, we've had two lovely young ladies who every single week are the only two regulars on the show, and every week they come out with a new 60 seconds of material. They started on the show. Yes, and they've been with us ever since. And one of them's in the back right now.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin.
It's weird because females are they get shit on as a stand-up comic. It's weird seeing it stand-up comic.
Anybody like it?
Females coming out here, everybody.
And they don't shit on
females.
Yeah, that one.
No, I love
You're eating with the other two arguments too.
I should have the
All right, so we'll say, so with that, let us be in a beautiful, beautiful new host. Today, host from Zion was skipping and involved for now. And of course, we'll make our way back to everything one day meditation. Well, to take a look, let's start in the Uri HaChasidus, always from Zion. Whenever I see he says, Hayisurim HaNekontrachim La'adam, Inam Rak Yemashira Imolukov.
Here with us tonight, so to get it started, she was with us lunch with us here tonight. We're getting together for ceremonies to drop
Sometimes again, sometimes the Surin are understood as onesh, and sometimes the Surin are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or atonement. Again, every individual needs some type of cleansing.
The last thing I want to see is some other dude talking about your own, so for sure not going to happen. I've been sleep internet surfing. I get on the internet and I look up news, and I people about candles. Like my subconscious thinking misunderstood what pussy hunting is about.
We often think about physical stuff. That's how we normally understand. There's another form of Yisurim as well. Elegam b'chomei hatzar ha'azmat nefesh shirish la'adam b'libo al haveros sha'as. So that writes something so profound.
I had another joke in that same pocket is that my sexual life is being disappointed or like
but rather, again, it's the suffering that comes in the form of the agmas nefesh. How do you translate agmas nefesh? Internal turmoil. Right? Internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person commits. On the other side, what the Rebbe is saying is that we haven't been something that all of us heard from parents or cars that we were growing up. It's sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you committed it. And I will say, we all know this from our adult lives. Actually, you can idea. And why don't you idea? Because again, the Gemara says, okay, below low. A person doesn't sleep unless, of course, he treats that there's something in it. Okay, a person doesn't sleep below, that's Lamed Aleph, low, Lamed Vav. Don't sleep unless there's something in it from you. Chazal's general understanding of man, which is people are very utilitarian. People do things and they're going to benefit from it in some way. There's no benefit to me. Generally, I'm not going to do it. And then what happens? I sin. Because again, I think I'm going to get out of it. And then I go ahead and I sin. And maybe I can get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it. But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. So that it says, that's inner turmoil. That feeling of profound sadness that it says is one of the greatest forms of Yisurim. That in and of itself is a form of suffering in this world. For the days Kopal and Chaz, that shoving in manish, Kilu Yisur, listen to these words. Kilu Sabal as Yisurei Gehenes, Hanitzratim motivating in Dafi, Ulisnakos al Usadira, Shemischal al Shasa, Visham B'Shuva Shlema. We'll say, this is overwhelming statement. The Rebbe says, the feeling of Agmas Nefesh, the feeling ultimately again of embarrassment. We're going to see, we're going to call it sleep just a little bit. But the feeling of embarrassment and Agmas Nefesh, the inner turmoil that I feel in the aftermath of having made a bad life decision, having committed an Avera, that says that feeling, that's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. They will say, we don't need to tell us this, because I think many of us absolutely relate to this. The feeling of having made a bad decision, knowing that you made a bad decision, and knowing that you could have prevented this bad decision. How many times in the whole year I do something, and then afterwards, I just can't believe I did it. There's sometimes in life you make bad decisions, and the thing you realize, you know what?
I've been doing
Maybe
it
the
for
best
3
decision
months.
was at the time. And the bad decision where I knew it was a bad decision, but for whatever reason, I chose it. And it was this week's back, ultimately to ultimate pay. How did I choose that? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored exactly what needed to be true. I made a decision, and I managed to feel like I did. I managed to feel like I did. So whatever says something amazing, whatever says, so it's like before you get to, so first of all, think about how powerful this is, because I invented to say, and I think it's all but I venture to say that we feel all absolutely related, represent the same. We all make decisions in life where after I make the decision, I'm not deciding on the action. I'm not deciding on the action. I can't believe I did this. So listen, it's two of goodness. Number one, the Rebbe says, we shove the Jewish thing. You know what the good news is? The good news is if you feel that level of atmosphere, and when you ask them after the bad decision, that's part of my shiva. It's part of my shiva. That's the look to think about it. Well, why do I feel this way? Because there's a part of the recognition that I just told you, I did the wrong thing. That recognition that I chose for, that recognition that I did the wrong thing between and of itself is fullness of my shiva. It's the fullness of my shiva. We can very profound. He goes on, he's like, okay, but I just want to point out also, what this does is, the goal of this does that.
I turned 23 last week. I did.
How he
And
makes
23
decisions.
is a really weird age
There's
because
certain things
I think it's
you
where
cannot
people
save yourself
expect you to
from
be
in life.
responsible,
There are certain things
but
that
I
occur
just can't
that we should
financially.
just powerless
You know,
to stop them.
like I know
But there
that
are
when I get invited to a party, I'm supposed to bring a dish,
that I
but I'm still
absolutely
going
have
for
the
the free
power
food.
to do them.
You know,
That I have the
I
ability
know
to say,
I'm
you
supposed
know
to
what,
pay
I don't want to
rent,
live in
but
Gehenna.
I'd
I
rather
don't want
just
to live
fill
in
my
Gehenna.
apartment out
I
of my
don't
parking
want
tickets
to
I
go
get.
ahead and be subject
Even my
to the
relationships
fear
are
of
weird, guys. Like, I'm dating,
so if I
like
know
at this age,
that a
dating people your
particular
own age,
decision
you
is
don't
going to
have money
place
either.
me in
The last
Gehenna,
guy I was
is going
dating,
to give
we're
me a
hanging out,
nefesh,
he was getting super
why do it?
hot. He started bringing all my
Why
booty, and I was
do
like,
it? So if I
can you
think about this
change out of
concept,
my pocket?
before the commission of the act,
You know?
it could
He
seem
was like
from
tonguing my
engaging
mouth,
such
and then I realized he was taking my
self-destructive.
clothes.
But in the event that I did, like what the good news is, those
And then I go
feelings
into
like nefesh
how he taunted my
ultimately
mother.
in and of itself count as part of the tshuva. The Rebbe goes on to see one more line, and in fact, ורחל עמוק חזר בתוך פרק כמה דרסקים, I'll call out Utse Dvar Adira, what you do. So this is just another combination of Rebbe's previous content. The Gemara says, Toshim Keneged Adira, Dahamizbayish Ba, Mochel and Rosh Hashanah. If you commit an Adira, and then I'm embarrassed as a result of the Adira I committed, ultimately again, I am forgiven. Mochel and Rosh, I'll call out on those. I will say, now why is it that deep stuff? Why is it that embarrassing? Serves ultimately again to atone for the sin. Why is that worse? I commit to Avira, that I'm embarrassed that I did it. Mokum Lord Kolabono. Such an individual is totally and fully forgiven. What's the shot? We have to be like Hamaka, Kitvar Sabo Omesh Gehinnom, בעצם הבושה שיש במחמד חצי השעה. In other words, it's very simple. Because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. In other words, when the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed in the aftermath of an Adela is forgiven, it's not the fact that I'm bypassing the punishment. It's that what? It's that what? The busha is the punishment. The busha that I feel, I'm going to say again, like sad irony is, I commit the act and I impose punishment upon myself. It's amazing. It's not of lightning bolt coming out from Shemai. It's just not like a reversal of my life working because you've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha is just on one hand incredibly powerful. Like, of course, the problem is, if I don't feel busha, in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there is a terrible thing to take care of. But the nice extent that the feeling of that busha is in and of itself the Gehenna that I experienced in the aftermath of sin. And because that resource equivalence of Gehenna, therefore it almost has a disposing cathartic effect of Shuvah. So okay, so we'll stop here for today, but understand that the people of this world is so far. I could avoid this. I could avoid this. Okay, ask anyone, who wants to sign up for Gehenna, right for these people at Gehenna, and the goal of, there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So let's say, now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really create for myself Gehenna in this world. Then hopefully the goal of what that accomplishes is a greater sensitivity to the and a recognition that I don't want to act myself. I don't want to do stuff. I don't want to get it. As much as Busha and Gehenna are not there, in the aftermath of sin, I would pretty much rather save myself from that self-inflicted inequality. That will be for today. We'll pick up in the next time with the continuation of this concept.
I'm going to be at the Ice House in Pasadena on the 13th. And Wednesdays at 4:15 Pacific Standard Time. Go to youtube.com/Doug Benson for Getting Doug with my Jeff Ross is the next guest.
Oh, my good friend. And Kill Tony is every Monday night at 8 o'clock live from the Comedy Store. It's happening. This was episode 19. Join us Monday for 20. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much.
Comic painting. Trick Rolls. That's why TV.
שש שנים במשנה, שזקני מידי חכמים, כל זמן שמסכינן דייתן מסיישבס עליהן, והרי בין כן הרי נמצא שהזקנה מטיבה Furthermore, we have the opposite. Remember, again, what's a zaken? Zeshakara chachma. We associate old age with the acquisition of wealth. And we assume that the older a person gets, the wiser. So again, now you see these two opposite things. You're telling me again on one hand, and old age is called Yimei Hara. You're telling me woe to the one that leaves and never returns. And almost putting almost a negative picture of old age. On the flip side, you tell me old age left them. How does a person acquire wisdom? By reaching in your Hashem old age. So what's going on over here? So look what Rabbi says. Chimatinu Shalem Shlosh Laba Bachashivas Hazikim Became the Kanu Bachomos Elon Muchlach Lomai She's only V'Hitztaru Al Kach Shet Hasak Yimei HaZikna Kah HaChemda Sheyish L'Tzir V'Kah HaYetzer Hara Shal Taiva. And this is so beautiful. Rather, what was Shlomo HaMelech lamented about old age? And what was, what were Chazal lamenting about the loss of youth? They were lamenting the loss of the loss of the evil inclination, right? The loss of the desires of when you're young, and the fires of desire burn within you. There's an incredible amount of energy that you possess. But as you get older, and those fires are diminished, on one hand, it is possible that the day-to-day struggles of life perhaps diminish. But along with those struggles, along with the diminution of those struggles, is the diminution of that pain. Remember, there's a verse of study saying before that in this world, there are no good cohorts, bad cohorts, inside of you. No good needles, no bad needles. There's energy. There's energy. And life is all about how you choose to channel your internal personality. When you're young, there's more energy. When you're older, there's less energy. So when Shlomo says, Zachar es barecha v'nedu kurosecha, remember your creator when you're young. Before actually about Yimei Hara, before the days of negativity come, Shlomo is just saying, channel when you're young, Torah chunks, your older than when you're young, because you will have that same energy when you get older. And that's why towards it, you may raw the days you just don't have the same amount of Torah. Because I'll say, woe to the thing that leaves us and never returns. Because the beautiful goodness that we possess when we are young is something that when it's ends, and we just so says that that's what Chazal, that's what Torah are lamenting. When you're young, you have so much of this Torah, and you can use that clock. But when you're young, you have so many more desires, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants, and all this one together. It's true. It's very true. But Lamaisa, at the end of the day, if you channel those codes correctly, you also have the ability to go and accomplish great things. Whereas when you get older, and that energy is lost, the ability to accomplish in a dynamic way diminishes right now. So listen, so again, but I want to be clear, not to say Chas v'Shalom, that when you get older, you don't have the ability to look at it. Chas v'Shalom. But a perfect is energy. It's all about energy. And successful living is all about how you channel that energy. And we always do that when a person has a useful. We do that as well. As I was saying, take advantage of channeling that useful energy and vigor in the right direction. Because one day you won't have it. Or one day you won't have as much of it. And you don't have as much of it. Ultimately, again, repentance diminishes yourself. As was the top of here for today. We'll pick up the next kind of the last leg of
eventually, hopefully. Fuck yeah, as always, guess who's here, everybody? Our head of security, the one and only Iron Patriot. All right. It's always something a little bit different with them. Patriot, how have things been? I'm glad to be on Columbus Day with you, Tony.
Good morning. Let us begin. So we're continuing.
Columbus first landed in the Bahamas. It must have been a scary voyage for him, Tony. Why is that?
And that's from this morning at OCN Tess. In Sit Casa
What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, Tony, I had fun at the podcast festival. Mark Maron really did like me. He said I could come over to his garage anytime. I didn't hear him say that to you, Tony.
Again, on Eric Chavez, he reviewed that because later the previous year, and his winter plans is that this particular teaching by the Tzaddik is going to be incredible and exceptional and fun to see. The Rebbe teaching us, introducing us to this idea that the more a person feels potential proclivity and law indicates level of
Wednesday you work for Parks and Rec, Thursday is bingo.
Now, literally translated, that's pain, right? That's pain, which you struggle with the most. That pain, which you have the greatest amount of
We did get to meet him. It was our first time meeting him without the costume. He used my hotel room at Daily Podcast to change into his outfit. And he did it was soft, by the way. I was going to bring it, but it was so crunchy.
The person has the ability to kind of clarify and purify that drive, that desire. The part of your body in which you personally go out of your way to be mitzvahs with that part of your body in order to rest. This is a very profound result. If you look in the footnote over here, which goes on right over here, in Afisa Pavilos Shalavinos, Aspen Pavilos Shalavinos. If you have performed with the Pavilos, those means like bundles. If you have performed, bundles, right, piles of Averos, so perform corresponding piles of mitzvahs. In 9 levels, let's say in 9 levels literally means I gave part of it. Like, let's say I've gone ahead and I looked at think arrogantly, or again, perhaps a little bit more, remind myself, I looked at things that are inappropriate. Nine moments, I haven't reflected regarding my eyes with neurosinite, so what should I do? Vahayu Totafos Shemena. We must do the mitzvah of tefillin. Now, it's interesting, by the way, because before this example, I wouldn't express. In other words, I understand the logic of whichever part of your body I go ahead and I pray, use it for tefillin. About those, I try to do mitzvahs with that very part of the body. You notice over here, though, the next is taking a little bit of liberty with it, because when he's saying over here, obviously tefillin loves not to have to do with my eyes. The only connection between tefillin and my eyes is the placement of tefillin, which is not actually going to actually between my eyes. It's a same idea. Therefore, I looked at this closely within, having looked at the eyes, even not to look at tefillin. What's the connection? This misuse of my eyes by using the whole thing and showing the sign in between my eyes. Just for a second, let's say I lied. I have not been careful with my tongue. I haven't been careful with the way that I speak. The management of some explanation. Ultimately, again, I should go ahead and keep my face. Now, one thing I can remember, what he's saying with the truth is, this is a little bit more direct. If I try to use it, I would say, I've used it slander, I've used it to hurt, I've used it to disrupt people. So use your lessons to teach your children. Use your lessons to build up. Use your lessons to construct. The idea is so focused on nothing. It's literally, again, my hands have filled innocent blood. Innocent blood. And I will say now again, what is this mean? What does it mean? So yeah, the guy is so focused on nothing. But it could mean tough conversation further. But it could also mean any idea that a person does with their hands. That a person does anything I do. But in fact, the one who's so but he's not being close by the way, the guy is so close to that time is a slow reference to float sauce with down with alcohol, to wasting the seed. So what happens? A person spills blood, a person actually spills blood, a person will slice in the form of wasting seed, or a person goes ahead and does anything negative with their hands. So what do? Shark only owes our So again, I want to point out, the examples of the measures are not meant to be, this is the only thing, right? But the message is create paradigm. If I have negatively impacted a part of my body, negative actions within that part of your body, which is something positive, it's such a profound soul. And sometimes I like to do things wrong. Otherwise, sometimes if I do things wrong, I feel so gently. And the truth is, the worst feeling right is when you feel bad. But what you're saying is, don't spend your life feeling bad. Remedy, rectify, elevate. So that's the iron picture. Here with us, as always, to make sure nothing gets too crazy. Having be careful with the way that I speak. Use this in a constructive way. I'm not be careful with what I do with my hands. So go ahead and put on swing and extra kavana. Use something to reduce the parts of your body that I negatively impact if you become a Be on. Uczajmy o Józefa, raise always maxowo covered. Ultimately, again, let's say again, I have inappropriate thoughts. Inappropriate thoughts. Now, you have voted how either I love us. So again, if my thought is negatively impacted, positively impact my thought, you use my mind as a concept. Like lying in my road, again, I was probably constantly running towards the wall. Obrigado. Milo, I think we got to use it. He says, go ahead and run to a 10 of this Milo. Fun case handle this new book. So again, it was like the same really goes again because we like this case besides one like one music by moving your eyes. Okay, so yeah, if you're running to the wrong thing, this means that I'm running to the right. This dog is I ate that, yeah? كان إيدي وما كان مشترك مثلا بين أحد شركة وغيره. And it goes on to examples after examples. You know, if I go ahead and have the kind of person who lets the gospel so deceive that this is amongst my brethren.
Oh, wait, and also our other guest, just so you think you
on one level, this idea that when you remember, what is the other question about it? The other question about it is that I struggle with something. Like we spoke about in front of this today, you know, a little while ago, is that, well, you need from me most of us, I was just to say, have one thing with which we perpetually struggle. And if we have to say I look at that one area with which I perpetually struggle, so that I covered that one area of weakness, in fact, is going to turn out to be my greatest strength. So how do I approach that area of weakness? Step one says that whatever is negatively impacted, whatever part of your body I am negatively impacted through negative behavior, within it is something constant. Let's stop over here for today. The new question tomorrow will pick up with step 2 in the finish, which is going to be even more dramatic. But again, here's what I do, like straight quoting another conversation by Richard Labo, a real incredible tool for helping to fix ourselves when we act the natural place. So we stop here, we'll pick up the next one, the rest of this is tomorrow.
I first saw you on Night Sounds Chronicles number 55 back in December of 2012. Wow. Really? Like, you're probably short person. Funny as shit.
I like the rapper that knows his dates.
Did you do that voice for the remainder of this show?
Oh, you want me to do it the entire time?
I didn't see as much as you can, because I'm not
It's a whole lot of Dude, it's a whole thing with you. Dude, it's not happening, dude. It's gotta be wide. It's gotta be organic.
Oh, he just gave you the laser beam with his left hand. That means
I like getting the light.
Alright, so we'll take good morning, let us begin. We are picking up the 2 cents outside this place and then
I am dying to hear it. Yeah.
and
About me? Are you saying it about me or to me?
incredible teaching over that weekend with the owner of this group so everything, whatever we're speaking about the idea that when a person is in a particular parts of their body, so that is just a concept that when I struggle with something particularly, that item which I struggle with that item or that particular item which is struggle in and of itself,
I love that of all the research you did on Rick, the thing you wanted to talk to him about with the
so by way of introduction to that big thing, when I create an idea of particular parts of my body, the goal is to then go ahead and
this guy, he knows a lot
of
about people's
that parts of your body
He
by
does his research. He's a big fan of
it's that very parts of the body. So we saw yesterday for the magic look at Abba to give us multiple examples of that. Not radical ones. It says, ואם הפועל חוזר, רק בכדי לעשות באופן אידיאטיבי מעבירה הקודמת, באופן שני בטובה העומדת כנגד הרשע. With this approach, there's of course never say in general, like theologically, we don't subscribe to an idea that you know, if you do an Avera, just use cases and you'll cancel it out, right? We're doing Avera, doing this stuff. We don't usually subscribe to this idea that someone Avera cancels out the Litzvah, and then so cancels out the Avera, and then the aftermath of sin, all I need to do in order to restore personalistic spirituality is to do something of the opposite specifics. Like in Nadella, the answer is do a mitzvah balance to that. Whoever says differently says what I'm saying to be elected to that. But I'm highlighting what says whatever is in terms of, obviously, if I do something wrong, if I damage something, this is as follows. If I get into a car accident, and I damage my door, then obviously the going to rectify the this on a basic level, when I perform an idea with a particular part of my body, I defended that part of the body. Because I bent it there for halacha l'maisa, I have to fix the damage. How do I fix the damage? So first on a basic part is I use something for negative purposes, begin to repurpose it for something positive. That goes on and research something amazing. There's something additional. I'm just giving you a picture of what the Rebbe is trying to be named most of the test. About the moment down the idea of the child, the secret idea shall not show. Okay, these are incredibly words. The Rebbe says, when I connect an idea with a particular part of my body, when I begin to go ahead and utilize that part of the body for good, he says, I insert these words. It helps in order to go ahead and achieve the very purpose, the very recognition of my soul in this world. The honor they have faith, this fire that inspire the other, the independent details total negligence. Listen, when I say service, when I sin, it becomes known to me the area where I possess the greatest spiritual strength. When I sin, so it's a when I sin, remember again, sin by definition is I just explained my weakness. Like when I commit an adira, I decide that here is where I'm weak. Here is where I'm weak. So when I go ahead and I show that showed up after that episode, but ultimately again, that also shows the greatest source of myself. There was a lot to see with this movie. Just now what the public is saying is, when I come to Adira, yes, Adiras are bad. Is that record? Is that right? Adiras are not good. We want to avoid Adiras. Something amazing happens when I sin. What's amazing? I discover something new about myself. Through sin, I discover where my true spiritual, true holy power and prowess lies. Every single day, Libra, which is and never practice. Okay, why are we putting this world? Why are we putting this world? Ultimately, again, we're putting this world to fix something. And again, on a personal level, there's I just wanted to this world because there was something that reaction you got on the original pitch. Because remember, if there was nothing to fix in the neshama, so why bother the neshama? The summer remember that comes part of it, but if the neshama essentially says that it means. Well, super excited that we have Pauline Shore in the house for his format of the show. There's a bunch of comedians. Rick, you've done before. Sandy basically know what's going on, right? Awesome. So comedians each do 60 seconds. When they hit 60 seconds, you're giving me out the kidding. And then when they run their time, the Angry West Hollywood Bear comes out. So don't run over your time limit or else that bear's going to come out. Angry West Hollywood Bear comes out. Oh, that's a different impression that you just went into. Fix something inside of myself.
What are the sound effects?
And each of us has something distinct and unique.
It's weird seeing Lainey without
what I fix unique is different than
oh, wow, Lainey. Hello, there's Jeremy. Spoken with cover,
and none of us, like what we have to fix, none of our mission is resolved. Each of us has to go ahead and fix something specific within ourselves. And again, he says that and remember, what it is that I have to fix represents the unique koach that I possess. And the unique koach that I possess is different than the unique koach that you possess. He says, "Kmo shelo nimtza shum shnei pirtu kashta." He's saying that there's two people looking exactly like Moshe the Gemara. These people, Echad, Siyash, Architect, and Yusuf, hello. Everybody has their own Yusuf, right? Their own.
So let's get just started. Our first comedian tonight is ready for this or what, huh? It's crazy. Got so many talented names. All right, your first comedian tonight is Scott Kidd.
Because what the Rebbe is really highlighting as when I struggle with something,
that's old shit,
so
right?
I learn, and again, I must say, we're acknowledging that, and the dynamic is that although I may struggle with many things, there's usually one or two things specifically that I struggle with. My eyes go with things that
Let's feel some energy in the room. Yeah. Make some noise. Hello. Great. Anyway, so I work in a casino, and I don't understand some gamblers. I understand them, but I don't understand why they still continue to live. One reason I don't understand them, because when they sit at the table and lose all their money, they go,
generally, it's the very thing.
But what they're really thinking is, just imagine a guy jumping off a building or two trains hitting each other, I don't know, 9/11. Yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And if Asians are good at math, then why do they spend all their time in casinos? Anybody want to answer that question? No. All right, I'll say something else racist about a different race. Damn it! The bear came out quick on that one. I don't think he has a watch either. No. I had no idea what you were talking about. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, he started out strong. He cheerleaded his way into a good beginning. And then he hit him strong with the segue. Anyway.
I wouldn't discover what it is that I did to accomplish, and I wouldn't discover the true strength.
Skyrocket to success. That's right. I'm sorry, I just want to say, I can't wait to not be called up. And then they said my name, and I told them an ass. So I figured I'd make an even bigger ass of myself. I'm going to stop talking now. It's a good game plan. Yeah,
Did you make an ass out of you? Did you say that? That
I was secretly
also tells me what my greatest strength is in this world.
But then I guess you read
So
it.
what we'll have to develop is just so you know, this is one of the things that
That might be the creepiest shit. Right in my eyes and stuff. I was trying to tell Pat to send it to you. That's a weird tip. It's better than yesterday. You're actually right at you.
Look at the thing you struggle
It got
with.
weird. And I like, he was not doing well. So then he was like, well, now that they don't like me as a president, I should go
That's the
racist.
mission. Now I want to point out because I don't even like we have multiple missions.
Interesting.
That is one of
There
my
was also
primary
one part in the middle of it all in which he had also abandoned everybody liking him out of nowhere. I don't even think I have a proper place. He said the words 9/11. I'm in this hole now. What's that good about? No, because if you just have jokes that don't go well, you can just abandon them and say 9/11 and just never repeat that enough.
I just want to point out,
It becomes a
this is
good
going to be
hook.
right for the
Push the feet out. All of your jokes should just fall off a cliff, and then you mention 9/11 and move on to the next joke, and do that again. And be like, it's so 9/11 anyway. And maybe end every show with a full suicide bomb.
How do I not get traction on this thing? I've been doing this same idea for years.
I think if you're going to talk about having a job as a niche, as
Sometimes I'm struggling with
a
the same
casino
thing.
worker, you got to try to relate it to jobs that
How
other
do
people.
I not get traction?
That's the
First of all,
Like,
the good
Can
news
you imagine if you worked
is
at
my
Petco
ability
and
to
people
get
got to
traction
think
doesn't
that
mean that I'm not trying to do
something
another
silly
thing.
like
It just
that?
means this is my Achilles heel. This is my struggle away. This is the very reason that I'm putting through. By the way, that these are said it's also quite possible. You know, it was more esoteric. That my Neshama was in this world many times beforehand and still didn't perfect it. So I'm here again, to be able to try to rectify this particular weakness. So it's in a worse way, but through rectifying this weakness, I discovered my greatest strength. So sin no longer becomes an opportunity for despair for later, but instead it becomes discover my greatest strength. So we'll have to stop over here. We'll pick up the answers from the rest of the videos tomorrow. We'll say again, it gets incredible. We'll see some incredible tomorrows.
It looks like Pacific somewhere. At OP. Macy's. It was Macy's. Yeah, it is Macy's. Got that at the DX. I could tell it was a Macy's. Yeah? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just by the look. Smell. The person inside of it. Well, there you go. We have a lot of people. So there you go. Scott Kennedy got a little something for these Cowboys. He can take that Petco thing, and in case he wants to just continue to fail, he could have that 9/11. So whether he goes good, he's got something, and if he wants to not do good, he could just be that 9/11. He could be the 9/11 comedian. I've heard a lot of people say, I like a lot of comedians, but I wish there was a 9/11 comedian that just repeated it. The problem could be there could be conspiracy theorists that say he moves like that on purpose. Yeah. 9/11 style.
As a way of highlighting our strengths, which of course at first glance sounds a little bit counterintuitive.
What do you think of Scott Kid?
It is through him that we really discover what our true strengths are. So we're doing a very quick design into it. So that in the area I can see this is actually really an incredible piece. So the red right the end has people from the viewpoint. Creates the effort this idea that each and every one of us is in this world to rectify something.
By the way, DEVOKIDD.
Fix something.
Anyway, your next comedian
So what do we know?
goes by the name of J
No, the Ma'amar HaChavon, the volume, Chaim, Ma'amar HaBatinizam. Chaim quotes a Gemara Masech Shabbos. And this Gemara says it is a discussion between various Tanoim. Ahu did my Zahir Tzvei. I'm sorry, the Amorai. They asked a number of the Amoraim a simple question. What was your father exceptionally careful with? Sheshadu v'kamim in Amoraim Avicha b'ma hayaniz habiyoseh. Interesting question. So they asked these individuals, these Amoraim, who hailed from Chosheва families, what was like the one thing your father was very careful with? Like, well, what was the one thing he was very medactic on? You revere. It's an interesting question. First of all, in general, it's an interesting question to think about. Again, what was your father exceptionally ridiculous about? So the Gemara says. So what does this mean? It will say what the question was presupposing, the question was focusing on was what is it that people generally gravitate towards on this earth? Only folks are important, or something. People tend to gravitate towards certain things more than others. So this is an interesting discussion. Which you think again would have kind of broad support. Many were against this notion, and they felt that you can't go ahead and so to go ahead and make it campaign for this and make it campaign for that. Why would you say certain words on a platform over others? Because it's interesting because you're trying to put it down. That's like that really did happen. I thought it was you because it was really you. It really is. What's the shot? What's the shot? The idea holds just to illustrate the Gemara to you. If you're looking at footnotes, Summit Vav, and it's obviously is a very, very long footnote. It's all the way on the bottom of the right hand column. Bottom of the right hand column. Hainu Digasin of the Saka Shabbos Paraf Kokisday.
What do you think of
It's a beautiful Gemara. You might actually look at it a bit more in depth, but for now, for our purposes this morning, this is good enough. So Amr Nachman, PCV, but Nachman said, PCV literally means that she comes from there, give me a shkoyah. The Kayam is Shalosh Sudos Shabbos. Because I'm always lucky to have Shalosh Sudos, have 3 meals on Shabbos. Amr Avihu, the PCV, the Kayam is Tilo. So the Yiddish says, give me a shkoyah, because I daven with Kavanah. I daven with Kavanah. Amr Avihu, I just want to footnote, Samech Vav, he's quoted good Zayin, the left-hand column of the footnote. Amr Avihu, PCV, the Losaga Arba Amos to give me a shkoyah, I never walk, David Amos, and cover time. Amr Avihu, PCV, the Kayam is Mitzvah still. Give me a shkoyah, and that again, I always fulfill the mitzvah Torah. Ram Nachman, PCV, the Kayam is Mitzvah Sitters. The Nachman says, go ahead and give me a shkoyah, because I always fulfill the mitzvah Sitters. Or you'll say, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi, Avucha b'may Zoe say, what was your father's name? Relate the Sitters. My father, very careful with Sitters. And again, the Gemara tells the story. But one day my father was walking up the stairs. His secret hooked up, and the string, the sitters got caught on something, and the string ripped. And he would not take another step until someone brought him a replacement string, and he was able to replace the string on the sitters. If they start to the Kayamas Mitzvah still in Loholach Arba Amos Lo Tzulim the Sitters Adram. It looks like the idea is it's interesting. Why are these particular noise? Why are these Amorai? Why are they focusing on I fulfill this mitzvah, I fulfill that mitzvah? Again, you don't have an obligation of sitters, you don't have an obligation of tefillin, and you don't have an obligation of wearing a yarmulke, you don't have an obligation of but you have an obligation of shalosh sudos. So like what's the difference? So each time when Kotis Gemara is highlighting this, we showed that we tend to gravitate towards certain things. Although I know that I have an obligation for all 613 mitzvahs, the reality is my relationship with the 613 mitzvahs is not the same. Certain mitzvahs I just find myself a bit more drawn to, and other mitzvahs, unfortunately, I find myself struggling with it anymore. So now back up to the Oriya Chassidus. So the Rebbe says over here as follows. The Rebbe says, in the Zayah, she'inona shoshe ibekimu, she'hayuyodim kriyas hamitzvot shoresh hamishalosh shalayim, v'ayumistakim liktas mitzvot yoshanachim. These particular Amorim, they knew the essence of their mitzvah. They realized that from the Meshachit level, they were drawn to certain mitzvahs more than others. In other words, it looks like this notion that one found themselves connected with sitters, one found themselves connected with tefillin, one found themselves connected with Shalosh Sudos, this understood represented a neshamatic connection. This wasn't just, okay, I enjoy Shalosh Sudos, I enjoy having meals. This was understood on a deeper level, that there was some aspect of their neshama, of their very essence, which was drawn to this mitzvah. Va'al yedei ha'tzorso ha'michodos, sheyesh lo chayadav, after lo la'amkin, es yichidiyosho b'zeh, ve'as avodaso ha'pratis ha'michedes la'klo. So we'll see what the Tzaddik man says is something really amazing. So the Rebbe explains.
This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Joe Bailey.
What the Rebbe explains is as follows: that in the same way that when I'm drawn to a particular mitzvah, I can see, I discover an element of a separate element of if I find myself wrong with something, there's a message in that to me about me. The same applies with my struggles. When I struggle with a particular area, when I have a particular spiritual weakness, I'm able to discern through that weakness regarding a particular strength. I was just thinking we're going to stop over here for today, just because we have a lot to do with that. We'll pick up with the last piece of this. I mean, we're not finished yet. But again, let's say we see that Tzaddik kind of laying the groundwork for these various steps. So now, similar drawn to a mitzvah, highlights a particular aspect of my neshama. Through my struggles, through my difficulties, I begin to see also my strength as well. How that actually plays out in Eretz Hashem, we will see exclusively tomorrow in the Rebbe's word. I can also say Shukriya.
Smitter. He nailed the wave as the cat sound played. There's one thing you got, it's timing.
The telling part about it, it actually worked better than the first time.
Dude, Jay London cleaned himself up, right?
True.
Okay, so good morning. Let us continue.
Oh, yeah. You have to talk to the microphone.
I burned the giant.
Well, you didn't have to repeat that.
It's Hashem.
Right.
We're continuing today in Memphis.
So you know what I liked about your material is that I couldn't tell that joke started and ended.
It's
So none of the until you said next one. All right, so that didn't work.
I'm going to
I didn't even know. Was it just me? I mean, you guys were completely silent.
certain Amora'im, where one Amorah would ask another,
What was she saying?
I thought you said that she said the same thing as you.
exceptionally
No, what I said
so
is,
he
she
wanted
said,
to know,
Joe,
what
I
is
don't
it
have
that
vision on my
your father was particularly meticulous with? And again, the Imam was using it as if to highlight this
But why would
concept
she tell you that she doesn't have vision?
drawn to certain niches. Certain niches
You
can
asked
trust
her
more
out on a date.
than
How
others.
did you say that? Like, how
And
did
then
that
Rebbe
go?
goes on, he says,
You just walked right up to her and said that out loud.
in the
You called her?
Hasidus left-hand
How'd you
column.
get her number?
The Al-Qinyan Chazeh Amr Chazal B'Gimara, Ein Adam Omer Al Divrei Torah, Ela Im Kin Yichshel.
So you're in Hawaii.
Yes, this is a truly beautiful piece. Chazal say that a person cannot, literally translated, cannot truly be successful in Torah unless, of course, he
How did you
fails.
find out that she had broken
The
up with her boyfriend?
prerequisite to success in
How did
life
she tell you?
is failure. Now, of course, on a basic level, what that could tell us is that really you can't realize success in
But where
life
were you when
without
she
first
told you this
undergoing failure.
information?
That's for sure. In other words, that
Were you
at
staying
the
at that
end of
hotel?
the day, in order to taste the sweet water of
You
success,
just
you
show up
must
at
first
the
be willing to
hotel?
undergo failure.
See, now I think we're getting somewhere. Here we go. So you used to show up at the hotel that she worked at, but you weren't staying there doing anything. You were just living there. Even though she had a boyfriend.
So the Rebbe quotes
I don't know what's
Rashi,
crazy.
not sure what does this mean. That a
I
person
don't know what's
doesn't
crazy.
truly
The fact that you
understand
would show up at that hotel regularly, or the fact that she would update you on her boyfriend
and he's
breaking up with her.
embarrassed with his mistake. He pays attention and he understands. So again, according to Rashi, Rashi says you can't really essentially in Adam Omer Al Divrei Torah, meaning a person can't really reach a level of understanding until he has first failed. Because it's only through failure that he truly is attentive to his actions.
There's a chance
The
that maybe
curious
they're
is
still
who never does with this. The only
There might be a chance, but I'm amazed that she would tell you that she didn't. So,
it is
when you
only
said,
through the missteps, only through
how
the
did,
mistakes.
wow, she gave you her number too, that's interesting.
Yomer, היהודי שץ הנפשו, שגרם לו בהיקשו באיזה עניין תורה. It is only through my personal weakness, which
Did you
often
ever hang
causes
out
me
with her
to
outside of the
stumble.
hotel where she
If
was
so,
working?
in the of Torah, who made in beloved מכך, שלכך נוצר, לתקן עושה דבר שנכשל בו. That says that when I struggle, when I fail at something, so as you already mentioned
But
before,
yeah,
I realized
how many
the
chicks
very
have you
purpose for which I
killed
was created.
before?
Why was I put in this world? I was put in this world to fix something. I was put in this world to fix myself. Sometimes if I'm privileged, I'm put in this world to fix the world. But I want to know what it is about myself that I am supposed to fix, which the weather explains so beautifully. That's what you struggle with most in life. That is what I was put in this world to fix. And I struggle with a variety of things. But they're usually one or two things that are the central struggles of my existence. That is the purpose of my creation. That is the purpose for which I was created. So we're not going to ask this scenario, but it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. It goes a step further. It says, so my God, so let me see what this means. We spend so much time. We spend so much time trying to go ahead and figure out what is my purpose in this world. What is my purpose in this world? And guys, if you want to know what your purpose in this world is, to fix the thing with which you struggle with most. That is my purpose. That's my tikkun. I want to the first declaration, because remember again, the Rebbe said in the beginning of Osman and Hess, that sometimes it's through your ideas that you begin to recognize and realize your strength. And so, I understand this statement that we just made, that I'm putting this world to fix the very things that I struggle with. Like, I understand that's my avodah, that's my tikkun, that's my calculus. What does it mean that through my sin I come to discover my greatest strength? So we'll say, watch this. Because after I fixed the thing that I struggle with most, but also in the my greatest strength comes through that very thing. Let me explain just a moment. Let's say a person struggles with,
what do you mean?
I don't know.
Have you seen my
Twitter?
Twitter?
Actually,
you're one of the only which is an overwhelming struggle in today's day and age. So let's say I struggle with that. Making sure that I keep purity of blood, purity of life. So let's say, very well be that if that's my struggle, that's the very reason I was put in this world. So now, when I find the strength to go ahead and overcome that struggle, not only have I been impacted, not only have I fixed something in myself, but that becomes my very strength. You know what my strength is? My strength is Shmira. My strength is restraint. My strength is self-control. So what starts as my greatest area of weakness, when I find the courage and I find the strength to overcome it, that's my tikkun, and from my tikkun, it becomes my very strength. The thing that started as my weakness, when I overcome it, and demonstrate an incredible amount of mastery, personalistic self-control, and personal strength, that becomes my greatest strength. It's not just a shot that when I overcome my weakness, the weakness is neutralized, and now I'm like power. Now I'm done like back at baseball. When I overcome the Aveda, and I'm attacking the weakness, that becomes my greatest strength. And that's why it's through our Aveda. So what becomes fascinating is as follows. That when I know that I constantly struggle in a certain area of life over and over and over. So first of all, the good news is, now I know why I'm here. This is good news. I know why I'm here. I feel to come back to that thing. And I also know where my greatest strength is. Let's say, isn't it an irony? So let's just go to Shmira Sayonara, my job. I don't have good self-control with what I look at. So the Rebbe says, okay, that's my weakness, that's why I'm here. And listen, remember, every struggle also is never just about the idea. Often the struggle is about a lot of other things as well. So again, I'll just keep using the same example. If I struggle with Shmira Sayonara and watching what I'm looking at, so they'll say, that's an issue of self-control. You can say that about every other area. Right? Every other area is an issue of self-control. It's also an issue sometimes of like escapism. Maybe I'm just unhappy with my life. And so I'm just kind of looking for out, from whatever current circumstances are not so great. But either way, said, look, so that's my Avera, that's my weakness. I know what I have to be attacking, but what it shows me is that my greatest strength is the ability to exhibit self-restraint. But my greatest strength is the ability to exhibit self-control. So from the weakness, from the Avera, I learn what my tikkun is, what my purpose, what my mission is, and I learn what my greatest strength is. That says that about is the power of faith. And therefore, it turns out that every Avera, and especially the ones that we struggle with, there are different Averas. There's, sometimes I'm just, an episodic offender. It's whatever. We all have our moments of weakness, stuff like that. And then I could be an habitual offender. I have a chronic issue with this one thing. It's been with me for years. I just can't shake it. That's my Avera. That's the reason I'm here. That's the tachlis for my entire existence. And once I overcome that Avera, that will become my greatest life strength. That need, though, what I need in order to overcome that Avera, was that need, which is the antithesis of that Avera, that becomes my greatest life strength. And resultado de eso, we're still not finished, and we're going to see an incredible and beautiful August Jones with Torah Chodesh, right? Okay, so we'll see on Monday in Meretz Hashem an incredible and dramatic example of this. He's going to go over and show the King Achaz and King Chizkiyahu, father and son, who are polar opposites as an expression, as an example of this particular conflict. Actually, I have to look at this guy here.
They're like watching you in the arcade for the shooting games. Like,
Yeah, they're like, I never like a workout for the Latin Kings.
all right, Polly is on fire tonight. This is the sharpest he's ever been. It's unbelievable. Polly's killing.
That was really good. So it's already pretty good. So
Morning, the end of Ultimate
I like you held the hat. You took it off. Like respectful.
Yeah. Again, we were discussing that incredible idea.
Fuck yeah, Jonathan Tumblin. He's J Sherlock T on Twitter at J Sherlock T. Now, what's the name of that? What's the name of the topic? I should always bring black people up to it. Yeah, that was funny. Patriots known for his extreme racism originally from Texas. He sometimes just doesn't know any better exactly what he's saying, and you'll notice it pops up sometimes. Like, Patriot, what you think of Jonathan Tumblin?
So, the never spoke about this idea that the weakness becoming the greatest strength. First, remember again, the way he spoke about it was that he's looking at a
Talk about evil? No, not at all. You went off on a real,
with that same part of your body. So I used,
what did he say?
Some part of my the web.
Wow, you ever met a girl that has a little hair on her toe?
Something holy. But I had subsequent questions
Have you ever been with a chick that had hairy legs? Have you ever been with a chick? Oh yeah, but it has been a while. When's the last two times you hooked up with girls again?
The last time I had sex was May of 2004, the last episode of Friends. I played with a girl's age.
That's what
So, I told you life was gonna be that easy. That's a joke, bro. You love life when it's fake. Seems like you always not getting second gear. When it hasn't been your day, week, or month, or even your year, I'll be there for you.
There you go.
The last time you got laid, did you own that costume? Oh no, I just got this back in retirement. It took me a year and a half, Sandy, to get this costume. I ordered it from eBay, and I waited a long time. I didn't think I was gonna get it. There were a lot of legal problems, health issues with the sender. Didn't think I was gonna get it, but I got it.
It's good.
in my life because I came to comedy store and Tony put me on the show, and it's really cool. I got all these fans on Twitter and they love me.
Who did you have sex with night friends? I said, who did you have sex with?
The Sugar Shack. I was a DJ there in Dallas.
The Sugar Shack.
Yeah.
Did you ever fuck during Mad About You?
No.
Strange. What about Carolina in the city? Have you ever tried to fuck any of your Twitter followers?
Things are going to change for me. I'm starting to meet women, and it's just a matter of time before I get lucky again.
Can I ask you something? If you met a girl that adored you because of your persona with the costume on, would you fuck her with the costume on?
No hesitation there whatsoever. I don't think you got the final word out on that question. Anybody in the adult film business wants to get with me, I'm ready to be signed up. Put me on top.
Wow.
Hey,
what would your porn name be? What would be the Iron Patriots porn motto or porn name?
Share your banana with the Iron Patriots.
Wait, share your banana? Are you doing gay porn? Hold on, are you getting pounded? Share your banana. Hey, Iron Patriot, we actually have a lady in the audience. It's in the adult industry. Lee, how are you doing today?
I'm good. Thanks, I tried.
Do you ever work with the Iron Patriot?
I just did a shoot for Marvel Machines a few Rebel Little Marvel is the release, yes.
Yeah, we're already questioning whether or not, because Marvel in some forms, it's interesting quite the conundrum because they own the Iron Patriot. However, well, we already found a solution actually, because we want to avoid, there's been rumors of a lawsuit, pending lawsuit, Death Squad versus Marvel, and we wouldn't want anything of the such. So I think we're going to we're going to start bringing beards. Yeah, we're going to try some different looks for you. Like a curly hipster mustache. Yeah.
You think I should just call myself the Comic Patriot instead of trying to clear a finger?
I think you could call yourself the Rocketeer, because I think that counts. Because your career's about to take on the head. Yeah, just put a fit on the head and call yourself the Rocketeer.
Yeah.
They'll probably appreciate it. They'll sell some VHS. Rocketeer. Laserdisc. Wow. Dude, Laserdisc is the best way to watch mine. So true.
The veggies and the weasel.
Right. Back to the bucket we go on that note. Your next comedian is Leah
So much soda.
I was a virgin until I was 20. I was even in a club called Abstinence is Cool. Because I was waiting to fall in love. And I found it. I fell in love with sex. Thank you. We're going on a year and a half, and we're thinking of taking our relationship to the next level. Anal. Yeah, really excited. But that being said, I've only had sex with one guy, and it totally works in my favor because now, like, whenever we're in a fight and I'm mad at him, I just feel like,
and they said,
and then when we're happy, he's still the worst fuck I've ever had. He's 7 years older than me, and I love older guys, but there's one thing that they do that I cannot stand. I'll be talking to a guy, he'll find out that I'm 21, and then they'll be like, whoa, am I gonna get arrested for talking to you? Freak me while you're talking to me? Probably.
Heck yeah. How old are you? And you've only really slept with one person before?
Yep.
Can I make a suggestion from your material? You should have sex with another guy, say a movie star, and then you'll have a lot more material because you can talk about that.
Okay, thanks, Polly.
There's no such thing as an unlearned person who
You're not a
makes it. So what happened? I left in super.
Wait, what did you just said? Oh my goodness. TV, movie, on country music television 2 years ago. It was called Risky Business. That did come out. He played it's another thing, much like the Rock material. Something I haven't thought of in quite a while. Whiskey Business. Yeah, I think you played this situation.
Dude, that was Polly Shortco's jersey.
Fuck yeah, what an interesting perspective. You were still as a 21-year-old. How long have you lived in LA?
2 years.
Since June.
Every single man
At
and
least
child
2 years.
were petitioned in the laws of Solomon.
When did you first have sex? How long ago was this?
It was on my, well, I was technically 19, but also I was like on my 20th birthday, which is love. So,
Jesus, women are so fucked up like that. I'm saving it for that.
What do you see over there? What do you see over there? You see a father is like, oh,
Yeah, I think just,
direct opposite of each other.
I can do that.
Are you gonna do anal? Have you done anal?
Tried. Didn't work out.
Did it hurt too much? Or just
No,
not
it
oil?
didn't work.
oh, because he was gay or something.
I don't know. I want to try again, but
More than the days
of red wine and a
Pretty sure he just pretty sure he just heard Red Dead come in his pants. I heard this weird liquid release of a little splash.
see that he still gets
Fuck yeah. How long have you been in Santa?
almost 2 years.
So you had 6 months of free fucking comedy.
No, I was a virgin. I started when I was 14. So I had a lot of material about being a virgin. And I had to scrap all of that. Finally, I was
Did you find anyone at a comedy show ever related to your virgin material? Most of the guys.
Some girls like out of pity would move, like they're proud of me.
Why did you choose to remain a virgin for so painfully long?
I was waiting for love. I'm not hopeless romantic.
Yeah, you're 21. I can't wait until she's 25 to see the fucking material. Right? So, I do a lot of anal. I don't know if you guys know what blown out means. It's gonna be soft. It's gonna be a beautiful set, though. Did I announce that last name right? Hour with a K?
It's an hour.
An hour. Wow.
It's a weird subject matter to talk about how you just had sex and you only had sex with one person. Because it automatically makes us all think like, now we're all thinking about sex while looking at sex.
Sure.
And so it's very weird. Is that what
But at least it's not in like a dirty way.
No, it's in a really very dirty way. But I'm thinking like fucking the ass while fucking dildo at the same time and shit.
Sure. I'm not talking about that though.
It's amazing that you have that stuff like that in the back of your brain to use when the time still wasn't right.
But honestly, when you talk about it, you're so beautiful. When you talk about such a thing like this, you automatically kind of like I got brainwashed, and I'm like I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't have to like or something. Jesus. It's weird sitting next to dudes with boners on the stage. It's so weird, but it's only weird because it's out of his pants. Would you fuck her boyfriend to get to her? Would you fuck her boyfriend to get to her? Is that her boyfriend, the guy right over there? He'll take her from behind. You take her from behind him. Yeah, yellow jacket. But anyways, what I was saying is that it is distracting when you bring up sex. You think you're so innocent and beautiful looking. So like be prepared that a lot of your material is probably going to be a lot of guys going instead of like.
Another option is to keep the material and get fat girls.
I don't want to do that.
Always a
No.
That's
Patriot, what did you think of Leah?
That's my thesis. That's why I am here.
Sarah Fawcett got colon cancer from it.
That's basically, it's pretty much as good as I think Dr. Drew would say it if he was here. So,
Will you still hire Patriot? You're
No, I was like so afraid he was gonna like come actually. So I'm wearing flats. Okay. Cool, thank you.
What's wrong with your feet?
No, it's just that
Guys, retarded little toes.
I don't know, it just like freaks me out knowing that people get turned on my feet and then wearing flats.
Naked shoes you're wearing. Naked, it looks like you're not wearing shoes. You're not wearing shoes.
there you go. So he already looked. That's why he said he wasn't going to look. He had already looked.
He's not wearing open-toed sandals, I can already tell.
Well, by what, the smell?
No, I just looked, I glanced down and you can't see nothing.
How long do you think she was on the stage until you had to look at her feet? Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
You know, I'm always looking at everything and looking to make sure it's
Yeah. Actually, you're not. We can see where you're looking. It's only within like a 30-degree radius. So, seriously, Patriot, what part of her being up here did you look at her feet?
I glanced at she got on stage.
That's right, Patriot. When you have a foot fetish, you own that shit. I don't know. You're the only pal that I know that has a foot fetish.
Would you consider going to a podiatrist?
So we're starting to
Every once in a while,
What'd she say?
She said she didn't want to tell me.
It's a perfect answer. That's exactly what I would say too. We had Canower and everybody. Canower. It's interesting. She's got an O-ring that doesn't even let dicks in at this point. It's true. Very, very tight. Most chicks at 21 are just, in the Sibian already nowadays. Is this guy already following her on Twitter? Yeah, I think that's what's happening right now. Okay, follow him back. You're surely going to get a DM in about 13 minutes. So.
You like my class?
It's that easy. Welcome to show business, kid.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Bruce Boyman? Oh, wow. Oh,
Every time I salvation, then I could tell you survival. Says, hey, Bunny, Kaye, Donne, maybe it's like that, whether it's children, giving life, spiritual salvation. There's two reasons in life that become a highway of life salvation. First of all, it's interesting under the umbrella of Shua. But under the umbrella of and also the spirituality. But the notion of my ability to have circumstances which facilitate or to allow for the actual return of spirituality, that's what authority. So, what this is saying is salvation, personal salvation, turns about in one of two ways.
Build a comedy career. It's dangerous. Last episode of just early injured his groin. He became a eunuch.
I am an instant fucking fan of It's cool because he reminds me, like, from the waist up, he's like a dad, but then from the waist to the knees, he's like Stone Cold. You are well ventilated. And I'm sure it won't be long until he has the two black knee braces, so it actually is just going to grow more and more into Stone Cold from the waist down.
But instead of beer, see if he crushing Manischewitz.
I love your fucking style, man. Like, you'll do a joke, and then it goes right into something like some kind of interesting. I love the bark and the kibbles, and I mean, I did
even like kept nipples and
ובזמנו
clits that
חמישים
much,
היו
but when
הלוויה.
that bark came out,
באופן שני לגאולה,
my
איש
tune
אשר
changed
מספר חומר
immediately.
אחישנה, ולפרסט בגאולה, בגאולה פרק
Right, good point too.
ובסיום קיום,
Yeah, it's like fucking crazy ass technology in the cordless mic. We got it special. Even the short sleeve business shirt, definitely doing Stone Cold works. Yeah. Like he's got a cubicle job now. That was years ago. You were a chiropractor?
I'm gonna be
Figured you'd go to career change and start cracking people up, huh? Am I right? Am I right, chiropractor jokes, people? I've been waiting to do that for 9 years.
chiropractic works up to his standards, but when Obamacare pays for listening, we don't get our work to our elbows.
Fucking Obama. Shit, fucking Obama. The bear is angry that you tried that joke out at that time with
I think that joke would have worked if he had a barking or release laugh type sound like that.
You did the eunuch just that one part again. The end of that. Just say the word eunuch. So funny. Didn't do it like that time. Still, I'm up with you. What do you do now? How long have you been in LA? You live here?
I've been in LA for a year, doing less than 6 months. Years ago, Oregon. So let's analyze. So when life fell apart, family courts and things like that.
Oh, that is just going forward. Yeah, seriously.
Family courts are terrible. Gotta get that on the record. My ex-wife used to terrorize me. So I turned her into Homeland Security as the uniform.
Oh, you better look at the mayor is launching fireworks still. He fully rubbed his belly when he told that joke. Yeah, it was like that's where his wife is now. Like and I'm sure, Patriot, you must be a really big fan of Patriot. You must be a really big fan of Chris because I'm pretty sure that underneath the suit, you guys are about the same age, right? Oh, Jesus, whoa, take it easy on me. Good, valid point. Thank you, Patriot. Meanwhile, the guy that was making your suit had health issues with whatever paint or whatever the fuck's on that, and you trapped your body in it for God only knows how long.
Again, right now the
guy that wears an Iron Man suit is the same guy that sculpted your uniform.
My goal is to go ahead and thereby
Fuck yeah, there you go. Roaches up here for this podcast. Thank you so much. Please come back. Sign up again. Very funny. See, just hold the microphone like a priest waiting. Oh, he's got business cards. Look at that. Yeah. Oh, shit. He tilted us and called us homeless. He doesn't have a Twitter handle, but you can call him at, no, I'm just kidding. Wow, that was a good AOL.com. 10,000 free hours.
If I had no idea who this was and I saw the card, I would know exactly what he was like. It's got an AOL email, his phone number, and a brick wall with tomatoes.
Look at this. What is this?
The biggest cup of all time. On the left-hand color, it's what it says. האופן הראשון של בעיטה לגבי ישועתו הפרטית של האדם. היינו כשיגיע הזמן שכבר מכיר האדם ומרגיש שחסר לאדם. I'm supposed to say, now listen to this. So there's a little bit of a distinction. In national gula, national redemption, Mashiach, so the two models that the Rebbe is highlighting is gula comes in one of two ways. Be'ita, which means, again, in the appointed time, which the Rebbe understands to mean, I am not living up text. expectations. I'm not doing that which HaKadosh Baruch Hu asked of me, but the way it works is it comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu will send Mashiach regardless. But I have the ability through my actions, Achishana, to expedite the process. When it comes to personal geula, my personal salvation, I've also remember again, as the Tzaddik said, personal salvation is manifest in children, our nasa, life, salvation through difficulties. There are two ways in which my personal geula can come: Bi'ita and Achishana. So he says over here something amazing. What does Bi'ita mean, personal geula? In the time means I recognize that I am deficient. I recognize that I'm missing something. I'm missing something. So now the moment has come and I realize I don't have something that is personally salvational. I don't have children. I don't have parnasa. I don't have health. I recognize that there's something missing in my life right now, and I need your help. That's Be'ita. So Be'ita means I recognize the absence of something, and I'm reaching out to you to help me with it. But then there's another level of personalistic love. So listen to this. The other level is, he says, I'm sorry, let me finish the paragraph here. A person desires that thing so badly. The Yeshua. So we'll say, so the first level of personalistic geula is I feel a gaping hole in my life. I feel something is absent. I feel something is missing. I've identified the need that needs to be filled. That's the ita. So I'm going to leave you on this, and we'll have to stop over here because we have to stop. But in Eretz Hashem, we'll see tomorrow what Achishena means. So okay, I'll tell you. Don't say so. Achishena means says the level means sometimes HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills my need without me even realizing that I needed it. So sometimes in life, I am acutely aware of what I need. And I ask the Kodesh Baruch Hu to tell me that. And sometimes in life, the Ribono Shel Olam does something so incredible in that he fills the need. He gives me what I need. He provides personalistic salvation before I even realize that I was missing something. So let's stop here. Well, the Meretz Hashem continue. Let's say this is a transformative piece. And you see, as you've seen, these last pieces by the Tzaddik are transformational. What we will see in Meretz Hashem that this piece of the two mouths of personalistic geula are once again going to allow us to reframe the events of our lives in such a dramatically different way. Come on, so stop here. Pick up your Tzaddik tomorrow.
It's a sports podcast where people don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people rambling about sports, not for screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly, not something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we're just going to spend a few moments this morning. On Sitkas and Saturday, there's a lot to do. Yeah, can't let a day go by. Just make sure that we don't let a day go by without learning some of the next beautiful Torah. So we left off, we began yesterday, Os Nun. So in Os Nun, there's Os Nun. So in Os Nun, so the Rebbe spoke about the passage from Yeshayahu, where Kadosh Baruch Hu says, "Ani Hashem v'ita Hashem." I am Hashem. Now remember, v'ita Hashem, the Rebbe understood to really refer to two models, two parts of salvation. There's v'ita salvation and Hashem salvation. So yesterday we began to discuss the concept of v'ita. So remember, Rebbe was discussing this concept both on the level of national salvation and personal salvation. So v'ita means HaKadosh Baruch Hu will bring Mashiach ultimately again at a particular time Whether we deserve it or don't deserve it, there's a time when Mashiach will come in Meretz Hashem, and that's when the Ribono Shel Olam will go ahead and bring it. But then there's also the ability and opportunity for Achishana to expedite the arrival of Mashiach by going ahead and engaging in mitzvahs, nice and holy, by somehow earning an expedited process. But Rebbe then discusses the idea that our personal salvation is true as well. Because Baruch Hu provides me a personal salvation when I need it. When there are times in life when I recognize I'm missing something. I recognize I've missed something that's missing. And the Rebbe gave examples: parnasa, children, marriage,
Smashed up a kid's See, I thought it was blood stains. So, one's a blood stain, one's a tomato.
Family courts to the belly room. The guy's making it right now.
Yeah, hey, I don't know whether your ex-wife is, but I think she can see this winning now.
Hell yeah, totally. All right.
She might have got the money.
Yeah. Did it not go well? The verdict?
What's that? So if you look at the last paragraph of this test, and you go to
well, feel free to come back here. Use this place as an outlet. One more time for Bruce Boyman, everybody. Finding his streams out here. Great sense of humor. Keep rocking, Bruce. Brian's gonna be your next comedian. Jeff McKinnon, everybody. Here he is.
You already met my girlfriend, the cadaver. Her time up there was a thrill for me. She knows this little room, I'm the worst fuck she's ever had. And I don't think she realized I don't give a shit. It just feels. And interesting enough, I know that you said Brian might have to fuck me and give to her. And I'm not putting anything on the table, but I am bisexual, which is a label I don't. It's not a label I like. I prefer sexual double threat. Because when people hear bisexual, they're like, what? So that just means you'll just fuck anybody? It's like, no. There are still ugly people. Like, I like very specific types of people. I like short, beautiful women and guys who look kind of like me. It's been like the last 25 years trying to figure out if I'm bisexual or just the most extreme narcissist. Narcissist, thank you. That's it, everybody. Thanks.
There you go. Jeff McKinnon, everybody. Interesting. So you're the one that took Leah's virginity.
Yeah, fucking A. So do I just put it on your cheek or something like that? Just drag it on your chin? Red Band retweet me once and you get a book. Retweet it.
I think it's from you.
I do kind of look alike a little bit.
I have a question. If he's bisexual, how did the ass sex not work out?
I know that was going to be posed. You know, in general, I'm not a fan of across the board. I find the butthole to be disgusting.
So when you're with another dude, you guys are just like blowing each other, just random dicks, like
yeah, like a mouthful. Yeah. We have purple blood fights and we watch Kathy Griffin. I don't know. That's all there is.
All right. So you wrote today, Joe the plumber said, wanting a white president doesn't make you racist. It actually makes you American. Actually, it makes you a racist American. I just retweeted that.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah. All right, Leah. Can we get you up here? Patreon, secure the back. We've got business to do.
yeah.
If you want some podcast too, so
That's like a double retweet.
nice.
My only advice would be you should definitely break up with that girl. But look, I'm trying to help Red Band here as much as I possibly can. No, it's weird. Two comedy couples. It's strange. I think in general.
I have someone to hang out with while I want to hang out.
Look, it's either going to not work out for you guys as a couple or as comedians.
Yeah, to be honest, if she had done much better than me, probably would have been up there genetics.
Well, that's funny you said. Because I was going to say, she actually did better than you. So,
Thank you, Tony. I need something.
What's that?
I need the recognition.
Jesus Christ.
thank you. Wildlife fire
There's a snorter too.
Oh, yeah.
Or
She'll let you fuck those gaping nostrils she has. Because she's a snorter. She has the snorter level. She doesn't have a weird nose or anything.
before I ever knew that I did.
Alright.
Or before I ever realized I never even knew that I never even knew before I even had a chance to reflect. Before I even had a chance to feel,
Yeah. So what are you gonna do now that you're single?
Snorting Heat.com apparently. I never knew that existed here. So,
I know a pretty desperate man by the name of Bruce Boyman.
if I could get his AOL
And I think probably the best way to make his ex-wife see how much better he's doing is to get a shot of a man sucking his dick. And there's nothing much gayer than having your last name be Boyman. So, I mean, other than Larry Ladyboy, that's pretty much it. Yeah, you two should totally fuck. Bruce, would you be interested in fucking Jack McKinnon while Redman fucks his girlfriend?
where did it become that he fucks me?
Listen, man, you don't like buttholes, so Bruce is down with anything. Yeah, totally. There's nobody that owns that weird denim shorts he was wearing that doesn't love anal. They make sure you want these Levi's shorts that go above your knee. Do you love anal? And if the answer is no, they're like, you gotta go get Wranglers.
Yeah.
You're required to steal the denim shorts usually, unless you have a girlfriend.
Yeah, guys. I brought my Hot Rod 5000 too. Your girl's in love.
Perfect. Wow. That's boner pills right there.
Oh, Hot Rod 5000.
Heck yeah.
It's what this program's brought to you by, not officially, but it was what fuels Red Band.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Snorter, would you be willing to snort some Hot Rod 5000?
Snort a boner pill? There's only one left. Have you ever snorted a boner?
Wow.
Are you 21? Do you want to be?
There goes Jeff McKinnon, everybody. At Wicked Comedy on Twitter. Fuck yeah. She waited for love, and love was with a bisexual. Unbelievable. He loves blowing dicks. She's waiting for love, he's waiting for a hole of some sort. They really are in love. I just saw them give each other a kiss on the lips when he got back up there. Wow. Just like everything's cool.
Dude, bisexual is when you have sex and then you say goodbye, right? Yeah. It's like we just fucking say bye.
Ollie, you are unbelievable tonight. That's so fire. Alright, I think we have about time for about one more out of the bucket. What's going on? Your hands together for Sarah Weinshake, everybody.
What's up, everyone? Anyone eat raisins?
That is something that is missing.
One of the only adults who eats raisins. Like after 5 years of age, no one's like, I want a snack. Let me have a raisin. Let me have a handful of raisins. Because you're still fucking hungry. You know what I mean? The raisins are weird because like most other dried fruit, it just calls what it is after the word dried. Like dried apricots, dried cherries, dried cranberries. Some like ugly French person was like, beginning to kids and raisins. And then it's stuck. It's weird. Like the only other fruit that's not called dried what it is plums. Prunes. It's weird. I hate picky eaters that are children. Nothing's worse than a picky child eater. Except for like their parents, like eaters stuff their parents. You know what I mean? Because life's hard. Like your kid, they don't want to eat tomatoes, let them kill that shit off. Because life's hard. You know? If they don't know, it's weird. It's like, take off the onions, okay? This life's hard. This life's challenging. Right.
The kilo minutes talk about
I'm thinking of a lot of
Rubber was there,
I
and
know.
Rubber
But I
essentially
just
stepped
like
in
it
at the
because
last
I
minute,
don't
right
know.
before the kind of sack
I was like on the fence.
executed
I was like, do I want to try food again?
and
And I was
then
like,
right
yeah, I do.
before,
But I have other jokes too.
the
But like,
Lewis
not
had
like
the
on a real
opportunity
food
to
thing
actually
right now.
execute. Sack Rubber was there, and Rubber said, you know, I think that maybe
You really like raisins, so I
so I happened. So this guy, the English was embarrassed.
They're disgusting. Like,
The
everyone
English was
loves
embarrassed that
raisins.
he
Like,
that he
raisins
had
much other
given
than
over
chocolate
an
chip.
aroma sack. So what happened?
You know?
وكده نراقبه فرق الرابط خاصة بالنسبة له أني هالشم was actually quite amazing. You might report that Bubba and he attempted to go ahead and
Really?
his luck and used
Have
his
you been smoking pot lately, Nature?
He literally said his so if something
Any deep thoughts or insights on this?
what is the so again, this is not a fair point that you want to see the whole story, the whole tomorrow.
Sarah, when you're writing raisin jokes, like are you looking at raisins? Are you wiggling raisins like for inspiration?
No, I was actually hanging out with children babysitting, but I didn't want to say that because it's, you know. So I was babysitting and I was watching this little girl just eat like handfuls of raisins, and I was just like, that's foul. If I was hungry, I would have a snack and want to just be like get a handful of raisins and like pour it in my mouth.
As well as
They sort of are just
so
raw grapes.
Yeah, it's like a bad taste, not even like sustenance.
that the delicious mistake was
What are prunes again?
Prunes are dried plums.
not enough
You like Dr. Pepper?
not enough diligence to learn it. بعينه
Not really.
شاصلة زوني لطل طلقة حيث بأخذ صديقة دعينه شهي لآخر شكل طاق
You already have
إذا
a girlfriend on this podcast.
كنيسة لكن إحنا شنت بعد السبيع
I'm
دايما
trying to get rid of the boys.
وموسيقى شلو ضغطة يشوى بأخذ
Keep them both for now until you figure out which one you feel like.
Well, Village came to a village was like this. You know, Village, you made a mistake. You made a
Play
mistake.
both sides.
And Bob has said, I was there. I was there to hear your mistake.
Do you babysit a lot? Is that a lot of your day is babysitting? I mean, do you have a lot of material that comes from like watching the kids?
He said
I
to the
spent
village, your salvation
like a few days a
was
week babysitting
together.
during the afternoon.
You thought in the time, in other words, here you shoot, shoot like a
So
level
I
which
don't
was
want to
wrong,
isolate.
and I was there directly, quote unquote, to save you. To
Everyone has
provide you halakhic
But
salvation. But he gave the village for over the Muslim Shah. If you were more Muslim, you could do what you do in your learning, you know, what you can do in your work with Yeshua. But after you spend out, they send the world of learning. You spend it in the world of learning is that I'm treating you before you make your mistake, before you understand that's wrong, I'll go ahead and ask you. But it's the ultimately that what has reached your place. That is making the crossing project. So people should drop out Yeshua for open to Africa. Lanayas Hakaloso owns the strength to Yeshua to Sakara. He said if you are worthy, you're worthy. Ultimately, again, you will have been Yeshua of Africa. You have been collected even before you ever faced the world. But I've been treated as something to you, and therefore, you have walked away from you are so close to people, because there's no smoke in either. Because you're truly collected before you.
What was that accent?
Like when nice, again, this is very interesting because now this is the third model. So we have the first model of national salvation. When it comes to national salvation, Mashiach, the Psalmic code. But
There you go. You just got whipped there, but they was going to say, where is it?
certain points by which Mashiach is going to come, whether we deserve it or we don't deserve it.
That's the line that he can't cross. Physically, step.
I could do things. I could
You're my
do things
favorite kid fucking superhero, no doubt. No Green Lantern than
There are
you.
things that I need
Well, it's time
to
for the regular portion of our show where now it's time to what we regularly do in 60 seconds each week on the show. No particular order. Let's do tonight first. Kimberly Condon, everybody. There she is.
I could actually also give me what I need once I
Hi
recognize
guys,
the
what's
loss.
going on?
once I recognize
I want to talk about something a little serious tonight.
once I find
I
myself
caught my little sister sexting,
then I call it particle
and I
protection.
wouldn't be
feel
so
that
upset
being done,
about it
or I
when
can
she's
try
12 years old.
expedite my personal salvation
Yeah,
by
it's
giving me
true.
what I need,
And I'm like,
even
what are you
before I need it.
sending? Like,
That upsetting introduces
is she
my
sending
third
pictures of
dimension.
herself
The third
completely
dimension
naked?
is
Like,
the only life mistake.
yeah, I just got a
There are
Brazilian.
three models.
Yeah, you don't even have armpit hair. You know?
Right? Model number one is the Isha.
She's being really
I
bad.
make
She
mistakes.
offered
I
our sister
realize I made
for a
the mistake.
threesome.
And
And
also,
I'm like,
they're gonna put
you can't even have a twosome or a onesome.
is his
I'm like, hey,
salvation
mom and dad are gonna
fact that
kill
love
you.
right
They
there.
can never see this. So I did what every other big sister would do.
But ultimately,
I helped her download Snapchat.
Where if I merit,
Thank you.
What's Snapchat? I don't know. Not a social media.
Old man, Snapchat's something that you send like a photo or a video and it disappears after a short period of time. So you're like, oh, look at her tits. Oh,
Did you know that?
That's a very uncomfortable material to kind of go down.
Well, it really happened. So I felt like I had to make a joke about it because it was scary.
Maybe not make her 12 because that's like.
She is 12.
I know.
She's sexting.
So,
What?
It's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably one of those that it would be funnier if it wasn't true type of jokes.
yeah, because that's not disturbing. Especially when you start talking about her pussy hair and stuff. And it's just like, all right, she's 12 years old. You're talking about some pussy hair. Now I'm in my head thinking of a 12-year-old pussy.
Right.
All right, so we'll take
Did I know?
Ryan wants to decide when he gets to think of a hairless 12-year-old. He doesn't want anybody telling him.
Yeah, he's not a like there's grass on the field play ball guy. There's a field play ball.
Right.
Stand lot
At your first period. Yeah.
12-year-olds love
Good morning, Mr. Ferris. How are you? Mr. Ferris, how are you? I'm lovely, thank you.
No, she like. Okay, she's really innocent. She doesn't actually like.
Cake on the day. See the makeup.
Oh, here's what she's saying then.
She's already
Yeah.
your cock tease.
Dude, what were you a virgin until you were 20? Jeez. When did you start having sex?
I was 17.
Well, you need to have a serious talk with your sister before she can physically get pregnant.
You need to talk to her mom about this. Her mom about
I
this.
did. She told me to make a
the
joke.
battle against the
Your mom?
She was like, oh my god, Keith, you have to do that in your freaking comedy.
See, I think maybe if you would have done the mom accent while talking about little sister pussy.
What's the mom part with the pussy?
discussing the concept of
Oh, okay.
acquisition.
Kimberly, call
And
me
now,
everybody.
it's a performance that he was talking about the power of one's
Oh, that's something
and
new and
the
different.
struggle that one has in
Sandy,
life.
I love this look
And
that
how
you have.
sometimes the greatest strength that
It's
you
like
develop
demonic
is
illusion.
the result of conquering your weakness.
Very Rick
Your
Ross on the
struggle with
beard.
specific
That's what I
things.
was going for.
And when I go out and find the coffee,
All right.
to be able to
I drink a lot
overcome
of
my
rosé.
weakness, that often
Our
becomes
second
the
comedian, as always, regular here since episode 1. Sarah Muslim Choppy, everybody.
What's up, guys?
Any
I'm
success
not ready to be a mom.
any success
I'm not ready to wake up angry every day. I've been throwing up every day for like 20 years. And I'm like, give up all that hard work.
Someone say, I have a particular desire.
You know, my mom told me, she said, you don't have kids, you're just gonna fuck them up. And I said, well, you're just, you know what, you don't want to like pass down a tradition, or
And I'm able to overcome that type of.
I figured it'd be nice.
And the way
I'd be afraid of what kind of mom I would be. I was riding through Burbank the other day because I hate myself. And I saw a mom carrying a tiny little dog and dragging a child around the
And I work hard
That
to
would
overcome
definitely
it.
be
And
the kind of mom I'd be.
I'm able to resist temptation.
I've only had one dream where I was a mom, and basically in the dream there was a baby in a crib. I put a piece of paper on its face and see. That was that's what me being a mom is like. So it's just not going to go well. If I lay eggs, I'm going to step on it. You give her a good.
That's very nice.
Who says you have
That's
to
very
keep
nice.
it?
So in the Yopi Biova,
Control
saying Kishain Mishkono Kari, the Yopi Kishain Mishkono Sava in the Mishkono. So again, the introduction which I did not go into here, the Rebbe discusses the pasuk from Mishkono Sheker Hashem B'Chava HaYopi. But suffice it to say that Chaim and Yopi refer to things that are very nice, but not complete.
No, I mean, it's like Michael Vick's dogs. Like, those dogs killed themselves because they wouldn't let them fight anymore.
No sense. So what the Rebbe is
They're
saying
young
is,
suicide.
if I struggle with a particular desire,
Then plus the
and I overcome it, how do I overcome it? I overcome it through my ability to work on myself to resist temptation. The Rebbe says that's very nice, but at the end of the day, it's not complete. Moshe Rabbeinu La'alai, Shemechuna B'Shamayim, Sheker HaChaim B'Hevel Hayim. The Zemi show, so I don't know if
Just so you know, that was the hottest
but
thing.
this was what the Rebbe just said. If I struggle with a particular desire, and I find the strength within myself to be able to overcome that desire, and I resist the temptation to sin, I resist the temptation to go ahead and give in to my wants and desires. The Rebbe says that's very
Make
nice,
sure you emphasize
but
that because, like I said,
it's okay.
almost sounded like
It's okay. It's not good.
like how it was
What?
supposed to sound.
Yeah.
Isn't what the Rebbe is describing over here? The pinnacle of human accomplishment, the ability to resist temptation, the ability to resist desire, the ability to go ahead and want to do something,
Yeah.
but yet not
legit
give
saw
in,
that, and I
not
was so
do
confused
so
by it. It's definitely the exact kind of
because
person
I'm able to
I would know
overcome
in a carriage, but I
it. Again,
definitely don't know
that's the
how to
pinnacle of human
carriage.
accomplishment. And here, the Rebbe is describing it as something nice. So what's the stuff? What's it incredible? So why is it that he describes it as Shet? Remember, so Hevel and Yopi, or I should say what the Rebbe says, sorry, Chaim and Yopi, refers to
Oh,
things
I
that
don't
are
see
nice,
myself having
but are
children. I think that's what this whole bit
so
was
Sheker
about.
HaChaim, the Hevel
That was pretty
HaYopi,
much what
the
it
Rebbe
was.
says the Constitution of things that are nice, but they're not all that great. So if I find the ability to overcome my desire
It sounded like he
through
was
my
saying
own
more that you'd
personal
be a
work, my
great
own
lesbian
personal strength, that's nice, but it's not great. Why not? It's incomplete. This is what he writes.
You
Then
should
he
start
shows
hanging out with her more.
שבניצחון
I think we
כזה,
found love made
האדם
until
אינו
Tony
בטוח
tonight, everybody.
שיהיה
There she
לו
goes, Sarah
קיום
Musta
לעד.
Javi, everyone.
לעתים אינו אמיתי וקבוע בנפשו. So listen to this. Let me go ahead and go to the end first, and then I'll bring it back. What the Rebbe is going to suggest is that in life, in order to be successful in this particular endeavor, you must make a sense of your partner. And if you don't make the Ribono Shel Olam your partner, by definition, even if you are following successful, the effort, and even in working on myself, if I have a particular thing, I have a particular weakness, and I work on it, and I overcome it, but I think that the work is all me, and I don't rely on the Ribono and I don't rely on the Ribono Shel Olam. And I don't realize that I can't be successful without him.
Of the show, so
That is
Tony Hinchcliffe, Red Band.
And I'm Red Band.
even
You'll
if
see
it
us
looks
February 1st in San Diego,
successful,
American Comedy
the
Club.
Rebbe
Thank
says
you guys.
it's such a thing that felt ideal. It's nice, but it's fundamentally incomplete. So I went ahead. Let's see it now inside. He says as follows: when a person is successful with something in life, and this type of success, that the Rebbe is describing is the type of success where you do it all on your own. You do not invite the Ribono Shel Olam to be your partner. It's hard to say that it's going to endure. It's hard to say that a success that in which man does not invite God to be a partner in his endeavor is going to be a successful one. BMK, Eino Amiti V'Kavua B'Nafsho. Kihari, listen to this also, because we know the way it works. Kihari Ayetzahara, page Kuf Chaf Aleph, left hand column. Kihari Ayetzahara, Miskaber Umischadesh Al Ha'adam B'Choyo. Yetzahara, what you know, is the interesting part, the challenging part of Yetzahara is, I think what's on most things in life is you practice and you reinforce. and you work harder and harder and harder to become better, more proficient.
It takes me so long to get to my seat the way that this setup is.
Interestingly
We never
enough,
really
the one
made that
thing
any
that does
easier.
not work that way
We
in
never
life
made any
is
adjustments to the big entrance where I go
Is
walk
roughly
around three chairs.
because at the end of the day, you could try, and I
How
could
you
put
guys
in
doing
effort,
out
I could
there?
put in
This
good
is so
effort,
exciting.
but a person never used to get up and would
This
say,
is
okay, well, I'm
21
saying now,
Mondays
I'm
in a
putting
row
so
that
much
we've
effort,
been
that
having
means
this
the
fun
hardest to
little get
neutralize.
together. Yeah, we're
Like,
still
there's
at the
nothing more,
very
the only time
beginning
they
of
tell you
something I
guys is
think
when a
is
person dies. That's right?
very fun and
Because
exciting.
that's what you know, being able to
Yeah,
Sahara
so here we
is
are.
scatter the whole yom. Every single day the Sahara goes through. So that's why
Iron
sometimes
Patriot
you
is
have
here. Our
these
head of
moments in
security, put
life
your hands together.
where you do something wrong, and I say to myself, I can't believe I did this. Right? I've been working so hard on myself, and I've been good for so long. I have so many days of positive effects on this. So now I did good. I did this. And then you look at it, I look in the mirror and I say, my gosh, it just seems so comfortable doing it. That I behave this way. And it makes no logical sense. But that's because sometimes we approach the world of looking that because I was good Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and of course Friday,
horse racing fun facts.
but
Did you
that's
get
not
to
the way
talk to
the
Jeff
world of
Garland
looking
when you were
works. If you slow, if you throw some up from the sky I love the for you. You reach a hollow just because you won on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday does not make Friday's battle any easier. Now the difference is now, once I've overcome the entire number of times, I know how it works. I know what my triggers are. I know what my weaknesses
No, that was in 2008. That thing I
But at
sent
the end
out.
of the day,
Okay, well,
the battle is
just
still
for
the battle.
example, that's him.
And therefore the Rebbe says, don't have from the Hashem also. But it's very profound. If on one day, if on one day people come become the Yitzhara, עדיין יש לו לחשוב שעל אף שמשך היום, אולי מחר לא יהיה. Okay, what a profound statement. That's because I was successful today. I have to recognize that I may not be successful today. You know what I'm saying? So this is sometimes the greatest mistake we make in life. Because like I said, in any other skill set in life, if I work hard, I build myself up, success today is a good indicator of success tomorrow. That's the way life works. Like whatever it is, you fill in the blank, whatever skills you're building up in your career. If I have a successful day today because I built a skill, chances are I'll be able to use that skill in a successful way tomorrow. That's just the way. Hey, whatever the skill is, the one thing that does is working. Is working. I could be incredibly successful today. I could have a great day, and yet tomorrow, we're not at the same. I think, I know it happens to people all the time. I think it happens to us, and it's so sad, and it's so profoundly like, I'm so angry at myself. I can't believe I did this, and I don't know where it comes from. I just came off of a great job day. I just came off of an inspired moment. I just had this moment of Aliyah. How am I doing this? How am I doing this? That's because Yitzhak so ugly, Scabra, I love. This is all yours. That's because the Sahara is the struggle is unlike anything else in this world. You can be successful for years and then have a dramatic failure that comes out of something that really. But again, we'll have to stop it for today. I'm going to do this in tomorrow. But you see what the Rebbe is going with this. That's why, in order to be spiritually successful in life, one must bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu as a partner. For anything that is done that a person thinks they do on their own, the Rebbe titles that as Sheker HaChaim, the Hevel HaYofi. I want to be clear. The Rebbe is not at all saying that the effort is not much. But the Rebbe is trying to make that by definition, any endeavor in life that only involves human effort is usually not going to endure. But any effort that is a synergistic partnership between me putting in my status, but recognizing that my efforts are only blessed if the Ribono Shel Olam is involved, that's something that has stayed. We'll in this session see it inside tomorrow. We'll stop over here.
I love it.
Yeah. You know, Tony, when I get to know someone, I kind of like to know what they eat. Could you walk me through your day? What do you eat when you get up in the morning?
You really don't want to know. You really do. It would creep you out knowing what I eat. But I've known you over 4 months now. I just feel like we're getting closer. And what do you
All right, so let's say good morning. We had our speaking. So we are picking up and we're
that's good. You keep it shape. Very small. All right. I don't know why you do that. It's like just horrible.
and
It's like that's what 13-year-olds joke about vegans. Vegans don't drink cum, Brian. It's not a gay thing.
Actively taking steps in order to go ahead
It's
and
not a
combat
gay
the
thing, Brian.
So publicly a very
Nobody's
startling
drinking cum
and
that
amazing statement, which was
They told me that smoking cigarettes takes 10 years off my life.
to be
Then I
able
read the
to
vegan
combat the
adds 10
to be
years
able
to
to
your life.
attack
I
their
don't want to quit
weaknesses,
smoking.
to be able to overcome their
I'm a
weaknesses.
vegan that smokes
So
a
that
pack
says
and a
that a
half a
person
day.
is successful in doing that, but they end up being successful in doing it on their own. Because whenever called the head of
No one end up in the iron
So and then we're excited to explain that to
How long
you.
did you smoke for?
That
I smoked for
Spain
about
and
probably 12
Wilson,
years.
and we're okay, we're going to discuss this more in today's
Actually, it was scared me. It
But
concerned me when you guys got me smoking weed again 4 months ago. It concerned
but
me
there are
that I was
limited
going to start smoking cigarettes again, but I'm able
that
to
when a
stay
person
cool, and I
tries
had
to
to
go
do it.
ahead
I'm
and
just,
do
toking
something
them on
just
the butt,
by
but no cigarettes.
themselves, whatever level of success they may end up
That's a guy that smoked a lot of pot in the
will always
90s
be
and has just started to smoke again.
He's a
I
mature
was
nature.
choking on the
However,
butt you
let's
gave
just
me
pick up on
on
his
that.
pick up college. Rocky Sharos on the Victoria Hasidus Lacan College. Rocky Sharos Subanasya Asayus Sahar the Kaliki. In the Ka'aro, in the Bible Tongue. So what's the person who wants to go out before we find the Sahara? They told me to move from the Sahara from the heart altogether. Icarus, who shall mismo Pekah La Aqua. It is very important not to only rely on one's own power, one's own strength. Hello, the Latin Hashem Barak, Shigiyah, the Ezra, Hasilo, Me'asasi,
When you said West Hollywood Halloween for your left arm twitch really hard when you said that. We've noticed in the last few weeks of this left arm twitch that you said that to go against it, I was going to press your hand
it
against
almost sounds like a little bit counterintuitive. In other words, but normally I assume
just leave it up.
that if I find the strength to combat my Yisahara, and I must get the strength, and I overcome that Yisahara, and I do it for myself, because simply I'm doing, I'm taking up value. I'm taking responsibility over me. I would think that that is the pinnacle
Man,
of
if you get any extra work on Michael
Yes,
J.
the
Fox's new show, you guys are going to have a shake-off or something.
incredible, but it's short-sighted.
That would be great. Just the two of them fucking. You could play
Anything I do by
Michael
myself,
J. Fox's
without
mirror image.
enlisting the hope of getting blown up below the world, asking God
Oh, I'm gonna burn
to
it
be
down.
my synergistic partner.
There's a thing where like you can't make
Whatever
music.
happens
I
as
feel
a
like
result,
Michael J.
whatever
Fox.
actually
If there is
happens,
like an
just
afterlife where you can check in
without
some
the
music,
partnership of a
which I
Sparkle,
don't think there is,
are
but
going
if
to
there
have a very
was,
limited success.
I get the
And
feeling
therefore,
that
even
would be
though
like
I
one of the things. Like we get it, you made a lot of jokes. We got years and years and years of
at
jokes,
the
but how do
end
you
of
explain
the
this Michael
day,
J. Fox?
at the end
What
of
did
the
Michael
day,
J.
my
Fox ever do
success
to
to be
you?
limited because
Did
I
he just
did
be
not
like,
rely
fuck it,
on
you
a
got me?
Spark was low. Now again, to rely on a Spark is only allowed to be
Yeah, I love the innocent people. There's something about you make fun of bad people, like that's, you know, that you gotta do that.
success unless I
It's,
could Spark
and it's my favorite thing. It was my
He goes
favorite
on,
thing.
he says, those who
Those
show
are the jokes nobody's coming
it is almost the other on a youth the horror. Bomb shot into the LOP. When a person
Christopher
shot
Reeves thing.
against
Yeah,
youth
yeah,
the
he
horror
really was like
comes as a result of divine assistance. So my effort coupled with
just like in
divine
Santa Anita,
assistance,
a full
because
circle,
that
just
was
like a
much
racetrack.
almost
Just like a horse
that.
track.
You start to follow the over. This is where I think the sort of my success. This is such an important line. When my success against youth the horror is a result of my activities
sports that are gay.
supplemented or compounded or bolstered by a Kodesh Baruch Hu's assistance,
No, I know.
That is what they call a mitzvah nama. A mitzvah nama will be trying to go ahead and translate it as a guarantee. But that's not good because remember, there are no guarantees against you. Mitzvah nama means that's a recipe for success. The sharkach mitzvah olam. The elo lachshosh shamigiskabra alod yitzahara hayitzahara achaka. It's actually amazing. So Tzaddik actually seems to be saying that maybe there's a point where a person can even overcome the Yetzirah, where a person could totally vanquish it. Higolo chai in achar shashem yispara, hu agol oso miyad yitzro hamiskabra lo b'chol yom, harei hu yispara chai v'kayam la'ad v'koach mitzvah l'tamid. Since at the end of the day it is the eternal force, who is helping me to overcome this Yetzirah, therefore it's possible that I can overcome it in perpetuity. Say, let's pull this apart a little bit because I think that this isn't, to me, I have to tell you, meaning when I saw this at first, it was troubling to me because I think the way to condition ourselves, I think sometimes, like, I speak about this sometimes in teach a college class from Malo, and I always like asking this question, especially to young women, because like generally women tend to be stronger than men, right? And especially again young idealistic women, right back from seminary. So we say like, if you're in trouble, what's the first thing you do? You're in trouble, what's the first thing you do? And almost all the time, the answer always is davening. And I try to say, I don't think that's correct. I'm all for davening. I'm going to go on record that davening is good. The first thing you do if you're in trouble is roll up your sleeves and try to figure out how to extricate yourself from that trouble. Like you got yourself into a bad spot in life where you stink. Figure out what to do to get yourself out of it. Now the answer of davening is so beautiful. Sometimes I'm jealous when people answer like, because if your instinct is to rely on Kodesh Baruch Hu, but as we get older in life, we recognize that the Rebbe Shalom is my partner. But what Kodesh Baruch Hu often looks for me is take the first step in dynamic activity. If I have a problem, the first step is what can I do to fix it? And we all know that in the fixing of our life problems, generally what happens is my effort will take me so far, but then that's it. Then often I hit a point where I say, you know what, I've done everything I can. I need you to step in. So often the way I've imagined this synergistic partnership is I do everything, and if I could succeed, so to speak, without having to lift my eyes heavenward, then that sounds like a good approach. And the Baruch was proud of me. I've taken the reins, I've solved the problem. It's almost as though sometimes like children get into an argument. So
this week
parents
is
will
no
often say to them,
different. This is very, very exciting. So you guys ready to see what guests are tonight?
If you need me, I'm here.
How exciting. Well, in no particular order,
I'm
you're going to know this first lovely young lady from the most recent Comedy Central roast of James Franco. Also, she has her own show on the Jazz Network called Coming with Tom. Please put your hands together for the hilarious good friend of mine, the one and only, Natasha
as well. There are certain problems, right, for which I have to enlist the help of our Kodesh Baruch. You want to tell them, I'm stuck, I can't navigate this, help me out. But then there are other things where I say, you know what, I got this. I can fix things. Either because I caused it, I can fix it, I made it, I can fix it, or just I can fix it. And the Baruch, I got this, you gave me purpose, I have this. In the second sentence, I don't think this was like an optimal model. In the second says, no, that's not the issue in life. The way to do things in life is, yes, if you find yourself in a problem, go ahead, roll up your sleeves, fix it. And sometimes the answer is in life when you run into a problem, sometimes the first answer is not stopping. Sometimes the first answer is figure out what you can do to ameliorate your difficulties, to address your suffering, and to somehow fix that this is broken spot. If you think that you can do it alone, and even if you're successful, without making the help of our Kodesh Baruch Hu, just know that success is limited in its scope, nature, and duration. if you want ongoing success, if you want success that has staying power, if you want success that according to the subject may even be somewhat eternal, I must bring you the help of Uncle Spark. So once again, that's the meaning between what Sadik is saying and what I thought until I thought he said that. You guys how this was. It's very simple. That according to Sadik, before you tackle any right initiative or any right challenge, a person must invite the vulnerable over to be their partner in the process. As opposed to, I used to think it was like 2 days ago. You used to think that my job is, come on, get the job done, and where your effort ends, that's where you bring out the powerful. The subject says, no, practically the way this works, when tackling each other any like challenge, the first step is the bonus hold them, and you do the partner. Right now, I'm going to do the heavy lifting. I'm going to do the work. I'm not asking you to partner with me. That I'm going to sit back, relax, and enjoy this. We're going to do all of the work, but I must invite you in now. That's what I'm saying. I must invite you to be part of the group at the beginning of the process. Because if I don't invite you in at the beginning of the process, even if I am quote unquote successful, the success is incredibly difficult. In chess, obviously, it's much better than that done. But it's such a dramatic way to approach the challenges of life. I'm still going to do the same heavy lifting. I'm still going to do the work because the answer is that when you face crisis, the first answer is not that one. The first answer is what can you do to address the circumstances? But before I lift the finger, I must actively invite the Ribbono Shel Olam to partner with me in this
I fucking love this guy. He's so weird. I love him. This stands out to me. Why is he so obsessed?
I believe Sahara. And again, like you see before in previous focus, although many of us struggle with many things, I would say most of us acutely struggle with one or two things that are ongoing struggles in my life. My ongoing titles. My ongoing Sahara. Sadik says, when you start the day, you start to struggle. Right after this part, we'll stop over here. We're going to pick up tomorrow to bring you incredible examples. To bring the example of Yosef Atzadik, Boaz.
Yo, Zoo, how you living, pimp?
We'll see
Zoo.
These three individuals, two of them.
All right, yeah. What'd you say?
Adopted the approach of the Southern. Two of them.
Okay, well, let's talk about it. It's not land, so it's over water.
Yeah.
So, just in case you weren't aware that it's impermanent from a being able to go there. Like the South Pole, you can walk there, if you're protected and such. The North Pole only is available generally during the winter, and it's like a broken ice sheet. Okay, what do you think's there, big dog?
Santa Claus?
I mean, you're entitled to believe whatever you want. Hey, so you know that now that you got your phone fixed, we can play mini golf again?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, hold on. I'm sending you a mini golf invite.
Remember again.
So you now have a miniature golf invite. You're good at this hole.
Yesterday we basically began 3 days ago. We began this particular ocean of sun. What is fascinating beyond namely that the greatest accomplishment in life is not simply combating the exotic.
Are you serious?
Successful against the exotic, but does so on their own without enlisting the help of the Ribbono Shel Olam.
Zoot!
Oh, that was a bad shot.
It's beautiful and it's wonderful, but it's not enduring view. And we spoke about the idea.
Dude, what are your thoughts on having a one-stroke lead on me?
The pinnacle of human accomplishment is the putting the status and
Why do you think God created so many planets if we can't get to the other
We
planets?
can. It's just our time, dog.
What if we've already been there?
I don't know what you mean. Where's your evidence that we've already been there?
That your success is true success, and that your success has
Different lives. It lives on other planets.
I mean, that's a possibility, big man. Who's to say this is the first planet on which we've been?
The left-hand column, bottom of left-hand column.
I want to come back to
Okay. Do whatever makes you happy, big man. Now, here's my question. Do I go for it? Give it to me, baby. What a big risk. What a big risk.
What if we met in a previous life?
All right. Were you shitty at mini golf in the previous life? Dude, I've hit 2 hole-in-ones in a row. This, to me, is where the hole is easiest to get. It's like that.
Mini golf is the planet we were on.
How do you know?
Because
there's something cool with mini golf.
What's cool in mini golf, dog?
That refers to literally again. So chain, I don't know how to put the English word for chain, but I think you normally translate it as favor or grace, right? So shekirachim, so favor, grace is false. That's a
gravity golf.
Okay, but I mean, gravity golf is pretty tight.
Of the life of 35 days. It's kind of like
soccer and soccer in way.
This is a very dramatic piece. So the Rebbe says over here that remember again.
That's a mistake. That's a big mistake. That's a big mistake. You're going to hit the trees. You're going to go in the water.
It's a very big discussion in Chazal. Remember again, based on the pasuk,
time is running down, Zoot.
Yosef returned home. Lasos Rashi says on the day when everybody was
you did. But you made it through.
Right? So Yosef comes back to the house to do his work.
Stop.
Other things to do his work.
Go for it.
For the fact that go for it. Actually,
you're not going to get it.
Sometimes
I should have waterbooked you.
You have to make it.
How can I do that?
One of the beautiful things in Yiddishkeit is
Now you just lost.
I didn't lose.
Right? This is why it's not just to tell us about mistakes.
Yeah.
Right?
Am I really that terrible?
Yeah, tough, man. I bet you. And I didn't even lose.
Like, on one hand, I can't count the number of mistakes I've woken up. On one hand,
Dude, look how good a shot. Shut up, baby.
One day not.
Oh, you performed?
Yeah.
Just go ahead and say, Moshe.
Oh, hi. How'd it go?
I got high. I don't know if it's this shit. And I walked off the ration. I researched myself. That work. I was like, after I did the crap back from my trauma. And I said, after the worst trauma, I said, my dad. And he said, my dad called me masturbating.
It's very nice.
My dad walked on a journey off and dressed up. And my dad died when I was 1. I could never hustle and I started laughing.
Okay.
this universe is
Well, it's good that it went well.
He doesn't make mistakes. But unless you're God, you're going to make mistakes. So it's fascinating. So sometimes
What a dangerous shot. What a dangerous shot you just made.
The other piece is even the greatest tzaddik is a human being. And that's what it's not like
I talked with Jerry. Messed up. If I found out that I thought dick is
What did they say?
I got a little lost.
Are the people back from Melbourne yet?
There's a beautiful, attractive woman.
I'm not going to Melbourne Friday.
Are you really?
Yeah. I think LA jumps you back.
Gemara says she would change her clothing.
Did everybody celebrate the girl who made it to the finals?
Is an awesome overwhelming challenge.
I've also got to
someone.
How's the beat poet?
He's still the Hebrew servant.
He's not come back. He'll not come back.
Why do you think that is?
So besides the
Yeah, why? Dude, she won her heat.
The opportunity, it's an opportunity. There's
Okay, why do you say that?
But Yosef stands up and every single
Pass it out.
thing is happening. Sitting at Yosef manages to go ahead.
I don't know about that.
I think is probably one from just a personal struggle perspective, probably one of the most awesome stories in
So you aren't very good at this one.
the entire world, the entire universe, the entire history of man. We're talking about dealing with personal struggles.
And I think I am very good.
Gemara says that Yosef is called Sheker.
Oh, show me up, Zoo. Go, do it, dude. That's what I'm talking about.
There might be more part of that.
What's the shot? So I'm telling you, says because Yosef did in fact.
That's a bad thing.
So
you need to make this shot.
Well, listen to this.
You almost did.
But he did not escape the clutches of sin.
Dude, I was on a podcast on Monday. I was actually on two of them. One in England and one in Australia. And the Australian guy and I kind of, we had a heated debate about 3D printing of meat, and
which literally means droplets of semen.
That's that. There's nothing I could really do about it.
So, interesting context in this Gemara.
Oh, get there. What a great shot. Dude, look at this shot.
That when he came back to the house to go ahead and his work is a metaphor for the fact that he was ready to give in to his desires. So the Gemara records two interesting ideas. Not Siparno Karka. He plunged.
So you need one of the best shots you've ever had in the history of humankind. And that was not it.
In order to go ahead and remove the desire, and the Gemara says, and semen came out of the sea. So pashtos, what it means is that Yosef experienced
You're gonna make this.
some type of sauce zera. He experienced some type
Alright,
of seminary mission as a result of the desire to do with H's Potiphar. Somehow
I think you're terrible at this hole. There's some holes in which you're better than others. You, my friend, are not good at this hole.
Is that Yosef escapes the clutches of the sin.
What are your thoughts on my shot?
He doesn't emerge from sin.
That was good, dude.
Without something. Like he wasn't totally cleansed of sin. And again, the Tzaddik goes on and he says, Yitzhahara, Kinitza, Konshal Sheker, Ve'achar Shafidu Azmo Hayizani, Zachem Kamra, but Negi Yitzhahara, Zemi Shumshi, Afshar Bakar Kanosh, that's what I'm supposed to stop over here. It's a dramatic piece. So
That's bad. That's not a good shot.
why is that? How can it be that a young man like Yosef would assert the most dramatic self role?
You have too much pink shit.
I feel like I said, I really think that 99.99% of people would fail this missile. We fail this.
All right, what up?
Beautiful woman, trying to seduce you each and every day. Each and every day. You are alone in a foreign land, rejected by your family.
I've had other people there and cameras everywhere.
There's no.
I've had other people there and cameras everywhere.
Yeah, he does so. And yet the Tzaddik calls it, or the Gemara calls it, Shekir Achim. Nice, but Shekir Achim. The Tzaddik says, we'll have to stop it. The Tzaddik says, because Yosef didn't have the help either.
Probably. Oh, dude, what are your thoughts on getting a large strap right off the bat?
In other words, you did a great job.
Oh, look at you, dude. Look at you. Get it. Get it, dude. Get it, dude.
You know that when you go out to battle against the Yetzer Hara, never think for a moment you could do it on your own. We're going to see this. It's Yitzro Shel Adam Mischad Mischad. I need HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. I need God's assistance for anything and everything. This is why even when I go out to battle against the Yetzer Hara, the first step in that battle is to invite me on that mission. And if I don't enlist the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even if I'm successful, my success ultimately is going to be limited. All right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up Amir Hashem.
Have you ever had a vision from previous life?
No. You have a small straight, dog.
I just realized.
All right, well, that's good.
Have you ever stayed incredible for someone to have a vision previous life?
Not that I recall. Dude, this is not good. Dude. Not good at all.
I don't think you're playing that badly.
I've been making some really big risks. Look at you and these 4 X's. That's a big 4 X.
I'm just gonna play that. I know I should.
Oh, I already have the large.
Careful small.
Get that full house. Why didn't you get the full house? Why didn't you go full house?
And what
I don't know about that.
Because the amount of times you can full house,
Dude, I did badly, dog. Not good at all. Not doing well. On the right side, you're up like 7. On the left side, you're up like 7. It's a giant lead.
I haven't got a large right now. You might. You're winning on the left side.
No, I'm not. I'm losing on the right side.
Specifically, one which requires
You're losing on the left side. I'm mine. Wait. No. Doesn't matter.
Now you're dominating.
The only thing that cement me That's a good.
The Oriental
That's a good.
in the right hand column about halfway down. When we dash across the Hevel Hayopi, remember again.
That's a good roll. That's a good roll. I like
Hevel Hayopi.
winning.
Winning. So beauty is fleeting. On the total hand, Ishal Boaz, Neged, Toket, Hiskabut, Hasayot, Hasasas, Yitzhara. So, Hevel Hayopi refers to Boaz.
Give me another 6.
Give me another 6.
That's big time, big dog.
So remember again, this is the story of Rus. So Mikhail's Rus, where again, remember Naomi he drives this entire plan for Rus to go to Boaz to lay down by his.
I was getting a history lesson on one things that I'm racing against.
Okay, what happened?
What happened? Boaz and Rus.
Another Canadian, and Told everyone in that light house. Everyone in Adelaide and Canadian, the Canadian that looked like the Canadian. He went to the strike. Is it a Jag? Then this strike Canadian went back to his hotel, and he gripped them, the Canadians, one of the Canadians later pushed his ass when he came here.
What?
One of the Canadians from Sydney, not from here.
Okay.
He grabbed one of Adelaide Canadians, so they pushed him downstairs when he came here, because no one liked him. He did that.
A girl? Did he grope a girl, or did he grope a girl? Did he grope the guy?
He groped the guy?
He's gay.
Oh, okay.
And
they made place for call the list because even though everything is true, just didn't have any evidence, but everyone believed him.
So profoundly astounding and surprising is because what Rafsalik is describing as
That's wild.
less perfect.
How long ago did this happen?
So the incident happened when 2017, May 2, and then then I think it's like 18 the stairs.
Where a person relies
That shit is wild, son.
Wild, son. Which can be relied upon long term. That's why he explains over here.
That is banned from the
for a couple of hours, just that night. It was not an ongoing silent. It is son of Yosef.
The early two Canadians banned from the run.
Because
Who are
at
they?
the end of the day, when you are going at it
Him,
yourself, not relying on your staying power.
Alex.
What happened with that person?
Now, the Rebbe contrasts this.
I told you this story earlier when they lost on stage.
Oh, that person, yeah.
It's interesting, by the way, that beauty and women, the Imam says over here, is a reference to men.
That's probably what made it
Check it out. Hevel Hayopi is Boaz. Isha Yiras Hashem Yites Halov. Who is the woman ultimately again who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu? That is, this refers in Rav Tovitz model. Hainu anitzachon shenechshad be'ini HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ki nitzachon amiti.
I need a lot strength. If I get a 5 here,
Amazing.
Can you come back?
No.
Shalom Naga B'Michal Bashol. So a little bit of background. So remember again, David Amalek is married to Michal, the daughter of Shaul.
He would never be able to go to the front.
After he killed Goliath, so he
Why do you think so many people didn't like him? Because he grew up the person? Is that what you're talking about?
Son-in-law, David HaMelech married
It grades the person. Part of the like we're saying, but he still has a career. He still has a career. He's still on the ABC. He's pocketing it up.
Oh, he's still on ABC?
Yep.
You call it the ABC?
This is the famous story.
Knowledge cool.
David HaMelech essentially like stuffed pillow.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
It looked like he was sleeping in bed. She lowered him down through the window, and David HaMelech escaped. The next morning, Shaul's
Okay, now I'm going to beat you in the pool, and then I need a break. We're just playing. Knives.
Give me a
No, you're conning.
Take your time,
Tells them that he's on a secret mission. They give him food and weapons. This is where Doeg sees that ate him. Doeg tells Shaul, you see that they're going back in there, they're eating in it. Okay, oh my son. To make matters worse, Shaul, as an ultimate affront to David HaMelech, goes ahead and gives away David's wife, Michal, to another man. A man by the name of Palti ben Laish, who was an incredibly pious individual. Now, the issue over here is that Palti ben Laish didn't exactly have that much of a say in this because the king ordered him. There was a remarkable miracle occurred. Palti ben Laish was quote unquote married to Michal for 20 years, over 20 years, and at that time never laid a hand on her. It was an absolute remarkable display of personal strength. A personal strength. Literally, he's living with this woman. The king has given to her, Michal is a very beautiful woman. The king had given her to him as his wife, but Hazrat Elias recognized all too well she was married to someone else. So because she was married to someone else, he did not lay a hand on her. Shalom Naga b'Michal Bashol Kolosim Eshim Shana V'Sheno Sa'at Shetzir David HaMelech. He did not lay a hand on her for 20 years, from the time that he married her until he returned her to her husband, to David. Rak nitzachon kazeh mochiach al yiras Hashem hamechsheves gam be'inei HaKadosh Baruch Hu la'amitis u'muchletes legamre. So Rav Tzaddik says this Palti ben Laish.
What up, big dog?
What up, big dog?
Isha
Yeah, that's mostly
Perhaps.
This is a woman who's a Yareh Hashem. It's interesting.
You believe in multiverse?
Why does Shlomo HaMelech refer to righteous men? Why does the Gemara refer to righteous men as women? So it's interesting because in the eyes of Chazal, a woman is like the paragon of piety.
10. Did you send me an invite?
Describe a righteous
Do you
man.
want one?
You want one? Describe in the feminine.
Yep.
It's really quite fascinating. So
Trick shot.
No, trick shot doesn't really take skill.
the fundamental distinction to a
Trick
poet.
shots take both skill.
All three are
Okay,
righteous.
that's a cool story.
And all three overcame the Sahara. The difference is that a Yosef and the Boaz
I'm saying something being trick shot about it.
on their own they were successful.
You know what? I played 8-ball with someone this morning, and they, on the break, hit the 8-ball line.
On your own,
What happened?
It just made them re-hit, like re-break. But I'd never seen that where it said 8-ball was put in, the person needed to do it again.
And because he had enlisted God as a partner, he was able to successfully combat the Sahara.
How often do you think that happens in a lot?
Because we'll have to stop over here for today.
Probably.
Pick up in your
Oh,
Probably has someone else. Then just go back.
Agreed.
Screaming out loud and clear, which is the ability to engage in long.
How many people do you think are applying
It's predicated
69.
on one's willingness to enlist.
How many people do you think playing
as
on that part?
69.
You can be successful.
What was that shot?
But you can't be successful in an ongoing effort. All right, so we'll stop here. We'll spend one more day.
What do you think Coach Dawson did? Coach Dawson.
No, I don't pay attention to that. Oh, shit. All I do is pay attention to amazing shots like this. Bullshit.
What did you think of Sabrina Kaufman's
She can get it.
She can get it.
Are you proud of that shot?
Are you proud of that shot?
I'll give it a 7.
That's a cool story.
It's a cool story.
Dude, did you know that you just
Did
scratched?
you know that you just scratched?
All right, Javos. Good morning. Let us begin. We are picking up. We are touching this morning.
Dude, look at this.
Dude, look at this.
Dude, are you watching this shot?
Dude, are you a shot?
Dude, are you watching this performance?
Watching this performance.
Although there was still a little bit more to go through.
I'll give it a 9.
This is a hard shot.
This is a hard shot.
This idea of the Shekra Akin, the Hevel Hayofi, Isha Iras Hashem Hit His Hallow. The Yosef and Boaz model, where very incredible lesson being that if one wants to go ahead and truly be successful.
Nice job, dude.
Nice job, dude.
All right, we're done. What'd you say?
What'd you say?
Had no effort.
Well, you won. Allegedly, I let you win. Allegedly.
You had the best shot.
Doesn't surprise me. I'm sick.
However, again, long-term success
I'll go better.
requires the partnership of the fight against the Sahara. Remember again, that was the distinction between Boaz
You're terrible at bowling.
and
You're terrible at bowling.
Boaz and Yosef on one end, who had challenges, but whose challenges was of a limited duration, because the Rebbe saw that since they were going at it on their own, their staying power would only be so long, versus Alti ben Laish, who was able to resist more than 2 decades.
Dude, what's your highest
What's your highest
bowling score?
bowling score?
Because he enlisted the help of the Rebbe. The lesson, of course, incredibly obvious and self-evident. That whenever we go out to meet our challenges, 400.
That's not possible.
That's not possible.
No, it's like 59.
That we're guaranteed success.
All right. Well, when you get
Well, when you
80,
80,
we can start playing again. How about that?
start playing again. How about that?
So we're going to begin by taking a look at the introduction.
Mr. Curry.
Whatever I said.
What about Miss Aquarius?
He jumps in.
If she jumps in, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
Oh, well, we can play. If she wants to play, then I'll play with you and her.
Then I'll play with you and her.
Remember again, in Osnud,
Go play bowling right now
Go play bowling right now.
and see how you do.
See how you do.
Hey, Rilla. I want to pick Restream. He told me that passed away.
At least one. I went to his. He's a.
remember again, on a messianic level, what that teaches me is there is
He was a streamer who came to my stream, and I went to his funeral virtually. He had a Jewish ceremony, and it was beautiful. And he brought a lot of people into my stream, including Caspian Sea. That's how I met Caspian Sea. And he died. No. And he died. This guy died about this time last year or so. Maybe a little earlier. Did you talk to him?
Kind of giving us a little bit of a summary. So in Osnun,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I did talk to Larry Sinclair.
Yeah.
So I'm sure I've talked to a lot of people who have since passed.
Source of strength. Meaning what? My struggle in a particular area, and it's an ongoing struggle. My ability to overcome
Let's see who
that
else.
particular struggle, in fact, shows what my greatest source of koach truly is. So the Rebbe goes on.
I mean, I don't follow up with anybody. I had one friend. I didn't know if he died, but he did not. Unfortunately. But where he works got bombed.
So that says now we can begin to see.
Harry Shop.
Yeah.
Now we can begin to see.
But he lost his job.
That is,
You know, like
how everything is embedded
they
in the latter
blew up
generation.
his place of work, and he just, what are you saying?
I'm gonna get a strike. I'm gonna get a strike.
Okay, Zoo, what's your score?
So subject says sometimes we go ahead, sometimes we go ahead and we look at
Okay,
the generation, and sometimes it appears that the generation in which we live in is so
you got 22 points. That's it.
so many dramatic and difficult challenges. And sometimes
That's
we look
terrible.
around
That's terrible.
and wonder to
That is
ourselves,
awful.
are we actually ever going to be worthy of salvation? So the topic says we're going to see now how even sometimes when things don't look so
Should say how awesome the flags.
What did they get?
even from a compromised generation.
Oh, we just thought it was
I don't know if that introduction was helpful or not, but what might again attention to the topic is saying this part of the PDF is safer, is that as much as each owes,
Why don't you think they're real?
Message. What's the go ahead and
Really of them.
one greater, larger message as well. So that to begin. So left
You don't know if Plato's really of them?
A person shouldn't wonder to himself.
That doesn't make sense.
So sometimes the person looks around and he says to himself, there are a lot of Rishonim. There's a lot of evil in the world. A lot of negativity. Sometimes it seems that the evil in the world is so dramatic, and there's no countermeasure.
Who wants you to do that?
Like the rot in this world.
Who? I don't know what that is. What is that?
With each given day. The Nira Ha'ol.
Okay, why aren't you going to do the acting role? Oh, that guy? He wants you to do an acting role? Okay, why aren't you going to do it?
Sometimes we look around and there's so much good in the world. There really is. But there's also so much
apathy.
On
Doug, I don't know what you're talking about.
So subject says we look around.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sometimes the world looks like it's hefker.
Zoo, what are you talking about?
It's not like that. Sometimes even though the world looks hefker, the world is not actually hefker. Cloudy stuff. So remember here, the Tzaddik is also talking about even just the matzav of cloudy snow. There's sometimes when you look at cloudy snow.
Are you going to do it?
And again, everything seems.
Why not?
I think we live in such different times. But you understand how historically the Jew could have looked around, especially at the matzav of cloudy snow, and felt ne'ezab v'ne'ezab, umufkar.
Why aren't you going to do it, Zoo?
So he totally has heard.
You're difficult to communicate with. Did you know that?
The Ribbon Shalom is always the one who is in charge of the vineyard. This is absolutely beautiful. The Ribbon Shalom is the vineyard.
Because I don't want to.
Okay, why don't you want to?
And who tends to the vineyard? The vineyard, none other.
Does it pay?
No.
It doesn't pay anything? Why not? Okay, that's an honest answer.
The message is clear that even though sometimes our circumstances look as HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always in charge. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu is always running the show. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu always tends to us. So why does the Tzad give the example of a vineyard? There's something interesting about vineyards. Let's say vineyards, each type of vineyard produces a different type of grape. Right? For example,
Why didn't you?
if you have a vineyard, you have vineyard that produces Cabernet Sauvignon, that's different than
Yeah, well, you're good.
that produces Merlot, which is different than a
And you
vineyard
did well.
that produces grapes or a late harvest one.
So what's the next comedy tournament that's available to you?
Must be intended in different ways. And each
How
of
many
those
how many tournaments?
Yeah, like you had raw comedy, that was big, and then they did whatever the Melbourne thing was.
So beautiful. Sometimes you look around and things may appear to be so to see.
Yeah, there isn't going to be one.
Always.
So you're not eligible for anything in Adelaide anymore?
And he is my balak.
Yeah, I can do it from lunch.
And the person in charge of the vineyard.
Okay.
It doesn't simply mean that he's in charge of the event.
But there aren't any more tournaments or anything?
That's obviously he's in charge of the events. But what it means is he knows exactly what the grapes need in order to grow and thrive. And he also knows, by the way, see, here's the difference.
Alright, well, that's okay.
Balak carrot. So the whole vineyard might be dedicated.
Ours Jackson
Dedicated package.
this check has come out before the round saying come out saying that
There's a vine of this and a vine of that. There's this
Oh,
type of
why
grape,
did she
there's
say
type
that?
of grape. And there's
Oh,
also
why
one
did
that
she
the
say
also
that?
Balak Karen
still
knows how
one
to
of
nurture
the one
and
of the
sustain each
alleged
grape
victim.
with what it needs. It's such a beautiful imagery. Kimosh Amru Chazal, let's just finish this paragraph. Chazal
Do
say,
you think you did it?
Adam Liskar Vladas Beber, Shedia Kalish Baruch Hu Estiva Umahus Shal Karen Chavim Zeh, Yos Seminel. And the person has to believe that the Ribono Shalom knows what the grapes of the vineyard needs.
Paris Jackson might be trying to get money.
What does she need money for, dog?
What does she need money for?
It's telling that Kadosh Baruch Hu attacking the great Jacob Shal Carmel. It's very like a manish. And the Bala Karen Ribono Shalom is taking care of the needs of the vineyard and every single one.
What? I mean, she's a very wealthy woman.
The Roman is carrying Israel. Got me Shefam Hamadregos ad Rom Hamal. So we'll get to the Gula piece of tomorrow. I will say, but the point is the main story, which is really incredibly profound, that in those moments when the world,
to my knowledge, she was not at the premiere of Michael in Berlin, though, like all the other people were.
Those moments when I feel the Esaf and Muskar, either on a personal level or I look around on a national level, and I just feel a cloud Israel maybe looks. Ne'ezav Muskar in those moments. Just always remember, I am the carrot, I am the cluster of grapes. In the Ribono Shel Olam's vineyard.
Did you know that?
Did you know that?
Not only knows how to produce award-winning wine, but ultimately, again, he knows what every sug of grapes need in order to go ahead and actualize and maximize its potential. The Balakaren knows exactly how to take care of his vineyard. See, in those moments when I look, when it Ne'azavu Mufkar, have belief that Balakaren knows what he's doing. So stop over here. We're going to continue in this theme. Again, this is not a chiddush. We're going to see that the power of this message lies in the metaphor, ultimately, of the vineyard. And then Hashem to continue tomorrow.
This athleticism.
All right, Shabbat, good morning. Let us begin. We are continuing this morning in Restream session with Ocean Days in Tzidkas Hatzad. So the Rebbe let's just pick up where we left off. We left off on page Kufchaf Gimel, Osman Beit. It's page Kufchaf Gimel, the Uri HaChasidut, the left-hand column in the bottom. So this is actually quite beautiful. So that writes as follows. He made Davar Mukhar. So remember again, the Tzaddik was developing a theme which is not novel, because we've learned this concept before, but you're going to see that what the Tzaddik is going to do it today, I think is actually quite novel. So Tzaddik spoke about the idea about messianic redemption. Mashiach could come either to a generation that is deserving or to a generation that's kulochai, that's undeserving. But the incredible thing is that the generation that's undeserving often could be transformed into a deserving one through the process of shuvah, as we'll discuss. And I'm going to be highlighting the idea. Well, actually, let's see. So remember, actually, we left off, I think, page Kufchaf Dalet, excuse me. So let's take up page Kufchaf Dalet. So that is the Harik Amru Chazal. Eizul Dar Chaviv Mikol Azaros. It's actually a very beautiful idea. In the eyes of the Ribono Shel Olam, what is considered to be like the most social generation? Which generation is considered to be the most beloved of the generation? So that is quoting over here the Yishani. Eizul Dar Chaviv Mikol Azaros. That Dar generation of the desert, which is really quite interesting.
That would be a trick. From now on, all your questions are like the guests have to go. Can I answer? Yes. That would be first of all, I'm sorry. Now you can answer. Unqualified and resounding no.
Top two of these. Are you short? There you go. Well, again, we'll do it in general.
I want to see if I really have a curve in my toe, actually. I didn't know that. So you're an educator. You've been at a website that shows celebrity feet on there. Are you serious? That's how deep you're. There's a lot of free time during the day. Look, I did some research on you. Tell me about my toast loaf.
The most beloved generation I was
watching an interview you did on Cody. Okay? And you were talking about how stressful it is on your new show, The Test, because eternity was so tough. So they said to relieve your stress, this stressful also.
on the other hand,
Sending you to a massage parlor with a title. Yes, sir. And the title of it is meant for Grady because your back is too long. She says she has to walk too far.
Kabbalah Sator, וגם לאחר מהגידסים הנמיך בגלות מסתכלים, יסעלו בדיוק חזור חזור להיות נפרד. לראות הצדק ששם את החוזרים. What does it mean when you find yourself that most beloved generation in the eyes of the person is God?
What band were you in the 90s?
That it seems
There's some videos. You know that Levin's skin bikini you're wearing on Twitter?
such dramatic
Are you talking to me or her? Natasha, I need back my
that's what some people do now. Think about this it's true. We committed some significant diversion. But where else did you ever find a generation to go from slaves to non-salvation in 49?
Wow.
Where did you ever see an entire generation to undergo such cathartic transformative change in such a short, relatively short time? The United States, in the eyes of our country, this is the thing that
What are we talking about this? There's no blocking
highlight.
your left arm.
Number one,
No crazy
power.
questions for the
Or the
guests.
ability
You're still blocking it. I know it. You're putting it up against your thigh. It drives me crazy. I'm serious. Take it off then.
that ability to change,
If your arm's gonna twitch, I want to see it twitch. He has a left arm twitch that he can't control. There's something about a guy in a.
let's actually just skip a little
There's
bit.
something about a guy in a suit like
To the
that.
bottom.
When you see that
On
twitch,
page
it just
2
makes it so
you
human.
can do skip to the bottom of the right hand column. So then the thing, the extra, so it's like, here's the question. We're probably going to ask, I don't think that this is a question of anybody that's going to ask themselves, many times when you bring stories and you go on the how can you have a generation? How can you have a generation who can exhibit the worst kinds of things? The worst kinds of things. Right? So they can go ahead and they can so big, they can go ahead and look, by the way, those are just the two major ones. Right, remember again, there's a lot of other small stuff, over the course of and yet also saying how something kind of very almost appears to be entirely personalistic contribution.
I don't remember what thing you wrote,
resentment שאפשר שיהיה הדור ההוא מקודם כולו חיים ולאחר מכן לפני הגבול יתחפשו כל מיני הדור ויסעלו עד שיהיה דור שיוכל להיות. So again, the study brings in the door from I want to read out for today. But the study says in general, how could it be you have a generation that essentially what he calls kulochai, those committing the worst kinds of activity, and yet again could then in the next moment raise themselves.
It's just very, very funny. Anyway, you know why we're here. Many comedians signed up to do 60 seconds. You know, house. We're gonna sit back and listen. No, but if you want, you can scoot over. I could only distract you.
Are you one of those guys? What's his name? Patriot? Are you one of those guys? Hey, Iron Patriot.
Either
way, Marvel's gonna end up suing us. So what we're doing next week is we're putting a beard on his face.
Not just high, but more high. And the highest of the high, 609, is Emmet, Kolkatari Israel, England had the reference to have one of the important lines in Kolkatari he says that the Emmet, in reality, Kolkatari is right in the back.
Fuck yeah. So you guys ready to get some comedians up here? What? Everybody does 60 seconds and 60 seconds. You know you have 60 seconds to something you hear the meow of the kitty. And that's time to wrap it up because if you run the sound of that kitty noise, angry West Hollywood comes out.
And when I
It's
sing,
an extra
ultimately
angry, so
again, I'm
don't
making
run
a
the
poor
kitty
decision.
sound too long.
But that
And he
singing
comes
does
out
not
quicker and quicker
reflect
every episode. Greg Man over here gets a little excited and
Rock, listen
I
to this.
notice
Rock
every
not
time
so
it
Israel
comes out
Hashem,
quicker
and
and quicker, so
Shiloh
look out.
because of a
That
beautiful
kitty
Gemara
meow. You
inside
guys ready to do this
that
thing
when
or
a
what?
Jew sings, what is this
So
comparable to?
first
La
comedian
Asra is
tonight.
paid
Wow,
in
there's a
this.
lot of names in here.
He
How
says it
exciting.
is comparable to a little branch that is
It's
growing
Rob
among
Weissman.
a southern growth. Bad grass. Bad grass. Weeds. It's like a little branch that is growing amongst these clover. שפנימיוס נפשון, לא נשארת בקדושתם, והכל מסתיר ומכסה וסולק מבחוץ, ואינם פוגמים אס פנימיוס. So let's say the subject of the discussion is very essential. How is it that one generation can engage in such a serious activity? Let's start with and a lot of other stuff. We also say that show. How does that happen? Most of the thing about remember how each other come back. How is it that a generation can be so bad and yet for people to bring about circumstances and we do tshuva and to transform themselves into a generation that's right in the power of the How does that happen? So it's because you need to understand the essence of the dynamic of the Jew. The essence of the dynamic of the Jew is number one, Shoresh Nishmasam Makam Gabor. Remember that phrase. Shoresh Nishmasam Makam Gabor. The essence of my soul is from the highest of the high. I come Come across powerful. I am a nucleus elation amount by the time you're right. I am a spark from the incarnation. That's what I am. And that is my essence. I bet I sing. I bet I do things wrong. That's true. But those sins, those are Davis, as the subject says, they are not the enum the essence. The enum the essence. They're not my essence. Your God is ideal because I am like the little branch that grows from my there's a lot of weeds. Those weeds represent my dad's addiction. Those weeds represent my wrong friends. Those weeds represent all the negative things I do in life. Sometimes there's a lot of weeds. So many weeds that you can't even see the little. But at the end of the day, the little branch is always there. Your faith never impacts my essence. Never impacts my essence. Rather goes on to left inviting and it's good. He goes on to turn the page in just a moment. Okay, so he says, how about we then move on to Partea Diaz Mara, which is our whole thing. The Steelers and FS for himself with a channel. I try Hashoshana. Anyone can get that. This famous for the place. So he uses that and he uses another point. And Shira as well. He shows China things are holding. Like a rose amongst the thorns. So what does that mean, like a rose amongst the thorns? A lot of times, I create a lot of thorns. A lot of thorns in my negative activities. But just because there's a lot of thorns doesn't include the fact that you can see it from me. That's my essence means the essence of who I am. The hados that grows amongst the weeds. And also why this is important. Because the topic is describing over here why shame is possible. And so it says, why Christian that change is possible? Well, why is that? Why not say that makes certain bad decisions? You block yourself in that's who you are. That's who you are. You've gone down a particular era. That's what it is. You need to chasing that shame itself. Why do you assume that? To which the Rebbe says, because, and I'm not going to repeat everything again, so he goes with everything he says. You start to trust on Makom Gavara. When I sing, it's not the tune of the accent, because when I sing, the one thing I make changes strategies, and I make changes in back to certain reality in my life, but I never change my life. I never change my dreams. The dream is to me. The role is to me. The hug to me. Because those things to me, therefore by definition, change is always change. That's how I draw on Mitzvah. Goes ahead and build the ego to make straight them around, but at the same time, also goes ahead and I just put on the motivation
Rob Weissman in the Iron
that's what I saw, because the inner rose, because the inner hagos is never changes, never compromised, therefore change always remains.
Really
stop over here, but again, you can see the power of the public word. The time you sow, this is the key to Shuvah, this is the key to optimism in life. Because if you don't believe this, if you don't subscribe to this, then the truth is, life is very depressing. Because every day is filled with dramatic mistakes. If you don't accept this ideology of stuff, it's not just a topic. An ideology is Yiddishkeit. And at the end of the day, I make mistakes and since I locked myself in, I'm going down this path. Even in a road, and even in a hagos.
No, you just seem like your body's, your chest and arms seem bigger than what your head would have. And that's through a pretty bulky shirt.
It's just a shame you didn't have that body when you were in high school. You would have been banging all those girls.
Now that I think about it, you are jerking off to the right book.
Here goes, everybody. Rob Weissman. Weissman Digital. We're already off and banging.
You're funny, don't worry.
Oh, yeah, no, they love it.
Until the next time we do the Tonight Show, I open with that joke. It's like I rework it.
But I don't want him to think we're just roasting him.
No, he loves it. He signed up for that.
Each other.
I think he thought this was like stage time.
It was.
It was a 60 seconds. This is one better exercise than talking to your peers.
I'll call him later. I feel bad.
That's at Weissman Digital on Twitter for those of you that are into people with 20-letter handles. At Weissman Digital.
with two S's and Royston.
Tony, how do you get so many people at this show?
Because it's an awesome show. This kind of craziness happens every week. 30 seconds, I don't know.
Jake's did seem like it went on for a while.
Yeah, we had some yesterday. You'll hear the meow of the kitty. Right, Carlos cleaning. If a comedian ever misses their spot, that means they get blue. And he makes those noises, and that means that comedian's not allowed to ever sign up for this show again. Isn't that crazy? Yeah.
You should have to make them like give a letter of apology, or there should be some sort of like plead their case.
They have to write into the Iron Patriot on Twitter and give it a bad action. Hey.
Or you could have just watched Rob set and been like, why would I put myself through that?
There was once a few weeks ago. There was a blind guy whose name we called. And we blacklisted him, and then another comedian's like, no, he's blind, he's downstairs. And they were trying to find him.
But if he's blind, he can't hear us being blind.
He was in the wrong room. Yeah, he was in the wrong room. That's what it was. He thought Kill Tony was in the kitchen. And he was wondering why the audio wasn't so good. Anyway. All right, big hands go through your next comedian. Timmy A, everybody. Here he is.
The right hand column, 5 lines in. Nagrado.
Thanks for being here, guys, and I'm extremely excited to be here. I got a wife a couple days ago. First mic I've had in my life for more than 25 minutes. I'm really excited. I've been riding around, and I found that I have a childlike sense of freedom that I never noticed before. So it really inspired me to want to give back and give back to kids who are very needy and don't have the opportunity to ride bikes like I've had the last 3 years. So I started a Kickstarter, and it's going pretty well. I've raised $15 in the last 6 days. And I think its success is due to the game. You can check it out. It's at pedophiles.kickstarter.com. We want to give back to kids. We want to touch them on their hearts. We want to touch them on their hearts. You got to obey the bear. Obey the bear. You got to can't talk over the bear. Okay.
The most beautiful rose, the most fragrant rose amongst all of the roses.
It was definitely a minute. It was a minute 20 at this point. Maybe you didn't hear the word about the kitty and the bear whole thing. You might have. That must have really blown your mind when that bear just kept chiming in there at the end.
I like that you're drinking a 24-ounce can of that. And you're also you're biking, so I see now. I never thought of that. Like I know there's people drunk driving, but now the bikers are drunk too.
Now, are you encouraging?
When the rose is surrounded by thorns,
I don't feel it. Yes. But not like sexually touching them. Touching them on their hearts. Yes. Just checking. I just wonder if I should call a friend.
You were relevant when you biked?
Are you talking about motorcycling or bicycle? Right. Should I clarify?
Very much in line with this thing.
I didn't know. I honestly, yeah, you
That Valley Sugar
yeah,
are able to
trying to balance
occupy
that.
a spiritual space
surprise
that is much greater than
I didn't know you were going toward.
Now, again, obviously, the notion of
So you had me up until then.
someone who never sinned,
Because I like
so
biking, so I was into that road, and then you lost me. But I think you're onto something.
someone who
If you
struggles,
can
someone
pedal
who
towards
is
something
sustainable
that doesn't
difficulty,
include touching
someone who
children,
is constantly struggling with
I think this
difficulty,
joke could work.
but still manages
I think
to
you're
get
onto something.
road is
And I
so
think
much
the beer
greater than someone who is
lower.
always a
When
road
you come up, so we don't think you're coming.
which is so I mean, if you heard this concept of like that you knew,
I'm just
if
telling you
you're
what I've
seven
learned in the
friends,
past.
it's so beautiful. I
So
said
it's
the
an
thing
alcohol
is,
in the car.
And you always wear
like
the
you want to borrow a hoop,
Do you always wear the sunglasses? And the backpack you always wear too.
When I am
Sunglasses on top of your head though, you leave them up like that a
when I
lot?
say almost the organ, there are so many thorns. And the thorns are always around me.
It's an
Thinking about
interesting move. I wake up every day and I think
external adversity.
So let's the follicles just,
Look, I think,
doesn't have to
there
see
are
the
moments
rest.
where I
Who
televise
thought
the
John
epic
Cryer
drama.
just put out a
But
bunch
maybe
of
that's no,
sunglasses on the back of his
external
head?
adversity.
Nobody would have ever known he was
Always
bald.
internal adversity. Always internal thorns.
It's an interesting
I
move.
haven't even known that it was to cover the hair.
Who are roses living amongst the roses. And I'm
It
always
almost just
surrounded
seems
by the
like
thorns.
even if
Right now,
not,
I'm always,
somebody would be like,
oh
oh, he's
no,
never
surrounded by the
bald.
thorns.
It's just like,
But
oh,
often
he
I'm going ahead and
suddenly
often
come
getting
back
hit
out
by
for
the
the first
thorns.
time
Hey,
every
I'm
time.
getting cut by the thorns. I'm really
And
caught
at
by
the
the
same
thorns.
time,
And even today I avoid the thorns. Tomorrow I get stuck on the thorns. And yesterday I got
everybody
stuck
else
on
is
the thorns.
freaking out about the
And it's like,
apocalypse.
it's
It's just like,
just
What if you find
understand
out
two
the
things.
sun makes hair?
Number one, your rose is
What if
always
you
there.
found out the sun
The
makes
rose
hair
is
grow?
always there.
But the
The
sunglasses
rose
you're actually
never withers. The rose never dies. This goes back to what the Prophet said 2 days ago.
about that instead of fun
But
with
we
children.
learned this 2 days ago. The
in the
reason
tough
why kids
questions. Do you live in Van and Venice?
hate never
Oh,
impacts
that's a
the
good
relationship.
guess.
Sin never impacts the core identity.
I have a friend
That
looking for
always
someone with a
means
Kickstarter.
impact. The rose
Fuck yeah, man.
and what I can
Well, there you go. That's at Invalid Timmy on Twitter.
is not going
Oh, wait, what's his name again? Timmy
to
Day. Timmy Day. Oh, this is Timmy Day. Okay, good job.
I think that joke can work.
the real
In the right person.
and the real successful woman.
It really is. It's a long way for
You need to be a rose
wordplay, right?
It'll get you killed, but you'll go out smiling.
That battling with thorns every day, that actually is like success.
Fuck
Skip a
yeah.
little bit to the left hand
Do you guys
side.
remember, we were just at the Podfest 2 weeks ago with Meredith Benson there came up, they were talking about their first few minutes that they've ever performed. Do you guys remember any of that that you were set for
Oh
first?
yeah, on the left hand column.
My first set was right on this side. In the belly room?
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
So
Yeah. And then my next one, I just didn't go on. Because I thought that's just how it was always going to be.
We're gonna
I didn't know this room was so easy.
Well,
Right.
the leather, what really started this whole
Anyone, they just
conversation
laugh at
is
it.
that the leather was accepted.
No, it was, yeah. What about you, Kurt?
My first set was
That
downstairs.
the guard,
November 11th, 2002.
made
And
that
I did 3 minutes
condition
where
work.
I was pretending I
But
was
then
Jesus'
ultimately,
brother,
again,
James.
air transformed. So we can discuss. Remember again, we saw this a number of days ago. How does this happen? Sometimes when the particle goes ahead and it's not me. Not a fixed road stuff. First thing about
I did not get one laugh because I was actually pretending that I was
entire
him. I wasn't being a character. I
that
was
was the
being him.
part of this conversation. That was
And then after 3 minutes, I said, "This is funny this morning in front of the mirror." And then they laughed. And then I understood comedy.
Did you wear the Jesus outfit?
He
I
goes
wore
on and
James's
says,
outfit.
"Ya yalla ala
Just
da,
mostly
the
jeans
diet
and
was
t-shirt.
just my love." So what the
Jesus
two
was
things
the
happen
one.
here. There's an actual conversation and a personal
His brother wore denim.
It's the same conversation.
It sounds
That's why
like
I didn't work as much.
it almost sounds like the kind of
I
thing.
might bring back that joke.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it seems like the kind of thing.
Kickstarted for James's brother.
Second generation be undeserving one moment and then be
Yeah,
transformed
that had to be
into
interesting. I
deserving
remember
in
thinking
the
of like
next moment.
things on
That's the
characters
national
that I
conversation.
it
On the
seems like
personal
an
level, the
easy
same
way
thing
to
is
bring
I
true.
had read an
That I
article
could be a
where they
fish
talked
channel,
about
I can find my road,
James.
even though again I am so
So I just went with that.
surrounded by the thorns.
It's so funny.
So that
That's
is
the
something
thing that they
amazing.
had
He says,
for Jesus. His
don't
brother was
think
James.
Ayala Aladas, Shay Stark was as my God. Don't think that dynamic change,
Yeah.
dynamic change has to go ahead and take a lot of time.
Patreon, if you're gonna do a set of State of the Man under the Suit, what do you think a major premise of
Don't
your
think
first
that it has
3
to take
minutes
a
would
long
be?
time. But probably comes to the level of which they again, on a national level or a personal level. Why? Suba Gimura, Aino Oleha Nine Kalal, the answer
For some
yes,
reason.
so that wow. Okay, now we're beginning something that is transformative. Study says, Suba doesn't have to be a prolonged process. Real Suba happen
We'll decide if it's ironic.
happen in a McGregor
I
Atlas.
saw both
He's a
arms
new
switch
back
after that. I don't know if
to
you really believed in what you just said.
They won't say, let me show you this example, and then
That
we're
John
going to
Donne
have to
material
back
is great for comedy.
up a little bit and understand this. What's this example? What's the famous scheme of
Another day clear answer of your next Canadian Air Carter, everybody.
it's a manager coming from the man comes in the short period. I ask you to get the view on the next side of the cover. On the mission that I'm absolutely righteous.
I used to want to be a time traveler.
Even Russia government, even if the guy is not the Russia government. Russia government, nevertheless, why should the Gemara? What she's doing, saying, here is truth of the guy.
I don't care how cool you think Brad Pitt is.
He's
He's always fucking Billy Bob's leftovers.
Because, again, a guy goes in and says, on the position of inside the government. And now, we say, well, Moshe, maybe he's truth of the guy. That means that externally, what is the guy's told, right? Right?
Everybody's real nice.
I don't
The prettiest
I
bros,
mean,
body
how
drinks.
I mean, like,
This is
as
what
far as
whores
far as
feel
you
like.
know, he's still a Russian. There's nothing to
The whores out there.
He's abandoned his wishes. The only thing that could possibly be happening
I remember you just arrived from Mississippi a few weeks ago. You made your stand-up. Was it your stand-up?
I lied about that 'cause I was so damn nervous. I felt like I let you down. But my very first stand-up was in Hermosa Beach. Now, little masturbator Robert Wiseman, he's the one that got me doing comedy.
Here
The
means
one that
what?
jerked off to the yearbooks.
A thought.
Throwing your one friend under the bus there.
The only possibility is that anything you had a thought of children.
It's called Carter's
And
First
yes,
Time Stand-Up.
listen,
And I was
Gemara,
living in the youth hall
that's
in Hermosa.
Carter, you do not need to scream.
Tomorrow, that that is enough, I get on a halachic level to allow the tradition to take effect. Right? You're constantly with the right.
I mean, he is charming.
Right? And now you're on the commission to give me $1 million. Okay, so you're going to give me $1 million. Then we're going to
Whatever the
the
correct way to say it.
now you're on the commission of a side of government.
Eric Carter or
Even though the guy
Your name's
decides to
Carter.
come, we brought him up until this point as a job.
You go by
And
Carter?
here, she was down to that tells you two
Are you
things.
just saying that to
Number one
agree
tells
with
you
me?
the power
No,
of
I really do. Like, when I used to play football, the kid coach always
And
called
then
me
the also tells us that sugar can be
I think you could really benefit from a catchphrase.
how that works. How
Like, you know, like, yeah. Because he said, oh shit.
sugar.
And everybody else, so maybe you should, like,
Sugar's
work
on
on
the palate. So the dynamics of
Carter, I
that,
gotta say, thank you. I like you too. You came out swinging, and I really, I think you and your pal, Weissman, yes, you're the fucking future of God. No, I think you guys are a 1-2 punch that will eventually click. Well, we're about to start a podcast. I know you fucking are. I know you're about to. It's gonna be called ER, Eric Rob. Why wouldn't it be? Yeah. I like you. I think you're in the right business. Yeah.
You know, the joke I liked was, I don't care how fine Brad Pitt is, he's still fucking Billy Bob Thornton leftovers.
I gotta tell you, that's a good joke. That's true.
Adrian, I did not know you had impressions in your repertoire.
I like the way he sounds. I can listen to him all night. He's funny.
I can listen to you too, Paige.
Also, Carter, you got swagger and you got confidence.
Yeah, that's what I said. That passion. Thank you. Well, I did drive 6 states out here to be a little candy ass order. I drove out here to be number one, and I ain't selling nothing less.
Oh, yeah.
All right, shoot for the top 10. Just shoot for the top 10. One is highly fucking. That's unreachable.
Slow it down there, still.
Adrian, what do you think about this gentleman's feet? It has open soda.
I like to listen to it. I told you, I only like girls' feet. I don't like guys' feet. I don't like to go that way.
That's why you should always wear covered shoes on stage.
Well, I just got back from Dana Point. That's where I live at. I've been on the town.
You live in Dana Point?
Yeah, that's the only place where they have that shirt.
came up crazy because
I'm fortunate enough, I got like a rich, fancy aunt from out here. She's letting me live with a rent free, and I just gave her a muscle. And I'm her cousin Eddie from Mississippi. Oh my God.
Wait, what exactly is
Just get some cameras in that goddamn house. I do maintenance
to your aunt? Oh, you say give her muscle?
interestingly enough, the other people
Poses for her? She say that? That's crazy.
And then that's a long drive out here, right? Like an hour?
Yeah, this damn work.
You have a very good attitude.
I told you when you were here a few weeks ago, come back, Eric. I'm so glad you did. Put your hands together for Eric Carter. Here, hit the rock. Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus I got you, Eric. All right.
possible.
Am I crazy? But this, I feel like no one in LA talks like that.
That's why.
I know, but someone, there's gotta be other people here. I think the only person I've ever heard not know
Mississippi's a data point. That's where the money is.
That's where they think the Hollywood dream is data point.
They go there for the data points.
Just so people know, Data Point is like very glamorous, like has Malibu, it's like beautiful.
Data point is south. It's south of Malibu.
Oh, whatever, it's nice. He's a little more of a like sophisticated.
There he goes. It's Eric Carter on Twitter. That's Call Me EC. Call Me EC on Twitter. He's obsessed. Fresh off the boat. That could be a star. He's like very.
He didn't come here all the way from 6 states to be no candy ass number 50.
I didn't fucking leave Mississippi behind and $1 million in the state to come out here and not fucking kick ass.
I have met a lot of
Rich kid, right?
new comics. Yeah, he's from Mississippi.
You did a great job.
Yeah, he's actually got a great point about giving those guys the mojo. Right.
Does he?
I mean, he must.
He was like a #1 movie, so she fucked it. I don't think it's that big, yeah.
There's so much difficulty coming back to you.
Did you ever get Big Tyson tell that story about how he got back there and Robin Gibbons was at his house after he hooked up with her? So back to the house, he was again,
You bring us back and we'll return.
Yeah, great job.
Good story.
What do people listening think this is?
They know what he looks like. He's one of the, they made a t-shirt for kids for the fans. Lo and behold, everything is so clear. It's just his face, the entire t-shirt. It's a Smithsonian. They love it. It's like we found out so much crazy stuff about this guy. I mean, he's so. I was actually starstruck when I got to meet him for the first time. Sure enough, he rolls out of his car, all this stuff that he brought, because he always stresses the country. He can't even sit down at night. You know, he has to take the bus here because they don't let him stand up the entire way. Oh my God, that's the greatest thing I've heard. That is my favorite shit ever. Oh yeah, exactly. How do we get that for just like 30 seconds? Excuse me, Mr. Bus Driver. This is gonna sound crazy at first.
You arrive in this outfit? That is amazing.
Yeah, one more time. I can park anywhere. That's the best fun train moving along. Your next comedian goes by the name of Med Gas.
People Ribbon Shalom. We belong to
It's
you.
an interesting
We
ending.
belong to you.
Hear how hard we
We
are.
belong to you.
No, it's
Bring
not
us back.
that.
Bring us back.
They always
Amr
come up to
Lahem.
me the next week.
Shalom
I
Chayim.
think I got one
שנאמר,
person who
שוב
was-
אליי מורשת מצוות עושה, שוב עליכם.
Right, but you're gonna
I
take
got
it
to
from
fucking
Benny
say, no,
Maldonado.
you belong to me. You can't try to tell who you belong to me. Or tell the power of my Shiva belongs to you. And I'm going to tell you 5 seconds as well. The power of your Shiva belongs to you. אמרה בפניו ריבונו של עולם שלחו, שנאמר, שובנו אלוקי ישנו, כך נאמר השיבנו אשר אליך ונשובה. So this is the tension between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. He says that there is something so fascinating. In the stomach, כשיגיע זמן הגאולה, בדור גאולתו, עד שיהיה כולו חייב כגואל. Listen, remember again, going back to this messianic tug of war, the Ita Achishana. So Achishana expedited salvation. First, if the generation deserves it. People talk, sounds like pizza. Even if it's a generation of Kulo Chayim, that is so fundamentally compromised. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Bari Halotiku, She'in Yisrael Mik'olim Ella in Shuvah Keduel. So I say, here's the problem. This is something mentioned in passage before, but now it comes to light. With messianic salvation, so I understand Achishana. I understand expedited salvation if we are good. I understand that. Sounds like that even if Klal Yisrael doesn't deserve it, there's a certain time by which Mashiach has to come no matter what. There's like deadline. Right? There's a messianic deadline, right? There's must come out sometime. Which makes it sound like even if Klal Yisrael does not deserve it, Mashiach will come. The problem with that, this is what I'm deciding at, is we have other statements in Chazal of Ein Yisrael Nigo and Elim Moshe Tshuva, which is Klal Yisrael can't do anything without Tshuva. So how does this all work? How can I have a deadline? We'll say a deadline makes it sound like Mashiach coming no matter what. No matter what to the Klal Yisrael is. But yeah, Chazal tell us that Klal Yisrael what we do redeemed if we do Tshuva. So how do you reconcile this? Listen, I want to. This is relevant. So Tzadik says it has to be on purpose. Sheniya has matzot shall be done matzah. The only way to reconcile these concepts is if you say we win. We win. What does it mean? Shalanu natzach. Shalomar. שכנסת ישראל תנצח כביכול את הקדוש ברוך הוא השיבינו אליו, שיהיה גם האפשרות לתשובה מהשם yisrael. So someone says the only reconcile is as follows. The halacha and what's going to end up happening is we win. We win meaning what? That when that deadline occurs, when that deadline comes about, not the it is time to go ahead and bring Mashiach. The problem is, Klal Yisrael has not done Tshuva. So what's going to happen? Klal Yisrael will win, and the Baruch will ultimately again report to Hashivenu Hashem Sachar. Now what's going to end up happening? We know something's going to happen with Mashiach. Klal Yisrael will not have done Tshuva.
They usually work really good.
And the only way to ultimately bring Mashiach is for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to inspire us to do Tshuva. He's going to have to take ownership over our Tshuva. Hashivenu Hashem Ilecha. We also light the fire. Light the fire. Kindle the spark. Bring us back to you, and you will see that we will do something.
You're being serious right now? Or are you fucking with me?
Isn't this amazing? So Tzadik says also there's a number of things happening with him. By the way, I just want to point out all of the Baruch does is like the spark. We do the rest. We do the rest. But for myself,
Will be like, oh, you were up on having queen, and you should wear a
take responsibility for doing that.
bring a wand.
Highlights of the once it gives us a fascinating way to otherwise it will be built as a expedited salvation through positive dynamic.
Wait, what was Jamie's advice?
If not,
Jamie's advice to me
if it's
is
going
that
to
you
be
wait
to
out
keep
there
us
for
salvation,
hours.
it's going to both of what keep us happy. Either probably so will be, or if we don't,
Pretty sure there's
then if
still
we stuff. Remember that thing from the guy, but you've done enough stuff. We win. There's always a strong point of war. We say Hashem, Hashem bring us back. Hashem says, Shuva Elai, come back to yourself. Come back to yourself. So remember, you see those when we're setting the deadline and Messianic redemption approaches, and you see our past to come, and we're still not doing Shuva, we win. We win. Hashem will have to go ahead and like
this place would tell, she told Sky, like,
but
you should change your name to Johnny Banana and spell his man like a banana.
I think she would do that with people that she didn't like, I've heard tons of stories of her giving people like crazy advice. Like I heard one even recently, most recently was
and yes,
like
although sometimes it's gradual,
he said,
and most good for it to be
if
gradual,
you perform
at
your
the
body,
end
that
of
you
the
wear
day,
a sweater.
transformative,
I want to see you wearing a sweater. Or a sweater that don't wear
that should be my reception.
immediately because the sweater
That's ultimately again how you ask me to get some actually side dumber and why is instantaneous, transformative, cathartic, and possible that was that.
People like almost like it's that.
That's not my Panemius. My Panemius is
What's
color.
the best
My
piece of advice
Panemius,
you've
my
read
inner
about
essence
you?
is color and remains untainted forever. No matter what happens in the rest of my life, I am the child. I am the rose. I am the rose amongst the weeds. Sure, the weeds are there, but the mice of the rose never lose. Because I never lose my genius, because I never lose that. Therefore, again, even when I sin, I don't fundamentally alter who I am on the inside, and because of that, instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change always remains. All right, so let's go back over here. Pick up in here for some reason.
And Louis knows a lot about things bursting from his body. Like his
Here's a piece of advice. Mitzi told me, she's like, treat 3,000 people like 3, and 3 like 3,000.
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing.
All right, let us begin.
Hey, can I ask something? Does anybody know when is the last time Mitzi was at this club? Really?
There you go.
By accident. She walked in here by accident. What is this place?
I mean, how sick is she?
Where's that fucking banana that we're looking for?
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, well, there you go.
You have a beautiful smile, too. What's her name?
Melanie Bell. You can follow her on Twitter, Melanie B. Comedy. I think that mustache thing will kill, by the way. Yeah. He said it doesn't even matter what the band is. It's just funny picture.
We saw a portion yesterday with a handicap placard hanging from the rearview mirror. It was a brand new Porsche.
What about it?
No, I saw a Porsche and it had a handicap placard. It was like, handicap
Every person will know
car
many of us
is the
struggle
hardest
with
thing to get
anything.
in and out.
Often,
So
most
no
of
one
us
will
have
notice
one
someone
thing
handicapped.
to struggle with.
I would buy a handicap placard. I want one of those. Hell yeah. How much are they? What do you do there?
And address that struggle, that action.
Really? You can buy those in Koreatown?
Yeah, they're pretty easy to
So,
get.
I'm inspired. Should we others
But they have to get a good thing so they can start thinking.
Is there like a secret code in Koreatown to get one of those? Like, if you go to a Chinese restaurant, you're like, oh, it's my number 73.
then individual singularity.
All right, your next comedian goes by the name of Bo Scott, everybody.
Comes out
There you go.
Good name.
San Diego.
If I had looked at the difficult continuing from the previous post, in those days,
My name's Bo. I try to make you guys laugh.
that a person has a certain
Before I do this, so man, I need to get out of the way.
subject to change. Others, innate kedusha, which cannot be damaged or harmed.
Now that shit's out of the way.
The idea that
Let's
there is
begin.
a kedusha atzmis, which is the personalistic holiness which
Right, there's been a lot of talk
presents,
about bananas in
which
here
by
tonight.
definition is there no matter
Figured out how to get
what
free bananas for life.
We're going to see now in the Gimel that the Kaddish is really going to build on that theme as well. So look what he writes. After the deeper Shalkov is really a beautiful affirmation. After the deeper Shalkov, even just what he calls deeper Shalkov, general speech, which a person, which people talk every day. Okay, he goes on, it's Tainu, Piskam, Deeper Shulun Ba'alma. Shambo Divrei Torah. He's talking about general speech, right? What a person talks each and every day. Not words of Torah, just general, what he calls Sichas, regular mundane talk. And so he's talking about Ragulas here. Now he's really talking about something.
I had a good punch right there.
What was it gonna bring
Yeah.
out for housing?
That are our common
Goats on my fingers and be
our common great.
All right. Anyway,
That we often share.
You had a chance, your first you had a chance to
Last
finish it
minute,
before that line.
some people
Yeah.
that
What was the physicality you were doing
so
there?
tomorrow,
Are you kidding?
literally means Nicola is a Jew
Why
or
did you
a
do
Gem,
that?
Bipune, and now
I don't know why you were pretending like you were playing the drums for that first joke.
common expression. That is to do with Kazan
Just
music.
true to yourself.
After music, that's
I was
just a
really
common
good at it. When I
expression.
first started coming, I was really bad at it.
anybody that
Well, I'm just curious.
The Magdalene
No,
Bipune.
I'm fascinated. How does the banana fit in?
Common expression.
So can we just explain to the audience at home, like he was doing some crazy physicality where he said that fruit grows on trees, but then it was like he was playing it wrong.
What does it mean in Magdalene Bipune?
One foot off and the other foot was like hand was karate chopping. It had actually nothing to do with what I was saying.
For those of you listening to the audio, for those of you just listening to the audio, when you get home, go home and just download the video, just watch this one part, and make sure that you have a rope or a gun with a bullet in it.
Now, were you implying that you can make money doing that?
Like, they're not just say quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting
By that
common
move.
expression. Yet
They
they're
do it for a
quoting
lot
common
longer than that.
expression.
Do they pay you to stop doing it?
What kind of person keep working in where somebody's making you do that for hours at a time? Look at the white guy that I keep over here for only $100 an hour. He doesn't even know what he's doing. He just keeps doing this thing where he just is spinning and moving.
So basically, your last joke that you could play for Halloween and goats on all your fingers and be Edward Goathands. You can really substitute any noun. You can be Edward Cowhands. You can be Edward Banana Hands.
Even though again,
Edward.
Let's just say going with goats on that was a bad decision. Nothing gets worse than goat hands. You can make any bad joke at that point. It's awesome.
I'm so confused though. Do you also break out into like sarcastic things that are incongruent to what you're talking about during your set?
That's great.
His opening was good. The opening was good. When you move the mic stand, that was funny.
I gotta be honest with you. You made me very
Remember again,
uncomfortable.
this
So
was
you
the
succeed.
case. Yes, this was the case. They lost the cover page. If one of the petrol went out, they go ahead and find the page.
Yeah, it's a fun room. Yeah, it is. It's fun, right?
Don't let it fool you.
Believe me, all your sets are gonna be this good.
Yeah. We're not always going to be here for you.
Yeah. So we're speaking about the idea that we have a Chavila, and the Chavila goes ahead.
How many great shows do you have?
Sent as one of the members of the Chavila to go ahead and part. So now you have this whole stuff. There was a decision, but then we end up finding a replacement animal, checking the replacement animal. There was a whole discussion about which animal was used for the the Chavila has the Chavila. Also the Chavila, even goes out to the carbon. And we think from the Chavila obtains a new carbon. I gotta identify certain kind of new carbon. And then let's
Fuck
say,
yeah, Mo.
if
Do you live
neither
down in
party
San
said
Diego?
anything to the other, right? Ruben didn't say anything to the Kabula, very similar to actually unilaterally. The Kabula didn't say anything to Ruben. So what's the halacha? Ruben uses the current base that he found. The Kabula uses the replacement current base and Shalom Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that this one is very profound. When people don't talk to each other, there's a profundity that people talk. And there's a profundity when people are silent.
This joke is starting to
So
work.
when I found out that he's kind of Chachamim, Yafesh Shika Chachamim, Kabakaba Vishit. Right? So here the wise man said, silence is good for the wise man, Kabakaba Alakas Kabakaba, all words of fools. Here's a perfect example of that, where you see, now again,
Thank you so much, Bo Scott. There you go. San Diego. Underscore Scott on Twitter.
It's a right statement. It's really fascinating about this. If you find it all the time, where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it'll quote it with the marble of a jewel, right? Or
There's also a line on these sign-up sheets that is their name, their Twitter handle is their topic. His topic was Halloween
And again, that's not a statement of Torah. That's a statement of right movement. Of right movement. Yet, we just need up whatever is right now in the midst of a halakhic discussion, and it's brought as a called as a proof for halakhic discussion. The Tzaddik says, what do you see from
Mike Stanley, everybody.
He says, like, I see this keyboard on that. I love your people. Now, also feels to myself, see again.
Which is beautiful this time of year, you guys. When the sunlight hits the property, it's just
So many times when you might like, it's not going to see, it's not going to anyone, it's us particular piety. After Michael Ross is the main thing, it's the thing that people sit in all of the time. Goes on and says, but in the community behind the comments of Thomas, you find this very often throughout the Gemara, so maybe the Gemara is not the only thing. Where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say.
Listen, I know I'll get out of it. I'll just say I'm racist.
You are
racist. They come out like I'm not racist. Is that your plan to get out of character is to say that you're racist? That means you're automatically assuming that whoever's on trial is going to be a minority. Which sounds pretty fucking racist to me. And he said, well, I heard that if you say you're racist, then you
move on to our comment is how they come in. So how who's the public
First of all, I'm glad that you took the sunglasses off your head and got rid of the PBR from earlier.
Many say this quote sings in the name of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Adam Asam Hayo Royo, Lomar Fiskam Kaka, Lomar Shmuel Al Fiskam Ahu, Proxy, Hurry, Bala Fiskam, Loyota, East of Bala, Babatoro, Apa Fiskam, Gillis, War, and Gillis, there is a hundred smack in the colored barn. Fascinating. Also, we know what people decide tomorrow, but the publication is not. And remember that a number of people come in, right? A number of states. Just regular people, right? Regular people, you say this, you say that, and what's more with them, which I'm fascinated, if you would take these regular things of ordinary people, and they say, oh, there's a process that supports this idea. So Tzaddik says, so what is something fascinating about it? You see Chazal take this quotation of ordinary people, what we call margolata today, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again in the second Samuel, quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements, if you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a mitzvah, there's different against verses of that's supporting very good. What the source and what is it mean? Like what's the meaning of this? What is this ultimately again from regular people
you can buy a house there for $30 right now.
Well, understand, the subject is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically. That's what the
$2 grand for a house?
as well as building where
You give up
this
the 30, you just got 30 down and you make payments.
is an incredible house for us to
Chinese big model of Detroit. Yeah, they're like huge chunks of it.
No.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, they like a beautiful golf course.
At least the car business will start booming again there. Not the way we expected it to.
Seriously, I mean, think about it. You can buy a house for $100 right now. You just buy like a whole fucking neighborhood for like $1,000. You know that shit in like 10, 20 years.
Yeah, we can just all fly to Detroit and have like a crazy weekend in Detroit.
Let's all get together and just go to Detroit everywhere.
Well, Brian, what makes you think that there's not going to be any accidents there? You think people are just going to have a resurgence and a shit
I mean, the government just gave them like a shitload of money like very recently to rebuild. And if you actually go to Detroit, if you go downtown, it's nice downtown.
It's okay. It's a lot better.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Yeah, they just got a shitload of money to make it better. But the
And
outside,
I shake a fortune on car insurance.
Yeah.
Is there like an art scene there? Like art scene?
Lael is fired. He called after the public people.
So same here.
Art's about it. Just live downtown. That's the arts.
You guys ever
see that movie Billy Joe and Joey Duty? That's a pretty funny one. But there was 2 times I went to jury duty. There was 2 times I went, and I think this is how I got out of it. The most important question they ask you is, if you have to take off for a trial, will your employer pay you while you're doing the jury duty? And if you answer no to that, I think you'll get out of it, because that's what I did 2 times. Listen, I think just show up in that outfit, I think you'll get out of it.
One thing is to struggle with
We're gonna fight crime.
that one
Get the fuck out of here. Get back on the front of the bus, kid.
Benji told me that Polly, speaking of Polly Shore, that he was live tweeting his colonic today.
I saw that. I actually saw Benji retweeting. See, Benji and Sandy are 2 of my really great friends that I'm telling you through many other great things. They open up for Polly all the time. They have a lot of followers on Twitter. People they follow Polly. And anytime Polly does something insanely silly or insanely crazy or maybe even that he shouldn't be doing, for example, live tweeting what is it called? Colonic. Right. So I saw this picture. Yeah, but I saw this picture earlier of just Polly being like, here we go, girl, hashtag colonic. And it's just a picture of Polly underneath the blue hospital shit with his feet sticking out of the bed. Heck yeah, that's he puts the
Nothing sacred.
his colonics putting the duty in jury duty, if you know what I'm saying. People, hello. Duty joke? Nothing on that. Still making sure. Yeah, I get the bear stuff.
It is with the liquid beauty. No,
I feel people are so cool.
jury
It's really a
duty.
beautiful outfit.
I
I
mean,
feel
if
people
you
are so
want to
cool.
get
I'm looking at
technical, it's not jury duty.
people are so cool. General
The liquid you.
general speech.
Duty.
The person who is people
Dude.
called.
Dude.
They
No,
go
it's
like, I
a
know.
cute as a lion.
It's a fucking authority, am I right?
They give it
What
a
are we talking about
But that
here?
general speech, like, person talks, teaching every day. That's like a sort of, that's general, what he calls,
That's the only Mike Stanley
regular
one on
Monday
Twitter.
talk.
Believe it or not, he was able to
So
get
he's
that.
got to use
There's a
up
lot of
regular
Mike
stuff.
Stanley.
That's
Twos,
the
threes,
talking
and
about.
fours that are like
There was
realize one guy
sometimes
is.
each of us think that that are our common adages, our common phrases, our common statements.
All right. You
That's
next
the
meeting
office
was the name of
This
Josh.
is Moshe Hazal, Nachman is perfectly doing that. Margot Love is doing it. So the Gemara,
Music right to you.
literally Margot Love is the jewel in the mouth of. So
Josh
that's
Forrest,
because
you good luck with your career, because Kill Tony's never going to be
common
perfect
expression.
again, motherfucker. I don't even know who it is. That's what makes it funny. Is that I'll have to apologize to him next week. Hey, look at this. Sarah Wine. She
Margot Love is with it. You know, a jewel in the mouth of people, common expression is discover that you are the kids of the face of giant. So the study quotes from Rashi and Brachas. What does it mean, the Margot Love is today? This between something that a person is accustomed to say. Al-Af Shu Devar Chulin, Bechol Zos, Nechshav L'Divrei Torah Mamish. Now, but see here, the Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. He says sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margala B'Dinei, right, a jewel, a common expression, so Chazal aren't quoting Divrei Torah, right? They're not per se quoting Divrei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. Yes, they're quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara. They're quoting a common expression. And they're using that quotation in a halakhic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So you see something amazing. You see a common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out the halakhic point, the hashkafic point, different Musar, he says an amazing. Allah should do it. Even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoting is quoted, it's not necessarily the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, the next chapter is Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, it's been quoted as well that
I think Sarah's a natural communicator. You learn how to connect with charisma from Judy Carter.
Sorry, if a word is worth one Salah, then Shika is worth two. Oh, it was the case.
Was there another Salad Talks thing? I'm curious.
Right, the last question I talked about the individual. Sorry, this one.
I always have looked at the reason why I asked is because I always looked at salad talks pretty interesting advice, because for cleaning purposes they come apart normally, right? I mean, some of them most of them went out to go ahead and find thing. I mean, if you snap them apart, they look really silly because it's just like this giant fork and this giant spoon. It's just for lazy people. They can't.
Right. So we're speaking about the idea that we have a Chabura, and the Chabura goes ahead and uses they send out one of the members of the Chabura to go.
It's gonna get weird when Steve has to get a
there was a discussion, you know, and but they end up
on
the replacement animal, there's a whole discussion about, well, which animal is used for the Mashiach who uses what? The Mishnah being the case, well, let's say the Chabura has the Kalabeta, they lost the Kalabeta, using goes out to find the carbon. In the interim, the Chabura obtains a new carbon. Identifies a new carbon. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuben didn't say anything to the Chabura, pretty much acted unilaterally. The Chabura didn't say anything to Reuben, so what's the halacha? They uses the current Pesach pound. The Chabura uses the replacement current Pesach and Tanama Yisrael.
You guys did more with me with
Jury,
you know that the devil ain't shortchanging me, sons of bitches.
There's a profundity in people talk, and there's a profundity in people are silent. There's a smart people don't have it. So now it's that we kind of become in, not that people are coming, have a common issue. Right? So from here, the wise men said, so silence is the wise men come from Allah has come for all the works of for fools. Here's a specific example of where you see that again, is that a statement? Is that a religious statement? Is that no, so it's a life statement. It was quite fascinating about this, and you find all the time where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it will quote it with the nozzle of the Gemara, a jewel or a gem in the mouth of the Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah, that's a statement of life wisdom, Yes, interestingly enough, remember, it's brought down in the midst of the halakhic discussion, and the court as a called it a truth. Well, halakhic discussion. The Sunday says, what do you see? that because it's not like activity keyboard hazard obviously for harmony. But obviously also CC against sting. That is a simple statement. Not it happens to be in this kind of mode where it's safety. So many times when the Gemara does it, this is not quoting a city, it's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often much the law that you may be interested in the things that people say all over the noise. He goes on, he says, "Muslimina behind the corner of Muhammad." Find this very upright in Gemara. So maybe the Gemara is not the only instance where the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. I'm not just revealing law. We'll give a Torah and ultimately again when
Just like the voice, if we had buttons to where we can silence the Patriot, like if all three of us agree and we can't see this. There you go. For those of you that got confused when you said alarm clock, it was like, what is that again?
Sometimes you
does that. Most of the time it's very
but the Gemara respects the idea of many states. It's called saying it in the people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Other no my system tax to tax. Not on the small our system who crux it. Hurry شعب الجمهورية أي شعب على فكرة وظبط ذيك المرة فبكرة على فكرة كل شوال في الجبل كلها بمحل ما في مقابل quotes just a number of pitkamim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people. Like regular people used to say this, used to say that, and which will be going to be some fashion. Regular things of ordinary people. And we say, oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea. So Tzaddik says, so we'll say, fascinating development. See halal taking cases of ordinary everyday people, what we call marginal of the tumor, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Second Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different against different of halacha and hashkafa, Torah. That supports the very
Scott, that was really
what
something else.
what does this mean?
That's
Like,
what you wanted
what's
to
the
do.
meaning of
And
this?
look at he did an entire piece of artwork around it.
From regular people, where
Like
it's
it's like
top
all
of you,
diamond and rough.
so I understand
Put a lot
this
of
other
time
things
into
develop this
11
quite
seconds.
beautifully and dramatically as it
It's alright.
conducts itself as people's oath, as well as
No,
building
yeah,
where
he's goofy. He's funny. He gets on like
incredible
every week. I'll tell you
paradigm for
go
us
sit, go sit down. Go sit down.
the earth.
Thank you so much. Give it up for Scott Kid, everybody. You did good. You did good. Next time, you 60 seconds. More jokes. It's okay. Go sit down. Oh. Do I have to get the Patriot on you, bro? Scott Kid, everybody. There you go. With Thor. You got the new Thor. You don't want anyone to ever do less than 60. Right. It's a newer thing. It's just insulting when somebody does this. That is yeah. And that's after me probably pausing the stop. So you said that about 22 seconds. Yeah. Anyway, why wouldn't you just like fucking leave or something like that for 30 seconds? Right, anything. You could have done anything. You could have not known whether the mic was on like everybody else did today. Give the Thor a different club. Hey, but you know what I'd like to know from the comedians is how many of them actually use a clock at home to practice to. Because it might help to just put a timer for 60 seconds. Zero.
Well,
Sometimes when I know I'm only doing 60 seconds, I don't go. I remember one thing I did try out when I first, before I went on stage, I got a little amp and I got a microphone. And I was like testing out using a microphone, how to make sounds in the microphone.
Go ahead and
never even used the microphone.
go ahead and cite an expression or cite a form of speech. Regular expression, when I'm being expressed by someone, it doesn't mean someone on level education, and you know you derive some
I told you I tried to be a vegan for a very short time.
so technically playing, yes,
All right, every week, this is an interesting twist that I don't think I got to explain to you guys before. Every week we have two of the same lovely young ladies that go on and do a new 60 seconds each week since episode 1. We've reached that point right now, so with no further hesitation, coming up first this week, we're going to get together for
a number of different
and everybody.
So, I read this story in the news about an orphan, 15-year-old orphan that's looking for a home. St. Savion, he's from Florida, and he's going to different churches. He's he'll take anybody. I'll take any family. And it was a big outcome. People from Sweden, Australia, Iran. Now I just imagine this. Everybody, we have Davion here today, and we're standing before the Lord today because this is a blessing. Today is a blessing, people. Davion, pack your sandbags because you're going to Iran.
Certain individual who used to say,
yes, we bought you a praying mat. You are no longer Davion Smith. You are Davion Halujar, and you are going there. And like a month later, they're interviewing him, like, Davion, how do you like your new home? He's like, man, this is awful. I gained 50 pounds dropping out of school. They took my hand because I stole an apple. I'll take any orphanage. I'll take any orphanage.
together
That's an actual news story, right? Somebody, was it in Texas?
Right,
Florida got adopted by an Iranian family.
Together,
He didn't get adopted by them, but that was the story.
Obviously, again, in a very narrow space. He says,
Australia.
Hashta, the law about Zita.
That would
The
suck.
Hashta, the law of
Oh my
Zita.
God, his family
Nothing.
didn't have this way,
Now
right?
he says, the passion is not that intense, the love is not that intense. We are about to sing that Nidi Lord Sagila. He's a little bit again. Even a very large bed is not enough for us. There was a man who used to say this, then the Gemara goes on, they correct shapes, Arakilo Hashem, the Bible is coming out of Torah. Ultimately, again, the mission is virtually legal. That's what the Torah says, someone up of the lid of the others.
Do you still want to take that 11:30 with Iran?
The Daniel, the Tisha, the Torah, Harik, and Hassan. This is the height of the
See
lid
what you
of
guys
the
let
others.
two different girls go on every
Of
week.
the
She started very shortly after that. She actually started on the show. So,
And you go up other places around town.
She on top of the
She
top
went from college to be a sniper.
Yeah, I dropped out of college.
of the earth. Then what
yeah, it
happened?
was originally supposed to be
Somehow
done for her, like, you can do this show.
larger structure than that. And then what happened? The base of this is Detroit, and it was very the heavens is where I reside. You see the progression in the beginning of this part of
It's a
the
really
right
smart
series
Florida
on
joke
top
again,
of
you
the
guys
other.
missed.
Then
Really smart.
things
Can't
change a
just
little bit.
rewrite that.
There's a
He
much
said
bigger
later gators,
structure
that's
than
the Florida University of
then
Florida.
things change a little bit more.
That's our bus.
I need you validation.
About your home state.
Yeah.
And this guy who was just making experience without life. That's when we were young and our love was passionate and intense. We could keep together on the edge of the sword. That's what it's a very large bed is not large enough to accommodate us.
Fuck yeah, very funny. Kimberly Condon on Twitter. There she goes. Kid Condon. What's amazing is that it's a new 12 or 60 seconds every week that they're kicking out. So it's like a fun, just keeps in check. I mean, basically, we all sort of maybe push ourselves that hard. But
Yeah, but she's doing it. It's going to now be on the internet for the rest of the time.
well, yeah, so
quoting is this dynamic way. The dynamic way, just the way kind of relationships go. And then someone says, wow, because that's
all right, and ever since episode 1, here's your other lovely young lady, the one and only Sarah Mustache.
I'm half Iranian, Kim Condit.
It's a whole bunch of
The other
examples
half is just
from
here
this
from
schema,
together.
really wonderful examples. Fascinating. So study goes on. So
And my dad
what's
called
the
me this
shot?
week and he
What's
asked
the shot?
me if I
Goes
wanted
to
like
take a
to
look
all
where
of
it's
this
going to be
trip
more. I'm
to
taking
Iran.
up sign the left hand.
I
The
think
left
he
hand has
misinterpreted when I told him
the
it was
Oriental
set in stone.
So the left says, what do we learn from this? He says, connection
Not what I
is
meant.
אפילו
Yeah, that was Lifetime Travel. I know how the shit goes down.
יש לו שורש
I
נחשון,
get in trouble for saying things
אחיזה
like that.
ודברי תורה מיוחדת. So it's so incredibly
I'm pretty sure that he just wants to send me there so I can like not talk and like do all the time. I hate to break it to you, Dad. You're never gonna get a 9-year-old feedback. So. Alright, thank you guys.
And then that music, the big guy on the big cartel. Oh, by the way, that's David.
The narration
That's
that
a
used to do
dynamic.
of like my life
That's
sucks.
the
I'm
right
just gonna narrate
tells you
for the
that
next
even
minute
the
how my life is and how I'm married.
rooted
He took that
in
to like to actually
doesn't
doing
like
bits and
speaking
stuff. And it's
Torah.
really cool
He
seeing
doesn't
you
say
grow a lot.
quoting
You
Torah. We
started
don't.
comedy
But
on
what
this
he says
podcast.
is Torah. So listen, again,
So
I'm
your
going to
first
point out
time you
when I
ever
started
performed
from
was on
your
this show. The third time ever sitting on
from what you said before. Remember again,
Why do you want to be a
in
comedian?
those days, why is
Making
it
people laugh
being
is stand
exchanged
up
possible?
comedy.
Why is it being exchanged? Like, why is there the ability for a person even who has made catastrophic
Back that narration shit again. Oh,
the internet, like about Kanye says, the spark of the mitzvot and the streaming amount of time for sparkle is untainted. There's a piece of us that there's a piece of me that literally is a derivative from God. That's why no matter how bad I mess up in life, change is always possible because that one piece is never tainted.
Pressed against your chin.
Something, by the way, even the simplest Jew talks Torah. Like maybe you never learned Torah. Or maybe if you learned Torah, you didn't pay attention to Torah. Or maybe you just never. How is that's because, again, the nafsho, you should be sorry, I'm sorry. So, give it Torah. The nefesh, soul of the Jew, has
I just did my first
what?
right before that.
Still hooked to your chair. We're gonna stay focused on what's going on here.
Do you fall in love really easily?
Oh, the Havaragil Inish, the Amri Inish. Like people say, who cares what people say? Because it's important to hear what you say. Because at the end of your day, his soul is rooted in Torah. And if the Torah that comes out of his mouth, even if he doesn't realize that it's true, so becomes no dog, turn the page. No dog, move on the Neva. Shit, the guy told us to come into
I think that was Jan Man.
I usually fuck older looking hipsters.
So the guy told us that. Then we told us
You think Kurt's a hipster? With a leather jacket and a black hair glasses?
Yeah, that's just being cool. I have stigmatism and I want to separate from it. Hipsters like a guy's like
but again, the phrase of the American people say, and that recording what people say, what people say.
We're gonna get a
Because
fresh pair of hair.
say,
there you go, everybody. Sarah Charlie Dresses on Twitter at Sarah Dresses. There we go. Another fun episode of Kill Tony down the hatch. That's at Natasha Leggero on Twitter. Anything coming up that you want to promote? You know that we have tens of thousands of listeners.
Oh, well, I'll be in Manhattan November 14th and 17th at Caroline's. And you can watch my hot tub show. I do an interview show in my hot tub.
That is super cool.
And that is on my YouTube channel, YouTube.com/Natasha.
Pig Bottoms. Pig Bottoms is the one of
Bottom is my spawn boy. Played by Moshe
Because
Katz.
She plays a character named Pig Bottom. His funny bit is her man.
big bottoms
He
up?
says, "Isaiah
Basically,
represented
Anything.
Korach HaDibur Shel Adam."
Does it have goat hands?
So
No, it does not have good hands.
What's happening with you?
Next week I'm
said
that the Korach
60
HaDibur,
seconds on
like the power of speech that is within a person, is the soul
I got the test on.
essence of the
Just
soul.
on television.
And the essence of the almost
KTLA 5 and
remember again, the word itself,
Hell yeah.
the fact that I'm which created that. So what does the Torah
One of my
say?
funniest
Now you
pals.
talk
We're
the
gonna get
Hapal
coffee with
Ruach
you sometime this week for
the
sure.
Torah
The
is
Iron
true life
Patriot,
into the
thank you so much as always, everybody. We're going to Halloween. We're going to be in San Diego. I'm also going to be in Toronto, November 5th through the 10th for the Toronto Dark Comedy Festival with David Tell and Gilbert Gottfried. I get to be there for that red band. Yeah, and I'll be with Deep Del Rey in San Francisco in November. Go to Desmond.tv for all the details. Thank you so much, everybody. Thanks, Natasha. Thanks, Kurt. You're welcome.
we don't look at what the difference is next to the rest of the Torah. That's reflective of man's neshama. That's reflective of man's soul. Man's soul, a spark of the Ribbon Shalom. So therefore, it makes sense. I mean, we'll stop you. I'll pick up with you tomorrow. But therefore, because it makes sense that man's innate kedusha is expressed through speech. That's why the Margal of Akunik, sometimes a person will say something, not even realizing that what it is that they're saying is words of Torah, but it's almost as if the Dibor has the ability to express the most innate Kedusha manner. But so step over here, we'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. Of course, conversely, what's fascinating is that one of man's greatest abilities to debase himself is through speech as well, which makes sense. Because remember, again, wherever there is the greatest capacity for holiness, there is also the greatest capacity for tumah or for debasement. So if Dibur is going to be the way that I can articulate and I can express my most innate kedusha, it's also the way that unfortunately, again, I could express my most innate tumah as well. All right, well, we'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with this piece tomorrow. It's not just the pshat. That a person's speech, is what distinguishes him from the animal kingdom, but rather, again, it's the fact that a person's speech is the very manifestation of his life. Or my ability to speak is the actual manifestation that I am a living being. That's what that represents. He goes on, he says, this is incredible. There's no distinction between the tzaddikim who are alive and the tzaddikim who are dead, except for speech. And we'll see closely in the Gemara that says that tzaddikim are called living even in their death, which makes sense because the tzaddik leaves behind the legacy. The tzaddik leaves behind Torah. The tzaddik leaves behind certain things in the world of the living, even when his biological life has come to an end. So that's the case that the tzaddik is always considered alive. What's the difference between a living tzaddik and a dead tzaddik? Speech. Deeper v'divrei Torah bilvad. Zeu yisod ha'chiyus. And this is the essence. This is the foundation of life. Divrei Torah is chaya adam. V'chivan sha'dibor ha'shagar al lishono ha'adam. Huragil v'omro novan mishar shnasham. So now that I understand, it's not just the pshat that speech is what distinguishes me from the animals, but it's speech that represents the very manifestation of my life force. But speech is what is my field, is my life. Then at the end of the day, says the Rebbe, it makes sense. So it says, what it turns out is speech is the very essence of my life, and speech is the very manifestation of my life force. Therefore, when I speak, it's incredible. When I speak, especially things that I'm accustomed to say, those come, the Rebbe says, shoresh nafsho, from the essence of my soul. The essence of my soul. Hari nimtza in came, kini dibor zayotze coming mitiv, yuchal ha'adam lichon v'la'amol al malchus shoresh nafsho. Therefore, this is incredible. It turns out that if there's a margalit or derogatory inish something you normally say, something you have to say, something you often say, so that gives a person a window into their holiness, into their almost their inner ruchnius, their shoresh nafsho, the essence of something, something that is normally said, something you normally say. That means that that speech, which in and of itself is the manifestation of your soul, of your holiness, that speech is coming from somewhere ruchni, which means, and it's again, let's say I want to be clear. The Rebbe is not saying that every single thing we say is a manifestation of our ruchnius. I mean, all of us know this very well. Plenty of stuff we say that not ruchni. That's not ruchni. He's talking about so many of us have our attitudes, right? We have the things that we say. Just ask your kids; they'll tell you the things that you always say. So, to some extent, it's interesting that many of us have the things that we often say. So, what's the shot with that? So the Rebbe says, speech again. It's the progression. Speech is the manifestation of my internal holiness, and therefore, when there's something that I commonly say, that means that is like a principle that is emanating from my neshama, which means that by definition, it has almost a Torah holiness to it. Either maybe I don't even know any Torah. You might not consciously know any Torah, but Kala Torah Kula is embedded in your subconscious. Kala Torah Kula is embedded in your soul. And Kala Torah Kula sometimes finds its way out in the interesting adages that a person says. He goes on, he says, and this is incredible. In game, the Yoti Kamen Mikid, left hand column, which could podcast Dure Hasidus. Therefore, if there's something that a person says often, Yuchal Ha'adam Litchon V'la'amol Amahus Shoresh Nafsho. Sometimes that daily adage, right, or that common adage that a person says is an incredible way for a person to see the essence of his spirituality. Ladas Matin Yano, to know what is my purpose, what is my inyan, and what is my purpose in the Rebbe say that now this is now something else. Now the Rebbe is introducing another dynamic, which I just is so incredible. The Rebbe is saying sometimes not only is the Margul of the Hume, not only is the common statement a manifestation of my inner holiness and my inner Torah, but sometimes that which I often say can also be a little bit of a remez, be a little bit of a hint to what's my purpose in this world. So say, isn't this incredible? Sometimes the thing which makes sense because the things that I always talk about, the things that I always talk about, or the adages that I often discuss, they represent what's coming out of my soul. He says something is highlighting over here. See, we often think people just talk, and that is true. People do just talk. But sometimes when a person is often anchored in a common saying, or a person often expresses a certain sentiment over and over and over, what Chazal would call margalei befume, hadragil inish lemeimar. Why do I always say that? Some subject says that's coming from inside of me. That's coming from inside of my neshama. That's a manifestation of my inner Torah. To which Rav Tzaddik says, first of all, it tells me I didn't know Torah, but now we see on a deeper level, it also represents my mission in this world. If I'm always talking about the same thing, then maybe says Rav Tzaddik, that's necessary. That's ma'in yano b'safkido hamiyuchad ba'olam hazeh. that can help me understand what is my union, what is my sound, what is my tafkid, what is my purpose in this world. כי כל אחד הוא מדובר ומנוסה בעניין מיוחד בפני עצמו. שעבור זה כל העולם כולו בשבילו וצריכים לו בזה. We all have a mission. So its words are very powerful over here. Every single person has a mission. And every person has a mission in a particular area. Of course, we all have perhaps, one could argue, we all have the same shared general mission. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the mitzvos, the Bali said, okay, so that's a shared general mission that each of us has. But then each of us also has a specific mission. This mission, the world needs me to do. So I need to do the mission for me, and the world needs me to do it as well. And I will say it's pretty incredible. He goes on, he says, Ukahai Gavna. So, well, actually, we'll stop here for today. But I just want to point out what the topic is highlighting in this because I think it's truly amazing. So there's a number of things that's happening. Number one, remember, why is it that Chazal speak about, often quote, Margala with the inchi? This is what people normally say. And they just quote like a regular adage. Who cares? Right? Or Havadiragil inchi, people normally say, because the topic says that which we say is a manifestation of our inner holiness. Because speech, libor in and of itself, is not just what distinguishes us from the animal kingdom, but speech is the way, says Rav Tzadok, that we articulate an innate sense of Torah, an innate sense of ruchnis. It is how we communicate our innate holiness. And what Rav Tzadok is introducing now, so what about the stuff that I say over and over, right? This I always say, like, it's always interesting to note. After 120, you go to a levaya and you hear how people reflect on a loved one. And to me, it's always fascinating, especially when children are able to go ahead and say, my father always used to say this, my mother always used to say this. So sometimes what they quote is a little bit sad and pathetic, but sometimes a child remembers a real sense of parental wisdom, and it's dramatic. It's dramatic when you hear that because that's the legacy. That's the legacy. And the Tzaddik says, where did that adage come from? The fact that children remember it. Okay, it could be because the father said it a million times. But on a deeper level, what the children are recognizing is our father, our mother, our parent, it doesn't matter, grandparent was articulating a truth. And that truth stemmed from their inner ruchnius, from their inner holiness. What Rav Tzadok now introduced, which we'll have to stop with today, but we'll continue with tomorrow in Eretz Hashem, is that inner truth sometimes also is reflective of a personalistic mission. That when you always talk about the same thing, and you always talk about the same concept or the same ideal or the same issue, says Rav Tzadok, you might not even realize it, but you're articulating to yourself what your mission is in this world and what the world truly needs you for. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Eretz Hashem with the rest of it. We'll conclude Ostim Gimel and Eretz Hashem tomorrow. All right, Joe, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to finish up. You're going to get, I think, a few minutes head start on the dot, just to make such a long dot today. Wow, beautiful dot. Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right, so we're finishing off Os Nun Gimel. And we are leading off on, or we're picking up our page. So remember again, the Rebbe was highlighting this incredible idea, this really beautiful idea, that when a person speaks or that which a person says is often an expression of their inner spirituality. And on a specific level, when a person commonly says something, that can often refer to a particular aspect of their ruchnius, a particular aspect of their personalistic kedusha. Because what differentiates us from the animal world and from the rest of creation is the ability to speak. But it's not just the ability to dialogue, it's the ability to articulate an inner or innate holiness in a way that the rest of nature cannot. That's the godless of man. So that when a person constantly says something like, you want to margala bakume, or ragil inish tahavila nema, something that people constantly said, that was often understood to be, according to Rebbe, an expression of a person's inner ruchnius. And what we left off with yesterday is not only an expression of my ruchnius, but an expression of my core identity. So my core identity was sometimes in and of itself expression of my core life mission. What is it that I have to accomplish? What is it that I have to do? Who is it that I am in my essence? So we'll just end off this oath with two interesting examples. He said, so I'm on page Kuf Chav Ches in the Biuria Hasidus, left hand column. Ukahai Gavna, still in the middle of the column. Ukahai Gavna, and in this manner, Kein Zeh Kinu Chazal, as Miyuchadus Ha'adam Ayidei Diburo. That you could see the singularity of man through his speech. Now I'm going to say one more time. Not just in the singularity of man in his place and nature through his speech, but the singularity of man in terms of seeing his essence, who he is, what he is through his speech. He gives an example. This is great. Quote the Gemara Maseches Pesachim. It's not so long ago. The Gemara says, "Bereish Pesachim al Hahuda Hava Amar Adam Echad Shahayra Gilama." There was a particular guy who always used to say, "Don't Dini." Whenever he would have an issue, he would always say, "Okay, let's go to basement. Let's go to basement." And I was like, now the Gemara is not trying to paint an issue of a container. Everybody has disputes. And most times people try, hopefully, to settle their disputes amongst themselves. This particular guy never felt the real need to settle his disputes amongst him and his disputants. But rather, again, he is kind of a reflective reaction. Like, let's just go to Bezdin. We'll settle it in days. We'll have others go ahead and help us. So the Gemara says, anytime you had a business to speak with someone, Haya Omer, coming, Bolidin. You would say to someone, why don't you come to din with me? Come to din, and in general, this individual would never be satisfied unless, of course, a particular ruling was delivered by a diet. So what happens? What does the Gemara say? Amru Chazal, Shmanina Midan Kaasi. What do you see from here? That this individual came from Shevet Dan. Came from Shevet Dan, right? Dan Yadin Amo. So Dayanim, like the Pasuk says, like Dayanim come from Shevet Dan. So the Gemara understands that this individual's need for constant adjudication, right, and his need ultimately to resolve everything through the mechanism of the Beis Din, the Gemara understood meant that he was from Shevet Dan. If you take a look in footnote Kuf Tes Vav on the bottom, so footnote Kuf Tes Vav, Jirai Sahuda Amar Don Dini, Amrishmami not Midan Kas, Ksiv, Don Yadin Amal, Ke'echad Shitei Yisrael. So the Gemara tells another story. How who the Havaka Azal Va'amar Akif Yama Asisni Biyarasa. But Kulash Kehuz the Mizbulun Kasi. The Gemara tells another story. There was another guy whose lifelong dream was always to travel the seas. Right? They just want to travel the seas. So they looked into his dichos, and it turned out, sure enough, who was he from? He was from Shevet Binyamin. He was from Shevet Binyamin. We'll say, Chavan, Zoom, you hear me all right? Okay, I see someone posted the sound. Good. All right. So they found out that he is from the Shevet Zvulun. Remember again, Zvulun, as the Pasuk says, Zvulun Lechov Yomim Yishkov. This oath ends off just with this last piece where the Rebbe explains that these individuals, through what they were constantly saying, ultimately gave you a little bit of a hint into who they were. So if we kind of bring this all together, what comes out from this sip, which I think is really incredible, is remember how this journey began. Let's sum this up in a minute. So the Rebbe said, intrigued by the fact that often in the Gemara, you'll find Margalot de Pume, right? The Chazal often quote just a common saying of an individual. And Tzaddik was intrigued by that. Why does a common saying, or why does something that people commonly say, why does that find its way to the Gemara? Ultimately, again, to what Tzaddik said, step one is to understand that the nefesh, the soul of a Jew, ultimately, again, his wording was, Yesh lo achiza b'divrei Torah miyuchadas. The neshama of a Jew has a particular connection to Torah. Torah is embedded inside of the neshama of the Jew. And that's, according to Rav Tzaddik, the condition of this is, even if a person isn't learning Torah, right? Even if a person hasn't been learning Torah, at the end of the day, Torah is embedded in my neshama. How does that innate Torah express itself? So Rav Tzaddik posits, it often expresses itself through our deeper, through the way we speak. That when we talk, it gives us a little bit of a window into our innate spirituality. So Rav Tzaddik says, and that manifests itself in a couple of different ways. Either it manifests itself in a window into my core identity. That was the last two examples of the guy from Dunn, the guy from Zvolin, or it can manifest itself in an articulation of my core challenge, my core mission, my core beliefs. But what Tzaddik ultimately highlights is that one is able to go ahead and get a window into their core ruchnius, into their innate ruchnius, by how they talk. And I've always said it's an incredible lesson for us because, we all have things that we constantly say, or we all have things that we constantly talk about. So it's interesting to kind of take a step back and look at what are the things we constantly talk about. What are the things we're constantly verbally focused on? And if we look at those, it's an interesting way to kind of see what is our innate ruchnius, what is our innate spiritual identity. I think sometimes it paints a good picture, sometimes it paints a challenging picture, because sometimes we're not always focused on the right things. But what Rav Tzaddik tells me is that even if my dibur kind of highlights a little bit of a broken internal spiritual dynamic, the fact that the neshama is constantly rooted in Torah indicates to me that I have the ability to spiritually rehabilitate. We'll tackle there for today. I think the Meretz Hashem, what we're going to do come Monday, Meretz Hashem, today's Nisan, what we're going to start doing from the next week's leading up to Pesach is Meretz Hashem, probably a little bit of Inyonei Pesach. We use this 10-minute seder before the daf to Meretz Hashem, focus on a little bit of Inyonei Haggadah, a little bit of Inyonei Nisan. I haven't chosen the sefer yet that we're going to do it. I'll provide you with copies, or maybe we'll skip around a little bit, but that's going to be eyeball. So that's good. So we ended up over here in Eretz Hashem at Os Nun Dalid, and in Eretz Hashem we'll pick up with Tzidkas HaTzadik after Pesach in Eretz Hashem. All right, you're both say good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to Eretz Hashem complete Os Nun Zion this morning. So remember again yesterday. Okay, we began the very profound last piece of this oath. David HaMelech telling us, "Gam Teilech begin Salmoves Lo Irar Akit Kiato Imadi." So the Tzaddik is introducing us to the idea that the Begate Mavis is actually a reference to Gehenna, which is an incredibly dramatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. And David HaMelech saying, even though I'm going to go to Gehenna, I'm not scared for you are with me. To which Reb Tzadok said, David HaMelech, why do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say with such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? After all, again, David, even if you've done things wrong, David HaMelech ultimately again is a paradigmatic example of the koach, of the power of tshuva. Furthermore, maybe you're concerned, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. It's not the way that you speak, it's not the way that you think, not the way that you approaches life. Which Reb Tzadok says the Gehenna, which David HaMelech refers to, is Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna that one experiences as a result of the Agmas Nefesh, as a result of the turmoil, of the inner stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment of hate. So David HaMelech says, Gam ki elech begates al maves. I have experienced my Gehenna in general. So speaking about this, the Gemara says that David HaMelech, when he was walking through the base measures, they would always ask him, they were taunting, David HaMelech suffered from the taunting and from really the abuse from his enemies, both internal and external, for many years. And when he would walk into the base medrash, they would say to him, David, what is the punishment for adultery? What's the punishment for adultery? So David HaMelech would say, the truth is, the punishment is Misa, but if he does tshuva, he has Olam Haba. But Hamavayish as Chavero Beradin, but one who embarrasses his friend in public, has no portion in the world. Now, this is David HaMelech's life. This is what he contended with when he went to the base measures. Figure out the external enemies that he faced. He said, I walk in Gehenna each and every day. This is the nature of my life. And I will say what we began to speak about yesterday a little bit was again paying the test. Let's go from the test. Look at the bottom right of the Orei Hasidus. He says, we began, I believe, to speak about this dynamic yesterday. On the one hand, the Tzaddik has been extolling the power ultimately of Busha and the power of Agmas Nefesh and the power of inner turmoil. He's been extolling these things because they're representative of a person's status of tshuva. But at the end of the day, says the Tzaddik, there's another part to this, which is the possibility that as a result of the depression, of the sadness, one doesn't have the Shekhinah in their life. Because as the Tzaddik said, left hand column, page Koflam, it says, the Az Machmas Tzarakal. So this is this incredible, almost profound dialectic. That on one hand, the Agmas Nefesh, the Busha, the sadness that is the result of sin, is so powerful and cathartic because it represents Shuvah. That emotional reaction to sin tells me this is not part of me. This is not who I am. I am not a chote. I am a good person who sometimes does bad things, but I'm not a bad person. B'haraya, look how I feel in the aftermath of something negative. That's the profundity here. Yet, something says on the same hand, sadness is the very emotion which drives away the Ribbon Shalom. A person needs simcha in order to go ahead and in order to go ahead and forge a relationship with Hashem. So David HaMelech says something amazing. Gam ki elech begate salmabes. Even though I walk in Gehenna in this world, I experience profound sadness in this world as a result of the averos that I've committed. Lo irara. If you look in the Tzaddik, he says over here, skip down in the middle of the paragraph, on left-hand paragraph. Amar David HaMelech, Gam ki elech begate salmabes. Haynu ba'aslus al chata'ai. Lo irara ki atat imadi. Somehow, some way now, Tzaddik gets into different or more specific ideas as to what Ra represents. I don't think it's central for our theme right now, but Tzaddik is saying over here something so profound. What David HaMelech is saying is, even though I experience the busha, the admas nefesh, the visceral emotions of hate in this world, nevertheless, lo irara. I am not worried about the spiritual downfall. Why? There is kiata'imadi. Because somehow I've found a way to create this balance between the agmas nefesh and sadness of sin, yet the need to go ahead and maintain a positive simchadik disposition in life. Well, see, you know what's happening over here? This I think, is perhaps one of the most profound, I think it's one of the most profound things I've ever learned in my life. The Tzaddik is saying life, successful spiritual living requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the agmas nefesh and the sadness and the profound embarrassment, the busha, over what I've done wrong. The danger with that is you could lose yourself in it. You could lose yourself, right? I could become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done. That's what? That I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in that abyss of sadness. So that's why the other side of the coin is, yes, I have agmas nefesh, I have busha, I have charata, I have all of these things that I hate, but I also possess optimism, hope, resolve for the future. I can do better. I can be better. I can live better. These are these two sides of the coin. The busha, charata, agmas nefesh, hope, optimism, promise for the future. And that says the Tzaddik is what David HaMelech is saying in this kapitel of Tehillim, in this one phrase, Gam ki elech begate salmabes. I live in the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna which is often the aftermath of Chait, where I recognize that I messed up so badly. It didn't need to be this way. This is not who I am. The busha, the agmas nefesh, the charata. But lo yirara. Lo yirara says, David HaMelech says, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. Why? Because I know, listen to what Tzaddik says, I know that despite everything terrible that I've done, you don't leave me. You don't leave me. Why don't you leave me? Because you believe in me. Because you believe in me because you see the good that I possess. And if you believe in me, that gives me the koach to believe in myself. Gives me so therefore, again, as much as I have to live with the busha, with the agmas nefesh, the charata, because that's necessary and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to hate, that's a good sign. I won't lose myself in it. I won't lose myself in it. Because as you don't forsake me, you don't leave me. you believe in me, ultimately it gives me the courage to believe in myself. So stop it. Over here for today. We'll pick up with Oslo class tomorrow. All right, Jumbo, say good morning. Let us begin. So we are starting this morning. A new Stream Zipcast on Tazik Oslo class. I sent it out yesterday on the WhatsApp chat. A truly beautiful piece we have ahead of us today. So let's begin. It's on page Kuf Mem Oslo class. So with that right, let's follow along in the Biguria Hasidus right hand column. לאחר שטוב לו להסמר ולהצטרף בכל people al khatam. So the Rebbe wrote, I skipped over. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't skip over. So after a person, yeah, good. After it's important for a person to establish. Also, remember again in those Zions, we spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a place where we go after 120, but in fact, again, Gehenna can be experienced in Olam Hazeh when one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil, the agmas nefesh, the difficulty of recognizing the mistakes I've made in life. So, after we've spoken about this concept, also we spoke about this idea that this Gehenna in Olam Hazeh actually has a profound cathartic impact as well. I love Ladas, so this is a very profound idea. After a person does tshuva for a particular adira, kol michshol b'chit sheshav alav b'tshuva, hu siman v'alchacha she'ino naki lechalutin necheitzeh. So I say, the Rabbi here says something very interesting, which you're going to have to kind of ponder a little bit. So listen to these words. He says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular adira, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed of that avera. Well, one more time. After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. He says, "Simin v'alchacha she'inonaki lechalutin mecheitzeh." That's demonstrative that I'm not naki, I'm not cleansed, in other words, that I still struggle with this particular fate. Okay, so as I said, first glance, the statement seems a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. You'll see what he means in just a moment. Share, Dvar Avera, Davar Va'avera, Sha'adam Naki Mimenu Lagamre. Because when it comes to a certain area or a particular Avera, that a person is totally naki, that a person is totally cleansed from, the Inlo Shum Nigia, Mishicha Nafshis, Vishum Taiva La Avera Hagi. This is actually a very beautiful idea. Because if there's a particular Avera with which I have no struggle, if there's a particular Avera from which I am totally clean and pure, he says, Vishum Taiva La Avera, I'm sorry, Vishum Taiva La Avera, I have no desire for this particular Avera. Hari Nikra B'nechshav Adam Zeba Shamayim L'tzadik L'inyan Osa Davar V'Osa Avera. Listen, this is such a beautiful idea. You'll see how the Rebbe develops this. If there's a particular Avera that I don't stumble in, a particular Avera that I don't transgress, and a particular Avera for which I have no desire, I am called a tzaddik in that area. So these are the two parts as the tzaddik of life, of my personal life. They're the areas that I transgress, And by definition, any area that I transgress and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the chiddush of Reb Tzaddik is as follows. The chiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say I commit an avera, and I do tshuva avera. What's my status now? What's my status? So what's my status? Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik, says Reb Tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. About tshuva, I'm not a tzaddik because Reb Tzaddik says the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avari, I'm a person who commits averos, or if I've done tshuva, I am a bal tshuva. Because the Rebbe says not a tzaddik. That term tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go ahead and I have no desire, no pull, no inclination, and I have not transgressed those particular averos. He goes on. You're going to see why this is a very exciting definition. He goes on, he says, I already said good. The inyan zeh, v'choshi tzadik l'davar tzadik rak l'davar echad bilvad, gam im legadi sharnian. So it's just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result of tzaddik's understanding? What's the beautiful reality that he creates for us? Think about this. We're all tzaddikim in many. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom. I don't want to say that's much too strong, but in which maybe we transgress. So think about this for just a second. The Torah says, "Lo sita lecha asherah." Don't plant an asherah tree to worship it. Good news. Never did it. Have no desire for it. Fantastic. I'm tzaddik in the inyan of asherah. I will say the truth is the amazing part is we can go through a whole list of this, right? Think about this for another moment. Even in the areas of immorality or morality, where there are so many types, there are certain forbidden relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So, which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the tzaddik says, what this means is, in any given moment in life, listen to how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. Isn't? And Reb Tzaddik says, this idea, the inyan zeh, lihichoshev, tzaddik, rak l'davar echad bilvad, gam im legadi sharin yom nechsha kirasha, and this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha, who can derech shekasav harashba b'kidusha b'nida. Quotes over here, we'll say in a very interesting Gemara in the Second Nida. Quotes over here, and actually we're gonna stop over here for today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to start that on time here. But just point out, Rebbe introducing this dramatic new idea that a person could simultaneously be tzaddik and a rasha in the same type. But these are new definitions. A tzaddik, I will say, which if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So the tzaddik refers to, what tzaddik is also going to say is, tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averos. So to certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. To certain averos, I'm a rasha. Certain averos, I'm a tzaddik. No taiba for it. No desire for it. No shaitas to it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. Active state of transgression. I may chas shalom be a rasha. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. But also, what's also interesting about this is that we'll have to stop. According to this approach of the Rebbe, we'll say that a person after chait is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery? It's an amazing thing. The cloud goggle a person in recovery is, he's never what? If you see the people in recovery, people don't usually say, I'm recovered. I'm recovered. Instead, they say, I'm 365 months, whatever. I'm sober this amount of time. It's an incredible yesod, and it's so profound. Because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea is, this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The Tzaddik says it's the same thing in hate. It's the same exact thing in hate. I'm in recovery. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Well, see, if you think about this in life, it's not usually the pshat that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away, and panim chadoshos, ba'ulakan, right? New struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally very often are the very things we've been struggling with since our youth. It's all the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So therefore says the tzaddik, in your areas of struggle, you've never really become a tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no shaykhus to this particular chait. I become Baal Tshuva. And that's okay. We'll say that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become a tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string together a prolonged amount of sobriety. That's my goal. I so stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece is life altering. Just in the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strengths. We're going to continue tomorrow. So that's what I say.
California's Attorney General says Albertsons is going to pay millions for its role in the opioid epidemic.
All right, you want to say good morning? Let us begin. So we are continuing in Eretz Hashem this morning in Oslo class. Sit class. Over again, the Rebbe began with this concept yesterday, a little bit of a definitional concept. That the definition of a tzaddik is one who does not go ahead and experience temptation in a particular area of life, versus I guess, for lack of a better term, I'm going to use the word Russia, but it's not really what that is referring to. Is the tzaddik and the non-tzaddik. So the tzaddik is one who never experiences a temptation in a particular area, but an area in which I struggle, and an area certainly in which I fall, and I have failed. So one cannot refer to themselves or think of themselves as a tzaddik in that particular area. But the Rebbe says something amazing. That's why in life, in any given moment, I can simultaneously be struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time be considered a tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be a tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So the Rebbe now gives an example of this. He says, picking up on page Kufmen, in the Uriah Hasidus, the right-hand side, the bottom paragraph there, about 5 lines up on the bottom. The Choshev Ritzadik Raklik over Echad Bilvad, in Gam Legabi Shara Inan Nechshav Kirasha. And this idea that I can be considered a tzaddik in one area, even if other areas I am a Rasha, Hukidarach Shekasav Harashma Bukidusha Benida. So let's see, bring an interesting example of this. So like you remember 16, what does the Gemara say? Le'inyan mash amru chazal al had gimalim, roch ve gimalim shekulam rishoy. Isn't this? The Gemara says, camel drivers, all camel drivers are Rishon. What does that mean? Mitznei she'ovrin al isurei chutza'as zar levatala. Because we'll see what's the issue with the camel drivers. Camel drivers, right? Is he looking footnote Kufman above? So he says, Tanya read Tanya Nafi, Rochve Gimalim Kula Mishram. The Gemara says, those who camel riders are always shy. Why? Rashi, Rochve Gimalim Eberehem Mischamim the Basar Hagamal Umotzian Zera. So Rashi seems to understand over here the nature of riding a camel is ultimately again the Iber right against the camel, and it leads to constant, emission of zera, emission of semen. So because of that, they end up wasting an incredible amount of zera. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, because of that, all those donkey drivers are rishon. Okay. Now listen, now watch this. The Gemara goes on. He says, Umaksha Rashba. The Rashba raises a kasha. What's the Rashba's kasha? But there's another Gemara Masechus Kiddushin, and what does the Gemara say? Left hand Kalavire Chasidus, Isa the Mishnah, Shahagimalin Ruban Ksherim. Well, so listen to this. The Gemara Masechus Kiddushin says that the Gamalin, the camel drivers, the majority of them are Ksherim, righteous people. Why? Hainu. Mipnei sheparshim lemidbaros lemakum gudei chayis v'liskin v'yireim lenafsham u'mishabrim ribam lemakum. Listen to this. So Rashi says, why is that? Because where do camel drivers have to travel? They have to travel to the desert, right? And in the desert, they are very much dependent on the Ribbon Shalom. In the desert, they are exposed to all of the elements. In the desert, they have to deal with all of this uncertainty. So interestingly enough, uncertainty is something which often brings a person closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because I realize at the end of the day, I can depend on no one except for tomorrow Shalom. So let's say, see these two contrasting Gemaras. On one hand, the Gemara says, camel drivers, they're always shy. Why? Because of the nature of their profession, they're riding on a camel all day. So they experience Hotza'as and Zara Levatala, wasting of seeds. You remember second Kiddushin, Rupan Ksherim are the camel drivers. That is a from Chevra. Why? They're Ma'aminim, they're real believers. Why have to be? Once there's atheists in the foxhole. So when you're traveling in vast deserts, right, and you have to rely on finding water here or civilization here, and you realize how fragile life is and how dependent on the Ribbon Shalom you are, that engenders a certain level of firmkeit and personal piety. So ask the Rashba. So the Rashba says, so what's going on over here? How do you reconcile these two Gemaras? Are the camel drivers Rishayim or are they Ksherim? We'll tell you the Rashba. The Rashba says it's so profound. Shadvar inum sosum zelazeklav. The Rashba says it's not a contradiction. Sha'emesi delagabe inyan zeh shalashchasas zera nechshavim rochve hagimalim l'rishayim. In reality, says the Rashba, when it comes to Ashkasa, they're wasting of seed. So the Gamal are Rishon. They're Rishon. They commit this Avera. However, the Gemara says, U'ulam b'chosos legabe inyan zeh shemeshabrim libam l'makom in nechshavim la'anashim shir. So the Rashba says it's a very simple answer. They are Rishon in one area and Tzadikim in another area. With this issue of Hotza'ah, but they're tzaddikim because they have incredible emunah. They have incredible belief in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They supplicate. They petition God with a broken heart and incredible intensity. Mipnei shehagdaras tzaddik o rasha eino behefrich koleles es kol prate hamitzvos. So we'll say what the Rashba introduces to us is being a tzaddik or a rasha is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a rasha? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a rasha. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a rasha in other areas. There was what the Rashba is introducing to us and the facility that he's building out, I think, is one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a rasha, is not an absolute state. It's not either I'm one or the other. Because Rav say the truth is, almost no one fits into that, or at least regular people like us don't fit into those categories. Am I tzaddik or rasha? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas, there are areas that I'm doing great in, and then there are areas that I'm really profoundly failing in. So what does that mean? What's my status? Who am I? A Jewish tzaddik, really developing it from this Rashba. He said at the end of the day, the Rochle Gimalim can be Rishonim and can be Ksherim in the same breath. How can you say that? Rishonim in this area, Ksherim in this area, and it's not a contradiction. It's a dialectic. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that simultaneously find expression inside of me and inside of my persona, my personality. And I will say it's not a life affirming idea because so many times we think that if we're imperfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like if I'm going to be a Russia in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in areas that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Right? What is my good matter for if I know that I'm a Russia in areas A, B, and C? What is that? Sewage substance? That's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with his dialectic. Everyone lives with his balance. Yes, I could simultaneously be a tzaddik in certain areas of life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I'm a Russia in others. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up now again. At least we see where something gets this from. The concept finds its expression in the stira in the Sechas Nida, between Nida and Kiddushin, and the teretz of the Rashba, and Mir Hashem will develop it more in the days to come.
Oops. A grand jury is indicting a doctor in Florida on manslaughter charges because they say he removed the patient's liver instead of his spleen. So that's a problem. That's isn't a spleen a little thing? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. He was supposed to be getting a laparoscopic splenectomy. That's just, 3 go in and pull stuff out. But the guy who removed the victim's liver instead obviously had a stronger blood loss than the guy that helped him. Yeah, okay. Bad doctor. The liver is huge.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing in Great Hashem this morning in Usnu Kras, in Sitkas Atzadik, where the Rebbe introduced us to, I think, this incredibly novel and really life-altering idea that being a tzaddik or being a rasha is not an absolute state of being one way or the other. But rather, again, a person can simultaneously be a tzaddik and be a rasha, and be a tzaddik. And I remember again, the definition of tzidkos is very interesting as well. That I am a tzaddik vis-a-vis certain averos for which I have not only not performed, but also have no title. If a person essentially has no shaykhs, essentially no connection to an avera, one can be considered to be a tzaddik in that particular area. So again, the good news is, although we may transgress, and that's not the good news, but although we may transgress certain averas, at the end of the day, most of us, Baruch Hashem, have averas for which we have no desire for, and for which we have not, and which we have not transgressed in any meaningful way. So therefore, according to the tzaddik, that's an area in which I am a tzaddik. But versus the areas in which I actively transgress, or even the areas in which a person has a desire, in those areas I cannot be considered a tzaddik. So incredibly enough, in any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha, all at the same time, in the same personality. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, I'm picking up on page Kufmen, so 10th paragraph in the Biblia Hasidus, right in the middle of the paragraph after the brackets. The Hainu, actually about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines up from the bottom on the left-hand column on page Kufmen. So to which the Rebbe says, "Me'inyan zemuchach, shemikasho adam be'eza avera." Rebbe says, from here you see that if a person indeed stumbles and commits a particular avera, yesh b'kach simen v'hochacha avuro, shu'eno naki legamre min ha'avera hahi. Because this, here the Rebbe highlights something which is incredibly profound. That if I end up transgressing an avera, now listen to these words. He says, if I transgress an avera, that's a sin and that's a sign and the proof that I am not totally clean from that avera. Now, what does this mean? This is incredible. So we'll say, let's imagine the following situation. A person transgresses an avera. Whatever the avera might be. We'll say, so what does that say about the individual? So very often the way a person can look at it is, I made a mistake. Mistakes happen, and at the end of the day, it's a mistake. Is that avera a part of who I am, a part of reflection of where I'm holding? No, not necessarily at all. Just sometimes in life, mistakes occur. So it says that's not true. When a person commits an avera, even if it's accidental, that shows that there's an element of that avera embedded inside of me. And what's the proof to this? And this is incredible. He says, "Ulakach hashoge shenichshol ba'avera v'lidas mikra b'torah b'kinui chote." Therefore, I will say, what happens? What does the Torah call an accidental sinner? A chote. A chote. They will say, what's the name of a carbon that you bring for the accidental commission of an avera? Achatos. So this is what does that show you? What does that show you? It says Moshe Amar Nefesh Kitechta Bishgaga B'tzarech Kapara. And we see both said that a person requires atonement even for an avera committed accidentally. Moshe Matzinu Shechayiv LeKarban Shechayiv LeHavi Karban Chatos. Both said this is such an incredibly profound idea. Why is it, think about it just from a hashkafic perspective, why does the Torah hold me liable for accidents, for an accidental commission of an avera? Well, say just to give me a very like contemporary example of this. A person flicks a light switch on Shabbos, right? Which again I think it happens to everyone at some point. Well, not everyone, it happens to most of us. You know, at any given point, I will say, if there was a case Hamikdash, what would be the halacha if you accidentally switch the light switch? So what's the pshat with that? And it's an accident. Accidents happen. Or fill in the blank for any chatos that a person may have. Why is there liability for a chatos? Why is there liability for a shogi? So Tzaddik posits because a shogi is part of who and why. If I commit an avera of a shogi, what that shows is that there's something deficient inside of me. There's something deficient inside me. I was like, it's the same way. It's the same way. He goes on. Look at his example. He says, so we'll say, for example, the paradigmatic example of this is someone who kills someone else for shogim. Right? So this is a very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben's climbing up a ladder. He falls off the ladder. He falls on top of Shimon. He kills Shimon. What's the halacha? He has to flee to an area. For an accident. For an accident. Reuben he never met Shimon before in his life. He doesn't feel any level of negativity towards Shimon at all. Falls up the ladder, falls on Shimon. Shimon dies. What's Reuben's halacha? Galus. We know what Galus means, right? You know what Galus means. We will see when we get to the second madras. Galus. Your miklat, your family goes with you, and how long are you there for? Well, it depends on the Kohen Gadol. You hope and pray that the Kohen Gadol is of advanced age and is in ailing health, because it's only the Kohen Gadol's death that ultimately sets you free. So this individual's entire life upended. Why? Because of a mistake. Why is a mistake treated so severely? To which Rav says, because mistakes are representative of this internal disconnect. If I commit a mistake, what that shows is that there's something amiss inside of me. There's something that's not right. There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in a profound state of disrepair. If a mistake could occur, I will say, and this is my symbol whole yom. Whereas, you know what, this comes up very often. A person, I say something to someone. I say something to someone, and then I realize afterwards, you know what? It was really inappropriate. It was just really inappropriate thing to say. It was hurtful. It was whatever it might be. It was just really the wrong thing to say. I say to myself, like, where did it come from? And then I will say, if I'm a self-aware enough person, I realize there's something wrong in me. Or when I say something wrong, there's a deficiency in me. There's a disconnect in me. There's something that's misfiring that would allow me to have acted this way. Maybe it's stress, or maybe it's some need that that's. But again, it's so incredibly important. Halacha, the Ribono Shel Olam holds us accountable for mistakes, because even though it's a mistake, it's not intentional. If I could commit this mistake, it's reflective of some dynamic that is broken inside of me. Mistakes don't occur in a vacuum. And I will say, by the way, the same thing going back to the Shabbos thing. They like the flipping the switch on Shabbos is the easiest example of this. I will say, what happens if I realize that I flipped the switch on Shabbos? There's something wrong with my Shabbos awareness. That's what it is. It's a mistake, absolutely. But somehow, some way, my Shabbos awareness is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, so it was like there are other forms. Meaning, clearly, when I have a complete awareness, it's a complete awareness, right? No one goes ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and lays down on their desk because, oh, I thought this was my bed, right? No one has that because they have an absolute work awareness. So when you have an awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, it is the last thing awareness. So that's what something says. Also, this is incredible you sowed. So therefore, even when I commit an avera b'shogeg, even when I commit an avera accidentally, the tzaddik says that shows that there's some dynamic that's broken inside of me. So the Rebbe goes on. He says, I'll before. About this, it is said. We'll stop over here. We'll pick up and with this last piece tomorrow. But I just want to point out the tzaddik doing. So the two layers so far. So layer number one is up until I know personally, up until I learned in the tzaddik, I always assumed that either you are a tzaddik or a rasha. Right? There's no para, there's no in between. The tzaddik says that unequivocally untrue. He said he explains most of us are always sinning, and which I have no desire to sin. And I'm Rasha, although again we're gonna get him a little bit. I'm a Rasha in those areas in which I'm actively transgressing or desire to transgress. That's level one, which I will say is an incredibly redemptive statement. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I still have at least the quasi status of a tzaddik. Lesson number two, Rav Tzaddik is teaching us now, is responsibility for shogeg. Why is it that the Torah Kedosha holds us responsible for accidental commission of averos? The accidents, they are reflective of some internal state of disrepair. And this is why when accidents occur, we must be ever vigilant about what that says, where I'm actually over. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Mir Hashem with that last piece for the conclusion of Oslo. All right, Joe, say good morning. We are going to conclude Osman Ness this morning in Shitcast.com because we are picking up, on page Kusman Aleph towards the end of Osman Ness. So we actually left off on page Kusman Aleph in the Uriah Sigos on the right hand column. And I'm actually we're gonna skip this piece. He just brings another riot his idea from the second Sota, but instead I want to use our moment that we had together this morning, focusing on the left-hand paragraph. So page Kufman Aleph, left-hand paragraph. So that writes as follows: let's remember again what Rav Tzaddik introduced us to was this idea for person because some opinions and a Russia. That area again, using the definitions that we used from the last week, that sit and rishos is not absolute state, but rather again, in fact, they are kind of coexistent. That in any I invoke and build a Russia reflective of my spiritual standing in different areas of life. Rebbe goes on and says, and that's why he says, again, remember that even if I commit an idea of a show, even if I commit an idea accidentally, there's still going to be liability for that act because any idea that I commit is reflective of something which is in a state of disrepair inside of me. So because there is that disrepair, because there is that pagama, therefore there is liability and there is responsibility for that, as opposed to thinking that because it's an accident, therefore by definition there's no responsibility. No, even when there's a shogeg, at the end of the day that highlights that something is misfiring inside of it. So okay, now let's pick up the last 10 paragraph. According to what we've learned, יוכל הוא לדעת ולהבחין על ידם מהם הדברים האסורים שאיננו נקי לגמרי והם עדיין אינם גילוי. This is incredibly powerful. Rebbe here now discusses the incredible power of sin. Now, not the power of sin in a negative way, but I know it sounds strange. The power of sin in a positive way. You'll say, what does that mean? That's something so simple you have to count. That when I make mistakes in life, when I commit averos, so I understand which things are still in a state of disrepair. In other words, we'll say it's kind of like the same way that when a person becomes physically ill, at times physical illness can be an incredible bracha. Why? Because if I would not exhibit the signs of illness, I would not know what was wrong internally. Right? Without being sick, I would never know what's going on. Something so compromised and occurring internally, and had my body not presented with physical symptoms, I would have never known that. I would have never known to fix the problem. So something says it's the same thing in Ruchnius. When I commit an avera, what I am ultimately showing myself that something is in a state of disrepair. I must say, in general, we all know that something inside of us, from a Ruchni perspective, is in a state of disrepair. I know, sometimes I don't know what. It's interesting. I don't know, we all know we're not perfect. Hopefully we all know we're not perfect. We all know that we need work, right? We all know that there's a vote that has to be done. But sometimes the shaila is, in what area? What should I be focusing on? And then a person commits an avera, and it's going to sound like a strange thing, but the beauty of an avera is that, now I know my weakness. I know where the problem is. The avera kind of highlights the chink in the armor, right? It goes ahead and it highlights what my weaknesses are. And now I know what it is that I have to work on. He goes on, he says, I will say something you guys remember, often when I commit an avera, and it's an interesting exercise, the avera is usually never just about the avera. Right? We're good people, and we want to do the right thing. So when I commit an avera, usually what that does is it highlights some other dynamic that's occurring as well. Right? Maybe it's self-esteem, or maybe it's self-worth, or maybe it's addiction, or whatever it might be. An Avera opens my eyes to a lot of the internal processes which are occurring. He goes on, he says, therefore, again, once I become a bit more self aware as a result of the commission of the Avera, I can begin to address some of the things that are wrong. He goes on, Al lot shenichshal biznus in benosav, לפני שכל מי שלא אחר בולמוס, חי ושל הרייס, סוף שמעשירים also himself. So he gives an interesting example of this. Lot, right? So Lot committed 2 repeated acts of incest. Now, how does that happen? How does that happen? You want to say he got drunk? You know, a lot of people get drunk all the time, and they do stupid things. That's a far cry from incest. It's a far cry from. In fact, again, you know what's interesting to note is Chazal, when we speak about drunkenness, there's shichrus and there's shichrusal lot. You can get drunk and you can get lot drunk, right? So lot drunk is what Chazal termed for, like, when you're so drunk that you don't even know there's between right and wrong. I will say the truth is, those of us who have enjoyed a l'chaim, and maybe at times too many l'chaim, maybe on Twitter or some other kinds. So say, if there are certain things where no matter how drunk you are, it's not drawn on a normal person to do certain things. It just wouldn't. It just wouldn't. So Tzaddik says, how does it happen that a person becomes drunk, true, but then comes to engage in an act that is so off the charts in its wrongness, right? In its wrongness, in its offensiveness, to the point that we're saying clear that this is not like a Jewish thing, right? That the concept of incest is just a basic part of a basic Noahide code of morality. How does that happen? So Tzaddik says that's what happened because inside Lot had issues with morality in general. Right? In fact, again, Mepharshim bring down that one of the reasons he wanted to move to stone was because of the lax moral code. So Tzaddik says when you are struggling with internal issues, those internal issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of unhealthy ways. So when Lot commits this sin, the world now knows what Lot's inner weakness truly is. And his inner weakness ultimately was this pursuit of arias, this pursuit of immorality. The Tzaddik Shesinu says an example that a sin is not just a sin, but an avera is a manifestation of what's broken on the inside. Which I will say again, I just want to point out, Tzaddik, again, this is why an avera is a gift. I know that sounds strange, but an avera could be a gift because just like it's only when I get physically sick that I know what's happening inside of me. So the physical symptoms are a gift. They show me what's broken, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit an avera, not that we're encouraging it, but when I commit an avera, I know what's wrong inside of me. I know what's broken. I know what needs to be repaired. Lot commits these acts of incest, it becomes clear that he needs to go ahead and work on his moral. But listen, by the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen in Lot up until this point in time? Nothing. Right? I just want to be clear. Like this Lot hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that he could have been nichshel, that he could have unfortunately committed these heinous acts. Nothing. But the circumstance
there we go.
speaks an internal state of disrepair. He ends below Rakshim Ino Tzaddik L'Gavi Davazeh Lo Yinishma Min HaMishlobo Ela Gam Yish L'Tamim Shal L'Sholem Mizdamin Lo Adam Min HaShamayim B'Mekuvan V'Tachnisan Shal HaKishlonas Halalu V'Letovas Nafshel כדי לעוררו על ידי כך שיושב בתשובה שלמה ויזכרת על עושה דבר. The here about the way Spirit of Tzaddik ends is he says something very interesting. Therefore, sometimes I will commit three differently. Sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam will choreograph and orchestrate certain circumstances which will not lead me to sin in order to get me to wake up to inner reality. So I'll say, so sometimes I commit averos, ultimately again, because those averos are representative of a state of inner dysfunction. And sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam causes me to sin. Now puts me in difficult circumstances or creates impossible situations because HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and this is going to sound a little bit strange, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to make this mistake. Don't misunderstand those words that I don't have free choice. I always have free choice. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kiviyachol creates these circumstances because he wants me to experience the failure. Why does he want me to experience the failure? Because through the failure, I will discover what my true inner weakness is. Without the failure, I would never know. Without the misstep, I would never become aware. Without the faith, I would never truly look inside and try to figure out what is it that's inspiring. So we'll say that's the end of the oath. And again, in this one oath, like I told you, I think it's incredibly transformative. So in one oath, Rav Tzaddik teaches us we need to light both the tzaddik and a rush, which is such a life affirming, such a life affirming precept that nothing in life is absolute. We're not absolute. I'm both a tzaddik and I'm both a rasha, which is good and it's bad. It's bad because I'm also a rasha, but it's also good because I'm not a total rasha. And Baruch Hashem, I have elements of tzidkos inside of me. Ultimately, says Rav Tzaddik, a person only commits an avera in an area for which he has a predisposition. There's something of the avera is the manifestation of something which is in a state of disrepair, which is the gift of the avera. The avera tells me exactly what I have to work on, to the point that sometimes the Ribono Shel Olam himself will choreograph circumstances which will enable me to sin in order that I am able to see what is in a state of dysfunction, and so I know what it is that I need to repair. All right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up near to Shema Monday.
What's up, babe? It's 110 days for this bitch. Are you sure? I think so. Sure. Or dog. How you living, pimp? What up? 3761. Creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. Chava. 3631. 130. Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526. 235. Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Gotta add this motherfucker. Really? Oh, for sure.
All right, folks, good morning. Let us begin.
Motherfucker, if I ever catch one of you listen to Ghost Therapy app instead of watching my show, I'm gonna throw me fist. Really?
So let's begin in the bottom left-hand corner of the Biblia Hasidic. So the Rebbe gives us a beautiful introduction to this oath. So he writes as follows. So oath known as Hess, we're going to see a little bit of a
34, 36, 324. Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 34, 36, 325. Kenan, son of Enosh, was
last
born.
part we left off with in those class was a really fascinating idea that we're starting to explain that there is
Great, yo.
gift.
Really? For Rizzy? West Side.
And
West
hate
Side.
exposes one's weakness. When I sin,
Fucking Pimp
I know
Lynn.
exactly the area in which I am.
Alright, are you done?
Sin, I know exactly what needs to be fixed. When I sin, I now see what areas I need to address. So the feeling Shechov Madas, my Shalom this is an obligation upon a person to actively address the
Are you done? No, now we gotta tell this shit.
blemishes.
Today's 28th of Nisan, 1566, Wednesday,
And
April 3.
if for sometimes when
What
I
else?
stumble,
Dog, I got some other shit to review. But what? Dog, it's the Homer motherfucker. Why are you cussing?
Those mistakes and those missteps
Why not?
help to highlight to me the areas in which I need to address and to fix. יש לו לדעת שעל ידי לימוד התורה בלבד יכול לברר את מה שצריך לתקן. So this is very interesting. It says that there's another piece. The person wants to clean themselves well, and I guess maybe I have to wait till I sin in order to figure out what I need to fix.
Counting
Now, of course,
Homer. Today's
that's
14
not
days.
exactly
Just
very
choosing
easy
Homer.
to approach
Sorry?
self-improvement because,
Really?
again, the goal, of course, is
It's whatever you
avoidance
want
of
it to be,
sin
baby.
whenever possible. The Rebbe is
Are we
kind of
done?
speaking in Yeshkut Mem Aleph. The
Oh
Rebbe
yeah,
is kind of
elevate,
speaking
elevate,
in
Elohim,
terms of like,
Shine.
once I'm sinning,
No one
once
really
I'm
knows for
sinning,
sure.
one
Elevate,
of the
elevate,
benefits
Elohim,
of sin
Shine.
is that
This
I
is
get
gonna
to see
sound
my
good.
deficiencies, see what's broken, and see what I need to address. But of course, the goal is avoidance of sin. So if my goal is avoidance of sin, yet the benefit of sin is that it shows me my deficiencies, what's broken, what I need to address. How do I figure out all of that stuff without sinning? I don't know, isn't that the goal of life?
Oh shit.
I want, it's going to sound strange. I want the benefit.
That's like heartburn level.
I want the benefit of sin without
Really?
sin. Now, what does that mean? I want the benefit of sin in that I want to know what I have to fix without potentially having to make the mistakes, which is the ultimate goal. So, of course, part of it is, as we go through the we do that, right? You have to make the mistakes in order to know what's the fix. But on some level,
3760.
is there the ability to kind of achieve the self-awareness?
Timeline of Jewish history. Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation, approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. It continues through the eras of the patriarchs, the Egyptian bondage, the judges, the First Temple era, when the kings of Judah and Israel ruled, the Babylonian exile, and the Second Temple era, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout, through our study and our faith in Jesus and his promise of redemption were our constant companions, providing the Jewish people with a divine compass through every challenge and change. Which era would you like to jump to?
Oh,
Heaven and earth, and of many, the forefathers, living in Egypt, traveling through the desert, judges and early prophets, kings and the first holy temple, exiled in Babylon, building the second holy temple, Greek cultural domination, kingdom of Judea, dynasty of the Shashmonahai, Roman client kings and rulers, Babylonian dynasty, the Talmudic era, the Mishnah, the Talmudic era, the Gemara, the Rabbinah, the Janine, the early Rishonim, the Crusade massacres, later Rishonim, persecutions and expulsions, the great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation, early Acharonim and East European massacres, Acharonim and early Hasidim, later Acharonim and the changing society, the Holocaust, the modern state of Israel, traveling through the desert, secular year Jewish heritage in history, minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea, minus 1,313 2,448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah, minus 1,313
all that stuff is cool. But I gotta take a major shot. Oh wait, hold on.
To highlight and to show a person how I can fix that which is broken or blemished inside of me. The Sony Loma Vazepo said this is incredible.
We did it last time. It was like didn't make sense
that you often sell Torah a little bit short. You sell Torah short. Because he says, the Sony Loma, that Sha'amu Shetorah Himilashon Hara, Rak Bima Shetorah Milamedes,
creation of heaven and earth, and many secular year.
Really? Really? Who the fuck is no? No one knows.
This is what people often misunderstand. They think that the only thing that Torah does for us is to teach us a series of do's and don'ts. Right? That's what Torah does. It teaches us chukim and mishpatim. You can do these things. You can't do these things. Do a lot of this. Don't do any of this. Engage in this and avoid this. Ella, the Rebbe says, well, if that's true, of course that's true. That's only one element of Torah. That's only one aspect. Ella horas haTorah la'adam higam be'etzem halimut. He says there is something profoundly cathartic in the process of learning Torah. And I will say, what the Tzaddik is highlighting here is an unspoken dynamic that I think we have all experienced, but here Tzaddik is giving verbal form to it. Should I will say, you know what? The true power of learning. Why do you think about this just a moment? There's such like an emphasis on learning. Right? Why the emphasis? Why the emphasis on Talmud Torah in such a great degree? So of course, on one basic level, because in order to be a good Jew, you have to know what to do. Right? It's no different. You wanna get your license. You have to study the driver's manual because you have to know, how many car lengths you need in between you and the car in front of you, right? You need to know how many feet, how long you have to stop for the stop sign. You need to know the laws in order to pass the test. So I need to know the halachas in order to be a functional Jew. So they said, what happens when you learn Torah? What happens when you learn? The process of learning and engaging in the Ribono Shel Olam's Torah makes me a more thoughtful and introspective introspective person. So I want to say, we know this. You feel different when you learn. You just feel different. You just become a different kind of person. Now, is that because I know now what to do better? I'm a better person because I know how to keep Shabbos better because I'm learning the halachos of Malabe. Is that? Like I'm a better person because now I'm learning Yuma. I'm going to know how to observe Yom Kippur. But is that what we're saying over here? So something saying is something much more profound. When I engage in Torah, when there is an unspoken dynamic that allows me to be more introspective, and it's that unspoken dynamic that allows for introspection, that allows me to seek out the root of the things which are in a state of disrepair. And I will say we know this. We know this because you feel different after you learn. He goes on, he says, he gives a proof to this, a quote-unquote proof. I'm going to show you that learning has an impact on you that allows you to be a more introspective and thoughtful person, even and not related per se to an enhanced knowledge of operational Judaism. What's the proof to this? This is incredible. Shahare Gam Kisha Adam Lomed and Bine Seder Kach. המדבר בעניין הקרא והקרבנות. נקרא ונחשב לו הדבר שהוא עוסק בתורה. What's the proof? Let's say a person's learning kachim. I don't say that for instance. We spent a lot of time on the second shkam. Even in Yuma, we've had sugyas of karbanos, learning karbanos. Right? And I was saying, so how do we relate to a sugi of karbanos? Harik shekam as haTorah more as darko umadricha also keeps attacking as nafsho. See that both sides. When I learn a sugi of kachim, for example, what's the relevance of a sugi of kachim to me right now? What's the relevance? None. No, both sides. We saw this. We're learning sugyas in Yuma about today's Hamikdash. What's the relevance right now? Right now, today, it's Monday. What's the relevance this moment? And the answer is nothing right now. Again, hopefully a lot of times, hopefully the blueprint is going to be similar. Right? That's what I hope. Right? So therefore, again, we will go ahead and Yirtzeh Hashem know the layout. Lamaisa, is there a takeaway for me? Okay, so there's a hashkafic takeaway, but is there a halacha lamaisa takeaway for me? And the answer often is no. But yet, I feel changed by the learning. I feel changed by the learning. I am a different person. And yes, I am more thoughtful. I am more introspective. How does that occur? How does that occur? So if Torah was just operational, right? And if Torah at the end of the day was just to go ahead and teach me what to do or not to do, so then I would emerge from a sugi and kachim, and I would say, all right. I mean, I just kind of feel like I spun my wheels a little bit. Right? I didn't really do anything over here. But the fact that I feel changed, and the fact that I feel different, and the fact that I feel that there's something that's been sparked inside of me, even when I learn something that's not halacha myself, indicates to me the power of Talmud Torah. He says, "Shegam al." Finish with this line. Hari shegam as haTorah moralo is darko. Madricha also, because I was saying, even when I'm learning something that is not halacha l'maisa, or I'm learning something that doesn't have a quote unquote practical day-to-day application right in this moment. He goes on, he says, nevertheless, moralo is darko, umadricha also kitzel attacking this nafsho, al shadavar eino nogia leis l'maisa b'kol. So I will say that something develops this idea, and I think this is really so incredibly profound because sometimes, all of us are used to this emphasis on learning. But sometimes it's not explained to us why learning is important. So, of course, there's an operational piece to our learning. The operational piece for our learning is I need to know what to do in life. So I have to learn Yiddishkeit in order to know how to be a good practicing Jew. But on a deeper level, David says the power of learning is that it awakens us to our deficiencies. The power of learning is that it causes us to be thoughtful. The power of learning is that it sparks a need for introspection. And that's irrespective of the material which is being studied. Even if what I'm studying has really nothing to do with my life, so to speak. The act of engaging in Torah, by definition, sparks a process of introspection. That's the process of introspection that's normally only sparked when, here's incredible. What is the only other time that it's normally sparked? When I sin, right? And this incredible. And that's normally when this process is sparked. When I commit an Aveirah, I realize, I'm deficient. I have shortcomings. I need to work on that. But Suffolk says there's a way to jumpstart that process of introspection, even without the hate, and it's called Torah. As we'll stop over here, we're going to pick up with this theme in Eretz Hashem tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, we'll say good morning. So we are continuing in Eretz Hashem in Osman Tess this morning. So remember again, we began this particular piece yesterday. In here, the Rebbe introduced us to the idea of the power of Talmud Torah. That whereas we often think as Talmud Torah as the way in which we learn what to do and not to do, that Torah teaches us again mitzvot saseh, mitzvot lo saseh, positive commandments, prohibitions. The Rebbe introduced us to the idea that Torah is in fact so much more impactful and profound. The Torah from Lashon Hora'ah, from Lashon of instruction, or from Lashon of guidance, ultimately teaches us how to be introspective, and goes ahead and allows us, puts us in an introspective, contemplative frame of mind to be able to go ahead and look at ourselves and look at life in a critical way. So remember again, Rebbe, this piece is coming on the heels of the previous piece where Rebbe taught that there's a gift in sin. And the gift in sin is that sin has the ability to point out my deficiencies and shortcomings, which is incredible, which is wonderful, except Rebbe says, is there a way to learn about my deficiencies and shortcomings without sinning? To which the Rebbe says, yes, Torah. That when I learn, again, I become more attentive to myself. When I learn, I become more introspective. When I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and see my deficiencies and shortcomings, even in the absence of sin. So let's continue with this idea. So we're picking up on page Kotman Days, in the Be'uria Chassidus, the right-hand column. I think we may have read this. I can prove this matter, says the Rebbe, from the following idea. Shaharigam Kisha Adam Lomed and Dine Seder Kachin. So for example, even when a person learns kachin, sacrificial matters that deal with kavanos, nikra v'nechshav b'hadavar shu osik b'torah, hari shigam az hatorah mora lo et dako, umadricha oso l'maisa b'poah. It's interesting enough to remember every lesson. It's nothing per. So if you assume the power of God is that it means what to do and what not to do, that the entire value of Torah lives in the realm of being an instructive guide for what to do in everyday life, which of course is a major part of Torah, then what exactly do I get from Kachin? What do I get? What do I get from that? Elamai says that you've seen that the power of Torah is such that even when I learn something that is quote unquote not halacha lemaisa in terms of the do's and don'ts in life, it's halacha lemaisa that it forces me to become a more introspective thoughtful person. I was this is truly beautiful what he writes now. The kid said to Adama, let me explain to you how this works, he says Tzaddik. He says, the kid said to Adama, Akadrachihi, Bakimo Shomer Osiluzal, the Medrash Micha. Let's also say a beautiful and moving Medrash Micha, where the pasuk says, Va'osi azu, ve'estarasi lo shaman. So the pasuk in Eicha says, Kosh Baruch Hu laments, Klal Yisrael, they have left me, Osi azabu, they have left me, Sorasi lo shamaru. I'm sorry, this is in Yirmiyahu, not Eicha. And they do not keep my Torah. So once if you think about it, it sounds a little bit redundant, right? If you say Osi azabu, they left me, then of course that means they didn't keep my Torah. Same idea as if you say they didn't keep my Torah, that means they left me. So why does the Navi have to say both things? Why does it have to say, "Oh, see azavu"? They left me. That sorasai lo shamar. They didn't keep my Torah. So listen to us. Listen to this incredible message. Because it says that Kibiyachol B'Ribbono Shel Olam says, "Halavai oh see azavu v'sorasi shamar." Listen, this is wild. That just right. Baruch says, "You know what? Halavai, I wish that they had just left me, but kept my Torah." And I'm going to say, what does that mean? So can you imagine this question? You know what? If they don't want a relationship with me, okay, I can live with that. But at least they should keep my Torah. So I say, what Shahare is asking for Hama'or Sheba Machzit Ha'osek Ba'udah. So this is incredible. What the emotional was saying was, if Klal would have just forsaken a relationship with me, I could have lived with that as long as they would have kept learning Torah. Because if they keep learning Torah at least under those circumstances, Torah will awaken the light within them. Because when a person learns, as we were saying before, they become more introspective. When a person learns, they become more thoughtful. When a person learns, they're willing to encounter and they're willing to embrace their own shortfalls and deficiencies. So who said, even if Klal Yisrael would have totally left me, if at least they would have kept learning Torah, there would have been hope for personalistic rehabilitation. Because the Baruch Hu laments the double tragedy. Osiazu, they left me, Sorasai Lo Shamara, and they didn't keep my Torah. And when a Jew stops learning, the entire vehicle for introspection and the entire vehicle for self-evaluation, it dissipates. He goes on, he says, Shama or Shabbat Torah, the or HaTorah, Neerbo, Lachkimo Mechashechas Ha'apsios, Shenifte B'Sichlos Yitzara, Achechosa La'avodas Hashem Yisbach. It was very profound. Tzaddik writes, because the wisdom of Torah has the ability to go ahead and literally illuminate one from the foolishness of the Yitzhara, until ultimately one finds their way back to the Ribbon Shalom. So both say, so herein lies the power of Torah, says Reb Tzaddik. So we see, it turns out that according to Reb Tzaddik, there's really two elements to learning. There's the functional utilitarian part of learning, which is I learn Torah. Why? Because how are you a functional Jew without Torah? Right? In other words, we'll say, how do I keep Shabbos and I don't know Hilchos Shabbos? And how do I keep kashrus if I don't know Hilchos kashrus? Right? And how do I wash my hands in the morning if I don't know the halachos of Netilas Yadayim? This is a functional piece. I need to learn Torah in order to be able to properly live as a Jew. This is an incredibly important yesod. But part two says of something. And of course, we know this. This is one of these dynamics, right? We try to explain it in words, but at the end of the day, the words don't really do it justice. Because it's a dynamic that you just have to experience in order to really understand its realness. The second dynamic in Torah is ultimately, again, when I go ahead and I learn, it opens my eyes. And it opens my heart to what? To me. I feel like a different person. And I'm willing to introspect. And I'm willing to self-evaluate. And I'm willing to engage in the process of self-judgment. And I'm willing to do all of these things so that I can really tackle my shortcomings and my deficiencies without having to sin. So what the Tzaddik is positing is there are two ways you come to the process of self-evaluation. By possibility, one is I sin. And again, the great part of sin, I know it sounds strange, but the great part of sin is I know what my weaknesses are, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what I have to do. But then there's the process of learning. And when I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and engage in this process of self-evaluation without the sin. How does it work? Torah opens my mind. Torah, herein lies the power of Talmud Torah. Torah opens my mind, allows me to be self-evaluative, allows me to introspect, and allows me to truly see me for who I am, both the good as well as the not so good. The learning of Torah fundamentally transforms us. The Rebbe goes on. He says, Amnam, Bahashfa'as HaTorah, Ha'ala Yesh Kama Madrego Shon. So let's at least begin this piece today, and then the Meretz Hashem will go back there. He says, in this process of learning Torah in a we'll call it self-evaluative or transformative fashion, there's different levels. He says, "Ukidei Torah Yofia Isik Yodach Zilam Va'ayidei Or Zehatorah Hu Agune Magina Mini Esurim Umatzi Minachit Matzi Mi Zahar Shalo Yakshilanu Lechit." So this is actually a very interesting idea. Something said, quotes over the Gemara Sota, and the Gemara says the idea that Torah Migna Umasla. Torah provides these two different aspects to it. It means it protects us, or I should say, like a magam, where it shields me, and matzlah, it saves me. And saves me. Now, those two words seem synonymous. In fact, mean two different things. So Rashi, for example, says, Rashi says, Migno matzlah. So he says, Migna, it protects me from Yisur, from punishments, or from suffering. That Torah has the ability to protect me from punishments and suffering. Matzlah saves me, means it has the ability to save me from the Yetzer Hara. Two different components. Torah has the ability to save me from suffering, Migna, Matzlah from the Yetzer Hara. So which tells you, we're going to see that is going to say that these two aspects show you the two different dynamics within Torah. He goes on, he says, K'mosh Aruch Hazal B'Sota, Ubikach, HaTorah Madricha Es HaAdam, Kitzad Yuchal L'Thakin Es Nafsho. Vezeu HaPerush, Shamash Omer HaMa'ar Sheba Machzos Adam Mutot. Or, we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with this piece. But again, just to know with these dynamics, when we say that the Torah Migna Umatzla, this is a phrase that's very often quoted about the power of Torah. Migna, it saves me from Yisurim, which means punishment or suffering. And Matzlah saves me from myself. It saves me from the Yitzhar. So we'll stop over there for today. We'll pick up Meretz Hashem with this dynamic tomorrow.
Swalwell resigned from Congress yesterday and dropped out of the race for governor of California over the weekend. With Swalwell out of the race, Democrats have a new leader in a bid to become the next governor of California. A new poll released this week from Survey USA shows Democratic candidate Thomas Steyer leading with 21% of likely voters in the state. The top Republican in the poll is Steve Hilton.
All right, then we'll take with it. We are keeping up in Meretz Hashem OCO test. Which remember again that you read it introduced us to the yesterday from the Kodesh on the week before. Read it introduced us to the OCO test, the idea that although we learned the OCO test, that sin has incredibly profound effect on making us respect by identifying our shortcomings or shortfalls in our respect. When I speak to Adira, I now expect to know what it is that I have to work. That's the power of faith. But then it says, in addition to that, Torah has that same quality. When I engage with Torah, Torah makes me more respectful, thoughtful individual. So I can have all of the power of perspective and the entire essence of perspective, but without having to go through the process ultimately. So we're picking up with that theme, thinking about the continent days. In the Uriah, if you look to the left-hand column, he says, "Oh, you actually can't read this, Tuesday. We'll pick up from here again. Amnam, Bahashbar Torah, Allah Usikva, Ish Kamama Torah. This Torah itself, when learning Torah, the impact of Torah is felt on a variety of different levels. He says, the creation of Arhat Torah is via Allah Usikva, the Yola Hazirah, meaning the way keeping on Torah is true. He pointed out, when you learn, learning makes you more introspective, learning makes you more flexible, and therefore by definition, more open to yourself in critical and comprehensive. You might actually agree to the argument or the Torah, who are names, and Ina min Hayisrin, who must be in Hafi. Ina min Sahara, surely actually never looked into it. It's actually going to be give it a close to the power of Torah. Dikna is maximum. Torah, Dikna means protect, maximum means escape. What does the Torah protect? Torah protects from suffering. Torah goes and saves me from sin. Now, the way that doesn't understand in a bit more of a comprehensive fashion is as follows, which is that what is the Torah saving from suffering? And it's our protecting suffering. So, of course, what you should understand on a basic level. Torah, when I learn, it protects me from suffering. When I learn, it protects me both from the definition of my Torah.
Rabbi, so you spent like 30 minutes of this bitch just digging down for like
Jewish year event in history. Minus 3,761 creation of the world. Birth of Adam and Eve. Shabbat. Minus 3,631 137. Son of Adam. Was born. Minus 3,526 235. Enosh. Son of Seth. Was born. Minus 3,436 325. Kenan. Son of Enosh. Was born. Minus 3,366 395. Mehullel. Son of Kenan. Was born. Minus 3,301 460. Son of Mehullel. Was born. Minus 3,139 622. Jonathan. Son of Ur. Was born. Minus 3,074 687. Metashalachi. Son of Chanuk. Was born. Minus 2,887 874. Lemik 2. Son of Metashalachi. Was born. Minus 2,831 930. Adam died. Minus 2,705 1,056. Noah. Son of Lemik 2. Was born. Minus 2,225 1,536. Noah began the construction of the ark. Minus 2,205 1,556. Yabed. Son of Noah. Was born. Minus 2,204 1,557. Cham. Son of Noah. Was born. Minus 2,203 1,558. Shem. Son of Noah. Was born. Minus 2,105 1,656. Metashalash died. Minus 2,105 1,656. Green blood covered the earth. Minus 2,103 1,658. Arpachshad. Son of Shem. Was born. Minus 2068 1,693. Shalach. Son of Arpachshad. Born. Minus 2038 1,723. Eber. Son of Shalach. Was born. Minus 2004 1,757. Peleg. Son of Eber. Was born. Minus 1974 1,787. Ryu. Son of Peleg. Was born. Minus 1942 1,819. Siri. Son of Ryu. Was born. Minus 1912 1,849. Nakarad. Son of Siri. Was born. Minus 1,883 1,878. Terah. Son of Nakarad. Was born. The forefathers. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 1,813 1948. Abraham. Son of Terah. Was born. Minus 1,803 1958. Sarah. Daughter of Haran. Was born. Minus 1,788 1973. Abraham married Sarah. Minus 1,765 1996. Dispersion from Babel after building a tower. Minus 1,761 2,000 Terra left for castle with his family. Minus 1,755 2006 Noah died. Minus 1,743 2018 Covenant. Brisbane Habitera. With Abraham. Minus 1,738 2023 Abraham settled in Canaan. Minus 1,727 2034 Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,713 2048 Abraham circumcised himself in Ishmael. Minus 1,713 2048 Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Minus 1,713 2048 Isaac, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1,677 2084 the act where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Minus 1,677 2084 Sarah died. Minus 1,653 2,108 Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 1,638 2,123 Abraham died. Minus 1,603 2,158 Shem, son of Noah, died. Minus 1,590 2,100